Day 2 commences. Ow. Welcome, chat. It's day 2 of Smite Worlds. I'm gonna have the Year 11 show, as well as we're also gonna have semifinals. You know, that one's a little more important as far as Worlds is concerned. We've got 4 minutes until it starts. Alright, I don't know why it took like 7 years to pop up on screen. What I am gonna do here, once again, is we're gonna leave that in the corner, and we're gonna queue up. I'm gonna queue up for a Conquest game, because I'll be able to listen to the patch notes in the background. Okay, chat? So it'll be fine. I'm gonna queue up and do some support shenanigans. Have some fun with the whale. Hopefully. I mean, fun could be outlawed, who knows? But you know, free lane pressure is always nice. I can't believe yesterday is the first time I ever built Fail Not. That is a Nox solo, by the way. Crazy. Oh, we are not going to have objective shred unless the Outquang has enough attack speed. Oh, God. Well, it's going to get awkward real fast. Also, supposedly semifinals is meant to start at... the first game is supposed to start at... 1 o'clock, 2 hours from now. Which seems insane. There's no way the update show is going to go that long. Surely. I get that it's for a new year of the game, but come on, man. You don't need 2 hours for this shit. I didn't miss a skin booster from being on the whale, thank goodness. I love this skin. Oh, Solar Sentinel Raw. I should have that skin, but Sony is run by assholes. And I can't get that skin through the means that I got it from on PlayStation anymore, because that used to be for linking a Twitter to your Hi-Res account and following the Smite Twitter. Unfortunately, it no longer works. My throat really does not want to exist today, huh? Pick up an early ward. Oh God. What the fuck is wrong with my throat? Ugh. Ugh. I've been a little bit sick lately, and it's like today is the worst it's been so far. Well, I know why it's happening. It's just, it sucks, man. Hello, Hi-Res. Also, if you're wondering, yes, the music is getting me claimed, but not in any meaningful capacity. So, that's nice.
Have you prepared for judgment, monster?
Just finished my first glass of water. How the fuck do you ping like that? I don't know how you do that. Ping. Is it middle clicking?
Be on your guard.
Maybe.
Wayward souls, hearken, for I will guide you. A new world is waiting.
That was exciting, right? Yeah. All right. Well,
Too
hello,
quiet.
everybody. Welcome to SWC day number 2. Who's excited to be here?
Oh, I didn't mean to pop my shard. It's okay.
Me too. Me too. They let me appear. Can you believe that? My name is Titan Dandy. For those of you who have not watched the update notes, that's what I do. And they let me do it up here because they like making dreams come true. So I'm super excited to be kicking off this
Nice.
day 2, and I want to.
Wait, is this raw support or raw ADC? It's Erlang raw duo lane.
Obvious questions to get really obvious answers.
Oh my god, it's raw support.
Are y'all ready?
Dude, I don't want to bully
Smite Year
him.
11 and Smite 2.
Yeah, Year 11 and Smite 2. That's what we're here for.
Okay, cool.
Communism factor.
That's good. That's what I was hoping y'all knew that because like we were all up late last night and you know I almost forgot to ask it. So super cool. So we have a lot of stuff to talk about today. Obviously, Smite 2, huge announcement. Smite Year 11 also going to be huge, and Smite Year 11 has a lot of bridges between the two games, and we're excited to talk about not only those today, but all of the cool content that you can see in Smite Year 11, and you'll get a preview of tomorrow with the show match. So y'all looked at the schedule, y'all seen that's coming, right? Yeah. Okay.
The
good.
show match is.
We'll get ready for it. There's a lot of stuff you're going to be looking for, and we're going to kind of guide you.
It's gonna be what they normally do, or at least what they did last year.
So this is something cool. So we got Aggro and Lermy here with me.
Scotty's still fine on health, so I'm just not gonna pop cloak.
Appreciate y'all. Super
pop it if
excited
I need it,
to
but
get you a preview of Year 11 Conquest and,
would be fine.
Year 11 Joust and,
And
Arena
beyond it.
and
So
all,
many
all the good
things.
stuff. Yeah, exactly. Just
My
Year
God.
11 of
It's
Smite.
so
It's
quiet.
gonna be great.
I mean, how has it been working through 10 years of Smite to this point? You know, like y'all have really done so much for Smite in this insane year 10, all the seasons. Y'all excited for the future?
Always. I mean, this is what it's all about, right? It's getting to put in months and months and months of work and then get to debut it for everyone. And hopefully everyone is just as excited as we are to get their hands on it and play it.
Yeah, dude. I remember when we first
Howie,
started. Even
thank you,
planning
Scotty,
this,
for
and the
just
fact that we're
walking
here
the
right
wrong
now,
way.
About to talk about it. It's unbelievable.
Yep.
Not to
Like,
out
they should have
myself,
both
but, like,
died
I was
there.
on the side of the
That's
stage, like
infuriating.
weeping during the keynote, the trailer for Smite 2. So it was, it's just everything that's
I'm
been worked on.
leaving
so
duo
many
lane early.
talented people over.
We're leaving
so
duo
much
lane
time.
at level 3,
it's been
man.
a challenge, but
I
we're
don't
here
care.
now, and we're excited to start sharing some stuff.
Yeah.
So how many people saw the keynote yesterday? Yeah. All right, that was really cool. There were some really cool people up there. So I'm going to start out talking about some stuff you might have seen there and going over it in a little more detail, starting with Divine Legacy. So Divine Legacy is a bit of a Smite 1, Smite 2, kind of a bridge we have going on. Essentially, it's a free thank you note for playing Smite for so many years. It's going to be a whole bunch of free rewards that we're giving to everybody who plays Smite throughout Year 11. It's going to be active the whole time because it's going to take you some time to earn all of the stuff. So first off, let's talk about what you're going to be getting from Divine Legacy. Smite 1, you're going to be able to choose your own unlimited Tier 4 skin and unlimited T5 skin by progressing through the event.
Yeet.
So if there was ever a
That's
T4
gonna be
or
cool.
T5 that you missed out on, you're like, oh, I wanted that one. Like, hopefully you're going to get it in Year 11. Beyond that, though, we have a lot of cool Smite 2 stuff. And by cool Smite 2 stuff, I of
Nice.
course mean 11 skins. And that's a lot of skins. And they're all so good looking. There's some of the ones that we look through the data. You know how much we like to look through the data. And we were like, all right, people love these skins. They've gotten so much play. They've gotten so much attention. We're going to take these and give them the
Well.
Smite 2 treatment. bring them into this new game.
One harpy there.
And,
Not sure how that
we're
happened.
excited to show you what some of those look like. We can't go in game for Smite 2 yet. That'll be soon. We'll get there soon in the future. But we got 11. So Cyber Geisha Izanami. Any Izanami fans?
All right, I can't see the skin.
Oh, okay. Hunter players. All right.
Looks mid as
Next
hell.
up, we have Eliminator Loki. Look at that red.
Okay, I can't. It won't let me keep autoing.
All right, too many Loki fans. Keep it down. Stop that.
Okay.
All right, next up, Supernova Pele. Ooh, got the beach vibes.
Mid.
Digging it. On to
Nice
number
ward.
3, we got your boy, Menchaco Ymir.
I'm assuming it's just another ice cream. Yeah, okay. It's just a recolor of.
So good. Moving forward, Kitsune Sage Anubis. The Fox Boy, right?
God, I wish that effect were like a black screen instead of a white screen. That literally hurts me.
Hey, my man, he's back. How about Infernal Mace Shock? Got the armor, got the hand, like looking good. All right, this is one of my
It's an
favorites.
okay skin.
Boss Man Danzaburo. He's the boss.
All right, that one is kind of funny.
Right? All right, how about Batter Up Hercules? There's a classic.
Don't you worry.
My boy's got the slugger, dude.
Not gonna be out of mana for long.
Huh? Yeah, that's spooky. That's spooky. And last but not least, Bunny Babe Nuwa. All right, we got some Nuwa fans. I mean, she's looking good. She's looking good. I get it. So, this is just all of those skins you can unlock for free by working through this throughout year 11. So it's gonna be super
They're
cool.
all
and,
free?
we're excited
Oh, that's actually
to
kinda cool.
give you all of those just to have when Smite 2 hits. So you got some skins built up to kick it off with. So next up, we're talking gyms. All right. So you heard about this yesterday in the keynote, the legacy gym system. So to go over that, just with a little more detail, a little more slowly.
Yeah, details what we need on
When
this.
you move over to Smite
Also,
2,
hello.
we wanted to give you all
Welcome
stuff.
to stream.
It hurts, but you gotta say it. We couldn't move all the skins over. 250 years worth of work isn't something that we could accomplish, in 250 years. That's a long time. But we wanted to give you something, and so we're giving you every single gem you have ever spent in Smite back to you to spend in Smite 2 for up to 50% of most purchases. So that's
Okay,
just
so
like a
yeah,
lifetime
you can
supply of
spend
50%
legacy
coupons.
gems,
You've been with us for 10 years.
but only up to
so-
half. That's
We
it's
just
kind of
wanted to be able
annoying,
to give
but
that
it
to
like it
you.
makes
So
sense.
Look out for that. Make sure
It's-
you're linking your accounts up. There'll be info on all
You don't
that
want
way in the
to
future.
gut the income
So
of the
next
new
up, let's
game.
talk about progress through the Divine Legacy event. It's a year-long event, right? So it's going to take you some time to finish. You might not be finished day one. If you've been playing for a long time, though, you might. I mean, learn me. You've been in Smite. You've been hitting Smite for a long time. I've heard
Yeah.
you tell me stories. So.
I mean, a long time,
That's
maybe not as
unfortunate.
much as aggro over
I
here,
got two
but
of them, though.
certainly a
Okay,
lot.
a
lot
very
of
not bad.
thinly
games.
veiled old joke from you there, by the way. That's not how I wanted to start my
slipped
day,
that
too.
one in. All right.
Unbelievable.
So I mean, so you're gonna have a lot of progress when we kick this off because you hit the grind. You are the God Skin Diamond Hunter. So
Yeah, I mean, it's a good time, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm always following the tweet threads every time. So when you get in, if you've played Smite over the last 10 years, you're gonna get a lot of this. You're gonna get a lot of progress in it. But if you're a little new to Smite, or you're like, man, I want those rewards for Smite 2. I haven't had a lot of Smite 1 yet. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of chances for you to earn your way through this throughout year 11. It seems like a lot. When you're looking at it, it's gonna be like, man, that's a lot. But trust me, you'll be able to get through it. We got all of year 11 and a lot of cool stuff to get through. So last thing I'm gonna talk about this is called the Legacy Pass. So everything I just mentioned is free, but if you want to spice it up or you're like, I don't know if I'm going to get that last little bit of progress, you can purchase the Legacy Pass. And the Legacy Pass is going to give you a couple of things, first of which is progress towards the event, so you can, unlock some of those free things a little faster if you need to speed it up. You're also going to get 2 additional skins that are cross-gen. I'm going to use that word a lot today, so, to re-explain it, cross-gen means Smite 1
just
and
walk
Smite
in.
2. You'll get it, you'll buy it in Smite 1.
This
and
is so
Smite
quiet.
2 hits, if you hop over there, you're going to have it there waiting for you. So let's check out those 2 skins, starting with Batty Bat Jingwei.
Yeah,
got the
already
card art
seems
here,
in
right?
game.
Dope.
Got the goth vibes going.
Yeah, I mean, I like that.
Yeah.
It's a really good look.
You like the goth vibes?
Yeah, I'm
No.
surprised.
Are we surprised?
It's a
Are we
shock.
shocked?
Yeah.
I just love the design of this one. I think
All right, I've
changing
gotta
the
get
bird wings
magic
to
procs
bat
early
wings is
here.
just such a cute little twist, and
It is.
lots of
I'm
Halloween
gonna be
vibes.
fighting
Just
Merlin
so
and
cute.
Raw a
Look cute
lot.
little get up.
Halloween is, doesn't matter what time.
And
of
until I
year,
have
Halloween's
Magic
crazy.
Brot's
Y'all-
Raw is
do y'all
going to
wanna see
be
it? The Smite
actually
2
like
render of this?
kind of threatening.
Yeah.
You do.
Okay, okay, I guess they do. So let's show you the Smite 2 render then. Why not?
It looks really dope.
Yeah,
Bro.
it looks so good. So that is the first of 2 skins you're gonna be getting. The second one is Untamed Bologna.
We must protect our allies.
This is one of my favorites. It's
Yeah.
such a badass look for Bologna.
It really is.
And this art too, I mean, they just absolutely nailed it. She's got the fiercest gaze I think I've seen in a hot minute.
Yep.
That's true. And you know what's even cooler? How awesome it looks in Smite 2. Let's check that out.
Oh my god, she's actually coming to help this time.
That's awesome looking. Bologna has like some of the coolest skins. All right, we're gonna move on from that. So if you want that,
Bologna
you're gonna
has a
get
lot of
those
really good
skins.
skins,
You're
yeah.
gonna get 1,000 gems, and you're gonna get a boost to Divine Legacy. If you feel like you need a little more time, you know, you're like, ah man, I haven't been able to grind this year. Like, you know, I know how it is to be busy. So, but again, Divine Legacy's free. That if you want to do that, you're welcome to. But this is a free event. This is a thank you for all of y'all who have given us the opportunity to make it to year 10. I mean, I'm sitting here on stage living out a literal dream of mine.
I can't really tank
because
that
y'all
for
have been
her,
here
but, you
for
know,
years, helping push Smite
use it to
forward,
get,
way
what is
beyond
it,
where anybody thought it would ever be.
eat health?
And now into Smite 2,
You
and
know.
a crazy future that, I mean, even we have trouble like seeing the limits of. So,
Yep.
thank y'all all so much for this, and give yourselves a round of applause for that, honestly.
Oh wow.
Even when
I love you.
That was
All right,
max
you've heard me
range
talk a lot, man, and
fucking.
that's how it always is. I'm
I
going
got
to start
lost in
moving
it. I
over
thought it
towards
was
the
the
stuff
Merlin.
that these two can talk about, to get into some of the meat of this. So we're going to move
true
right on.
damage.
Again, we got the show match tomorrow, and I want to prep y'all so you'll know what you're looking at as we get over there.
we'll
So
grab
we're
on
kicking
these.
it off with
There'll be a lot of
relics,
prots to work
recipes,
with.
and shards. How about recipes first? We were cooking for a while, but where are recipes going in year 11?
Recipes are being removed. However,
Bye-bye.
Hold on.
however,
Bye-bye. Yeah, hold up.
wait up.
We're
Bring
not
it in.
done cooking yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let
We're
us
not
cook,
in a
let us
recipe
cook,
anymore.
let us cook. All right,
Yeah.
so recipes are being removed. However, we understand that this system is something that you guys really enjoyed. So instead of recipes, we have altered a couple other systems to include the best parts of recipes.
Exactly. So, you know, the things like those quests that you can tailor to your exact type of gameplay and get a specific
Unfortunate.
reward.
Showed up a little too late.
Now, instead of needing to select a recipe and have it take up your last item,
I
slot
literally
and all that
showed
kind
up
of stuff,
right
we've got new
as
things like
everyone
passive
died.
shards.
That is
So
unfortunate.
instead of needing to activate an effect in order to get your increased movement speed or attack speed or cooldown reduction, anything like that, you can now
Where's
get
my
things
assist?
like, I don't know, golden shard to help you clear the
Where's
lane
my
a little bit
assist for
easier.
doing
Don't
half
have
of
to
his
press
health?
it, anything like that.
No button.
Still get rid of it at level 12 for your second relic, just like previous shards, and just try to
Yep.
smooth out
That's Merlin.
that type of process.
Yeah, all right. So what does Golden Shard do?
Like I said, real simple for this one. We've understood how much Golden Gooseberries has opened up the meta and allowed different types of hunters, warriors to be able to compete and clear. Now you can pick the Golden Shard, which just allows you to deal 15% of your basic attack damage in an area to gods and 25% to minions in jungle camps. So you can have this from level 1. You don't have to activate it. There's no cooldown.
Dude, it's like
just
everyone just
increasing that
forgets
early
that the
clear for
beacon
you.
exists.
Yeah, exactly. This is even useful in jungles with characters like, Baka, where you can get it, but you also want to focus on a couple other things, make that build a little bit faster.
Yep.
You don't have to necessarily go into Golden Blade if you need just a little bit of clear. Some characters still want Golden Blade, so of course we are keeping Golden Blade. You could go both,
going away.
even if you really want to go AoE clear. So
Stack them up.
yeah, stack them up.
Cool. All right. So next up, continuing the food-themed shards, we have the Sturdy Shard.
Oh my
Have
god.
you guys heard of Sturdy Stew? Yeah, well,
I know Sturdy Stew.
That's this one.
Yeah, he played ADC for the Hounds,
She
right?
just stood there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, this one's very, very similar. So, as you will tell from the previous shard, this one is going to be the Sturdy Stew effect, which is being hit by hard crowd control would pulse around you protections. So essentially, all of these guys have similar effects, but they are toned down a bit because, again, they are always active because they're passive shards.
Which I like. I don't ever remember to hit buttons, so the passive thing's gonna help me a lot. So the last one is Vibrant Shard, also coming from a food origin.
Yeah, this is the translation of Party Punch,
Got it.
basically, where you can get that Party Punch-like effect, but now having it from level 1 without needing to activate it. Again, these shards do not have a cooldown. They are just passive effects that are added
just
to you.
there.
You can keep them past level 12. I don't think that's necessarily the best planned for you.
Oh, especially with what we have coming up next.
Exactly. Yeah, Relic's also getting a little bit of love.
Well, let's dive into that then. So relics are changing a lot for year 11, like a lot. So, you know, it sounds like it might be inheriting a system from something food related, as well as maybe being trimmed down a little. So let's dive right into it. What's happening
Yeah,
with relic?
so we talked about the questing aspect being really
questing.
fun. It gives players a really good ability to measure how effective they're being in the early game and beyond.
We're
right? So we wanted to kinda
shrinking the
translate that
relic
into a
list to
different
try and
system.
transition
We're
into
bringing
Smite
them
2,
to
even
relics.
though
So essentially,
we're
how
not
this is gonna work
replacing
is
Smite 1
everyone
with
is going
Smite
to be
2,
able
so we
to
don't
upgrade
have
their
to
relics
do
for
that.
free throughout the game.
For free.
You can still pay for them if you absolutely want to, but it will be free depending on how you progress through these quests through the matches. So if you're going to be really good at completing your quests, you could get tier 3 relics earlier than 30 minutes. It's going to be great.
You
There you
can
go.
still purchase them for gold. You
Yeah.
know, if you really need those spikes, particularly supports, that's something that
Yes,
they often
that
want to
is
get
very
their
important for supports.
relics upgraded a little bit earlier. But we've really seen how heavily embraced this quest style mechanic has
Yeah.
been for items like Prophetic Cloak and Tablet of Destiny.
And Gilgamesh.
And these recipe shards. So now you don't have to necessarily spend your gold in order to get to tier 2 of beads if you're doing what you need to do, which is for your relic quest 1, killing or assisting minions.
I'm gonna go
Then
Bowling.
you can just get to your tier 2 of purification beads, get that lower cooldown. Same for blink, meditation, you know, whatever it may be. And then you'll get to the second step of the quest in order to get from tier 2 to tier 3.
Seriously?
So it's a really good way to measure. You know, it's just another way to gain an incremental advantage by playing to what you should be doing, which is something we really want to enforce.
Yeah, and this is something that's
Seriously?
pretty different for a variety of gods,
God,
right?
Scotty,
So killing and
move
assisting
up.
minions, you know, maybe laners are a little bit better at that, or supports will be able to roam around and go wherever they need to go. So we understand that even between the variety of gods within a single role, we may see some outliers of people that are able to finish these quests incredibly fast. So we will be keeping a very close eye on how this is going to affect games, especially because
God, I love having
tier 2
teammates.
relics are actually
Can I
low-key
have
OP.
some?
They are.
Let's be
They're
honest.
strong.
Yeah.
They're
They're
so
strong.
good.
Now-
So getting them early, we're going to keep an eye on it.
And I have a question. A lot of relics branch into two different options
Like,
at the end.
it's not
How's
about
the
me being
questing system?
careful.
How do I-
It's
you know,
about
how
the
do you
fact
end up
that
at that third relic you want?
Scotty
So
could have
essentially
moved
what's
up.
going to happen is that we no longer have branching relic systems, and we understand that that is something that people really love. They love the choice. So what we've done is we've created, you know, a couple little shifts to relics that we'll be going through in just a couple minutes here to hopefully combine some of those effects that people love the most. We did a lot of data analysis on which relics people
They
prefer.
did a lot of
Some of
evil.
them were clear misses.
Yes.
And some of them were very, very equal. So we
Yep.
wanted to make sure that when we had those equal choices, we were representing them across the board and making sure those effects that you guys love are still in the game.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, I mean, I guess let's dive right into it and talk about some of these relic changes, kicking it off with Aegis Amulet.
Yeah, Aegis is one of the more clear ones where Aegis of Acceleration and Aegis of Judgment were pretty close actually in their purchase rates, but Aegis of Judgment had a lot more frustration factor, you know, returning that damage, all that kind of stuff. Aegis of Acceleration just felt a little bit more fair to play against, a little bit more straightforward. So Aegis of Judgment no longer in the game, you're no longer getting that explosion of damage, and you're just going to get that movement speed whenever you activate Aegis.
We did it for you. All right, so next up, Blink Rune, the aggression one.
Yes, so this is our first one that's getting a bit of hybridization, you might say, between the two.
Hybridization.
So we are going to be keeping Scorching Blink Rune, but because the two blinks were so close, we wanted to implement a bit of Corrupted Blink Rune as well into the relic.
gonna be
so
a
what we're
nerfed
doing
Corrupted
is enemies that
with
are
full
affected
Scorching.
by the burn from the flame. So this is if
Ah,
you're standing in
the
it or you
burn
walk away
effect
from
is
it,
what's gonna slow
they'll
them.
be slowed.
They'll be slowed.
Okay,
Cheer for that.
that's interesting.
That's pretty cool. Slowing
crazy.
fire.
Yes.
All right, so we're moving right ahead. Seems like another kind of simple one, Bracer of Radiance.
Yeah, Bracer of Radiance, I mean, this one is significantly more popular than Bracer of Illumination. This is one of the most cut and dry ones that we have. You know, we've tried to make Bracer of Illumination work. It wasn't really working, so now we'll no longer be in the game. Your Bracer upgrade is going to be Bracer of Radiance.
There you go.
Just as it is now, incredibly strong, very, very good at what it does, and identifying this area that you want to control and get your strength there. Bracer of Radiance is going to be back and better than ever.
There you go. So moving on, Cloak of Meditation, a fan
I like how
favorite for me
Nox
anyway.
ran away when I went in.
Yeah, so for us here, Cloak of the Ascetic was a very, very clear winner across the board. Cloak of the Avatar was able to enable some really cool plays, but it just wasn't holding up. for your non-Wheelixes or whoever's buying it, you know, to get some crazy combos. It just wasn't hitting the same.
Fair enough. Nice and easy. So Heavenly Wings up next. What's changing there?
Yeah, so this is a little bit of a spicy one. We kind of glossed over that in this combination of some relics, we decided that there were some that could do with
Please
a little
let
bit
me
of
out of this
boost.
game. I don't want
and
these
we could
teammates. God
clearly
fucking
set
damn
their
it.
identity a little bit better. There is no longer going to be any Frenzy in the game. Bracer of Radiance and Frenzy. I know, don't worry. Oh, give me a sec.
Well, we got some.
Bracer of Radiance and Frenzy were just too closely tied together. You know,
Okay.
they both did too much of the same thing.
Yeah.
Hastened Wings, on the other hand, hasn't been very popular this year, hasn't really found its home. What if we just combined some of these effects? So now, Hastened Wings will now grant 10% attack speed whenever you activate it. The tier 1.
Oh, that's cool.
The tier 2 will also grant 10% attack speed. And the tier 3 of Entangling Wings, or Sprout as it's more lovingly known, you activate it, you give your whole team movement speed, slow immunity, you root enemies in the area, and you get attack speed.
Told you we
during
were
that
cooking.
time.
We were cooking. Recipes are gone because we took them all in. We're cooking all of them.
So my season 1 Hunter mains out there who remember hitting the gas pedal with Sprint, it feels like it's back a little
We're back.
bit.
We're gas
Yeah,
pedaling.
we're so back.
So let's step back for a second. We're talking about all this new stuff, but you just mentioned it. Belt of Frenzy, not going to be here. Looks like Cursed Donk also didn't make the cut.
Yes, so up next we actually have Horrific Emblem, which is going to go into the why Cursed Donk is being removed. So anyone remember Creeping Curse from, you know, like Season 3, whatever it might be, something along those lines? Essentially, that's what Horrific Emblem is turning back into. One of the biggest points that we wanted to look for here
Nope.
is the
Was worth a
duplicate
shot.
kind of gameplay. With Horrific and with Donk, you're both trying to hit as many enemies as you possibly can at the same time. Same kind of idea with Sprout.
Yeah, that was just me going for a steal.
And,
That's okay.
Frenzy, right? You're trying to hit as many allies as you can. So instead of making you choose which
But also the
ally
way
hit
that
or
they're
enemy
grouping
hit
and we're just
one
walking in
you're
5
going to
different
get,
places doing
we're just going
nothing.
to let you
Like, I
know,
can't even
I would
follow
hit all
anyone
my
because they
enemies,
just
or I would
fucking
hit
walk
all my
away as soon as
allies,
something
and I'm
happens.
gonna do it.
Do both.
And it's just that simple. So it's a crazy thing to think like the sentence, we're removing Cursed Onk, because
Yeah.
every like
Scotty should
player
not be
who's played against the
split pushing
Hell
Yeah,
or
don't
Terra or
panic,
anything
we
like
got
that,
you.
it's like,
Yeah.
oh my god, how
Now
do we
is
deal with
not
these
the
things
time to
without Onk?
fucking split push.
Here's the deal. Horrific Emblem has been better than its pick rate for basically its entire
going
existence. It's
fucking
already very
Cyclops
strong.
camp, so
Now
we'll
gaining
just-
that Onk effect where it's reducing enemy healing and enemy shielding.
Yeah.
In addition to reducing their movement speed, attack speed, and power, I believe.
Actually, the power is gone because
oh, that's
we
right.
had this in the playtest.
That's right. It
We
was
tested it and we were like,
insane.
well,
Thank you for-
Perfect kind of does a little bit of everything.
Yes.
So
Turn it back
we
just a
wanted to
little
make
bit.
sure that it was a little bit
and
more
still
focused,
stole
right?
XP
We
that
were
I need.
getting
Right.
the debuffing,
Right.
but not replacing other debuffing effects.
Exactly. So yeah, excuse me, no power removal, but now doesn't have that attack speed slow or power removal. Instead, still does the giant slow,
Yep.
and now gives you that Onk effect of the reduced healing and anti-shielding.
There's a lot of testing that goes into that. It's like matches and matches and matches.
And then he
Yes.
just walks away when
rock
we're
and
still
roll. All
camping.
right, so next up, another pretty simple one. We got beads on the docket.
Are we farming
Yeah,
or
so,
not?
Too, actually.
Yeah, Shell. Well, fortifying Shell is great
Thankfully,
and all, but
I'm
Phantom
on the
Shell,
funny
you gotta
whale.
beat it.
Phantom Shell's the go.
Yeah, knew that we needed something to deal with those types of walls,
Yep, and they're just gonna
Odin
walk past me.
cages, Yamoja ults, all that.
Now
type
they'll
of
go
stuff.
in.
Fortifying Shell, very, very
course they
good at what it did, but Phantom Shell just felt like such a requirement.
And here's the thing, right, is that Fortifying Shell had a really strong effect against basic attackers.
Yes.
Just hold on a minute. We got
Yeah,
something for you. And
you
just
know
wait
we
for
got
it.
you.
We got you.
You know we got you.
Basic attackers are not running free.
Nope.
All right, so now we're at beads.
Yes.
What's going on with beads?
Beads,
Yes.
super simple. Temporal beads, awesome, super fun, really interesting to use. Chaotic beads, had to get nerfed instantly upon its introduction. Never was allowed to return to relevancy after that.
Yeah.
We don't need it. It's going to be temporal beads all the way.
Temporal beads all the way. Okay, so now we're on to Thorns, the
Oh,
give
wow.
the damage back item.
It's zapping the crowd. I don't want them to have to hear this. Like, we're buffing Thorns, and
Okay,
it's just going to be rough.
hold on.
It's going to be rough.
You heard it here first. Right there first.
Yeah. Sorry, Zap, if you're here.
So Shield of Thorns is a very interesting one, right? Because it's always a bit between the lines of, is it OP, is it not OP? You know, is it frustrating to play against? So instead of us buffing or nerfing Thorns in a particular way, we are completely reworking Thorns
Yep.
to work more closely to Aegis of Judgment.
Okay, okay.
So Aegis of Judgment, you know, it had this idea of taking this damage, storing it, and exploding it out.
Yeah.
No way I get away
Great
with
idea.
backing here.
didn't really fit for backline, was more designed for a frontline type effect. And
Yeah.
Thorns already felt very
Oh my
unfair
God, he
to
will
play
be back.
against whenever you could just activate it and no one can hit you for that time, and all of a sudden you're doing a million damage.
All right, let's go for Glad
Now,
Shield here.
It does a little bit of the defensive idea. It gives you a defensive buff when you activate it, receiving that damage mitigation. But you also then can explode in that area and deal some extra damage after you've taken up that damage. And it's pre-mitigation, you know, it's all that kind of stuff. We just wanted to add a skill element to Thorns, you know? That's the real idea of it, is that now you have to, there's counterplay in, oh, if I can create distance between myself and this enemy who's using Thorns, I'm not going to take nearly as much damage as if they can stay on top of me.
Yeah,
which is
and
part
part of the
skill
Thorns
set.
user themselves, right? They also get a bit of a buff because before you could activate it at a you know, not ideal time, and you kind of just get nothing.
Right.
So now you at least get a bit of mitigation, so there's just more chances for there to be a situation where you're like, yeah, I used my Thorns and I used it well.
More use cases. And for those of you who are like me and like to build it on cruising bow and then go double spikes and just really do all the damage, just dive the back line, you'll be fine. So
Yeah. One more thing about Shield of Thorns, by the way, is that the Tier 1 and the Tier 2 do the normal thing with the cooldown when you upgrade it. Tier 3, we're taking from Thorns of Sapping Strength, which is going to be when you are hit, you get a little basic, any basic attacks on you will do the cooldown reduce moment
The
that was
cooldown
from
reduce
before.
moment.
Yep,
Got it.
exactly.
So if you like
I know
cooldown
it works.
reduce moments, this is for you. All right, so next on the list, we're talking Sundering Spear.
Cool deal.
Sundering Spear has been a pretty clear winner on Sundering Blast. You know,
Yeah.
Sundering Siphon, we all had our fun.
Well, one of them
beginning the
literally
game,
doesn't
you know,
do what the
tethering
relic is there
people,
for,
but
and
Sundering
the other
Blast
does,
has
so
been very
gee, I
effective and
wonder
very
which
fun to
one's
use.
better.
Pretty easy call here. We're getting rid of Sundering Siphon.
Yeah.
All right, easy. So we have two more. First teleport fragment. Let's talk teleport.
Yeah, teleport was another really close one, right? Because there
Yeah,
were situations
TP
where
losing
persistent
out.
teleport goes kind of crazy, right? You're just fighting all the time.
I mean,
you're
it's
constantly
literally
brawling.
just,
You want to be able to teleport as much as you possibly
do you
can.
want to keep
However,
the one
there
that's
were
good in
times as
pro
well where
or the
heroic
one that's good in
teleport kind of goes crazy. You show
not
up,
pro?
You show up to a fire giant, you teleport behind them. Situations like that where you can really get into the thick of things right away.
Yeah.
That was really, really fun for heroic teleport, which gave it that really cool option of going into it. So we're giving, whenever you teleport with persistent teleport, you get a heroic style buff, just not as strong and for not as long.
Yep, just a little, again, this is one of those combination effects where we're taking a little bit of this and adding it into persistent teleport. You lose that opportunity to use heroic all the time, but we think it'll feel pretty good.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so I'm gonna pull the crowd on this one. We cooked up a new relic. Y'all want to see that?
A new relic?
Okay. I think that was a yes. So
I think so.
How about you tell us about Divine Barrier?
Divine Barrier, a brand new relic. It's been a while since we've added a whole
It's
new
been a long
relic
time, man.
to the game, which is really exciting. We wanted to go with some, relics are uniquely powerful effects that are usually a little bit more niche. You know, you're not always getting crowd controlled, but when you do, you really want purification.
I
beads.
wouldn't call beats
You're not
niche.
always, say, sieging, but when you are, having a very powerful effect there can be really beneficial, or when you're defending against a siege. That was kind of where this idea started, and then we were able to
Okay.
find some really cool use cases outside of just sieging.
Yeah.
But playing around objectives, playing around sieges, that's what Smite is about, and that's where Divine Barrier comes in. So
Yeah.
Divine Barrier is a 40-unit wide wall of Divine Light that reduces the damage of all enemy basic attacks that pass through it by 30%. Additionally, if you enemies that walk through it are slowed. So we didn't want this to be
Okay.
the primary use for it. You know, Horrific Emblem is the premier slow my enemy
yeah.
in combat effect, but it needed to do something besides block these
Yes.
ranged basic attacks.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It needs to be applicable for other characters besides the ranged ones. And
Exactly.
this effect also gives it that really good zoning tool potential for when you're playing around Fire Giant. 40 units is a pretty sizable range.
That's a wide
You
wall.
could
Big.
block off a whole section of the pathway in the Fire Giant with Divine Barrier and make room where your enemies can't really walk through.
Yeah, it is a very good space control relic, which we think is something that we've done on the offensive side with Bracer of Radiance, but we hadn't done a defensive, you know, barrier in this way where Divine Barrier comes in. And then it gets even crazier whenever you get that tier 3, that Blessed Barrier
Crazy wall.
being that tier 3. So of course it's still reducing enemy basic attack damage, but now you can also increase the damage of allied basic attacks by 10%. So a little bit like Thoth Wall,
Yeah.
but for your own team's basic attacks.
That's
So you
cool.
can use it defensively, you can use it offensively, and it's gonna be pretty fun to use, I think.
That's
Awesome.
cool.
I mean, does that sound cool?
So
to
it's
y'all?
just a
Is that
better
all right?
Thoth wall, but on a much
I
longer
heard
cooldown.
I can hear you
I think,
cooking
so.
on it.
I can
That's
hear
cool.
you like theory crafting.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty good. So, all right.
Sounds like it'll be a
obviously,
fun
we
relic.
talked about a lot of stuff. We're going to talk about a lot of more stuff. You're going to have to check out the patch notes a little bit later today. They're on their way, trust me. But you know, it was 28 pages, I think you
It's
said,
long. Yeah,
of
very
stuff
long.
that we were cooking on. And I'm not talking like double space. Like this was single space, magnifying glass text, a lot of stuff. So they were cooking, dude. But that does it for our relics. And now we're staying in the shop. We're staying in the items.
Yeah.
We're moving over to consumables now. So, I mean, y'all saw the keynote. Y'all
Potion
told me
of
that
defense.
already. Y'all saw the new wards.
Bring it back.
But first, let's talk about Mana Chalice. What's going on?
Yeah, unfortunately, in order to make room for these, we do actually have like a consumable limit that we can only have in the store, but when we were getting kind of close to it, our data showed that Mana Chalice was probably hurting players more than it was actually helping them. Wasn't particularly gold efficient, so Mana Chalice is going to be removed from the game.
Bye-bye, Mana Chalice.
I was worried I was going to get some Mana Chalice fans out here, but it seems like there are some Mana Chalice haters, which, you know, we're right there with you. So Mana Chalice is gone in order to make room for the brand new Proximity Ward
I'm
and
chasing.
Raven Ward.
All right, and y'all saw those yesterday,
Okay,
right?
there we go.
Yeah?
Good
okay,
enough.
so we're going to start with the Proximity Ward. What exactly does that do?
So, you know how there are times where you're trying to set a trap around Fire Giant and you're kind of looking for the right moment, but it's kind of hard because you have to pick the moment yourself.
Yeah.
Well, you can also, with Proximity Ward, try and set that trap up yourself. So essentially how this will work is you can place down this ward. The vision range is smaller, but it does last for longer. And essentially, if an enemy walks within 20 units of this ward, they'll be pinged on the map and an explosion will start. So that's
Dear
that,
God, I hate people that
1.5
just
second
walk
countdown.
past you and you're
It will
doing a
explode
buff.
in a 40-unit radius that will slow and reveal everyone hit by it.
And it'll slow them
Most
as well.
infuriating shit.
It
It's just like
pops up,
they've
you do
walked
have an
past
opportunity
you.
to try and basic attack it down,
Yeah.
very similar to the Runic Bomb. Before the Runic Bomb explodes, you can basic attack it. Same with Proximity
well, I
Ward.
guess we're going
but
for
if
this
you
now.
trigger this trap
Yeah.
and you can't kill it in time, then you and your allies around you will be revealed for a long time and slowed for a shorter amount of time
Yes.
and allow the enemy to try and pounce on you right then. So
That's neat.
it's been really fun trying to hide these in like off-kilter ward spaces because Sentry Wards still reveal these. You can still kill them
Yes.
that way.
Yeah.
But if you can kind of put it in a weird spot, maybe they go to pick up their red buff, and all of a sudden the Proximity Ward triggers, they're
the enemies
trapped,
build as
they get
weird as
slowed, they get revealed
balls.
for a long duration of time, and you have significant advantage
Yeah,
over
in
that.
playtest, I have been playing a bit of jungle, you might say. And
Just a bit,
bu-
yeah.
Buying one of these in jungle, throwing it down on a mid camp, and watching the mid set it off, and then being able to go and get the kill, it's so cool.
Yep. And it's also fun to be like, have to be on your
know
toes
what I
a little
want for
bit.
my
and
last
you,
item.
You hear that, you know, you see it, and then you go, oh man, I got to kill this in time before I get revealed for 10 seconds. So
Yeah.
it's been fun to play around.
That's cool. So the next one is super helpful for people like me. I like the Guardians. I like the tanks. And sometimes I'm like, I want to go put this ward on Fire Giant or Gold Fury, but I'm gonna get killed if they're there. Like I don't
Tauron's
want
fine.
that.
Fuck it.
Yes.
Raven Ward has been a boon to that. What does Raven Ward do?
Raven Ward
It's
is
just
really
Ash
simple.
W.
Odin,
It's just
you know,
Ash
has
W.
Ravens, they
lot
fly
of them.
around the
A lot
earth
of
and collect information to bring back to him. Now you have access to his vision through these
did not
ravens
know
as
that this
well.
ward
So
was biblically
it's a
accurate.
75 gold ward.
Fair enough, I
Where
guess.
you can just fire it in a straight line. It will fly over the map. You'll
Got
see
it.
it
They're
very
actually going for
clearly,
fire.
and it will
Shit.
reveal everything underneath it
That's
for a
unfortunate.
short period of time as it passes over. You,
Yeah.
If it hits a god, it will ping them. They will stay revealed
think
for
they
a
were
short
actually on
duration
it.
beyond when they have just left.
Flies by. Okay.
But it's really great for checking out different corners. You know, hey, I'm playing Kukulkan. My support has somehow died for the 10th time. I have no vision on if I can try and get in there and
Please
steal this
don't
Fire Giant. How
make
low is
supports
it?
sound any-
Raven Ward can clear a
any-
path, make sure that I know no
no,
one is going to be
you-
on that line.
we're not the problem
Give me
most
vision
of
of
the
the Fire
time.
Giant. You can see, hey, you know, are they invading? Is the jungler on his speed right now? Can I go over to Gold Fury? Can I make an invade play at purple buff, something like that? I think that there are going to be a lot of really cool, unique uses of Raven Ward because it covers a significant portion of the map.
500,
500 units
is a
not
long
quite
ways.
global, but
it's
it's
a little
close.
under half of a conquest map.
Yes,
It's a little under.
a little under half of the size of the conquest map. So you get
Okay.
significant vision in the direction that you're choosing.
That's really cool. So, 2 new types of wards for those Vision fans out there. If we got any of y'all out there in the audience.
Yeah, eyes, eyeballs, let's go.
A few people.
Awards. We all love buying them.
Maybe more of y'all should ward, all right? That's what I'm getting from that. So, but super cool. Looking forward
Not
to those
inaccurate.
consumables. Next up is kind of big though.
Oh,
This is
it's big.
we're
Big.
moving from a few items to a system here.
Yes.
Yeah.
So from what I'm gathering, we're working on lifesteal.
Yeah, lifesteal
No.
is one of those stats that has needed to stay
No.
relatively weak because of its strength in certain areas. Namely, how strong it is to get a little bit weak in a fight, dip out of the fight, go to a jungle camp, go to a lane, lifesteal off those minions, and then come back. And this
Yeah.
is very similar to the way we felt about healing in the Season of Hope, where out of combat healing was more problematic than in combat healing. And we made a lot of
Yeah.
shifts that we think were very successful in incentivizing in combat healing and not really punishing you otherwise. Lifesteal is going to get a very similar rework, where now you will lifesteal for half the value against non-god targets.
Okay.
So if you dip into the jungle, if you dip into
Okay,
a lane,
but if that's
you're
the
going to
case, you
get
can
a lot
rebuff
less
lifesteal.
from those targets. But
An
it
enemy
means
has
that
been
we can
slain.
put
Yeah.
more significant stat power into the lifesteal stat because it's going to be
Is the
better
cap going
in
back
the
up to
situations where we
75
want it
or
to be
70
better.
or whatever?
So
Or are we just getting a
what you
revert
can
on the
do, what you'll
lifesteal
see
changes?
is that every single lifesteal item has had its lifesteal
Nice.
value increased because you will now lifesteal for more when you're in God combat
Okay.
and lifesteal for less when you're out of God combat.
Okay. So, I mean, we like fighting other gods, right?
Yeah.
It's like the whole point.
Yeah, it's like the whole point.
I could pop cloak. I'm not gonna,
Awesome.
but I could.
So obviously, from what I've seen and from what y'all have told me, this affects every single lifesteal item and a god ability in the
Yep.
game, right?
And buff.
And
And
buff.
buff.
And buff. So everything lifesteal has been affected by this. We can
Yes.
spend the rest of my time up here on stage probably talking about lifesteal.
It's a long list.
It's a long- it's
We're
a
gonna
long
have to look
list,
at the full
but that's
patch
gonna be
notes,
patch note stuff.
obviously,
Y'all gonna have to
later,
check out
but-
all those individual numbers on patch notes, but we highlighted a few things that we wanted to talk about here. So we're going to touch on those now, starting with actually a new item in the
Yeah.
lifesteal category, Crimson Claws.
Yeah, what a better time to add.
I just
new
realized I
items
think it was
than with
solo
the whole
tanking
system
that game
rework,
because I don't
right?
think
With
notes
a whole
actually
year
build tank at
11.
all.
So
Exactly.
first up, we've got a new physical option for those who wish to lifesteal called Crimson Claws. This is upgrading from Bound Gauntlet, so same tree as Soul Eater.
Okay.
Yep.
And so this is going to give you some power, attack speed, and lifesteal. And then of course, the important thing about this item is the passive, which is going to grant you a shield when you heal from enemies at full health.
Okay.
There you go.
Excess
All
healing,
right.
you know, your lifesteal,
That's
but you're
cool.
full. Now you can convert that lifesteal into a health shield. Really good option against some of those dive
That's really
pumps that
nice.
hunters
I
hate
like
so
that a
much.
lot.
Yeah, so if you start that engage right, you get the first couple of hits off, all of a sudden you got a
Imagine
bigger
giving
health
that
pool to
to
play with. You
fucking
can stay in there a
Anubis
little
in the
longer.
80s,
So
though.
Yeah.
super cool. So let's touch
I mean, I
over
love
into
it,
the magical
but also,
item area a little
ugh.
bit and talk about rejuvenating heart. I hear it's getting a little bit of a tune-up.
Yeah, so Rejuvenating Heart was introduced in the Season of Hope, and
Yeah.
it just never really found a home. You know, it just wasn't really hitting the way we wanted it to. So it's completely reworked. It is the same art, but now when you lifesteal off of enemy gods, you distribute some of that healing
I have
from
damaged the
lifesteal
ADC
Okay.
around to your
and
enemy
the
gods.
Nox.
So if you're like me and have a degenerate playstyle of playing Bancroft Jean-Qui, and I want to blink in and just deal as much damage as I can, try and heal what I can to stay alive, now I can distribute that lifesteal out to my teammates and help them in that way. So
Wait,
it won't work on
this
enemies
is
or
good for
minions or
Anubis
anything
support.
Like that. You're not going to be able to sustain your team through clearing waves or anything, but in combat.
But
if
also,
you get
why
a
not
really,
give this
really
passive to
big
Last Gasp, which is
Hazel
only
or
built
really
as a
big
stat stick right
Jonquil,
now?
You know, something like that. This can now, you know, Anubis is going crazy with this.
Oh, yeah.
You can now heal your team through your own lifesteal, which I think is pretty cool.
As a big Anubis player, that means the world to me because you know I'm going to be
Gotcha.
out there like getting those damage stats and the healing stats.
Yep.
Yeah, if you're in my games and you'll be carrying me, it doesn't matter. All right, so moving on down the magical item list, we're talking talons, claws, and fangs here. We want to talk about how those have changed. So let's dive into the Bancrofts.
Yeah, so essentially we wanted to bring up these items specifically because they had some inherent lifesteal interactions within their
Okay.
passive, especially for Bancroft's Talon and Typhon's Fang. Those two are like kind of the premier magical
Yeah.
lifesteal items. And for the longest time, it's been very hard to see these guys in some solid builds that we
Yep.
felt that were competitively
You know what,
viable.
I'm in the
So
mood to play
we are
Anubis
doing some
support now that I'm
adjustments here to
thinking
make
about
sure
it.
that they still feel
Even
in
though it's
line, but
pre-buff.
essentially they're just getting the lifesteal treatment that the other items are, but a couple other small changes.
Okay. So, I mean, that's awesome. We got some bump
Yeah.
ups. And I'm excited to see it. They're good items. They're cool items. And again, as a lifesteal, as Anubis, anything that gives me lifesteal, you know I'm going to be building
Oh,
up
yeah,
to.
you're loving it.
So, So that's going to, again, we didn't talk about all the lifesteal items. There's a lot of them. So if you want to go check out the patch notes, they will be arriving at some point later today. I'd give you an exact time, but then I'd be wrong and then I'd get tweeted at. So keep your eyes open. They'll be there if you want to see all of those numbers, because again, it is so many numbers.
You know what'd be
like,
funny
these
is if I
two
tab over
went
here.
crazy. I thought I didn't sleep, like getting hyped for this, but they were over here like, we got it, man, everything.
Me sitting there tracking down every last individual that had lifesteal in the
Seriously.
game.
Yes, that is
Yeah, we have-
literally
Gilgamesh
what we have
has
to do.
it.
We have a
Yep.
What the heck, man?
Gilgamesh gets to kick things. Gilgamesh is the goat.
Gilgamesh has
So now we're
lifesteal?
talking systems that
I
have
need
been
to play
changed. I
Gilgamesh
think we're gonna
support at some
stay
point.
on that track, talking about systems that have gotten some love. And now we're moving on to items that are great in Conquest and Troll and a lot of other places, stacking items.
Yeah.
Yes.
Stacking items have been a staple of Smite for
Yeah,
a
forever.
long,
Don't you
long
dare get
time.
rid of
We're
stacking
building
items.
Devo's gauntlets 10 years ago, man.
Yep.
It's been forever.
Transcendence
Essentially, what we want to do here with
was
stacking
good
items
on
is make it
every
a little
hunter
bit
for a little
less
while.
troll to build in other modes. That was kind of the #1 point. And number 2, we wanted to
Okay.
encourage people to actually fight while these items are stacking up, because a lot of times you're like, I can't really do anything until I get my power spike of finishing my transcendence, my
Yeah.
warlocks, whatever it might be.
What? No,
I'm not
that's
getting
the
my power
balancing
spike until I'm
factor.
done. But now you're actually very incentivized with these system changes that we're doing
That's
to
the-
go and fight while you're stacking as well.
Exactly. It's pretty simple. This is the way I think of it. Do you
What are
have
they
a lot of
doing?
fun
Like
stacking
doubling the stack
Devourer's
requirement,
gauntlets
but
out there? Is that,
tripling what
like,
you get for
fun?
god kills?
Yeah, it's fun.
Okay.
It's
How
fine.
about stacking Prophetic Cloak? Is that more fun?
Yes.
Right.
All right.
It's more fun.
It's
to
more
stack Prophetic Cloak. It's
Yeah.
a little bit more interactive
Cloak
with the game
tablet.
instead of just last-hitting minions. So now, all stacking items, Devourer's Gauntlets, Transcendence, you name it, you now have to do different things rather than just hitting these gods in order to stack it.
Okay.
And it's set to what those items like to do. So now, these are all the last hit stack items, I should clarify.
Yeah.
Gauntlet
Okay,
Cave's
but you
still
get
the
it from
same.
minions, doubled
The
from
rest of
gods,
these
and they'll be
more
available
about
in
God.
assault now.
Yeah.
Okay.
We want people fighting, you know?
Support,
You're in
right? Yeah,
combat.
people are bad.
So again, I know I'm gonna say this a lot, all right? A lot of different things we could talk about here, a lot of different items, and you'll get to see them later. You'll get to see them on your own time, whenever you want. But we're gonna bring up Warlock staff to kind of give you an idea of what we're talking about.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
What's what happened with Warlocks?
So Warlock staff has been, kind of in and out of the meta in the past several years, right? I say years because
I forgot a
where has it
recipe.
been
I
all
think I
this year?
forgot a
Wow.
recipe too.
Wow, wow.
Right?
So, did you know
The popular
that
build
Warlock
doesn't have
staff
a
in current
recipe.
Smite,
Oh my God.
it takes 100 stacks
Yes.
for you
I
to
didn't
get
know that.
75 health.
Yes, it is not a lot about. It's not a lot
very
about.
much. So
No.
we're doing a lot of stat shifts on this one in particular, and that's why it's very important for us to talk about. But essentially, Warlocks is a special one because you gain stacks of Warlock staff by taking or dealing damage to enemy minions and enemy gods. And the best part about this whole system is that you gain double contribution towards your stacks by hitting enemy gods. So the more that you're fighting the god in your lane, your jungler, whatever
I
it might
don't-
be, you're going to be getting these even
Okay.
faster than before.
Got it.
Yeah, it's
But this
gonna
is
be,
still-
It's,
I don't think
it's
I
not
like
gonna
this,
be
actually.
nearly as grief when you see your Jean Kui build it. I don't know why Jean Kui is my example for every
It's
item,
your
now,
go-to.
but
He's like it.
that's my boy. Now you can build 4th item Warlocks because you can stack it faster
Yeah.
because you're dealing more damage during
Yeah.
that time. So it can
Yeah.
stack up a little bit faster. It allows you to build these items a little bit later sometimes, or time it out to get your spikes at the right time, kind of line it up with the rest of your build. It's been a lot of fun to play test with,
Yeah.
and I think people are going to really like it.
Ideally,
like it.
if you're playing about the same as you were before, you should be finishing these items at roughly the same time. We did a lot of calculation and data gathering and
numbers.
testing
Yeah.
to try and get these at about the same spot. But again, for those players that want to get active, that want to fight, that want to poke, you're going to be getting these faster than you were before. However, there's another very exciting point that I'm sure you guys saw on the notes there earlier. You can now build stacking items in Assault.
That's-
We got it. They're there.
no more fighting for last hits means you can build it wherever you want.
And it's not troll either.
And
so
it's
that's
not troll.
All the
Not troll.
better. So
Much better in Arena, Joust, Slash, Assault, all of these different modes. Stacking items now are basically unlocked, so to speak.
Yeah.
Literally in Assault, but in all those other modes, they're much better.
Yeah, and again, so cool from what you said. It's like two buffs, that's not the right word, 2 bonuses. You get to build them in other modes, and you get to choose what slot you want to put them in because it's based on damage. In late game, you're dealing more. It kind of stacks a little faster.
Yep.
So many new possibilities. I'm excited to see how
I
y'all
don't know how I feel
break
about
into
this,
system and
honestly.
really make
Like, it
powerful.
seems cool, but
They'll always do.
Yep.
So super cool. Next up, more items. We're still in the item zone, But these ones are kind of coming back from the dead. And I swear, if anybody says shoes, I'm gonna fight. I'll throw my shoes. It's not shoes. And you don't get my shoes.
That's not boots.
It's not boots.
That's not boots.
Sorry, Yellow.
All right, so we have 3 cool items coming back. One with a little bit of a rename, starting with Void Shield.
Yeah, you guys remember Void Shield? Yeah, we do too.
It's for you. It's for you. A lot of Void Shield lovers.
Not a lot of mage players out there, I see. A lot of warrior mains. It seems.
There you go. There you go.
Look, we've heard the complaints. You know, Warriors obviously have been in a really weird spot at multiple points this year.
That's true.
And this was one of the biggest community requests, was bringing back Void Shield, maybe another Void item of some kind. Impossible
We'll
to
get to
remember
that
which
one,
one
yeah.
that is.
Yeah. Maybe we'll talk about it.
But we still believe that this going with this stat spread, or you know, preventing power, protections, and health on the same item on its base stats is important. It has opened up the jungle meta a lot. You know, we know that it has affected warriors, and we're looking to address that in a lot of ways. But bringing back these items, this is now going to be in the shield tree, just like Gladiator Shield, Berserker Shield, all that kind of stuff. For physical protection, health, HP 5, and now enemy gods will have their physical protections reduced by 10% when you're in the area. So just like before, won't stack with multiples, but giving these divers an opportunity to deal better damage against those targets that are being buffed up by these really, really strong support auras.
Got it. Super cool. So next up, keeping to the Void trend. This one, the name is a little different, but it's something you might know and love. So it's called Void Domaru.
Yes, Void Domaru is actually going to be an item that you might remember.
Okay.
Void Stone. Anyone remember Void Stone?
Void Stone lovers? Okay, we got a few.
Yeah, so this is essentially a reskin of Void Stone to go into the Spellbound Kusari tree, because that's where we had space. You know, we got a lot of new stones last year, and they're really fun.
true.
They're really
Yes,
awesome.
we were capped out on stones.
We love rocks.
Too many stones.
So we wanted to still bring the effect.
Yeah, but essentially, this is Void Stone renewed. So you've got, of course, magical protections, health, MP5, and crowd control reduction, and then, of course, the aura to reduce magical protections. The best part about this, you can build both Void items on any character.
It's true.
Any
Anyone can build both Void items now. Which
You
is
can be
fun.
one with the Voids.
Yes.
Two of them. All right, so next up, the third item, last item that we're bringing
Yeah, we
back.
got one more.
Anybody fan of the hammer tree? Anybody like hammers? Okay. So
Wow.
hammer lovers. What about Blackthorn hammer? Okay. Well, it's coming back. Blackthorn hammer.
Blackthorn Hammer is indeed back.
Comedy?
One of the big complaints we heard when it came to warrior itemization is they didn't have a good power first item to go in order to help them clear minions effectively, trade effectively, and maintain that early game strength that they typically have. So
Yeah.
Blackthorn Hammer is now there to do that, very similar to what it was before. 35 physical power, 250 health, 200 mana, and that exact same passive of when you're over mana, over 25% mana, you gain cooldown reduction, and when under, you gain a bunch of MP5. It's nice
Classic.
and cheap. It's great for trading. You know, it's a good amount of stats.
Yeah.
Very straightforward item. Something the Warriors, I think, have been missing.
Awesome. Well, and those are the 3 items you're going to be seeing coming with year 11, like right around the corner. I mean, you know, once we get back, we'll hit the PTS, but then it's going to be out live, and we're going to be seeing y'all buy those.
That's
and
unfortunate,
make them
but I
look
also
really
don't know
good
why
and
they're
beat me in my
like
games with them.
trying
Stop
to
doing
push that. You
So
know, like I
next
shouldn't
up,
be going over there.
Glyphs.
Yeah, we
Glyphs
got
is-
to talk about
They're
Glyphs.
both
Glyphs
low.
is kind of a new system still, you know, like it's been around for a little while.
Your health
but
is
it's
too
seen
low.
a
We're
lot
not
of
gonna get
change. It's
anything
seen a lot
done
of
if I come
power.
over
We've
there.
seen y'all really
At
take these
best,
enhanced
we gotta
items
kill
and, like,
the
slot
trades.
the different ones into perfect builds. But it's year 11, you know, and year 11, every time we hit a new year, and year 11 is a crazy year to be hitting. We take it, we're like, well, how can we make that crazier? How can we make that more exciting? And I think y'all did a pretty good job with Glyphs. How about you tell us what's happened in the Glyphs?
So, Glyphs before were previously limited to only buying one throughout the game.
No.
Now, you can buy as many Glyphs as you want.
No.
Even.
You get a glyph.
Full
You
glyph
get a
build.
glyph.
Full
You
glyph
get
meme build is happening, chat.
amount of glyphs, I guess. You
Full
get
glyph
6
build
of
is
these.
real, chat.
We knew that having a late game gold sync is important. You know, for those rare games that are going
Full
to 45,
glyph
50
build.
minutes, you need to be able to spend your
Oh
gold.
god.
And with the new relic system and
Yeah.
allowing you to upgrade those relics for free through these quests, that was a late game gold sink that players were losing.
Okay,
we
now we
wanted
need to
them
get some
have
lifesteal.
Somewhere else to spend that gold.
I can go get my
Buying
buff,
multiple
and then I'm
glyphs
gonna
is a great way
rotate
to do
back
it.
to
Awesome.
duo
So
lane.
before we get into, there's a few glyph changes, some new glyphs.
But I wanna get
But
my
before
buff
we get
just to
into
make
it,
sure that I actually
know two of them
have
are not
mana.
making it on
Yeah.
to year 11.
We had to lose a couple to
Yeah.
gain some new ones.
Yes.
So it looks like we're losing Envenom, Deathbringer, and Heavy Executioner.
Yes, both
Oh,
of these
no.
items were useful in certain scenarios. For Envenoms, of course, it is a very strong anti-heal option for crit hunters,
Yeah.
specifically, which was, kind of the problem of that item was that it was only for one certain archetype of
Yeah,
hunters
well,
and was
and-
not helpful for the others. Whereas Heavy Xe,
Like,
it's
after the
really good
nerfs, it
for,
just kind of
your
stopped being
warrior
useful.
jungles, which,
Yep.
can be very strong in certain scenarios, or your just low attack speed characters that don't really care about the cap.
Right.
So we wanted to make sure that we were kind of spicing things up a little bit in
Oh,
terms
no.
of keeping the kind of idea of these items still having really powerful, cool dip effects, but shifting things around a bit.
Exactly.
Got it.
So we wanted to make anti-heal a little bit more accessible to not just crit hunters, as
Exactly.
Jeremy just mentioned. So that meant moving Envenom to Deathbringer, which
Okay.
we'll get to
I
in a
don't even
moment.
care if
But
I die
then
for
we have a new
typing,
Death
honestly,
slot.
in
So
that case.
True. So what
we're
All
not-
that pinging
Deathbringer
for
is not an item
all
that
that
you,
pinging
like, do
for
something like,
attacks
okay,
while
if you
or
know
and
what I
ganks
mean.
while
Its
she's
name
low,
is Deathbringer.
and she
It
can't
has
fucking
one of
push
the
while
most
she's full.
iconic arts in Smite item history.
Yeah.
So we wanted to really get a little crazy with it here with this glyph, which I think we did. So introducing Devoted Deathbringer.
It's a devoted death.
It's a brand new glyph for Deathbringer.
Oh, why did I do that while she was
Multiplies your
ulting?
critical strike chance by 1.3.
And the answer is I'm
Cool, right?
stupid.
And just like Silver Branch Bow, pays
And I
you
don't get
for
away from this.
overcapping attack
I have these
speed,
wards and I just haven't
Devoted
placed them yet.
Deathbringer will pay
Okay,
you
I
for
shouldn't have gotten
overcapping
away from
crit
this.
chance.
There you go.
7 stacks at 8 minutes, by the way.
So
That's
for
not
each
bad.
Little bit every 5% critical strike chance you go over 100%, you gain physical power. Circuit players everywhere drooling,
Yeah.
and understandably so.
Awesome. So
That's
we have one
kind
more
of
to
cool,
talk
actually.
about.
A crit equivalent to Silver
And the
Branch.
name might sound a little familiar. It's called Envenomed Executioner.
Yeah, so with this new slot that we opened up on Executioner by removing Heavy Xe,
Yeah.
it's going to be a lot easier for hunters to get a worthwhile anti-heal and
Yeah,
anti-shield
there you go.
item. That's
I
it,
mean,
right?
that's it.
Just the same thing.
Nice
Yeah.
and simple.
Nice and simple. Enjoy it. Okay, so another system that was kind of new, class passives. You know, they brought a lot. They were a big year 10 thing, and now they're something different's happening with them in year 11. And what is that different thing?
Yeah, so we've heard a lot of discussion about class passives.
Yeah.
You know, the ideas behind them we explained pretty well and what they wanted to do, but we've heard the community that they were causing more problems than they were solving. So as
Not
a result,
really.
in year 11, class passives are removed
Bye-bye.
from the game. No
They're
more
gone.
class passives.
Don't worry about it.
Whoa.
Yep. Like they
This
were never
means
there.
that mages aren't getting their free power, warriors aren't getting their free CDR. We think that this will affect some of the
no.
some of the balance of classes. You know,
Yeah.
we might see more hunters in mid again. We might see more warriors in jungle again. But that's something that we want to confirm with the data.
Well,
of,
and that's
you know, what
fine.
players
That's
get
not
their
a
hands on year
bad
11 before we
thing.
make a lot of preemptive changes
Yeah.
in order to get ahead of it. So we're looking forward to seeing what this does, and you know, this is a big community request that we're happy to fulfill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the other thing about it is that this just solved a lot of problems. At the beginning of the year, we had a meta where, like you said, hunters were just dominating.
Yes.
So we needed a way to kind of shift
Beginning of year
classes
10
around to
hunters
make
were
sure that they were
dominating?
still having all
Huh?
that value.
Yep.
So it solved the problem at the beginning, right? But as the meta
I
went
playing the
on,
same game?
as
They're wait, hold on.
mage items
Are
got
we sure they're
buffed,
talking about
whatever it
Smite?
might be, it just didn't really work anymore. These
Sure.
solutions were creating
Hunters
more problems than
dominating
they
at the
were
start of
solving.
year
so
10?
Essentially, instead of continuing to maintain this, play around with it, we want to just make sure that the items themselves are very sound, and no more managing an
Hank.
invisible 10%
cry.
cooldown. No more managing any of that.
Yep.
It's just going to be your stats are your stats. No worrying about any of the other
Boom.
stuff. So
So yeah, and like we
That's
said,
gonna be it.
did it for y'all. Y'all told us, maybe not with the passives, and we dig that kind of feedback. The more
classives,
y'all
if
tell
you
us,
will.
the easier it is for us to shape
You
this
know
into the most fun thing ever.
I'll take that
It's gonna
trade.
be a really hype year 11.
She's
so.
not tank.
Okay,
She's just
so
not
we talked
taking
a lot of
damage.
shop with
Awesome.
balance. It's super
Awesome.
cool. There's still more to come. I mean, obviously we got game modes we got to talk about. But let's talk about some of the other content you're going to expect to see. Some of the new events
Give me
and
game
some of the
modes we
changed
gotta
events
talk
you might
about.
see,
Hold
as
on.
well as some cool
Can't just
cosmetics.
say that.
Starting off with Year 10's Commendation Award. So we've made it through Year 10. This is the kickoff of Year 11. It was an incredible year, and we were super excited to see all of y'all get into the game and help us define these metas and help us create all this cool content. And the Commendation Award y'all saw, I mean, I think it was February of last year,
Oof,
so it's been a long
Arachne's
time.
typing.
But now it is ready.
And
for those
Atlas
of you
is
who have played the
somehow
game,
not
been a
being
teacher,
targeted
it's
by the
been
tower.
A great time. You're looking forward to getting Gilded Glory Ishtar. So a super cool thing that should be coming to y'all with year 11.
One of the best card arts we've done.
Honestly.
Insane card art.
Insane card
No
art.
bias at all, by the way.
None whatsoever.
Really? Wow, that's crazy.
Nope.
So again, you'll be looking forward to this as we kick off into year 11. So let's
not
talk year
typing.
11 though. Let's talk
Controller dead.
rewards.
That's unfortunate.
Who's
As
ready
someone
to
whose
hit
mouse
the ranked
occasionally
grind
crashes,
in year 11?
ouchie.
Ranked players? Okay. We got some ranked players out there. All right, so obviously, when you're playing ranked, you're going for the rank, you're going for the title, but you're also going for some cool rewards. And there's a good handful of them, but the one we're gonna highlight right here is a new skin. We have Cyber Chief Ravana. And this is your year 11 ranked reward, right?
It's dope.
It's dope.
This skin theme is just incredible. I love all the small details too, and he
Yeah.
really looks badass, man.
I love
Yep.
the cash money, so I mean, I'm all about it, on that grind. So, well, first off, I guess before I keep talking, might as well see it in game.
Gotta do it.
Gotta do it. Had to do it.
Had to do it to him. Just like Robin has to do it to you
Yeah.
whenever he's, fixing your face, so to speak.
Rearranging it in some way.
Yes.
So, for those of you who aren't familiar, the way that these ranked rewards work is that this skin, once the ranked grind starts, is waiting for you. You know, for those of you who know how to how we do those diamond grinds, and every time we launch a new god, kind of the same thing here. You're gonna grind that rank, you're gonna work for these rewards, and once you hit that tier, once you hit the I'm getting Cyber tier, it's yours.
Yep.
So, rush there if you want. Tweet, day 6 of the new year, like already
Day
got
6. You think it's not going to be done on day 1?
it. Okay, I guess I underestimated.
75 wins is a little not much for day 1.
That's true. No, look, we have some
If you
speedrunners
get
out
75
there,
Oh, yeah.
speedrunners
games
that
in on day
So
one,
this will be your
I'm
year 11 ranked
impressed,
reward.
but also concerned.
For grinding the rank.
Also, that
So
arrow
obviously
was
there are other rewards. You can
miles
check those
away
out
from
on the
me.
update notes when they,
Like,
when
holy
they come
shit.
to the world. But I hope you're looking forward to getting this, and I hope y'all are reaching for new heights this year, hitting that year 11 rank.
We don't want to get this yet.
So next
We'll
up, let's
upgrade
talk
this,
chess. We have a
and
year
then
11
grab
chest we want to
this.
talk about, specifically the Undead chest. And the Undead chest has the Undead Fenrir, and we got card art for that right here.
One of my favorites from this patch, I do believe. It's.
I feel like
it
I'm
looks so
rotating
sick.
between
Yeah.
all 3
It looks
lanes.
so
Everyone is
cool.
struggling,
He's got a lot
and
of
yet
really small,
the
spooky
Scotty's like,
details,
oh,
like he's got a lot of bones sticking out places where, they probably shouldn't be showing,
Yeah,
but
typically not.
he's undead, so
He's
he can do
undead.
whatever he
It's-
wants.
He's cool. It looks like does he have a lot of little friends in his
Oof.
stomach there? I see
Yes.
those look like eyes. So cool.
Friends.
I just wanted to make sure that I was the right level of disturbed when looking at this. So this will be available with the year 11 update in the Undead chest.
Yep.
So next up, we're gonna see it in game. 'Cause, I mean, you have to. That's how it is.
It's where it's at its best for
Yeah.
sure. Because these little trails on his hands are really, really cool. I love those.
Yeah.
Why
I
are we
just
not
love
pausing?
the color as well. Like he's just kind of this almost frozen sort of soul that's come back from the dead to haunt you guys and pick you up and put you under a tower.
Yep.
Yeah, we're really kicking off year 11 with a lot of the goth graveyard vibes. So,
Yeah.
oh, what
What's
is
that?
that? Huh. We'll have to talk about that a little later, I guess.
We'll get
huh?
to that.
We'll get there. We'll get there. You got a theory crafted. Huh?
They want it broken.
They want
I
it
still let him
broken?
break it.
They want to break it.
I mean, you might as well break it. There you go. How can we say no to that? Come on. Wait, what is that? What is that?
Holy crap.
I've never seen that before. Not recently.
The people love their scepter.
Really?
Say what you will, but you have to admit, people love the scepter.
People love the scepter.
They can't get enough scepter.
All right, and
We'll be talking more about
We'll
that
get the
soon.
scepter later. I have one more cool thing to talk about, though, and it's called the Immortal Honor event. This is a new type of event coming with year 11.
Why are they?
And
Wait,
again,
why
it's
is
one
the
of
team
those-
mad at me?
We're bridging the gap between Smite 1 and Smite 2. So the Immortal Honor event is going to last all year. It is an entire year-long event, and it's going to be 2 skins per update. That's 24 skins for those of you who are up way too late and don't want to do math. So when it launches, 2 skins. Next update, 2 skins. You get the idea, and every single one of these skins
Yeah,
is
and
going
I'm
to
not
be
the reason
part
that
of
we're
the
behind
Smite 2
right now.
cross-gen system. So if you get any of these skins,
I'm doing my
the moment
job,
that we kick Smite
except for
2
when
in
I
and you're
miss.
on there playing and testing out the beautiful new everything, you're going to have these skins ready and waiting for you already on
Well, that's
your account,
unfortunate.
and we're super excited about that. So that means a lot of things. That means that there are a lot of cool skins you can get. That means there's a whole year's worth of skins you can get. But my favorite part about this, for those of you who
Scotty,
like theory
I'm
crafting,
not after earlier.
is
Okay,
every skin
buddy.
that you're going to see released is a god skin. And god skins belong
This
to
is winnable.
gods. So theoretically, if there's a god skin that's cross-gen for Smite 2, that means that god has to be part of the Smite 2 like opening roster, right? So as all of these skins come out, every time you see one, you'll be able to be like, confirmed Smite 2. So you'll start
That's
to get
neat.
an idea of what our opening roster is going to be.
Yeah.
Honestly, I
So,
wouldn't have assumed that.
let's talk
I
about
would
the
have
first
figured
two
that
skins
there
that
would
you're
have
gonna
been
be able to get
possibility
with
for them to be.
this.
I
The
realized
first
I
of
should have
which,
run an ad break. at the beginning of
Firefly
the
Soul.
stream. It's okay.
A really, really cool.
A really
soul
good
skin.
soul skin.
Really, really cool.
Such
And
a
it's
cool
sweet that
theme.
you're
an
getting
alright
it
skin.
both in Smite 1
And
and
mid.
Smite 2
Yeah.
with this event,
Yeah,
which
dude.
is really dope.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see all of the materials in Smite 2 as well, but it looks incredible
It does.
in Smite 1 as well.
It really does.
It really, really does. I mean, I'm a fan of the colors. I'm a fan of like that cybernetic mesh the wings are made out of. It's
Yeah.
just, this skin line always has a lot of power for me.
Yep.
So it's super cool.
Unfortunate.
And again, this is going to be part of
Don't worry, they won't know what to
the
do about the
Smite 2
ward.
system, right? The wings and everything, so cool. Now, I told you
Hi,
already,
Atlas.
this is a cross-gen skin. So we have a Smite 2 render of what this is going to look like when you're over there in Smite 2. Now check that out. Right? Now
The
imagine,
materials just pop
Yeah.
like crazy in UE5.
and this is a render, you know? Imagine the effects that you just saw in Smite 2. Like all of that in Smite 2, it's going to be incredible. So
Yep.
this is one of the first two launching with year 11. The next one, I love this one. We have Blobmir Ymir. Look at our boy.
He's a blob. Yeah, he's a blob.
He's a little guy.
He is the
That,
blob.
that's a
I
blob,
mean,
all
he's like
right.
one of the blob, right?
Shout out to the Blob, the real one too.
So, I mean, Ymir, it's hard to make Ymir look bad. You can make him look scary, but it's hard to make him look bad. And look at that friendly face, dude.
He looks cute.
That is the face
Give him
of
a
a very
hug.
kind blob.
Nope.
Look at him, dude.
I love the glow.
I was going to say positively
Was
glow.
worth a
Yes,
shot.
absolutely.
That wall is just goopy.
I'm going to say it looks like a booger, dude. That's a booger wall.
This is winnable even though we're
Yeah,
down
no,
a
we're
player.
different Smite one, but
It's
Yeah.
gonna
we'll
be
get to
rough
that.
though, especially if
So super,
going
super
after
cool. The sound
random
effects
kills.
are so fun. Anytime we do blobs, the sound effects are always the best. I wanna see that ult though.
Instead of
Where's the blobby
objectives.
ult at?
because objectives are gonna be how we win this.
Awesome.
Ymir go boom.
And a quadra kill. Very impressive. And of course, Smite 2 render right here.
It looks so good.
It looks so good.
Look at him.
Look at his happy little face.
Oh my god, okay,
You
that's
can
just a
really
funny
tell.
skin and
Yes,
I love it.
this is one of the
The-
ones that you
the-
can tell the difference.
The
Yeah.
texture as well really reads
Yeah.
through
Yeah.
the transparency and the glow. It just feels so magical. It feels like it's actually a bunch of blob.
A bunch
Whatever
of
that
blobs.
may be.
Yeah. And again, I mean, y'all saw the cool stuff with Ymir. You saw the keynote. The wall is knocking you around. All kinds of cool stuff. So get excited for that. Get excited to play that. So with this event, again, it's a year long, and there's 3 ways you can purchase into this if you're interested in doing so. First up, we got the buy all. You know we always got the buy all. If you want to hit it for what I'm pretty sure is the best
I think
price
this
you
is
can get it,
winnable.
day one, you just click
Like,
buy
it's not
all.
gonna be
For the rest
easy,
of
but
the
this
year,
is
you are
winnable.
getting 2 skins every single update. You'll have 24, it's technically 48 skins, because you have 24 in Smite 1, 24 waiting for you in Smite 2. So if that's what
But
you want,
also,
It's legacy gem, so I'm
Scotty and the Pele
Yeah,
are
so
mad
you
at me,
double-
and it's funny.
yeah, it's
2.5
legacy
gems.
gems. Yeah, because you're still spending gems.
But
in
also,
Smite
this
1,
is
which
winnable.
means you hit Smite 2.
Especially if
those are
Poseidon,
legacy gems
I don't know
for
why
you.
he left.
It's not like we've already cut off the line. Like, no, it's still going. So there you go. If you're not into it, you're like, I want to see what the skins are. You can do it in chapters. So as we continue through the year, there are going to be checkpoints, and it's like this chapter 1, chapter 2, and so you can say, hey, I want this chapter. I like all of them in this one. Chapter 1 didn't do it for me. Grab the chapter if that's what you want.
Yep.
Or just buy them individually. It's really up to you. You know, if you're like, oh, you
Damn.
know, that one's great. The other ones, I don't play those guys. That's fine. Pick the one you like. You're good to go. Doesn't matter which ones you get, though. They will all be ready when Smite 2 hits. So, super excited for that. So now we get to go back into game for something.
Oh, I'm
And
excited.
it's something you might have seen a couple seconds ago and might have yelled and screamed about a little bit too. Y'all wanna learn more about that comet we were showing you?
A little comet action.
little comet action, a little scepter action, maybe?
Skeptor?
Yeah, all right, let's
Skeptor?
do it. Let's check it out. Oh, hey, it's Soul. I know that.
So Newt's
This is going to get degenerate really fast.
Yeah. All right, well, you got to break. You got to break it.
You have to break the rock.
That's
So-
cool. It's like golden experience.
Yeah,
That's right.
so essentially Newt might not be here yet, but her influence sure is. So as you'll see,
So she doesn't want to take a
comments will
4v5,
start
but she's
flying
willing to
across
take
the
a
sky
1v2 at half
90
health.
seconds into the game.
90 seconds in. That's quick.
And so they will appear in every lane throughout the match, but one lane at a time, and you'll be able to fight over them with your lane opponents. They get damaged by basic
there.
attacks, and once you break it, there will be an interceptor awaiting whoever will stand there.
The last in the circle.
So each little chunk will give you 3 experience and 5 gold. So it does give you some marginal advantage for being the one with the pressure enough in lane to be able to collect those chunks. They'll pop off in your direction whenever you basic attack them, so it won't go towards your enemy.
Okay.
But enemies, if you basic attack it, enemies can pick up the chunks that you create,
Ouch.
which is something that you have to be a little bit worried about.
Yeah.
And then once the scepter has, the
I
scepter will
love the
last for
fact
90
that she's
seconds,
like,
and in
she's
Conquest,
saying 4v5
30
as the
seconds after
reason.
a
And
comet
it's like,
is
dude,
killed, a new one
yeah,
will
that's
spawn.
why we need
Yeah.
to
They
do
are-
but
they are
also
like-
you're
they are
running into
showing up.
1v2s.
They are frequent, right? So
Got it.
you'll be able to
Oh, well.
move from lane to lane if you're a support, helping out, grabbing those comets. It's really added this fun new dynamic where, I didn't see a comet until the 4th or 5th one. I wish I would have gotten earlier, or I'm getting tons of comets in my lane and it's forcing me to fight a lot. It's been really, really fun to play around.
Yeah, when I tell you, as a jungler, I'm looking for that mini-map icon
Yes.
right away, and I am
Immediately.
slamming it down to that lane because they're just so fun to fight over, man. And it's got the monetary reward, it's got the clear reward as well. It's really everything
this
that you
is
could
winnable.
want
We just
as an
need to
objective
actually
fight
play
over
the damn
in
game.
the literal middle of the lane.
The literal. Okay, that's hard
Exactly.
to say. So
Yeah.
I have 2 questions about this. First
That's
of which, what game
something
modes are
that-
we seeing in the comment?
Oh, all of them.
Yes.
All
Of
of them?
course.
That's a comment in every
At
game
least
mode.
one
Okay.
person on this team
Does
seems
that mean
averted, too.
Scepters in every game mode?
Yes.
Yes.
Whoa, that's a lot of scepter.
Yep.
So the second one, and this is important for me, is what happens if you're standing under it when it lands?
You will take damage.
You'll take some
And get
damage.
knocked back.
You get knocked back.
And
so
get knocked back? Okay.
don't get bonked on the head by the comet.
Don't get bonked on the head. All right.
You
I
can
am
get
issuing
hit in the head with a
challenge to
rock
anybody
in
who likes
Smite
playing
now.
Solo lane.
Well, not now,
If,
but
or I guess
next
more
patch.
Gilgamesh in general.
Nice.
If I ever see a clip of a Gilgamesh kick into a comet land for a god kill, I don't know what I can give you, but
Yeah,
I'll give you
I
something.
would be impressed.
We
Yeah,
can, some gems could happen.
I will hype you up because that'd be a play. So take this as a challenge for me. That would be awesome.
Yes.
So we'll be back to Conquest in just a second, but we have some other game modes to talk about. Starting with Duel. Now, Duel's kind of gotten this system going that I think
I was
y'all should really
tanking.
dive into.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
So
we
in
didn't get a lot of
10-13,
team fighting going,
we
but I was
introduced a new
tanking. I didn't have
system
time to
that
get
banned
Cloak
out
fully
the
stacked,
top
but
25% of gods in
close.
Duel. And so far, the reception has been incredible. It really seems
Yes.
like the meta has shaken up a lot. We're seeing a lot of new gods that
Yeah.
we never really got a chance to see before in Duel, and so we're really, really happy with that whole idea. But of course,
So
it's not
my
gonna
issue with
stay
this-
the current way that it is forever. It's going to get some changes, shift up between patch to patch. So for this patch specifically,
What I don't like about
we
this
are
system is that
employing,
there's no
the kind of
casual duel,
strategy
so you can't
to
just play
take a
who
look
you
at
want in
10-13
Duel.
and what gods did really well in 10-13. So we'll be taking the top 12 of those guys, and we'll be pulling them into a new band system. So
Okay,
we've got
we can-
new bands.
We got a
to talk
graphic we
about.
can show for that. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty simple here. The top 12 gods in this new duel format were these 12 on your screen.
Right here, the
It's
ones you can
16,
see.
I'm sorry, 16.
Or 16, excuse me.
That's
the top
even
16.
more. That's 4 more.
These gods will now be banned in Duel in 11.1.
Bye-bye.
The bottom 16 gods that were previously banned in the last pass will be unbanned.
They're coming
so
back, okay.
those will be now available in Duel.
Watch it just be the
11.1.
same.
These
Watch
on
it just be
your
the
screen
same
here.
32
And we're
rotating in
leaving
and out
the top
16 at a time.
16
That would be
gods, the
hilarious.
best 16
That would
gods
be
in the game
hilarious.
in 12 and or 10, 12 and before
Got it.
will remain banned.
Oh wait, I got solo.
These are the types of
Fuck.
things we will be doing for each update in year 11, where we
Okay.
are going to be. It's not just going to
well,
always be this exact same
tragic
rotation
list,
because
yeah.
it would be the exact same list most of the time.
Yeah.
But rotating
Tis
this dual ban
unfortunate.
list in order to try and keep that mode feeling a little bit more fresh.
Yes, and the
Got
important thing is we really want to recognize the tiers of gods as well, because you could argue that these gods that are remaining banned, these are like the S tier dual
Right.
characters. So essentially, our strategy is going to change throughout the year of how we're rotating through these S tier characters, because we understand there are some Hu Yi mains, some Anher mains, people that love to play Kali, Bakasura, whatever it
Yeah.
is. we want you guys to still be able to play that, but we want to make sure that it's not going to be overwhelmingly only S tiers back in case, you know, you still want to ban them with your 12 bans throughout the whole duel phase.
Yep.
Yeah, super cool. So Joust is next. I like saying super cool a lot. It's kind of, I'm hearing it the more I say it. So next up we have the Joust map. And the Joust map has kind of a short and sweet change, I think.
Nice and
Reverting
simple.
it to
For
the other
year
map.
11, Joust will be on the Jade Corruption map.
Yeah.
Jade Corruption is
So-
back. Jade Corruption fans out there?
Should be something that our fans are pretty excited about. This
Yeah,
is one
it's
of
a
our
good
more
map.
popular maps, and we're excited to see the Joust ranked queues be thrown down.
The important thing to talk about here,
the
though,
dual
is that
map
we made
is
a
just-
lot of
it's
changes
not
to the Sky
a
Joust
good
map
Joust
that
map.
help deal with the anti-tank meta that we were, not necessarily anti-tank meta, but dealing with the double tank meta by
Right.
introducing some anti-tank features. So what you'll
Okay,
see is a lot of those
okay.
features have been ported over to this map. So
Yep.
we'll see a new Void Camp that's going to be providing some anti-tank, as well as updating all of the existing buffs, including the red buff and the blue buff, and the speeds, you know, remaining the same because there's no speed on the other map.
Yeah.
But everybody's getting a little bit of update. The tower, as well, is still going to be doing protection shredding when you get hit by it. So these features that really help to diversify the duel, or sorry, not duel meta. We were just talking about duel meta, but
Yeah.
Joust meta on a different map is going to be remaining. And also, by the way, I guess we should mention that duel
Okay.
is staying on the Sky map.
There you go.
Yes.
In the skies. So awesome. Now we're moving on to Conquest.
Oh.
Conquest has
This is big.
a lot of changes, and y'all were able to tour some of those again with the keynote and with some of the stuff that's happening. But we're gonna dive in and talk about some of these really cool things you can expect to use and play with as part of Year 11.
Yeah,
And,
a lot of map changes here for Conquest. So, go ahead.
No, you're completely right.
just
So,
pumped.
I mean, first off, we always got to talk. Every year, the map gets a little bit of a change in its looks. So,
Yeah.
let's start off by talking about that. What has changed visually about the Conquest?
So the biggest change you'll see is, of course, you know, random things across the map have gotten a bit of freshening up. But the big picture changes are all about the bases. We love to talk about the bases because that's where that's where you end up at the end of the game, right? You got to look
Yep.
at something pretty when you're winning, or hopefully not losing your matches. So first thing that's changing is the order base. We had a nice kind of like interior space, which is really cool to see, but we're opening it up a bit. We want to have the night sky be available to everyone to look at, right?
Yeah.
Because of
Yep.
course, Newt's on her way.
There's somebody on the
So
way.
we're seeing a lot more kind of celestial influence. The kind of cloth material going through all
Now
the
I can
different
just- okay,
faces
well,
are going to be a little more emphasized.
I start
And then, of
backing
course,
and then
over
get
the chaos
typed at.
side,
I'll just
I'm
get
sure
it
you
next
guys
time I
saw
go
it.
back.
There's a gigantic lava
The
fall.
lava fall.
I didn't get
It's
tossed.
excellent.
That's
It's so cool.
annoying.
So
but
cool.
Oh well.
And I think one of the best ways to talk about this stuff is to start
I
seeing
don't
it in
like
games. We're gonna
being
dive
told
into the
to do
maps,
things
keep your
I'm
eyes
already
open
doing.
for the
It is
basins of some of the changes. But we're going to start talking about some of the camps now. So
Insanely
first off, we just got
frustrating.
the camp that's moved around. We have the green buff and the chest camp.
Yeah, so previously, green buff and chest camps were not where they are right now. They were swapped.
Yeah.
So in year 11, we have swapped the location of the green buff and the chest camp. This puts green buff a little bit closer to the duo lane, makes that easier for the support to go and grab while remaining in duo, which is something we've seen more and more of as year 10 has continued.
Yeah.
The supports have wanted to stay in lane. Now it'll be a little bit easier for them to do so, which should be really fun. The green camp will also spawn the roaming harpies just like they
I like
have
how the
in year
Nua's
10,
agreeing with me, even
but
though she literally
it was
just
the
did this
gold
with
camp,
telling
we
me for
didn't want
recipe
those,
while I was
coming in the
backing.
lane, going
Nice.
into tower, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. All right, cool. So this next part, super cool. I'm excited
buy
about this
pots,
one.
and that's
We all know
actually going to
Chester,
suck balls.
Cyclops Rogue, hiding in
Oh,
a
there he
box
is.
in the jungle. There he is.
Chester.
So Chester
'Cause
apparently
he's in
has
a
a
chest?
friend who does something a little different than provide you some speed.
Yeah, so we've got Chester 1 and Chester 2.
Chester 1?
They're our
Chester
boys.
2.
We love them.
Yep.
So essentially, every so often, there will be a new version of Chester that shows up. So this one first here that you're seeing, same as always, movement speed in the area, and they'll still spawn in the same kind of mechanism where it's going to be equal across both sides. But the movement speed's not the exciting part. There's a new option instead of movement speed that you might see, and we're calling this the Jungle Shop. So very similar volume here that you'll see, but instead of this yellow circle, it will be a purple circle, and inside of it, you'll be able to buy anything from the item shop.
It's an item shop in the jungle. I mean,
It's an item shop
anything.
Anything.
in
As
the
long as you can
jungle.
afford it.
Yeah, as long as you have the money for it.
Exactly.
You gotta have
so
cash.
it won't regen your HP or mana
Yeah, it's-
like a fountain.
Yeah, it's not the fountain.
It won't refill your chalices like returning to the fountain. But
What?
how often are we stuck in lane? You know, there's so much fighting going on, but we really want to just
That
pop,
does
be
not
able to
fucking reach
buy
that
an
far.
item real quick.
That does not
Refresh
fucking
that
reach
ward.
that far. I call bullshit.
Refresh your wards, anything like that. Now with the jungle shop, you can
Fuck
just,
off.
You're clearing your jungle, you've gotten enough for your Jotuns, you buy it, you keep on rolling. It is really, really potent to be able to upgrade on the fly like this.
Yeah.
And
That's
so we did
fucking
make sure
bullshit.
that it is completely symmetrical, just like the Cyclops camps have always
If
been.
he were
And
on
predictable.
And predictable.
my tower line, he would have been able to hit me through my fucking tower. That is insane.
You have to break
It does not have that fucking range on it.
Nice, it's broken. Excellent.
Excellent.
So it's predictable, like Lermy said. So
Yeah.
Why the
your
fuck does it
first
go so much
Chester
farther
camp
than when I
is
play
a
him?
speed
Come
bump.
on.
He's 2 levels up now.
Excellent.
So yeah,
Fucking
speed
levels
bump.
up.
Speed buff. Well, the next one will be a jungle shop.
Got it.
The last one was a jungle shop. The next one will be a speed buff. That
Exactly.
it will always alternate on both sides.
Got it.
The best part about it is it just keeps the flow going, right?
Yeah.
Back
Yep.
into base is kind of the lamest part of my job, you know, as a jungler. If I gotta stop at some point and I gotta go back to base, you know, it gives you a little bit of a reset, right? But you also just want to stay in the action, keep fighting, get those stacking items rolling, get those relic quests going at the same time, right? So it's just
Fana?
keep you in the flow of action. That's what I'm trying
Fana,
to
you
say there.
need to get here now.
I mean, that's super cool, and I'm looking forward to those jungle games where somebody's like, bro, I never even went back to the fountain, you know? I didn't die, I just bought the jungle, like, we're good. So I'm gonna be trying that at least. It won't work, but I'm gonna try it once or twice. So next up, cooldown and shield camp. I hear that they're not exactly where they used to be.
Have you seen this map? You see anything different about this map? On the
It
sides,
seems
perhaps?
a little bit
Maybe, yeah, like there's something going on the
Yeah, a little-
outside edges of the map.
No.
Potentially.
Camps
Just a
on the
little
outside
bit.
now instead of
Cooldown
the
and
inside.
shield, you know, previously were in that little corridor right before you got in the lane. Something else is there now that impossible for us to say exactly what that is. Yeah,
Yeah.
right here. They,
Don't know what that is.
What could it be?
their house got taken over by whatever that is.
By a
so
cool
they had
floor.
to go to a different
By
part
a
of town,
cool-
which
their
is
house
this
got
outer
taken
edge,
over by a
but it's
cool
very nice
floor.
out here. You get
Damn.
this guy.
I would
he can
really
actually-
appreciate
the
Fana
whole
not
time.
splitting my farm
but
when
this
I
is now
am.
the new area for the
I guess I'm
shield
only A
and
level
the
behind now,
cooldown
but
camp.
it's
So
still
should be a little bit. It's been a very fun area to fight around. You know, just adds a different dynamic to the laning phase, and we think people are going to really like it. Wait a minute, that's the shield though.
Cool.
It's so good, but now it's not in the same spot.
Weird. And you know,
It's on the outer edge now.
in the spot where it was, you know, there will be some Nagas for a little while when the game starts. Just
Yep.
fierce Nagas, you can slay them. Get a
Fucking
key.
bullshit.
But then after 8
Never
minutes,
mind. Well, it's still
have the
bullshit
floor
because he
here.
just didn't get knocked up.
What is this scary and mysterious
Fine.
floor do?
Well,
That's
if
why
you
we're
just stand
going
on it and
breastplate
all these
first.
align,
Wait.
we
Oh, no,
are in
no.
solo buff.
You're
I'm
on
betting
the
he's
other
not
side of the
upgrading
map
TP,
now.
yeah. So
Yeah,
at least
it's
we
the
have that
It's the
going for
teleporters.
us.
We have teleporters now.
New teleporters on the Conquest map. So like Harrison said,
These look
pre-8
cool.
minutes, you're not going to be able to use these. They're going to be taken up by Naga camps that are farmable, you know, golden experience, junglers, go get them. Then after 8 minutes, you can stand on the teleporter. After a short channel time, you will be teleported. You and anyone who is on the teleporter with you
On that platform.
at that time, even if
fuck
they
did
have
Wukong
just
come
stepped
from?
onto it,
Think of it like Horsal.
Kind of like a horizontal.
much like a horror assault, will be teleported over to the other side of the map.
Looks
there-
pretty quick, too, the across the map jump.
It goes quickly, for sure. You can see a debuff there on the bottom right that's counting down around 70 seconds. That's the debuff until you can use the teleporter again.
Yeah.
You can't just pop back and forth, side to side, over and over and over again.
You almost forgot your job.
Necessary intermission.
Yeah. The scepter is back. All right, we can keep going. Scepter's back.
Now you can get back and forth, you know, make a play on the duo side, teleport over, do fire, you
Yeah.
know, things like that. There is also a very loud warning sound, and you are revealed on the minimap whenever that happens. So
Yes.
if you're
Not
paying
even just when you teleport, right? Anytime you're standing on this pad,
Right.
you'll be revealed, right? That's why it's
A
so
sight
important that all this other space around it, it's only the gray area with the purple stripes, and that's what's going to reveal you if you're standing on it. Every other space is safe there. So if
So
you're
there's
trying to
just
trying to
perma
get a little
ward
invade on the purple
space
buff, you know, be a little bit careful
for
about where you're standing.
everyone.
Same idea in solo lane. Just watch where you're standing, or else the enemy's going to see you.
and potentially hear you as
Yeah.
well because of that loud sound. And that should give you some good warning that
here we go.
something's going on.
Oh,
Which Chester might this be?
I wonder what Chester this is. That looks purple.
There it is. So now you can
It's the
open up
item
your item
shop.
shop,
In the jungle.
buy your Brawler's Beat Stick. Doug is particularly rich in this instance, so he
true.
could buy a lot of items, but you
Yeah.
can use it as many times as you want while it's up as
long
well.
And
as
they're
it's
active
open.
for 60 seconds.
You have 1 minute, so it's quick shopping. Wow.
You guys are just bullying Doug.
We
into
have
doing
so
what you
many
want.
new relics, and you're leaving without a... How about we get the new one?
Yeah, we could get Divine Barrier.
Divine
kinda show-
Barrier might be a
show
pretty
what it
cool
looks
relic.
like.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
God fucking damn it.
All right, let's see what it looks like now. That's a big barrier.
Here he dies
That's
again.
40 units.
Very wide. Like we
Very
said,
wide.
really good at cutting off a choke point. Any enemy basic attacks that pass through that,
Less damage.
dealing less damage. Your ability,
Dude,
basic
Woods
attacks
would
that
not
are
have
passing through
saved me.
that, dealing more
Like,
damage.
I needed
And
my
a
fucking
slow if
buff.
they try to chase you. If you're running away in the jungle, like
Also,
maybe you didn't quite steal that fire giant, throw up the wall and bail. They
I
have to
kind
walk
of
through
need
it,
to
they're
make
like,
sure that
nah.
I'm not
And this is
falling
incredibly
behind.
good in sieging too. You just throw this in front of your tower,
Yep.
and they're going to be doing less damage to it.
Yep. You can jump over it. It's like a Giannis threshold. You
Yeah,
know, like
yeah.
you can jump over it to not get slowed, things like that. But
Yeah.
it works pretty well for those types of engagements.
Awesome. Okay, so we have a lot of Comet lovers now, some Scepter fans. Anybody like the Beacon? The Beacon cool?
Yeah, the beacon's
A
cool.
little bit cool? Okay. I've asked y'all a lot of questions. I'm sorry. So the Beacon is still here, but it is not the same Beacon you know. The Beacon has had some changes.
Yeah, so essentially, last year since we introduced the beacon back in the Season of Souls, it had one pretty clear purpose of unleashing the Titans.
Yeah.
Titans are tired now. They fought a lot.
They fought a lot.
They're going to hang out in the base for now. But instead of unleashing the Titans, there's a brand new reward for capping the beacon, and this is the Stygian Barrage.
Okay, that's an intimidating name. What does the Stygian Barrage do?
Well, you see all those pesky enemy towers that are kind of in your way.
Oh well.
Huh. That
Yeah.
has less health now.
The Stygian Barrage will deal damage to all, or the first available enemy structures.
They're
So
like
if the-
active structures.
Exactly. The tier 1's up, it'll deal damage to the tier 1. If the tier 2 is the furthest one up, then it will deal damage to the tier 2.
And even to the Phoenixes.
And even to the Phoenixes.
Okay.
All right, thought we caught y'all lacking, all right? There we go. Good.
They stay ready for the
They stay
comments,
ready.
for sure. So
Alright.
that damage will increase as you cap more and more beacons. So that didn't deal a lot of damage right now, but by the time you're firing off the third Stygian Barrage, it will deal significantly more damage to those structures.
Okay.
Yep.
And it can kill towers. It can be a way to
can just
clear out
finish
the
them
way, never hit a tower, but get all the beacons. Maybe you can deal enough damage to take one down. It will not, however, kill Phoenixes. It can put them to very low HP, but fire minions are such a potent, advantage. Making your Titan exposed is so scary. We didn't want to have you not
That
have
makes
to be
sense.
there in
I'm
order
okay
to
with
kill a
that.
Phoenix. You're going to have to put yourself in at least somewhat of a dangerous
Yeah.
position.
Yeah.
to do so.
I mean, having a Phoenix down opens up the win condition for the other team, right? So we wanted to make
Right.
sure they still have to earn it a little bit. Phoenixes won't go under 10% health, even if they get hit by a
10%.
Stygian Barrage
Okay.
that would kill
This is
them.
what, 7?
Yep.
Same
That's
price
super
as
cool. So
Phoenix
you
from the
mentioned that
tier
it
2. That's
stacks.
kinda
Is
fun.
it if I am the team that gets it all 3 times, I have the best zaps, or does
Nope.
it just keep stacking as you
It just
cap?
gets increased no matter who gets the beacon.
I
It's
don't like
always
that.
going
It
up
should
to
be
that third
rewarding the
stack,
team
and then
that
it will
gets
continue to
it.
do that third level of damage indefinitely.
As long as the game's, as
Ew.
long as there are things to zap. So
Dude, he
cool. That means first
just
one,
left.
Maybe you.
Dude, he
you're not ready to
just
lane,
left. I
like, you don't
just
fight
saw
it
him
out,
go
so
by
that's fine.
cooldown.
That third one though, that's a team fight. That's a team fight on site.
Wow.
So,
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
super awesome.
he's already
I
fucking
always like the beacon because I like the time to go fight in the mid lane. So super excited. And last but not least, we can't not talk about the rock star of the Conquest map, the Fire Giant.
Of course.
Yeah, Fire Giant, I mean, the Titans are a little bit sleepy. They don't want to get unleashed anymore, but the Fire Giant is just getting started still. So he has a brand new attack for your 11 called Firefall. It'll be a giant beam of light that comes down from the sky and follows the targeted god until the move is over, knocking up all gods in the area if it expires. So it'll be in
I'm dead.
the flow of the typical Fire
Unfortunate.
Giant fight. But it'll be this really cool. I think it was shown off in the keynote a little bit as well.
It was.
When you get that Firefall animation, it's awesome.
Yeah, it's partway through. It's a bit of an extended engagement
Okay,
here.
well,
as
I don't
this
really need
poor
magic
Ratchet
procs,
tries to solo the Fire
because
there
Giant.
it
Zeus
is.
and
There
Baron
it
aren't
is.
coming over.
So it'll track you around and then knock up anyone who's around you whenever it's done. So
I want to
you
pick
can
up
use
Chalice,
this to-
and I'm just going to
to
not
do
bother
some
with
pretty
warding until
special
then.
things,
And
you know,
oh, what's that?
set up- Oh,
That's weird. That wasn't
30
there
seconds
before.
is just
so
way too
it's
long
like
to
a
wait,
little
though.
totem.
Very healthy looking
An
rock.
effigy, you might say.
Some would say an effigy. What,
I
tell
wanna
us
go
all about
fight
the
for Beacon.
effigy, Lem.
Yes, so the effigy is now a new feature that spawns when the Fire Giant hits 85% of its health. The effigy has
He's gonna get my fucking
750
tower
health
for
and
it,
no
but
protection,
that's okay.
and it can be damaged by both basic attacks and abilities. When the effigy is destroyed, the fire giant takes 15% more damage from all sources. So be careful when you're killing it, because that includes your enemies too.
Yeah.
Yes, it just exposes the fire giant to taking more damage, so it's a great way to burn it down, things like that. But I think the coolest part of this is trying to really get that raid boss feeling for the fire giant.
Yeah.
Its own attacks damage these effigies. So if you can pull the fire knockup into where that effigy is,
Yeah.
it will destroy it and end up making it take more damage during that time.
Okay.
I mean, we got it.
It's broken.
Like, if we get Beacon,
All
my
right,
mission
well,
here
we
is
talked
accomplished.
A lot of conquest. There's a lot of really cool changes, and I think I always love seeing these changes when we play test them, and when I'm learning about them from these two. 'Cause, like, these two are teaching me stuff all the time. But I think my favorite way to see them is when we let y'all,
Why are
we
we
let the
trying to
community get in
surrender this early?
and really take them for a ride. Like,
That's the fun part.
yeah,
Okay,
y'all
well,
always find
I'm
stuff
gonna
to
lose my
do
tier
that
1 here as
I
soon
would
as
never
Wukong
think of,
decides
and
to
it's
push
always
up,
super
but
cool.
he's
I'm on
across the
Twitter
map.
scrolling
He's still gonna
clips,
get
being
back
like,
before me, though.
Oh, I'm about to go try that in my
'Cause it's
conquest
Wukong.
game. So super excited for all of y'all to see this tomorrow with the Year 11 show match, but also to get your hands on it as we move into Year 11 later
Well,
this
these
month.
won't really do a ton
So we
for
have one more
me,
thing to talk
but
about, one more
that's
piece of
fine.
content, and it's kind of the evolution of battle passes going into
Oh,
Year 11.
no.
So because we have all this cross-gen stuff going, we wanted to kind of change the way that our battle passes have worked. For Year 10, they were much bigger. They lasted longer, they had more levels, they were huge. But Year 11 is going to be a little different. First of all, I'm going to say this again, every single skin in these is going to be part of the cross-gen system. So not only does that mean that you'll get both of them, Smite 1 and Smite 2, whenever you have them, but that also means that this falls under that, like, oh, Battle Pass skin, that confirmed God for Smite 2 roster, so you can keep your eyes on that. The way that they are changing is that we're now calling them cross-gen passes. They're going to be a lot shorter, but they're only going to last for one update. So every single update, we will have a new cross-gen pass, and if you would like to, if you want it, if you buy it, you will get, work towards getting, you got to complete it, of course, because it's a pass. You're going to get the 2 new skins for every different pass, every update that will be, again, both in Smite 1 and Smite 2, which is cool.
They're not hitting the
Basically 4
tower,
skins for every
but the
single
tower's
one
not
that you
hitting
actually
them.
partake in. So it's a really, really cool system.
I also love the help left
And
lane
it's
and then
it's
just
kind of our way
nothing.
of
No one
keeping
comes
things
over. Then
fresh
you can
and
kill my tower.
changing things
You
every
kill my
update
tower.
and following this update to update flow. So
Yep.
we're excited.
Now
about
they
it.
rotate.
Now to get into the skins that you can look forward to seeing, we have 2 of them, starting with
off,
Blighthound Anubis. Anubis! Spoopy Anubis!
Very dope.
Mid
Yeah,
as
this skin is
fuck.
scary, cool, intimidating, epic, awesome, amazing.
All of the above.
All of the above.
Mid
lot of check
as
boxes. So,
fuck.
Oh, gotta be.
like with all of these, worth going in game to see. Look at the like cloak, dude.
I know.
Like the, or
We
like
actually
the,
have brand new tech for this that was pioneered very recently, and this has some custom going on in
Oh, shit, there's
the engine here.
people
So
already here.
this is very different than other cloth that you'll see in the game.
Hey.
It moves procedurally with however you're moving. If you're jumping, it jumps alongside you. If you're going left, it's also going that direction as well. So
Isn't that like
it'll
the
really feel a
whole,
lot
like,
more
isn't that one of the
realistic.
things that they
That is-
said was
I
like a
mean,
big thing
to
with
me,
Smite
it is
2?
always so
And like, yeah, we did it in
how-
Smite 1.
I love that I get to say this now, because I've been thinking it for a lot of patch notes. Our team has been working tirelessly on Smite 2. They've made so much progress on Smite 2 in a completely new engine. And at the same time, like Lermy just said, they're still pioneering tech in Smite's original engine, in Unreal 3. Like, we just made a new simulator for cloth to follow around, and like, the fact that we can innovate in so many different spaces, I will never stop being proud of our team. So like, please, a round of applause for how amazing the Titan Forge team is, because they deserve it, especially these two, everybody. Thank you, because, I mean, honestly, my job is I get to talk about how awesome they are, and I would feel so bad if they didn't get that. So, we have one more skin. I'll stop gushing now, that's hard. But before that, you know that we have to check out the Smite 2 render of the skin. Look at that, dude! Look at those eyes!
So sick.
So sick,
I
dude.
just love the emissives going on here, the glows,
Yeah.
the eyes, and the skull. It just really brings it to life, man.
It really does.
Really does. Dude, I am so excited. Myself, I'm so excited to like get in and start playing with these in Smite 2. It's gonna be really cool.
I was debating if I wanted
have
to
one other
beats.
skin
I always
to talk
hesitate when I
about with
beats.
the new,
It's not that I
cross
react
gen
slowly.
pass.
It's that I
And that's
always have to
On
think
Spirit
about whether or not it's
Umoja.
worth it.
Umoja confirmed Smite 2. That's Umoja. She's a spirit.
Not gonna lie, I would be
It's cute.
massively
It's a
disappointed
very new
if
look,
Yamoja
too.
wasn't
yeah,
in
this is one
Smite
of
2
my
at launch.
favorites from this update for sure.
It actually looks like pretty much everyone that I play is going to be, for the most part at least. Ow.
They're just hanging
Yeah.
out.
And all, like, you know, all the birds, spirit birds. So let's look at it in game.
The colors just pop, and that's in Unreal 3. Like,
Yeah.
imagine what it's going to be doing in
Unfortunate.
Unreal 5.
Oh, imagine what the water.
I
is
was
going to
always
look
trading
like.
myself
know.
off,
Oh my
and
God.
now
It's gonna be
I
incredible,
haven't
but this
gotten a
skin
kill
itself
in like
already
10
is
minutes.
incredible, and you
Yeah.
can really tell.
I love that like pink to blue.
I was
kinda
3 and 3, and then I
pastel
started
vibe.
team
It's
fighting.
so nice. It's almost
I was
calming
3
in
and
a
4,
weird
and
way.
then I
Yeah.
started team fighting.
She'll be crushing me, but it'll
That's
be in a
wonderful.
vibe way.
Yeah,
You know?
crushing splat. Right? Thank
Well, like
you.
I swear, people
Thank
don't know
you.
how to team fight.
Man, I'm
Mostly the
loving
team part they don't seem to understand, but
Right?
you know.
It's pink lemonade, actually.
Delicious.
Yeah, absolutely delicious. So
It does look a
super
little yummy,
cool.
huh?
Yamoja confirms Smite 2, and man, just so cool for it. Of course, you get to see the Smite 2 render. We already confirmed it. Might as well show you what it looks like. So, and it's just right.
This one, the texture really shines.
Yes.
You can tell the difference between each kind of cloth that Yamoja's wearing. You can really see the kind of boniness of the horns. It really does give you the texture that you're really looking for. And I mean, the little puffball guys are so cute too.
Yeah.
They got
Yes.
even cuter.
And then, like you said, you have the water effects that are going to be, you know, handled in UE5. You have the lighting that's going to be
Nope,
in the map.
because of
which
course people
is
back up
already looking
when
so
I
cool.
walk
People don't
over.
totally, but like it's incredible. So man, I look forward to seeing this stuff as we continue.
I can't wait to play it.
I super agree. I mean, and again, so that is the cross-gen pass, the first of 12 that you'll see.
Like, why
one
am
for
I on
every
the
update
same
throughout
team
the
as
year
these people?
As we continue on this Smite Year 11.
I can't
Year 11
fucking
journey.
do
We've
my job.
talked about a lot of stuff here.
I
Like,
can't
how excited are
frontline if every
y'all?
time
Are
I
y'all
show
too?
up, they walk away.
Can't wait. I think
It's
that,
good.
these changes, we just kind of sat up here and talked about them so much that it's hard to really grasp how it feels whenever you're playing it in game. But in particular, I think the relic changes and getting those upgrades like gradually throughout the game automatically changes so much about how the game feels and has really added a lot to how it feels. So I'm really excited about it.
The relics themselves also are going to be really fun too, because
Yes.
you're getting a lot of improved and changed relics beyond that. So hitting those tier 3s is going to be more fun than ever for so many different kinds of characters.
Yep. Well, kicking off a new year is
Really
always a wild
probably should have
time.
tried
I'm
to
obviously
take that
super
fight.
excited
We
about
had
it. So that's how
massive
they
health
feel.
advantage.
How do y'all feel about Smite Year 11?
We were 5 with
Okay.
full health.
Okay, I'm liking it.
They had a bunch with low health.
They sounded more excited. They did better. Y'all
And
did
for
better.
some
Sorry.
reason,
Yeah, no, it's fair.
Well, cool. So we went over a lot.
We
Smite 2 is on the
decided
horizon.
to pull
Smite
back.
Year 11 is here, but we're just so excited. I couldn't be more excited. I keep saying excited because I am jazzed. I was backstage pacing, super happy. So yeah, I guess I think we have a little bit more time. You want to talk about dive into a few items while we're still sitting up here?
Yeah, we've
Yeah,
got
of
a
course.
couple
All
to
right.
go through.
Again, we're not going to go over everything. Y'all got update notes for that. We got a few that we thought would be cool to talk about.
Yeah, that thing that I'm currently
starting with
doing.
Just getting into items. So Mannequin Scepter and kind of that line. What's going on there?
Yeah, so essentially we wanted to do a slight pass on the jungle starter. So for the longest time, Mannequin Scepter has had a basic attack-oriented passive.
Yeah.
But the item itself had protections on it. Meanwhile, I have the jungle, a protection-oriented passive.
Yeah.
But that's the one with attack speed. So we're doing a little swamperoony here. We've got attack speed.
Oh, yes, I
on
got
mannequins now.
chain CC.
And
Yes, I
instead,
used
on Eye of the
abilities
Jungle,
to keep
you're getting
them
protections.
back.
Got it.
Which
And
didn't
that,
end up working
I assume,
very well,
plays
but, you know,
into
in
as they-
theory.
as you evolve up.
Of course, yep, yeah. Mannequin's Hidden
Dude,
Blade
I
is going to be doing something very
hate
similar.
being told to
Mannequin
do
Mace
things
is
I'm
gonna be
already
very
doing. It is
similar.
the most
This is just
infuriating
making
shit.
it a little bit more in line with what those tier 3 upgrades want you to do as well. So it
Exactly.
should be pretty interesting. I mean, Mannequins has been relegated to the doldrums for a while because of its warrior jungle potential. So we'll have
Yeah.
to see if this makes it a little bit more appealing for the Arachnes, the Bakasuras, wanting those basic
It still
attack
is more
oriented
expensive
builds.
as well.
Exactly.
I had meant to
So it has
right click.
its own
I was
sense.
meaning to
Got it.
hold that
All right,
down, and
so
I just kind of didn't.
Let's talk Shogun's Fusari.
Oh, well.
I mean, this is going to be a group of items.
Yeah,
up
that's
next,
true.
right?
It is a
So
group of items.
Yeah.
We've read the Reddit threads. We've skimmed through. We understand that there is a lot of cooldown in Smite right now. So these next couple of items that you're going to see, we are removing cooldown from essentially 4 items.
Yep.
across the board. We wanted to hit the different niches across the board as well. So
Yeah.
you'll see a tanky item like Shogun's Kusari is the one that's losing cooldown, gaining attack speed instead.
makes sense.
This is on the actual item stat itself as well. So the user
Hey,
of
we're
Shogun's
actually
Kusari
pinging
is
when we're
getting a
running
little bit
away.
extra beyond the
Holy
aura
shit.
itself.
Got
And
it.
then up next we have Transcendence, which
Yeah.
is instead, this is maybe the biggest one out of all of them, to be honest with you. This
Yes.
is getting 10 physical penetration instead
All right.
of the cooldown.
Transcendence hits a little bit. Okay.
Some flat pen to help make it compete with Devourers.
Transcendence
Now that
is-
Devourers has been really, really meta for a long time.
Yeah, yeah.
Transcendence hasn't really been able to match that. Again, in an effort to remove some of that cooldown.
I don't
as we've
think
heard
I
the
like
feedback
that because
it's too
having-
present in every build, it's too
Yeah.
easy to get. Taking it out of some of these items here.
Awesome. I mean, that sounds cool. So gods are next up. We have a few of those that we kind of want to highlight. And, well, I guess actually I jumped the gun a little bit. Potion of Power? Same thing, right? Just
Yep.
Yeah, so for
Exactly.
our magical DPS item is what we had Pythag.
Yeah.
Thanks,
That one's
Kuzen.
getting a bit of a shift. It's also getting the life steal treatment. Sorry, we're skipping around a little bit. But Potion of Power is the fun one,
I
right?
just
Yeah.
got completely ditched with people on
You're
me.
building, right? You're getting to the end of the game. You've got that extra 500 saved up. But you've already built 40% cooldown.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're stacked. You're
I've
there.
wasted my cooldown. Or, either way, you're building 30% and you're like, yes, I've got my 40% at last. I'm having a great time. But then I run out of Potion of Power and I don't have 40% anymore.
Right.
So no more of this managing this extra cooldown. Instead, it's going to be a little bit of extra penetration again, and you might see double pen and go, oh my gosh, that seems like a lot, right?
Yeah.
This is the end of the game. This is going to be the point where you really want to be getting through to those squishy characters if you are a damage dealer, or if you're just DPS versus DPS, it's
Get
going to be
the
helping you out against
beacon.
towers,
You're all
objectives,
walking
anything that's
through
gonna have a
it.
lot of
There
fronts,
we
it's going to
go.
just speed up the end of the game. And again, you're not going to have to play that game of what cooldown percentage am I actually?
Yeah. Awesome. So, like you said, I skipped around a little bit. Reading is really hard, actually. And Pythags.
Yeah, Pythag's the other one that's losing some cooldown reduction. You know, it was obviously the centerpiece of a very hot topic build in the Nate solo build.
It
So
was.
removing
Okay.
its cooldown reduction, giving it a little bit more base power and a little bit more base HP in order to compensate.
And that's on top of the lifesteal changes that I got earlier as well.
Correct.
A lot
yes.
of changes, a lot of tweaks.
Yep.
All right, so now we're jumping into Godland, and Fafnir getting a little bit of a tug.
Yeah, Fafnir is one that we've seen a little bit so far this weekend, but not
Yeah.
too much. And again, these are not all the item changes or all the god changes.
By
There's even-
far, not
These
all
are just a small little tidbit.
Yeah, this is just a little bit.
Fafnir Coerce, increasing that self-heal. This is something that at first was just a little bit of a, you know, it's there, but it doesn't, you don't really feel it. We want you to actually feel this Coerce self-bump
Yeah.
better.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that's awesome.
He's a
Fafnir-
greedy guy.
He's a
Like,
greedy
he
guy.
wants more for himself.
A little more
Exactly.
healing for me.
95 health at that rank 5, when that's
Not a lot.
not very much. That's
No.
not a lot at all.
More healing for me. All right, so Merlin. I love Merlin. Got
Oh,
all the
this is
different
exciting.
elements and changes. So what is exciting with Merlin?
So Merlin's been a little off and on, right? He's just a very solid all-rounder, but sometimes it's a little bit difficult for him, especially to kind of transition to that point where he is out there spamming abilities, doing all that good stuff that you
Yeah.
want to be doing as Merlin. So this buff specifically is for his early game, just allowing those high-skill players to be able to swap stances more often and be able to use fire into ice or ice into arcane or whatever
Yeah,
combos
get
you
those
want to use.
combos out.
It's going to be a lot
Interesting.
easier for you to transition into them and out of
Okay.
them throughout the game.
Awesome. I mean, love the stance changing. That's the most fun part is, all right, I pull them all in. Now I got the fire. It's just, love that. That's
Yep.
honestly, that'll make, okay, I'm excited now. This one's an OG, one of like the first gods I ever really got acquainted with back when I started playing Vamana.
Yeah, Vamana, we remember what Vamana was like at the beginning of this year, right?
Yeah,
It was a big baby doing a lot of stomping.
Big stompy baby.
Stompa.
Yeah.
Colossal Fury in particular needed to get pretty heavily nerfed before people were willing to move off of it, but we feel like there's been enough time, the meta has shifted enough, and it's clear that we over-nerfed him a little bit in those instances, so his passive, Sleeping Giant, we're increasing the attack speed conversion from 10% to 15%. This is the amount of attack speed he gets for protections that he builds, particularly physical protections. And then Colossal Fury, that ultimate, the base duration is increasing from 4 seconds up to 5 seconds. Then he's also getting a little bit more max duration as well. This ability just felt like it was canceling too early the vast majority of the time.
Okay.
Now you'll be able to be big baby mode for a little bit longer.
Yeah,
I
we-
agree with
we
the fire
definitely,
call, but I can't.
We're a little harsh on him in the
Yes.
first time. There was a lot of feedback that It was a little oppressive at the time.
There we go.
So we're kind of going in a nice in-between. And we're
Right, yeah.
hoping
Let's
that
just
this
go like
sticks.
perfect
A little
vision
bit.
in the jungle.
Awesome. Hey, I love that because that ult is really fun. So next up, and it has to be said this way, it's just a rule. Bake Kujira.
The whale.
The whale.
Yeah, there's been a
We
lot of
love the
talk
whale.
about Bake Kujira.
Yeah.
This is not a whale buff. Let's put it that way. We've heard the feedback. He's a little bit strong.
He is pretty strong.
We're decreasing the protection conversion that he gets by 5%.
Okay.
So
Apparently that was something they wanted, I guess.
it was by far the most community-suggested change. We agreed that he was overperforming a little bit. Now, building that defense, he'll deal a little bit less damage on the back end. We still think that, you know, his strong lane identity is important to maintain
Yeah, of
his,
course.
you know, strong lane identity. And he's team fighting well, but it is vulnerable, and it's one of those gods that we think should be more vulnerable as people learn how to space
Wait,
against
what do
him
you mean
properly,
he's
all
team
things like
fighting
that.
well,
Especially
but
when
he's
he gets into
vulnerable?
the rank scene, it's
Yes.
going to be very different.
It's going to be very
He
good.
just was going whale mode a little too hard.
He was going whale.
Too much.
And we needed to tone it down.
Awesome. Well, guys, we did it. We talked about year 11. We talked about Smite too. Were y'all excited about what you heard? Yeah? Okay. That's good. I like that.
Yeah, it
I'm gonna
seems
go home
solid
and, like,
for the most part. I mean,
guess
they're,
not
you
sleep,
know,
'cause I'm gonna be thinking about this for
it's
the rest
not
of
positive.
my life. But it's super exciting. You know, we're right on the cusp of what is it? I mean, year 11 for a game is
Okay.
a dream come
We're gonna
true
back.
for a lot of the people at the studio. And it's because of y'all. It's because that we're able to come out here and host these events because of y'all. We're working on Smite 2 because of y'all. So we're excited to keep bringing you into the fold in year
Okay,
11.
I need to
keep-
hit 20.
Keep making the game the best thing it can be for you. To bring y'all into Smite 2 when we start kicking that open so that y'all can help shape this into the best version of the game that it could possibly be. And excited to keep doing stuff like this for y'all in the future. So first up, let's give Aggro and Lermy a round of applause for being out here and doing all this hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, they deserve
New
that and so
gaming.
much more. There's about, I don't know, 100 people, every person at the company. If you see somebody walking around with a staff shirt and you feel like, just say thank you. There's people that have been working so hard to get this done, to make this a reality and to make this one of the biggest SWCs ever, with the games you're about to see a little later today, working into the World Championship finals tomorrow, and everything going on. It's been the culmination of a lot of manpower, but even more love for this community, for this game, and for bringing SWC together. So I could probably spend the next 45 minutes gushing over everybody that I work with, but I'm not gonna do that to y'all. We got some Smite to watch. So thank y'all all for letting me come up here and do this update show on stage and do it, I don't know, for like 2 years now for everybody. And I look forward to, looking forward to seeing some more Smite later and some Smite too, right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, well, we got the show match tomorrow, but we're gonna go to a break right now. So thank you, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
They surrendered. Whew. Nice. Okay, well. We don't have a timer on screen yet. Chat, I am going to be right back. spaghetti. I feel like I should just be going like more tanky, honestly. Maybe I could forgo the Typhons and go like Glad Shield. Maybe even full tank would be more enjoyable on Morgan's solo. Right, you know, we probably don't have time for a conquest game, but we might have time for a slash game. I might hop on Paladins between games today instead. I don't want to burn myself out on Smite too much. Also, I like how this is supposed to take you to the shop, but it's not in the shop yet. Yeah, I do need to make progress on this, but I have a week left, and I'm halfway done, basically. So, you know, and I've gotten half of it done in a week, basically. You know, I'm a little less than halfway done, but I'm also, you know, a little more than a week left, so it's fine. If we don't get a tank, I'll just play on her as tank. Really go like cloak berserkers. Watch this game take too long. We might actually be starting game 1 on time. And then there's a 3-hour window. Like, this stream is likely to be significantly shorter than yesterday's. Like, I might actually keep
Smite
streaming
fans
afterwards.
to day
we'll
number
see.
2 of the Smite World Championship. You've got Brog, you've got Trelly, you've got Hazer on the desk to start things off today. We're going to be going through the matchups that we have ahead of us. Some exciting semifinals coming up after some pretty exciting matches that we had just
Did
yesterday.
you get dodged?
But now we're
Fucking
into
good.
best
God
of
damn it.
5s for the day. We've got our top 4 seeds still in the tournament. We can take a look at the schedule for today. And Trelly, give me your initial thoughts. I mean, how you feeling for today?
I couldn't have asked for a better semifinal Saturday, Frog. I'm going to be honest with you. These matchups, the quarterfinals, we knew some of them might be a bit one-sided, but once you get down to the semifinals matchups, I mean, it looks like we're going to have a banger of a Saturday.
Styx Ferryman versus Jade Dragons to start us off, and then a little bit of a cosplay showcase in the middle there. Excited for that one. Followed by the Atlantis Leviathans going up against the Oni Warriors. Hazer, how are you feeling on the day, especially after yesterday's matches? Is the semifinals that you expected?
Yeah, I mean, I think the favorites won the games, you know. It went kind of as we expected going in, but we got some banger matches, and now we get into the best of 5s. We get a bit more of that draft back and forth, a bit of a meta emerging in sets, which I'm really excited to see. Ferryman versus Dragons to start us off, and then I think Leviathans versus Warriors should be our set of the day. An absolute banger.
Still easy on me.
We see our bracket yesterday, of course, a couple of 2-0s, couple of 1-2-1 yesterday, 1-3 game set with the Atlantis Leviathans Hex Mambo. Just starting on the top there, Hazer, though, semifinal Styx Ferryman versus Jade Dragon specifically. Both of them coming out with those 2-0s, but I think very different 2-0s when you consider how they actually made it there. More back and forth maybe for the Dragons, but both ending up here. I mean, they are, how does the momentum feel for these teams both coming off those wins?
I think both will feel pretty good going into it. I don't think either of them showed everything they had. They didn't have to go too deep into God pulls. I think that both will have gained a lot of confidence from the wins they got yesterday. Ferryman playing towards that late game, looking to really go late and just exploit their team fighting advantage over other teams. And then I think the Dragons just looked powerful
Really
across
fucking
the board.
dodged
Barnes
again.
is the key for that team, and he looked hot yesterday.
Absolutely. I think in particular, though, this second matchup of the day, we're looking at the Atlantis Leviathans Trelli going up against the Oni Warriors. This is one that we've seen before, right? Of course, regular season, these teams have played. I think the last time that they played, it was a very back and forth matchup. Who do you, well, actually, we'll get to predictions later.
Hold on.
We can't jump ahead, can't jump ahead that far. But I mean, especially once again, they're coming off the momentum. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. One of these was a 2-0 for the Oni Warriors, and then the 2-1 against the Hex Mamba. Do you think that gives a little bit more of a momentum?
I don't know. I don't know who I want to play right now.
I think they found their confidence, right? It was more so, like, hey, wait, Mambo came out swinging in game number 1, so it was a bit slow. But once we saw the Leviathans heat up, it looked a lot better for them. So I think, especially getting to talk to Shinto after the interview, my man was confident, right? And that's kind of what you need. If he's playing like he was, if Panic fires up like he did, Leviathan's going to be a scary team to face.
Some potential here, I think, especially for these matches.
There's 2 people that
I
might
think
be
we wanna
dodged.
go
Oh,
team
thank God.
by team, how
We're
we are
safe.
going back and forth. We'll start from the end of the day, right? So the Oni Warriors, we just talked a little bit about them. Yesterday, they
Get
faced
to
off
play
in
the
this
game.
2-0 against the
And then we
Camelot
get to
Kings.
watch the game.
Gort, you're
Now
just
that it's
joining us
taken
on
this
the
long, we've burned an
Thanks,
extra
man.
like
Very much.
5 minutes.
From that 2-0 that
And the
you
Thanos
saw
won't
yesterday,
fucking walk in.
what are we taking away from the Oni Warriors specifically?
We've burned
How
an
are they
extra, like,
looking?
5-6
and maybe
minutes.
what strengths are they trying
Life
to
is
pile
pain.
on here into against the Leviathans here for a second?
So Pagon is still him.
Oh, yeah.
And if anyone was wondering, like that has been proven irrevocably true still. And I do think that that's part of what gave the Warriors a lot of essence. When we watched highlights yesterday, especially of
What's
the
the
second
ratio
game,
on Artemis
we got
is
to
3
see
and 0.
Netroid, first off on Shubalanke, who
Are
we
they
hadn't
high
seen in a
enough that
long
you
time.
could, like...
But he was just sitting so far back. No worries in the world. His health bar barely dipped down. Like nothing was concerning him. And it's because you've got genetics. You've got Sot, who are absolutely jumping in, diving into the back line, creating a lot of aggression. And then Panatom and Pagon, who seem to have no regard for their own life because it does not matter. They know they're just going to out-mechanic you. It's the same thing, the same kind of energy that we got from them in that very first phase. And so that's more or less what I'm expecting. It feels like they've got some eclectic picks that they're bringing out to this event, and that gave some spice and revitalized their life.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to note as well with this team is they didn't
75,
repeat a
and then the
single
ult is 100.
pick in that set. They played
Do I
2
wanna
games
play
and they played 10 gods.
ability-based-
They're showing the depth of their god pools and the depth
Do
of
I
their
mean
strategy,
with
which
ability-based
will
Artemis?
serve them well going into a best of 5.
Like these teams, only 2 games to watch if you're
'Cause
the
you still
Leviathans,
get
like how the Oni
good
Warriors
attack
play. Of course,
speed.
You have the entirety of the regular season.
I'm
Really,
gonna
is that
do it.
Uniqueness, something that you
I'm gonna
expect
do it.
them
We're gonna
to
go,
keep up in, like, you know,
we're gonna
10 unique gods
a
across
little bit
2
of a
games.
wonky
Now we're
crit
gonna
build
get
here.
at
We
least
are
3
gonna get
games out
Arrow.
of them today. Do you expect them to find a little bit more of an identity, that they stick to some picks that they are prioritizing in the draft, or do you think that uniqueness is what makes them strong as a team?
I mean, I wouldn't doubt that most teams took what they learned yesterday, watched all those quarterfinals. It was a long quarterfinals Friday. And yeah, put some new gods in the arsenal, figure out how to counter some of those picks, all of that. Because if you're not adapting in a tournament like this, if you're not
I'm gonna
learning
go
what everyone
ability-based,
else
because
is doing,
comedy.
you're just gonna stay stagnant. Everyone's gonna pass you up. Like this is just who is best on the day, right? You don't have to be the best team in the world for 365 days. You have to be the best team in the world for 3 days, 1 weekend. And I think any one of these 4 teams could do it.
No question. Their matchup against the Atlantis Leviathans.
I don't like
Gonna
that
be a
we're
tough
fighting
one, I think,
early. It
especially
bothers me.
After we saw the Leviathans play yesterday, maybe a little bit shaky to start there, Gore, but against Hex Mambo, after that first game looked like the Leviathans turned it on, then obviously that game 3 really putting out a statement to get the momentum coming into day 2.
Yeah, and again, paraphrasing what we heard in the post-game interview, but they expected to stomp that set. That was like their expectations going into it. And so for them to lose game 1, and maybe kind of, again, a nice little reality check, right? And that's why it's not a best of 1 as well, right? You need to be able to find some of that adaptation. Of course, Hex Mambo is an incredibly strong team. And the thing is even in game 3, it was a little timid because it started the same way that game 1 did. Hex Mambo and a lot of the European teams in general from the SCC, we saw with the Scarabs as well, in the late game, they're really adept at turning things around. They're good at those late game fights.
Okay,
The
I'm gonna
Scarabs
put
ended
1
up,
level
like,
into my
foregoing
3 for
what,
now,
EFG,
because it's
and
gonna help
probably
with
get to
clear
that
a
little
bit.
later, but like the
But also
win
my 2 is
in
gonna be
game 1 for
important
Hex
for clear
Mambo
as well.
was just done by really, really solid play at the 25+ minute mark, right? When you're able to hold on that long and make sure that things are okay. I mean, it was a very, very rocky road that the Leviathans found themselves on. But then by the time they get to game 3, it was a lot cleaner. You get to see adapting in full form.
Yeah, I think you mentioned they were holding on there, which I think is a very astute term to use.
Okay,
The
I'm gonna
Leviathans,
go
I
for
think,
buff.
the only team we've seen so far in
Screw
this
it.
tournament that really crushed early games. They've played aggressive. They've had no fear up on that stage. They're not worried about making a mistake at goal period, about making a big call, about making an early gank. You know, they're not worried about going down 0-1. They're playing really
unfortunate.
confidently, and I think that's a little bit of why they struggled and dropped the game. in
We're either
game one.
picking or
In
just
games
not
2
running
and 3,
away
I
from
really
team
like the
fights.
confidence coming out from that team.
This is just the
The
MP5, right?
17-minute
25
fire
MP5.
giants are definitely something to be looking out for.
The Olden Blue buff.
That's our second set of the day. Our first set of the day, though, Jade Dragons going up against the Styx Ferryman Trelli. This is a big one, and I think a lot of focus is on the Dragons, especially after those games that we saw yesterday. The Ravens, they had a close one in game number 1, a 45-minute, and then just off of maybe one fight in game number 2, they end up finding this end call to take that set 2-0. And you heard it from Nika in the interview. They were just worried about the 3-0. Now that it's a best of 5, maybe even feeling more confident.
Yeah, you have so much more leeway in the best of 5 situation, so I can see why Nika said that. But in this case, I did like what I saw from the Jade Dragons. Right, we were worried, how they were going to come into a tournament like this last year. The performance of this team.
Yeah,
was
that
the
reaches
best,
pretty far.
in this tournament.
It's okay, though. We got the
However,
refrag
that
under
confidence
it,
is what we needed
so.
to see. And this is a team that
He's
played with
fine.
confidence, right? And when they don't have it, they look a bit rough. When they do have it, they look almost
Yeah, I should be going into
see that confident
Transcendence.
play. I did see some of those aggressive god
But
picks
instead I'm going to
Mike,
go
which
Soul Eater.
Can really facilitate this
I'm
squad
going to
when he gets
second
off
by
to a great start. And of
Transcendence,
course,
which in
loved what I saw
Slash
from him, as he has
is
been one of the more consistent players on this squad.
a decision
Plays
I am
very emotional
certainly
when
making.
He's doing good, he's doing great, but he hasn't, he hasn't had too many misplays yet. I think that's something that they can really fall back on. And also, you gotta love the confidence of a Porsche, because we've heard from him a bit throughout the entirety of this event. And for the youngest player on that team, he may be the loudest.
This team in particular has been one Hazer
Okay,
that has had
well,
a little bit more of the
gonna-
eclectic god pulls, not necessarily always sticking to the
Gonna
meta. We even
suck
saw
trying
that
to stack Trans
yesterday,
second.
The Nemesis and the Atlas coming out in that draft. Is that an identity you expect them to stick to throughout the weekend, or now that we've gotten to see everybody play those games, do you expect them to adapt a little bit going into day 2?
I would like to see them have some of the meta picks, if only to take them away, right? I feel like it's really important to be able to deny, for example, Shinto a toss. You can take a
So
toss
it's
away from
really
Shinto,
cool
you're
and
feeling
all
good.
that
If
the
there's
fight's
too
coming
many
over
meta
into
picks
this
that they
late,
don't
but
value
also
and they
Tower
can't play, having your
is
own
cool.
playstyle is all well and good, but these gods are meta for a reason, right? If you get the best gods in the game in your comp, you're going to be pretty hard to beat, even if you have some surprise picks like the Jade Dragons do.
But the thing that really, again, and especially when you watch game 2, right? They lost 90% of game 2, and then even at the end, they're losing that defense, or I guess their siege on their end, and the Ravens are doing great. It's an oboe proc. Like literally right as Coast dies, that it goes boom, 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 and hits the Titan to win them. If that game goes another fight, all of a sudden we are in a completely different territory. If you're like 10 steps forward when that auto goes through, it's a completely different game. So getting that win, like that energy is
Trans is
good,
what,
although,
like
and we kind of talked
25,
about it a little bit. Sometimes energy can be double-sided, right? You get a little too jumpy, you go for something maybe you shouldn't. And so watching the Dragon Siege today, I think is the most crucial point of every single one of these games.
Eyes on the Dragons and eyes on their opponents as well. The Styx Ferryman, the #1 seed coming into the World Championship here. You've got to expect that they're feeling good. They've got a 2-0 once again from yesterday. Granted, maybe looking a little bit shaky to start.
And
the
everyone
tournament, fell out
is
an early
just
lead against
off in the
Solar
jungle,
Scarab
I
and
guess.
Petrelli. This team has been
Unfortunate.
the late game dominant, the patience all season, right? I mean, they have been able to keep those mentals going.
Ganesh, that's
How do you
great
feel
and all,
about
but like
their
there's a fight
chances
happening.
here in today, too?
I mean, if you've been watching the SPL throughout the entirety of this year, you should have some confidence in the Styx fans, right?
I have
shown
not
that even if
been
they
watching
fall behind,
SPL
it
all
doesn't
year.
matter.
I've
They
been
can
watching
play
it
the
on
late
and
game
off
no
all
matter
year.
what. They don't dominate every portion of the map, right? That's not exactly how they like to play, but their team fight, when they squad up together as a unit, as a 5-man core, it is disgusting what they can accomplish. And I've learned better to count them out as well. I think they are definitely the favorite in this matchup, but they showed they can bleed. It wasn't a clean matchup versus the Scarabs by any means, as you said. It seemed like maybe just some nervous jitters, maybe just they haven't played in quite some time because of that first seed. They haven't, touched some competitive Smite. It's all been scrims for the past like 2 months. But they know when to heat up, right? They know when they have to play their best version of Smite, and I would not count out Paul, not in a million years. I would not count out Basket. He's been extremely consistent. Sino, I've loved the God pool from him. We haven't been seeing that for a lot of the lows, right? He's been going to some hard carry junglers, so this is a comp, this is a team that can play any comp, and they're gonna look good doing it.
And I'm glad you mentioned the God pool specifically, because I feel like the hidden strength, because we can talk about like mechanics, these guys are all, they're really good at their roles. They are good at playing the map. But the thing that I think is like a hidden strength that sometimes is maybe overlooked, I can't think of a single like weak God. Like I can't think, oh yeah, if you take that away from Paul, you're really hurting the ferryman, or if you take this away from Sino, like yeah, if you limit him, it hurts a little, but they all have like 5, 6 different gods that they're willing to go to, and that flexibility and variety specifically all of a sudden opens up these conversations where it's like, hey,
Did not matter
this
very
god that
much, but
suddenly
you know.
flew into this land meta, and
There
they're
they
doing
were.
really well, and here's their counter that no one's played in 8 months,
All right,
but for some reason
let's
I
go
know that any
Crusher.
of the ferrymen at any given time can play that, and so like their drafts and that capability in their players, and knowing that they can just pick up a god just for funsies, it really does, I think, open up a door for them that most other teams are limited in.
All right, folks, it is time for the predictions to come out. We've all got our pieces of paper here with our Sharpies ready to write things down, and we're going to start with the second set of the day. Work back to front. Oni Warriors going up against...
I studied for this.
You got this. You finish my sentence. Oni Warriors going up against...
Alanis
There you go. There you go. No, you
I was
got
trying
it.
to figure out what you were doing.
I was like, what? Is this a bit? Like, what is this?
Oni Warriors Atlantis Leviathans, give me who wins and give me a set score.
Oh man,
I really think tough about this one. Really think hard about it.
I'm doing mine in 3D.
How big do I need to write this?
Back up, camera. I don't want
Maybe give a little bit of a drawing. You know, maybe add some artistic element in there.
Yeah, mine's in 3D.
Mine's in 3D. Dude, I predict things in 3D too. Crazy how that works out.
I gotta cross that out.
Hello, Mr. Toaster Man.
Remember, you have to use this sheet for your second prediction too, so you have to leave enough space.
Oh, for real? Okay.
If you can't tell, we didn't rehearse this one.
Not only that, this was decided. This is the peek behind the curtain. Very, very late last night, like on the way out of the building.
I think I spelled Leviathans wrong.
You think you spelled Leviathans wrong? How did you spell?
Did you actually? So you wrote the whole name. Oh wow, you put. Oh wow.
Okay,
That
okay.
looks terrible.
Give me the second part of the desk. Gordon
Ouchie.
Hazer, you guys on 3 reveal your prediction.
Get your 3D glasses out now. This is the
One,
only part of the
two,
broadcast
That's the
that
wrong
does
thing.
this.
There we go.
Hey, what'd you say?
we're going different
3-1.
Levi is 3-2.
I got 3-2.
Oni 3-1.
though.
So
You got Oni.
Okay.
You got Oni winning. Wow. Just
Okay.
in the genetics squad.
Genetics villain arc goes on. think
I mean,
the
I'm
villain
I'm
can't
down though. I'm
get out
down.
of his
We're
misery
we're
until
going
the
for 3-0 Meme Lord
All
Supreme.
right. Charlie, give me a 3, 2, 1.
Hey, that's my guy.
We've got the Leviathans. I like it. I like it. Did you spell it wrong?
No, I spelled it right.
Okay. Nice job.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate it.
I wrote Levi's and then I changed it. So.
We've got that prediction as well. Warriors 3-0 whoever.
That's a beautiful. You're much better. You want to
Yeah,
get
they
them
got
up here?
art.
Yeah,
You wanna
wait,
get
I need a
one?
logo, please.
maybe get a logo.
Got
We'll
the
do
second
set
stacking
with
ping, and then she
3-1
actually
in
just
favor
backed
of the
off for me.
Levi's. We'll see how that set
What
goes.
an
First set of the
epic
day, the
gamer
Jade
of a
Dragon
teammate.
Sticks Ferryman. We're gonna write it down. Try and incorporate some art. I mean, we're really rocked the 3D segment. Hazer, I
doing
was
it again.
feeling some lackluster.
Okay.
Maybe some lackluster effort from you. So maybe trying in for the Jade Dragons for the Sticks Ferryman. Trying to use their colors. You know, any of the markers we have available.
Uh-oh. I used all my talent up.
The dragons are purple. I did ferryman purple.
I only have one, man. How'd
I
you
got
get so many
two.
Sharpies?
There's like another. Yeah, he keeps throwing them down here.
Oh wait, I've got gold. Do you want a gold?
I already wrote it. Forget about it. Doesn't matter anymore.
Want to take a quick moment to thank our desk sponsor, i3D, for helping out at the event. Thank you so much to i3D for supporting the event.
I got what I needed. I got my stacks and a tower. No, I didn't get the tower. Shit.
I like that.
Okay, so 3, 2, 1.
Fuck.
Right here.
It's okay.
Here's some smaller text.
Right, I wrote this too big.
All right, and then
I've
we
got-
go
I've got the
Heartseeker.
Dragons. I've got the Dragons 3, 2.
I respect that.
I'm feeling it, man. I'm feeling the energy from PBM,
Yep.
the aggressiveness from Post. I think
I've seen all that as well.
Do I want to go
I think they could
Failnaught
come out.
next?
I think they could come out and
Actually?
do it. You guys still
Nah.
chilling over there?
Hold on, yeah, I'm gonna steal
No,
his
no,
idea.
no, no.
Wow,
We'll go
there's-
Heartseeker. We'll go Failnaught at the end.
Jason,
No, I
Jason,
won't.
Jason,
I'll go
Jason
Deathbringer
understood
at the
the
end.
assignment. You guys are gonna be.
Okay.
Did you use multiple colors?
Oh, of course.
I only got one. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's.
Okay, give him time to draw.
right,
One.
nah, I'm good.
What do you got with the ferryman?
What do I have with the ferryman?
That's
You
great.
gotta give him time to draw.
I just feel like what we have learned throughout this year that that's to just Bet on the Ferryman.
Bet on the
I can count their losses if I didn't have all my fingers. Like, it is ridiculous.
Never a bad idea to bet on Paul.
We're hanging that up on the fridge when we get back. That's staying forever, man.
All right, give it to me in 3, 2, 1.
I didn't do my drawing in 3D.
3-1.
I ruined it.
Ferryman 3-1. Everybody has the Ferryman 3-1.
Except
Literally
you.
except me.
Yeah.
I'm the odd duck. You guys just betting on Paul?
Yeah. You. I mean, hey,
I was asking. You already said you're betting on Paul.
I've learned to bet on Paul, man.
I need to know from the row it down drawer himself, the dragon drawer himself. I mean, those pictures are fantastic. Yeah,
I'll hide my. This is better than
absolutely.
This is as good as it gets.
Your face. You're betting on Paul.
I'm betting on Sino. I'm a Sino believer. That breastplate, my man, he can do tank anything. I don't know how he does it. It's too clean.
I'll fix it.
Oh, there we go.
It's not as good as the rest. Damn it, his load's better than mine too, dude. Come on.
Goodness, everybody. We got plenty of artists out in the crowd. Are you betting on Paul too? Betting on Sino? What are you thinking?
Paul. I think Paul's like the easiest bet in the world. He played Set yesterday, man. If anyone and that's. When was the last time we saw him play Set? I should know the answer to that realistically. But this is a team that hasn't lost a set since, October 13th. They have been pushed to the limit, right? They have not necessarily gone unscathed and all of that. They've had
I'm glad
sets.
that Ganesh
Dragons have
randomly
been
backed
one
up
of those,
at
right? I
full
don't
health.
think it's going to be easy for them, but
Without
I think they're a
pinging.
team that is incredibly adaptable. I think that they've been in this best of 5 realm all year. But I think that just that depth and their approach to this game,
Also,
being able to either skyrocket, get 2 kills on a set early game, or hold you out until 40 minutes if they need to,
All right.
and then just
And then we'll
out-mechanic you with a
go-
fire giant. It just gives them a little edge.
Yeah. No,
We'll upgrade Starter
tend to
next, and then we'll go
disagree
Deathbringer at the end.
because winning the set. Anyways, thank you so much for coming out to start
Probably
today with us. That'll do
malicious.
it for our beginning of the day death segment. You're going to want to stick around, though. Right around the corner is set number 1 to start
Okay,
day
well,
2
we have plenty of
Smite
time
World
then.
Championships. Stick around.
It's 3 for Cyclone Finn in the 6th period and extended set 4.
I mean, we started playing with each other back in Season 1 on Fat Chunks, but he played solo lane back then, so we didn't dual lane. But
This isn't even that bad, honestly.
for a
It's
very
not
long
too bad.
time. He understands like how he wants to play, and he understands how I want to play the game, and it just makes both of our lives really easy.
Cyclone Spin, in my opinion, just one of the best Smite players we've ever seen. Whether that's solo lane or ADC, I think he's always played at the highest level.
Whenever I think about Cyclone Spin, for some reason I still think of him as a solo laner. The gap between him and other solo laners was so massive compared to, like, he's still really top of the team, like he's top as an ADC, but everybody's kind of brought themselves up to that level. But early days in Smite, there were like kind of just, oh, this one player, and then the rest of the league. Like there were a few characters, like I think Adapting was like that in Season 2 and Season 3. Cyclone, in my opinion, in solo lane was the same way.
It's like Cyclone's kind of adapting-esque in terms of his calculations, you know. He won't really make a mistake. He
I hit
will
O
play
and then it
defensive when
opened
he
the
needs
fucking
to,
item shop.
and he will just go and take his jungle speed. if he has
Like I
to,
literally
or
used
keep
my
him
mouse
far.
hand to hit it. I
But
saw
don't
my
think
finger go over the O
Cyclone
key
is
and
a
then
guy
just
where if he gets his gods, you know he's got his god, because he will show you in game that he has his red god and he's confident and he will run it down, he will pop off in team fights, he will carry a game.
He doesn't make mistakes. He's kind of a robot, like, when he plays. Like, it's so hard. I think he's probably the hardest ADC to out-farm. Somehow, magically, he finds farm. You know what I mean? I always look at replays like, is he taking the jungler speed buff? Like, what is he doing? Right, I'm about to take my jungler speed buff just to, like, match him in farm. So I would say that he's one of the most intelligent players I've played against. He knows his limits. And the most important thing that any dual laner can have, or any carry can have, is he knows how to farm, right? Everyone's just trying to farm in mid or ADC, right? And I'll say that's one of his best strengths.
He is a mid-maxer player where he will also dictate other players on what they have to do, which again, that's
So
what I
by
talked about with,
playing
like,
an
the
auto
players that
attacker-
they do. But Savin being a backliner, that does make the job of the other backliner or other people's games way easier, because he will just control you on what you have to do.
By playing an
And
auto attacker
that
ability
as a
based,
backliner is
we
actually
have an
really good
interesting
because
advantage
you
in
can
that I
utilize
have an
that,
attack
especially
speed
as Finn
stim.
himself, where he can utilize that
Right.
info that he's giving and what somebody has to do.
And
and
I
then
can
just carry
utilize
team fights
that
off of
to
or like Harley carry team
shred
fights off that.
structures
He's always
and
had
objectives.
really good comms. Like,
But at the same time,
Those have improved like tenfold as well from back then. Like he was good back then, but he's like on another level now.
I'm gonna go
with
grab the
that.
Juggernaut.
And then just
because either I get there in
him-
time or I don't. I
he-
might as
he's a
well, in
player
case we
that
lose fight, I might as well grab
he's
this.
gonna do his job no matter what you give him.
But
If
like
you
I
don't
can just
give him
do
a lot of
this,
farm, he's gonna
right?
find
But
a
I
way
also
of
have the
impacting the
burst,
game, no matter what. Which
which
is
I guess I
awesome
can't
to
really
have on a
showcase
team.
on the Juggernaut because you know, that's fine.
These people really think I farm well. That's all. That's all I got from this. But I think that's like not that true. Like for the time, I was a better solo laner. But that's
Yeah,
just
we
because
need
the
to
gap
move on.
between
Or
like
not.
a top player back then, like the average pro player was like
Should have waited for
massive compared to
Mulan,
now.
but I guess this
We're
will do.
feeling great. Scrims have been going fine. Yeah, scrims have been going fine.
I one-shot the little Surtur minions. That's hilarious. Take some CDR. Oh, we got Titan. No, they surrendered. No, we got... Yeah, they surrendered. Okay. Dude, ability-based Artemis. Comedy. It's kind of hybrid, though, because, like, but, like, I'm going... You know, I like that build, actually. That was fun. That was a fun build. I will not have time for another Slash game. I'm going to queue for Arena, and we're going to try and play Ability Artemis again. I shouldn't have given one to the Ganesh, dude. The fucking... The backing up. If I actually hit my abilities, I'd have more damage as well. And I still did the ADC structure. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Why will Joust and Assault not leave my front page? That's supposed to be based on like what you queue for. Like, I don't play Assault. I don't know why the fuck ARAM is there, dude. Okay. I had the money to get the rest of the V-Sugar kit. I also wish it had a bundle to make it cheaper. Playing ability-based, baby!
We see the world in a cold light. It isn't much, but it's all we needed. It's all we needed. With everything in its right place. But push away, 'cause it's all we needed. To control the
And they have a whale, so we lose. I might have to go King's Execution. I think I have to. Like, I don't think I have a choice. I can't go ability based. Because if we die to the whale, we die to the whale. Like, that's the whale is just gonna delete us. Also, while we're loading in, let me just refresh the Smite page really quickly here. Nothing. Okay, great. Gonna be checking on that periodically. Yeah, we're just gonna go normal build. I don't really have a choice, unfortunately. Like, because the whale is gonna be a huge problem. That whale needs to go down as much as I want to do the funny build. Artemis is a fun enough character to play normally, it's just, I wanted the funny.
Gods and goddesses, welcome your first team for the semifinals, the Jade Dragons.
The Dorgongles. My mouse is fucking recording stuff.
And their opponents, the first seeded team, Styx Ferrymen.
We're just jumping right into it today. Welcome, Smite fans, to day number 2 as the semifinals of the Smite World Championships are upon us. And what a lineup we've got for you today. My name is Dolson, Trelly, Inbound, and Hazer with me to start off this fine semifinal
It's literally
Saturday,
just because of the whale doing a
live
shitload
from
of
the
damage.
Esports Stadium here in Arlington, Texas. Fellas, a long day of quarterfinals yesterday by hours.
Oh, yeah.
Not necessarily by games, though, Trelly. Only 1 3-game set to start off our weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we expected, right? There was going to be some unseeded matchups when you got, like, the #1 seed taking on SEC squads, you know, things like that. It was a bit shaky. However, this is the day where we were like, okay, we're going to have some bangers to I mean, you can just tell by the matchups. This is exactly what we've all been waiting for.
And the way things unfolded, of course, Pitt, now the Jade Dragons and the Styx Ferrymen up against one another. Hazer, these are the two teams, I think, when everyone got their first look at the bracket, the predictions were starting to roll in. It would be a Jade Dragon Styx Ferryman semifinal.
Yeah, I think so, although I think people maybe thought the Dragons would have a slightly harder time in that quarterfinal matchup. They managed to get through 2-0, and they looked fairly convincing, still a little bit dodgy on the sieges, but what can you expect from the Dragons apart from that? But I think, you know, Ferrymen were definitely predicted as the favorites going into this tournament, made relatively easy work of their first ever matchup, but yeah, I'm excited to see these two go off against each other.
Yeah, I mean, these are the two that we expected, as everyone said. I think I'm a little bit higher on the Ferryman.
Thought I did more damage than I do.
The Ferryman just had a cleaner time, as you said. Yes, the game 1, not as easy, but game 2 was rather dominant by the Ferryman on the opposite side. Dragons took them a little bit. Yes, they won 2-0. Yes, it was rather convincing when it got to that portion, but the sieging they still struggled with. It's been Jade Dragons' MO all year. They struggle with that. And if you go late against the Ferryman, that's the scariest part, because that's like the best team fighting team. So it's going to be a difficult matchup for the Dragons.
So, Charlie, the question is, what's your vibe check between these two teams?
Oof.
Do not ban
Walk
Athena.
straight through it.
I don't think that's my draft strategy.
No, I think they should definitely.
Yeah, so the draft. What are the odds of that, though? Realistically, we're probably going to see a lot of Athena bans.
Yeah, I don't think Athena's going to get through. I want to see Athena play too, but no, I don't think that one's going to make it past.
It actually made headlines during, I think, Inbound. You were you were talking a bit about the Athena yesterday because, what was it? It was First Pick who was not banning Athena. Remember, there was something in the pick ban phase yesterday that actually made it to the second wave of bans, and that was the headline, the fact that it bounced to the opposite side. I want to zoom out, though, and Charlie, talk to you a bit. Just general vibe check going into this matchup between the two teams based on what you saw from them yesterday.
Okay,
Obviously, the Ferrymen are your favorites.
Could I get 1 health?
Both teams
There we go. I got
have now
1
a
health.
set under their belt. They're into
Twas
the best
all
of
I
fives,
needed.
which, remember, very important for these players. They like the best of fives. General overall.
Yeah, now they're
feeling
in
about
best of
both
5
teams and what
territory.
you see
The
from them
3
so far.
hours could get
the Jade
stretched,
Dragons
but
are gonna come out
that's
swinging.
okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if they
We're
take
gonna see
game
some
1 just fine.
damn good Smite today, by the
Crowd
way,
under their
chat.
feet, they're a team that can play with that
Like,
confidence, but I think the Ferrymen
hey,
are a team
seriously,
that can
this shit's gonna be
quickly,
great.
They've got plenty of sets to do so. And that's why they come into this set. I mean,
I'm
this
just
whole
gonna take red.
tournament,
Honestly,
top seed,
I
right?
don't need
They
the
have
attack
that
speed buff.
ability to
I
just take
have
a team and dissect them.
a shorter but
That's
better
maybe
attack
drama,
speed
but
buff.
you don't want to lose game one, but I don't think they'd be too upset to have.
And the other interesting part is the last time we saw these two teams play, it went 5. The Dragons had an opportunity, every opportunity to win it, but again, they struggled with sieging, and that's the problem. Are the Dragons going to be able to siege against such a strong 5-man comp with the Ferryman?
No, because we're trying to pick
those fans are
completely
getting their
different
wish
fights.
today? We're seeing Paul
Cuckoo
Silla
clones over
live on the
there.
world stage.
I've been very,
cry.
very wrong about Scylla before
I
in
know that they
Worlds,
were
but
trying to pick a fight on the other side.
I just don't see how she competes.
Partially on me for not paying
We're
enough
not even
attention, to
seeing
be
value
fair.
Wow, that's a round of applause if I've ever seen one. Hey, the fans are filling up this stadium. Everyone is amped and ready
Tragic.
to get things going here on semi-final Saturday. We are as well. One of the matchups I want to zoom in on is kind of what we mentioned a moment ago with Polar Bear Mike. And Inbound, as a competitor, we remember what happened between Mike and the core of this Ferryman's roster last year during semifinals, a 5-game set. And I mentioned it yesterday, Mike, at the end of that game 5, you know, it's on me, guys. You see him on the stage kind of consoling the team, feel like there's a lot of weight.
Yep.
Is that something as a competitor you think is in Mike's brain going into the semifinal today?
I mean, it's got to be. That's something that he really experienced last year. It's going to be weighing on him. It's going to be in the front of his mind. But I don't think Mike's a player that's going to let it bother him. He'll just use it as fuel. I think he's a very competitive,
Unfortunate.
very
No
passionate player.
one's coming to help when I have 2 collapsing on me. Nor are they getting the kills.
His mental plan against this Ferryman's comp.
They
Yes,
have
for this Ferryman's
huge
team.
advantage.
Yes, he struggled
So
with them
that's
last
tragic.
year, but
We're gonna
it's
try
a new year. It's a new Jade
get
Dragons
ferocious.
comp. They don't play the same as they did last year. This is like a new Dragons team.
Another veteran support
Damn.
will be on the opposite side of the lane from Mike, a matchup we've seen many times. Aurora for the Styx Ferryman in the support
He's still
role. We talked a
stacking.
bit about
Yup.
Mike, a bit about Aurora.
So am
Let's
I.
talk to them. Kelly's standing by with both on the main stage.
Thank you so much, Dolson. Everyone, give it up for Polar Bear Mike and Aurora right here.
Yeah, there we go. Go after the Thor.
I mean, we heard it on the desk. You guys are veterans, friends, podcast co-hosts, and now you guys are opponents on the big stage. Both of you going 2-0 yesterday. And first, I just kind of want to get a vibe check. How was the team feeling after your win yesterday?
Everyone's feeling good.
Cool. So those don't give me gold, but they do give me stacks. That's
I can feel the
keep
excitement
trying to
right
check,
now.
and then
Obviously, you guys are
it's like,
very
okay, well.
focused in, but Polar Bear Mike, I gotta ask the same question. Going 2-0, you guys absolutely dominated. How are you feeling?
I'm gonna stop going after minions until I know Kukulkan's done. Once I'm done. Oh, there we go. I am done
It's
stacking.
always the
Nice.
scariest part.
Perfect.
This is the set that we wanted to get to, and we're excited for it.
When I hear the desk talk about veterans, obviously I have to think about how both of you are winners from
Okay.
Season 4 and Season 5.
Here we go.
Aurora, what would it mean to you
Build
to
is
bring
coming
your team to
online,
the grand
don't
finals
worry.
and win once again?
I'm not worried about that. I just want to win today.
I feel it. Thinking about right now, that's the good mentality to have. Polar Bear Mike, same for you. What has the preparation been like, knowing that you're going to be going up against the Ferryman?
All right, we're gonna get dominance
It's
next.
just been about playing our game. We're pretty familiar with them. Of course, I've played against these guys for
And then we'll wrap
a
up
decade
build
now at this
with
point for a lot of them,
Deathbringer.
so just understanding that it's probably going to be a long set. Either way, both of our teams like to play for late, so it should be a good time.
I'm excited to see it. And guys, one last question. Aurora, is there anything that you would like to say to Polar Bear Mike and the rest of the team?
See you on the battleground.
PBM?
Just good luck, have fun. I also want to say, just both of our families and all the fans, thanks everyone for supporting us. It means the world.
All right, guys, you can go to your seats. Thank you so much, and let's head back to the desk.
Two of the most supported teams that we've got, maybe all time. And Mike is right, the family's out here supporting. It's great seeing the family support,
Okay,
the fan
when I get
support.
to 19,
and
but
that
at least for
energy,
now, we
Trelly,
can just work on
really
getting
builds
a
up.
little bit up on our power.
The fans, they want Mike. They're cheering for him. You saw the Jade Dragons fans painted up yesterday. And Hazer, we get a look at the God pool shared between these two. Decent grouping there in the middle, but Mike maybe a bit more eclectic in his individual picks that Aurora doesn't quite play.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the two picks that I'd zoom in on either side here.
Tab out for a second,
you've
make
got
sure
Mike
we're not
has
missing
played
picks and bans.
Afro. Aurora hasn't touched that. You know, very popular, very
Oh,
meta support. And on the
no.
other side, you've got the Ganesh for Aurora. Probably Aurora's best pick, and PBM hasn't played it a single time. So I feel like these matchups, those are the gods I'm going to be keeping an eye on. Has one of them picked it up? Has one of them managed to kind of practiced that in this break they've had to take it away from
Nice.
And Inbound, you're a player who's played
And we get
against
dominance
both of
as
these
well,
players
so we
in
get
the,
a
in the
bunch
support
of extra
role.
pen.
Playstyle-wise, Mike and Aurora talking about on stage.
We get a
they,
Deathbringer,
they
which will
teams.
help a
Maybe
ton.
feel like they both want to go late, play through late.
Yeah, there
You
we
as a fellow support player,
go.
do you feel like
Awesome.
Aurora and Mike play the game
We're
in a similar
gaming
way?
chat.
Yeah, I think they play similar gods, somewhat similar styles,
dude.
but they'll play the
unfortunate.
same god somewhat
Get
differently.
the timers up
Mike
on these
really
at
does like
least.
to get involved early, and he wants to try to build a lead, but he doesn't feel like he has to force it. And I think Aurora's a little bit more just playing safe, smarter. Mike, if he sees something, an opportunity, he thinks it's a good chance to like give him a little lead.
Yeah,
he'll
like,
take
I
it.
still
Or on the
don't
other hand,
do
if there's
anything
any
with the whale,
risk,
and that
he really
sucks.
won't take it unless the boys are with him to kind of back him up.
We've set the stage.
I'm not gonna
Let's
buy
get
any
into
progress
it.
for
Picks and bans for
Deathbringer
game one between the Styx Ferrymen
until
and the Jade Dragons.
I can
starting
afford
right now.
all of it, because
And
if
Trelly,
I
we've
can
talked
get
plenty about the supports. Key me in
Arrow
on another
upgraded
important
first,
matchup rolling into
that's
picks
much
and
more
bans.
value.
As far as I'm concerned, there's been a lot of picks that have popped up so far this tournament that you do not want to let these guys get their hands
Four
on.
traps, right?
But
Yeah.
Mike and Aurora are not the two that want to first pick supports too often, right? They don't mind sitting back. They don't mind waiting to see their matchup. I'm more so
don't
looking
like
at the mid lane. Ardez and Paul
early
could be
picking support
exactly where
in
both of
League
these
or
teams
in
are looking to
Smite.
try and carry through. The
Like, if there's
duo
something
as
high
well.
prio, yes.
Coast. Love
You
to
know,
get
like
aggressive.
if
Love
I'm
to get his
playing
hands
with
on
someone and they're like,
Touch
I'm gonna go
on
with Zeri,
Palmer.
and you know
He
I know they're having a good day,
away
right?
from a
I'm
1v1.
we're gonna top pick
Plenty
you
of
me
places
Zeri,
that
but
both
that's
these teams
really it.
look. I think the Styx Ferrymen might have cooked up a draft or a way of playing this if they got first pick. And starting off
Thought
with
they
the
just
Vulcan
heroic.
band.
It's okay though, we
I
got
thought
the
we'd see
whale.
Too much, but
That was
you
the
just hear
main
boo
goal.
The second the Athena band comes
Yeah, it's
through.
gonna be
Unfortunate,
1100
guys, but,
or
hey, get used to
11
that.
and a
It's not
half.
gonna stop.
That we're
It's got to be
contending
close
on.
to 100%. Well, no, at 100% ban rate, right? There's no way Athena hasn't been
No way I get an
let
assist
through
for
it
that.
all this weekend.
Yeah, okay.
Friendly reminder, I'm a fan of friendly reminders. These are now best of fives in the semifinal. We'll get to a best of five tomorrow in the grand final as well. Hazer, in your mind, does best of five change pick ban strategy at all? Are you waiting to reveal things? What's your mindset?
I actually think it does. I think it gives you the space to do things like experiment with perhaps using Athena open. I know we don't see it here, but
Yeah,
you've got
genetics
more
can be
time
the
to
meme
try
lord
things
supreme
out.
that he
It can be
is.
a little bit more risky. And as the game goes on, we'll see more and more target bans. Although, looking at the Ferryman's bans, they've already thrown at least a couple of non-meta target bans out there, and her only really going to get banned.
She's
against
hitting a
Coast
few
and
more
Oregon.
autos than I am,
I think
chat.
that's a Dardez special.
Who do you think the Jade Dragons are worried about with a couple of their bans? The Thoth and the Vulcan, both banned away. But you can
Not
say the
impressed.
same
I could do
about
that
Dardez on the
too.
flip side, getting a couple bans tossed his way by the Styx Ferryman.
And with the Sobek first pick, it's just a really easy.
Except my
default
team will
god
just
to
run
kinda go
away,
to.
and
As
her
long as
team will
Ganesh
run
is
onto
an
me.
insta counter, but with
That
how
is
much
tragic.
We've seen Mike not go towards it, you don't really have to worry too much about Mike actually locking in this Ganesh. I like this early Sobek.
Yeah, and I think on the other side, you see the immediate answer.
Right, I guess
What do you do
pretty good
against
for your first
Sobek? You let him pluck you, you beads it, or he misses it, and then you blow him up. Nemesis reduces those procs with the ult,
Cool.
and
And
Achilles
then we
looking
can
for the
get
execute.
Arrow
Really, really powerful
upgraded
top
soon.
two for the Dragons in response.
Not to mention the Achilles has just been so dominant, right? And not so much in this tournament in particular, but in that group stages, we saw a lot of Achilles, sort of a good matchup into Nike, a good matchup into the Wukong, just to try and get those Warriors Axe procs in lane. So I don't hate this
If
at
we're
all.
going Silver Branch, the attack speed buff would be kind of wacky right now.
By the Ferryman. We've seen a dominant, lane dominant, late game dominant Osiris, and he just takes over the game at most points. They'll give the Ferryman a lane to play.
Sorry, Bob, you're making an amazing point.
That was the bait and switch of the century.
He was waiting for that the entire time.
I think I'm missing picks and bans, but I can't really tell.
Too much. I don't know if you
Wait, what gigabait did I miss?
Time.
That's the bait and switch of the century.
Just takes over the game at most points. It'll give the Ferryman a
I
lane
heart
to
Twitch chat. Oops, I farted.
And that's what the Ferrymen like to do. They kind of
Oh,
make a
no.
default meta. They come up with what they think is good, and
Oh,
they stick to it. They're not
no.
messing around. They're not switching up picks and bans just for the sake of it. They like to, be predictable, and that means that they can play more consistently.
Yeah, they don't have to worry about any of these picks, right? They know they can pilot them to perfection. Now it's just about what does Paul and Sino want to go to. They've got plenty of time to think about their matchups. The Nemesis has already been revealed, so Sino knows what he's going up against.
I like the Emoja pick here, but I would have really preferred this Ganesh. Yes, we have not seen Mike play it, but it is so strong into what the Ferryman want to do, and it's so
Okay, that
strong
one was
that
just
when
under my
some of
HUD.
the
That was
pieces do
not visible
have
to
the
me.
beads, it just is a really easy shutdown character, especially with the shred from from Nemesis, the execute from Achilles. It's a fine Yemoja pick, but I think Mike could have done better with this Ganesh.
Six Ferryman. Little global rotation potential as well with that Chernobog Hazer. An early Chernobog pick. Cyclone Spin, one of the best in the world at this character. Does that change the J Dragons mindset, knowing you're going to have global pressure later in the game to deal with?
I think it just means that they have to be much more careful through the early mid-game.
I have to be careful about upgrading my relics, but Beads is going to be way too good to not upgrade right now, to at least the tier 2.
Has shown that he's willing to rotate within the first, 5, 6, 7 minutes with ults and miss waves to make sure he can get the rest of his team ahead. And now we're looking at bottom 2 picks here for the Ferryman. Paul and Sino still to go. Last time out, they picked Maman and Set in that bottom 2, I think. So I'm interested to see.
You gotta notice.
Ban at one of those.
You notice him?
Hello, I notice you.
Okay,
thank you so
there
much.
you go. Thank God. I was on pins and needles. Smite fans, y'all are something else. But you're bringing it here to the esports stadium. Last couple bands starting to roll through here as well. Remember, Vaporish Coast.
Damn, Arcadia wasn't even that much better than mine.
ADCs
That's top damage on the team,
league.
too. So, hey, no one can yell Artemis diff when I was doing all the
Will
damage.
Is that a statue? This man is
A lot of it was throwing it into the whale and
Wasn't
not
there a
getting
sign
any
yesterday
results.
that said look inward? I think this is
Oh
what
my
that
goodness, it is a person.
Goodness,
Those
wow.
unblinking eyes.
I forgot,
held on a little
I'm
bit too
baffled.
long.
I forgot how to do my job. Oh yeah, Vaporish Coast, not gonna get to play the honor. Will not play the Chernobog. Inbound, anything stand out to you?
Yeah, the Hachiman is still
horse,
available. Hachiman is still something available. It's, in my opinion, I mean, we'll discount Coast as like the best on-her player. Yes, his on-her is the best. Hachi is, for my money, the best hunter god in this entire tournament. And it's the Ferrymen that keep going back to this Chernobog, even with that Hachi
You did it,
available.
gamers.
Seen the Hachi with
We have
Coast, we've
same
seen the
death
Hachi
count.
almost every single other game.
I have
Shaman's
2
still
more
available.
elims
It should
than
be a
her.
lock in here for the Dragons.
I think the Ferrymen are going to go to this Chernobog until it gets just completely shut down. The Jingwei
Sorry,
is
I
not
have
something
2
we
less
expected,
elims
but it's
than
a
her.
fantastic matchup into Sobek.
But I have
you don't have
5K
to worry
more
about
damage.
the flux. The engage is never going to be
Second
a
highest in
problem,
lobby
and
as well.
Coast
That's
can play
not too
so
bad.
safe. And
That's
even
not
if
too
you
bad.
let this Jingwei get late game, you could just absolutely one-shot everyone with those crits. I mean, even the tankiest of targets cannot stand up to those enhanced auto attacks.
My only problem with this Jingwei is this just is not a Dragon-style comp already. They usually play to dominate this 2v2, and Jingwei Yemoja is not dominating a lane. Yes, Sobek Chernobog not that great in laning phase either, but Jingwei is mostly just farming up. I've not seen Coast on the back foot looking to farm up in most games.
Yeah, I think we saw him pick up first blood up against Zapman on the Danzaburo, and then
Jingwei's
proceed to
one-shot
do
build was
50K
funny.
to Zapman's 19K out of
Like,
lane pressure last
obviously
time,
it has no
going for a
place in the
safe
game.
pick in the Jingwei.
But at the time, it wasn't anything
Why was
special.
Maman not banned? I do
No.
not understand. We've seen this exact combo from the Ferryman previously. The Maman magical damage out of the jungle enables the set. They both have waves out of the Yemoja ult. I just don't see what the Dragons were cooking up here. They must have a plan for this, though, Trello.
Yeah, this was a pick that we all saw coming, or at the very least had in the back of our minds, which means
Not
the
again.
Jade Dragons clocked it hours ago, and then they let it through. Maybe they were trying to bait it. Maybe they felt like the Ferryman's late game would not be able to compare to theirs, because that's clearly where they're leaning towards. We heard Mike on the stage. They're drafting for the late game, and when you see Jingwei, that's exactly what they're looking towards.
I will say, yes, the Ferryman's comp is really good. It's going to be looking to dive. The Dragons, with what they've drafted so far, have a fantastic front-to-back comp. Yemoja, probably the best front-to-back character in the game. Jingwei allows it also. They get a mid
shit.
laner here that can just
I
pump out a
did
lot
not
of
forget
area
this
damage.
time.
Something like maybe even a Zeus. We've seen a couple Zeus bans come through. Dardes, maybe not the
Do
biggest
that.
Zeus player.
Hera.
But something
There we
that
go.
kind of gives, I mean, even something like the Hera, just massive, massive
for it.
damage in that area.
Is he shaking
Twitch,
his head? No,
enjoy,
Hera. That's gotta be what it is. Wait,
and
wow, Bobby.
great
The
for
Prophet.
the rest of
You're
draft.
kinda
The Prophet! Bobby 1 for 1.
Hello.
Early in semifinal
Zeus.
Saturday. And the
All right,
fans
well,
are
I might
loving
have
it as
popped it
well.
too late, but that's fine. That's
Hazer,
okay.
Zeus locked in. How does the dynamic change for the Jade Dragons mid?
So this is super interesting.
Nothing interesting
drafting the
will happen
Dragons. It's
during the
very,
outbreak.
on the back
And
foot.
if
They
it
want to
does,
be kind
you
of
know,
run
that's
at
how
and
it
put
is.
damage onto the front line of the enemy teams. But I worry about this because I'm not sure how well this comp plays if they fall behind and if they're run at.
Oh,
What
it's
are they
terrible.
doing if Set and Maman and Wukong are able to get to the backline and the Bog's ulting in afterwards? PBM's going to have an absolutely perfect game on this Yemoja.
Yeah. The
My-
falling behind, that's the problem, right? That is what they are drafting to not do. They don't want to just get rolled over, because I don't care how much damage Zeus does, if he falls behind, he will get run over. He can get out the DPS before he dies, but he's going to be the first one dead in most team fights.
And in my mind,
Also, I wasn't
that's where
joking,
I'm
Chad.
looking at
I
for the
am
rest of
actually
this
going to
game
play
is this
Paladins
Zeus.
instead
This
of
Zeus
Smite
is
as
the
my
most
between
important
games
character on the
game.
map, because we've We saw the early first blood by the Ferryman against an even safer mid laner in that Thaw. Zeus is not a Thaw, no dash. He gets a little bit of movement speed in that too. And if he gets put down early, as you said, maybe a little bit of damage, but not enough to threaten this Ferryman's comp.
So what's the mindset here, Hazer? Is it as simple as survive the early game for the Jade Dragons and then later on you're feeling good, or do you have something to say in the first half of the game?
I think they've got the Sobek. The Sobek
Oh,
goes
no,
in,
that's good. That's
we
great.
Zeus
That's
damage,
wonderful
we drop
insight.
the Lightning Storm to zone out the enemy team. We blow them up with the Nemo and the Achilles ult, and then we play from there at a 5v4. But it's going to be really, really difficult. And Aurora, a veteran, he knows he can pick up the Aegis on this Sobek as well, something we've seen a number of times from Aurora on this pick.
Talked plenty about the Jade Dragons and maybe what they're hoping to do in game one. Is it just the opposite inbound for the Styx Ferryman?
I mean, not even. I mean, I think they go well late game, but they also can play fine in the mid game, and that's why I think it's just a riskier Jade Dragons comp because they don't have this avenue to play through early, mid, and late. The Ferrymen are able to play through early, mid, and late with this comp.
What does that sign say? I can't. Hold on.
Mid
When they announce a new god and game.
and late.
Nut.
The Ferrymen are able to play through early, mid, and late with this comp. That's save.
It says no.
Her name is Newt.
Oh my god.
Read it.
Come on,
Yeah,
Hazer.
that's what that said.
On the world stage.
I talked yesterday about how well behaved our signs have been, and we're like 0 for 3.
Today's not been a good day.
First thing in the morning.
Oops,
love
I
it,
farted.
though. Bring the energy.
Revert person.
No comment.
We don't like this
I'm not touching that one.
We don't like this one.
All right, so it's best of 5
Inbound,
semifinals
you
here,
love
Trelly.
this
Plenty of
one. You
arguments
talk
have been
about it.
had over
You've
the
talked
years
about
of
it
which
on
ones
stream
are
and in
more
videos
important.
plenty.
On the world stage, though, you're still sticking with game 2. Mifflin is going to be on the cast, and don't worry, he'll get
do
his
not
chance
care.
to
He is wrong.
disagree.
Wait.
Question is, do we see this in this set? Do you think Paul has the potential to diff Dartez right next to the Jade Dragons fans?
If I'm locking in Zeus and I look across, or maybe to the left, I suppose, if the Darts is looking to the right, and I see Paul on set, I'm shaking a little bit, right?
Sure.
You have to position perfectly, and even that can't be enough at times. If the Kingslayer gets online, if you get a little bit ahead, there is plenty of
Shall
damage to come
Smite
your way.
2
So
World
Dartez's positioning is
Championship.
going to
I
have to
only
be
have
top
2
tier,
friends.
and even if that happens, Paul will find a way. It's going to be a scary matchup for the Zeus, but again, the Jade Dragons knew this was coming.
You know what I love
Hazer said it
about
best.
the
they knew that Seth
about
and
the
Milan
nut
were going
sign
to be
though.
an
Or
easy
the
bottom
nut
2 to
sign.
go for. So either A, they have like a tanky
Is
Zeus
that-
build in mind, or B, they are just going to go all in on peeling for Dartez.
Whoever is in charge of
Force
Prod,
coach has tried to make some plays all weekend
switching the
long.
cameras around and
Maybe the
shit.
Jingwei is able to get there.
They had to
later
make the
into this
decision
game.
to show that
Semifinal
while it was
number
on
1
camera.
kicking off right now. Gormizer, Mifflin, it's all yours.
Thanks so much, everyone up there on the desk. It's going to be a fantastic set. Trelly, Myth. I was thinking about Trelly. I'm so sorry, man.
It's okay.
We start this off immediately, Myth, with the fact that the last time they went through this, 5 games, right? We know these teams are going to go long. And immediately, we see them, I'm going to say more or less prepping for late game, right? It feels kind of like maybe you could like get comfy, cozy in the chairs out there, because it does feel like a lot of these teams, and a lot of this, specifically on the Dragons, wants to just play back, let it ride for a little while before they get involved.
You know, and I got a chance to speak to PBM just a few months ago, and he said, look, we've always had a stigma. All my teams have always had the stigma of only being able to only capable of playing throughout the early ghost
They
game,
portion
Jade
PBM backwards.
Dragons,
Wait a minute.
early game dominant squads. He said, that's not the intention. It just happens to be the case. This screams to me, this is what we've been practicing. We want to take it late in the 5v5. Let's dance around the fire giant. But the Styx Ferrymen don't need to play to the beat of the Jade Dragon's drum. This is a composition from the Styx Ferrymen that I think can get involved pretty early on, especially in the mid.
Well, they get a good block onto Coast, and that damage follow-up. That's something that Coast is going to have to be worried about. Jingwei, nice dash. Aurora's still chasing. I don't think the cooldown's going to work. Near the blow comes through, forces the beads. And some aggression from the Ferryman. Just a minute in. Not going to get a first blood yet, but that goes to show, Mifflin. Exactly what the Ferryman are opting for. Now they've pulled a pretty heavy amount over there in the dual lane. We were talking about the Dragons having to play passive. Now they might have to forego a lot of this lane.
Fortunately for Coast, that dash means any pluck that Aurora connects now, you can still get out of the air. Don't necessarily need beats in that matchup. It's more so important once those junglers start to get involved. Mike taking a lot of poke. keep my eyes on Lasbra. Feels like he can set a decent pace here throughout levels 1 through 6. Once level 6 hits, imagine we just see Sino outpace in the jungle.
I'm so pumped to see this Zeus.
He's probably going to get dove a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
There's a lot of dive.
There's a lot of
Maman and Set
shenanigans.
specifically that feel like it's going to be dangerous for him.
Sun Wukong, Chernobog's going to jump into his shadow. He's going to be slowed the entire time. The Jade Dragons need to king protect Dardes. I think the desk highlights it perfectly. Most important player on the map. And it's for both teams. The Styx Ferrymen are diving him, Jade Dragons protecting him.
So where's the peel come from, right? If you're protecting Dardes, like where's the protection?
See, that's where it becomes a little bit interesting. It's a decent front-to-back composition. I think PBM in particular can do a lot with Riptide as well as River's Rebuke, but otherwise the protection's going to come from initiation. Lasbra can create space with damage, and Nika can do it with his body. Vaporish Coast, for the most part, likely will be hovering that backline with Dardes.
Oh, Dardes now in trouble. Sino wants a little more. He goes
Oh, big first blood, but it's refragged.
Blood for the Ferryman.
I'm not sure that's even a worthwhile trade. First blood bounty, of course, slightly putting in favor of the Styx Ferryman there, but giving a kill over to Dardes.
The only reason that's even arguably worth it is the first blood bounty,
Experience as it stands,
and even
probably not
that's
going
just
to
like...
heavily favor Paul. If they survive there, the Styx Ferryman, absolutely happy with it. But I think early indication of what it's going to look like for Dardes throughout this game, and that didn't exactly look fun to me.
No, and a nice reminder of just how much the towers are going to be helping you out here. Zeus is not going to be able to do that much later, but he'll have his own damage, right, to help out. I have to play it carefully. 99 seconds on that blink. I have a feeling once it comes back up, we might see a little bit more. You also have to be careful anytime Paul steps up. It feels like this set pick, something Mifflin got so used to seeing, and then it just kind of disappeared, right? Mages were the topic of the conversation again. They take root, they hold still. But Paul yesterday plays it. He goes back to it first game today, and I have trouble saying it looks anything other than great.
World's Paul, he's always going to bring out that set. Hyper pressure throughout the laning phase. It gives you great scaling into the late game, allows him to become that playmaker. It almost reminds me of what you're trying to accomplish with something like the Morrigan. I want to find the enemy mage, and I want to make sure that they aren't casting their abilities.
It's going to ruin their life.
Yeah, you know, give me my 1v1. Exactly, and we've seen that from Paul, what, 2-3 times now, playing on tower line up against the Zeus. It's a lot of damage, but are you really worried about a Nemesis rotation this early? I'm not.
We've seen Lasbra. Sometimes this Nemesis can really get hands-on and change the pace of things. Maybe we'll see something from the junglers over and right. Nika forced to ult to fall back. Good little knock-up from Sino. Not going to have the follow-up necessary to get a kill. Nika makes it back under the tower, gets to fall back with that. I mean, we're already seeing that level 6 for Sino on this Maman. It's only going to get worse from there.
Keep your eyes on Nika's build. He's gone for a very aggressive first slot maze, so no defense. Won't even be able to be allowed to double dip on defense really at any point. Magical physical split between solo and jungle. Means Nika's going to be in trouble for a while. That ultimate's really the only thing keeping him alive. And Sino's got such a good ultimate to chase it out. I mean, we saw it there. You can lock him down really easily. The W key, you never really take that movement speed penalty. Maman Brigitte is so good at sticking to her targets.
We'll see. Everyone but Aurora seems to have the memo. Everyone's back at camps. Everyone's just farming. And Aurora's just playing nuisance towards Mike right now. And that's something we were talking about going into this. Aurora's mentality for every game, every set, it really does come down to one thing, which is you could ask him about game 2 this set. You could ask him about game 3. You could say, is it going to go 4 or 5? He does not think about anything beyond what is directly in front of him. This is the only game that exists for him. And it's really interesting because I know a lot of other players on the Ferryman have mentioned that his mentality of treat it like a best of one every game has really helped facilitate their style and their win streak over phase 2.
It's got to be exhausting, though, treating every single game like it's the most important game, but clearly a good mentality for the Styx Ferryman and one that has worked out very well for them. On the other side, I think PBM almost perfectly exemplifies that mentality as well. I mean, this is a matchup we've seen throughout the years, Gore. These guys have been lining up against each other for a decade now, and it's always been the same. Every single game, one step at a time. It seems to me this first step might take a little while, though. No, not a whole lot of action on the screen.
That actually makes me, again, really intrigued because it feels like late game there's so much that could go on. And we've seen these moves. Actually, we saw quite a few of them yesterday where sometimes you just get to a certain point, let's say 18 minutes, right? Where suddenly the last straw hits the camel's back, everything breaks open. Right now, it could be Mike. At least under eyes. Sino's in a bad spot. Lasbra looking to chase him down. Dardes looking to help lock him up. And Mike with the walls closes him in, puts him in jail. And Lasbra puts him down into the
And there goes Aurora too.
What it needs. Cyclone rotates to his doom,
Ouch.
and the Dragons are up 4-1.
Can they get anything else off the map? Paul can defend that tier 1 tower. Talk about an ultimate though from PBM. Just completely locks down the Gold Fury pit. You're
that is what we
going
call
anywhere
emoji
when
game in
PBM's
chat.
on this
That is
big.
what we call
Darda's
emoji.
not worried about dive. He's the one doing the diving.
That lockup, the walls.
Holy
I mean,
shit.
I've never seen a better argument for Phantom Shell in my life, man. And Mike,
be a bit.
that's the thing. We said it and saw it yesterday. A good Yamoja changes the game. Mike is one of the best Yamojas. And Myth, they've got themselves a comfortable lead. The interesting thing is that 3 kills, especially throwing them all on the Zeus, that's going to be maybe the important part to turn back to, but it hasn't really amounted a crazy gold lead yet. But one thing we haven't talked about with Zeus, you mentioned Mike's ult, but talking about Dardez's ult around objectives, that's where a lot of the burn can come through. Now Nika in a little bit of trouble under tower. The dive coming through. Sino wants to make sure this happens. Baskin needs to hit him with the stun. The turnaround and the survival from Nika is what we get instead.
Jotun's giving him that
Nika's
just enough
character.
life steal on that wave, keeps him right above water. And now maybe a counter rotation. Lasbra is thinking about it. No blink though, he's gonna have to walk in the old-fashioned way.
It's going to be difficult. Again, Nemesis, hard CC. Maybe something you're left wanting for, but Sino goes in. Now Lasbra has the opener, uses the ult. It's going to be a little bit of a trade-off. Good dash from Sino, gets him out of there. Nika's still low and has to play carefully. Bull form, Ox form is enough for Baskin to retreat. A lot of fire in the solo lane, but no kills.
Talk about narrow margins. If Sino doesn't find that dash into Nika, Slice and Dice is doing, what, 50% of what he had left, and that's slow. But it confirmed that kill. Roar. This is exactly where he got caught out last time around, but he doesn't seem all too concerned. Rotation from Dardez, matched by Paul, so nothing to be had there.
Man, that slow is impressive.
Yeah, good luck walking away from him.
Sino.
Thing is, you're gonna chase him down for the most part as well.
Sino's been teetering on the edge, right?
Why am I
You got
so
2 deaths,
hungry? I
1,
just
2, and
ate
0.
before
It's
stream.
not necessarily the most glamorous. But we also aren't usually talking this much about a Momon at 9 minutes into the game. It feels like we're waiting a little bit longer. He's gone
Let
for
me
a
know
similar
make
build he
pizza
did
rolls
yesterday. I
after
don't know if I
game
got
one.
your opinion on it. Going for the tier 2 towards the Doom Orb, right? Still
I
having some of the
make 'em in
passive, but then
microwave.
immediately going towards a breastplate for some tankiness. It
Microwave.
feels very Sino-esque in his playstyle.
Yeah, he wants to be an initiator. He's always been that type of guy. Wants to be the first player in, last one out.
Microwave.
First one out, but you have to send him back to base in the grayscale. This defense is going to
Microwave.
delay his 100 to 0 potential, and everybody that's ever had the displeasure of playing
Microwave.
against Maman knows that she will 100
Just shuffling the vowels
Now
in
you're delaying it to
microwave.
maybe
Except for
third,
the E.
fourth
You know,
item.
well, I mean,
You
the
gotta
E
be
could be
concerned.
moving. You'd
Now
never
for
know.
utility pickups on the side
Don't
of
make
the
a sound.
Dragons. In particular, I keep my eyes on Darda. I'd be really interested to see if he decides to go down a defensive path himself. But early CDR, I'm an OG jungler, man. It's basically just defense Jotuns.
Fair enough, and it's going to get the job done, at least so far. Although the kills on the Dragons, that one fight in the Gold Fury pit changes a lot. Sino making a good rotation here up against Coast. I have to remember Jingwei's good at getting out, has ult, uses the dash, immediately ult to make sure that you've got the distance, and Sino going to be leaving this one with just the scraps, a little bit of experience from the minions. Otherwise, nothing too big. I guess the shield buff that's coming up.
Yeah, you can control all that neutral farm on the left-hand side. If you can send Vaporish Coast back to base even, potential to look towards that Gold Fury. Maman does so much DPS to objectives. I would call her essentially just another hunter on the map with what she's able to do with an old Fire Giant. But if Coast with the passive just flies back in, it's pretty difficult to find those opportunities. Maybe you have to knock him down if you actually want to look towards the objective itself.
Right now, it seems like the Dragons, well, they are still trying to find some aggression. Maybe we'll see something. About a minute and a half till the beacon spawns. The Gold Fury, Mike's making sure they've got vision covered over on that side. And Aurora's stepping up. You can see movement in the jungle. Lasbra and Dardez making their way over there. Trying to see if they can catch someone out. No CC on the Paul, and seems like they're going to call for a small retreat. Maybe just a heat check to see if they can catch a ferryman out of position.
They're doing a great job on the macro farm, considering how much of a fight swing we saw from the Jade Dragons. They haven't really been able to separate themselves all that well. Experience is relatively decent. A lot of it's coming from maybe the mid lane, but even there, Paul's closing up that gap pretty significantly. Cyclone Spin just catches up to Vaporish Coast. There's not really a clear advantage state for the Jade Dragons on the map, just about anywhere. And it seems like the longer action, or inaction rather, continues, the further the Styx Ferrymen are going to push the lead back into their favor.
The farm's been good. Paul, despite the 3-kill deficit, is kind of doing a tango right now between him and Dardez on the net worth charts. And it does, this is where that dangerous territory I had mentioned earlier enters, right? Where we're getting to 12 minutes. Grouping potentially around Beacon is going to be a big conversation here, but Myth, all I can see is every item that gets completed, whether it's for Dardez, whether it's for Paul, for Sino, like each one of those is a step closer to a very, very dangerous place to be. A mage in front of, anything like that. Beacon, though, spawns in. Right now, Aurora and Paul have control. It's going to be a small 2v2. It doesn't look like any of the solo laners are coming over super quickly. We've got Nika making movements in the jungle as he wanders over here. It's going to be too late for the actual Beacon. And he calls off the rotation immediately, so pretty simple for the Ferryman. No huge clash just yet.
I'm glad you bring up Nika. There's a slight difference in the relic selection there. Generally, we just see Blink for these warriors so they can get into that backline more easily, but if Nika's job is to keep Dardez alive, you don't really need Blink. Instead, Belt of Frenzy, get yourself a little bit of additional burst, helps out around those objectives. And it's an interesting pickup, but I wonder if that's going to sacrifice maybe some of the ease of initiation of the Jade Dragons. Again, putting a little bit more pressure on Mike's back.
I see, the Frenzy, Med already there for Mike, plus the healing that he's going to have. It feels like this is, let's burn objectives, and as you had mentioned, keep Dardez alive. Just focus entirely on taking this lead, which, as you had mentioned, has been bouncing kind of back and forth between them. Ultimately, it's like 400 gold, sometimes closer to 700 gold. But nothing too crazy in favor of the Dragons. That's how you open that up, right? Is just get a Zeus in a good spot, let him drop ult, and just farm.
Doing a good job of it so far, been playing very safe against what is legitimately a very difficult 2v2 in mid to survive against. Come on. I don't even know. You look for the pool here? He's got no follow-up.
Yeah, and he has no escape right now. The walls are up. Good dash actually gets him out of there now.
Oh my
Baskin rotates
God,
in to help
nothing.
out. They've got Dardez dead to
Oh,
rights, locked in,
wow.
and killed off. The chase is on, and it's turned.
How did they let that turn around? No.
Aurora's just baiting them. He just walks up, says, well, you surely you're going to kill me for walking in circles in front of you. No, held on to Pluck, gets out of there, and the entirety of the Ferrymen show up in numbers. It's that global presence that Hazer was talking about. Sino. Does he get out?
Well, right now, Coast wants to go in. One shot connects, one auto just off the mark. The movement's good, but Lazarus just a little bit stronger. Closes the gap with a blink, gets the kill, and forces Cyclone to play safe. No health, no mana. The carry cannot join this fight.
Aurora fishing for a pluck here. Can't really do it to Coast. That dash makes it so impossible to initiate on the Jingwei, so it's going to be get out for the Jade Dragons. Great blink from Lazarus to secure that kill. Thought maybe Sino would have got out of there with that stun. Instead, beads expended, so expensive kill for the Jade Dragons.
Strike. Pyromancer. Clean pickup for the Dragons. They walk in, and they take it down, no problem. We're looking at gold again. It is going slightly in favor of the Dragons every step of the way, but 1,000 gold Mifflin, especially at the pace this game has been, it doesn't have the weight behind it that it could have a few minutes ago. Still, small lead for the Dragons. Team fight. That's what I'm going to keep focused on. And maybe Mike's ult more than anything. Halfway back, maybe halfway before we get to see anything massive from him. Also worth mentioning, I think these solo lane rotations, both Baskin and Nika having really big impacts on their team.
They have, and Baskin's having a much easier time having impact in the team fight. Again, just that blink pickup makes it so easy to find your target. That target, clearly Dardez every single time. We saw it there from the Ferryman reinitiation off of Aurora's bait. It's just jump onto Dardez, and then where does the threat come from? They force Coast, maybe a secondary threat, tertiary threat from Lazarus, but the team fight really is just completely contingent on this Zeus. Lightning Storm, as far as I'm concerned, is going to be the indicator of whether or not a fight is good. If there's a kill, the second that diamond goes blank, great for the Jade Dragons. If no one gets knocked down, I can see some fights where the Jade Dragons say, all right, well, we'll just back up, try it again, or try and escape, I should say, the dive potential of the Ferryman.
I want to ask about these carry builds. Because I keep looking down, I just saw Fail Not purchased for Sino, fully finished. But on the other side, you got like the Dominance, the Chins versus XC Fail Not. Obviously one leaning moving more towards crit. Do you like the preference towards one for the Chernobog versus what Coast is bringing on the Jingwei?
Well, I think for Chernobog, Fail Not's just core because you're initiating so many fights with your ultimate, getting into the back line, or even just applying the slow. Otherwise, if I had to choose between the penetration yellow numbers build or just straight up crit, it's almost always crit.
All Right now, Gold Fury seems to be the option for the Dragons. They've got it locked down and secured, no problem.
Would have been real funny if someone showed up for the steal. No, they're just going to show up for the punish.
Exactly what they need because Cyclone
Aurora's
comes
down,
in
but so
to
is
clean up.
Dardes.
Now, just playing safety. You go for a couple more kills.
Way more
my
value
God,
for the
the
Ferryman.
damage he does to Mike opens up a conversation and how the Ferrymen are starting to reconsider. Paul takes out 2, and the team just looks so clean. They get him out of there as well. Playing Protector and doing the job at 6-6.
Paul at Worlds is a different animal. What kind of person just has the eyes for that? I'm going in alone. I don't need the rest of my team. 2v1 doesn't matter. Tier 2 tower doesn't matter. Just makes it happen and lines up the collat. If he doesn't hit both, Coast maybe just returns enough damage to knock him down. Paul trusts himself. The Ferrymen trust him. And what was looking like a clean disengage from the Jade Dragons crumbles at the might of Paul.
It feels like we saw the Dragons in exactly what this draft was meant to do. Cool, we're going to throw the walls up, throw the Zeus ult down, kill a Fury, and get out. But you had mentioned the dive earlier, and we see it from Cyclone, Aurora, Baskin, Sino, and Paul, all 5 of them into the backline instantly. That's where that protection comes through. If I'm going to be honest, Dardes was not looking really well protected there.
I mean, maybe when Shell gets some upgrades, you really want Nika in that fight first. I think it's really, can Nika get there before Baskin? Because what I saw was teleport from Baskin, blink onto Dardes, and you're never getting him off. Once Sun Wukong has closed the gap, he's staying there. So your entire goal is to keep him away. Just don't allow that blink through. Mike can do it pretty well with ranged auto attacks. Bubble, really good at keeping that blink on cooldown. But it's a much easier job for Baskin. The Jade Dragons have to stop him from every direction. All Baskin has to do is make contact with Dardes the once.
3-0-3, now a level lead. That 3-kill swing the Dragons got earlier. Paul is the one who is looking just fantastic right now, and maybe the one who needs to be dealt with if the Dragons want to find success. Granted, how often are you anticipating him jumping in on 2 of you right there? Not too often. Sino's made a rotation. Over towards Solo. Lazara nearby as well. Not going to have the CC lockdown, but they do have Cyclone Spin, so they are looking for something. And the disengage from Nika almost enough, but the tier 1, it's not going to be enough to get you away this time. They just need the shots, and Cyclone finds it. And you've got the rest of the team coming in
also the
to
tower.
play killer. They just want to chase him down. Tier 2, suddenly we're getting to a precarious conversation. 19 minutes, the Ferrymen take their kill. They start to back up.
Man, I really thought that ultimate from Cyclone Spin was just an overextension. Lands in the lane, Nika's still relatively healthy, but CC lockdown and the rest of the Ferryman at his back makes that a great fight.
Pyro. Seemed like the Dragons wanted to contest there. Going to relinquish that one over. And objectives going 1-for-1 neutrally, except for that Gold Fury over towards the Dragons. We're going to have one of those back in a minute. Fire Giant conversation, Mifflin, seems to start to be on the horizon with how fast these other objectives are going. Picks like that become much deadlier in terms of game state over the next few minutes.
And I think burn potential, of course, belongs to the Ferryman. Their ability to just do Fire Giant quickly, amazing. Maman Rajit, we already talked about her burn. Paul essentially just being an assassin means that his auto attack's great for burn, but maybe Secure lacking. It's not as if Secure is exactly strong on the side of the Jade Dragons either. Lightning Storm will dissuade these more melee-centric picks from sticking in range, will really push Sino or Paul away from it. So if I had to guess, if the Styx Ferrymen continue this pace, I would say in the next 4 to 5 minutes, we'll see them group up around that Fire Giant, force the Jade Dragons to respond. All the while, Baskin likely just hunting down Dardes in the back line, and it's about the dive more than it is about the objective. Coin tosses, not exactly something the Ferrymen are aiming for.
I was going to ask, if you were at a Fire Giant, let's say it's 50 health, or 50% health. 50 health is a different conversation. 50%. Are you banking on the Ferrymen at that point falling back if they see a Zeus step up, or you? I mean, you just said coin flip's probably not on the horizon, right? It feels like that burn from the Dragons could flip it away very quickly.
Falling back, no. Running forward directly at that Zeus every time, yes.
Well, Nika, a little bit of trouble. Hasizio gets body blocked, and now the lockdowns. They're good stuns, good CC, and another good kill here for the Ferrymen. And now, once again, Mifflin, like you called it, they step forward.
Probably going.
Dare the Dragons to call their
They
bluff.
go
They
fire
draw
the
a
way they're
line
moving
in the
around.
sand.
The way they move.
Ask them to cross it. Fall back to the Fire Giant. DPS started up. Cyclone.
Yeah, okay.
The primary on it. Doesn't seem like they're full committing. They're trying to find one person to overstep on the Dragons. Might be Mike, might be Lazarus. Sino in the 1v1 with the jungler uses the dash to disengage, and they've got it, but you've got help but it's traded. At least 1 for
Cyno
1
down.
for Roar. Look at Cyclone, look at Baskin,
Big.
and now Paul coming back in. Could be dangerous
Walk
for the
out.
Dragons.
I cry.
The tier 1 is a safe haven. And with Cyno off the board, the Dragons, maybe counting their lucky stars, they made it out alive.
Have you seen what Sino's been doing to Lasbra in all these fights? Slice and Dice starts to head his way, and Sino says, I'll just dash into you. Good luck, you can't hit yourself. Just waits it out, gets dragged a bit into that Lightning Storm. Great for Dardes to find that return kill, but that 1v1, never really gonna look good for the Nemesis.
Baskin, a couple of maybe needed knockups. Has to be careful here, though. Sun Wukong makes it up onto the Somersault Cloud. We've got Paul back, and you don't have anything. Cyclone, no, you're in danger. Oh no, the damage. It's looking good.
Goodbye,
and he can't make it
Cyclone.
out in time. That's a huge kill for the Dragons. Opens up
Ouch.
the FG pit. DPS started. The Ferrymen are going to
This
have to
game's
respond.
really back and
Slow
forth.
Rotation in. Paul has to make a decision here. Do I go in and disrupt, or do I look for the steal? Baskin behind. This might just be look for the fight.
Halfway down already. You're going to have Cyno back in the fight. Aurora joining soon. Lightning Storm drop. The
waiting.
Dragons want the FG, but Mike first on the chopping block. Dragons get it on 4,
Oh,
but they're
no steal.
losing their lives in the process. 3 already gone, and the Ferrymen ripping through every single one of them. Nika has to use everything in his power, but it's looking like just a small, slow burn on this Achilles. 4 kills
Not the
slowly
HLS.
coming in for the Ferrymen.
It's just
Nika's
the no
living
fun
way
zone.
longer than I would have given him credit
Little
for. He's
Wukong and
buying
Achilles and a
time.
Showback all just,
But he still goes
involved
down,
in
and the
one
Fire
fight. You
Giant
can't have
gets
fun around
nullified.
here.
What's going through the heads of the Jade Dragons there? They are completely surrounded in the Fire Giant pit. They've got Paul and Baskin behind it. You've got Cyclone Spin spawning soon, Aurora right in front, and the Jade Dragons just fully commit to the objective. All the while, building surrounded. You're not going anywhere afterward. Easy for the Six Ferrymen to pick them apart. And that is the first fight this game, 23 minutes, where Dardes is ignored. You already used all your abilities to secure the objective. I don't need to kill you just yet. I'll deal with literally everyone else. Dardes, an afterthought in that fight.
SEAL team sticks. Break in,
That's
take
good.
them down.
That's good work.
It's just the surround. I mean, exactly what you said. And you have to look at the biggest problems I see are 2 goose eggs, 1 for Baskin, 1 for Paul. They're in the death column. If you're the Dragons, that's where it needs to change.
I mean, killing Paul shouldn't be as ridiculous of a Herculean task as it is presented to be, but here's the thing. Regular season Paul, what was his KDA? Like 30-something? At least on the Baba Yaga. Good luck killing Paul. World's Paul is just a little bit different. Baskin's playing Sun Wukong. He's just going to dive into the back every single time. We're seeing him line up the Scorching Blink onto Dardes, immediately into the Tiger Stun, and if there's any return damage, Somersault Cloud, there's no answer to it.
Right now, pushing the lead a little further up. The Ferrymen in
up
control of this game. Coast still has the FG buff, and the Dragons are grouping up right here. Now, Titans are going to be marching down and meeting in mid, and if that Riptide catches anybody, it becomes dangerous for the Ferrymen. Actually, maybe dangerous for the Dragons. The Ferrymen want to hold W. Baskin, showing that a little bit. We'll go in. The Titan's going to clash in mid-miss. Cyclone spins over on left, split pushing the entire time. So looking for the tier 2. Has ult and can rotate in at any given moment if his team desires.
Yeah, but instead, it just keep pushing. There's no reason to fight because the Jade Dragons aren't forcing one. Onus on the Jade Dragons in a situation like that to generate threat and force Cyclone Spin away from the tower, away from the Phoenix. Instead, free tier 2, Lasbra shows himself on map, and all of a sudden the Ferrymen know, okay, well, we've got a slight advantage here. If we want to continue our own siege, we've already knocked out the enemy Titan. Tower's already weak, and Lasbra's nowhere to be seen.
Baskin and Aurora. Paul going immediately towards the back. Falls away. They have a lot to open this up. Cyno, not going to be too worried about it. Instead, it's just the tier 1. Let the Titan go off and do its own thing. And Myth reset. You got 2 minutes for a Pyro, 3 minutes for a Fury. Maybe less than that for some kills based on the Ferryman's positioning. Really playing with the gold lead, and despite losing the Fire Giant, they're now starting to push towards 7,000 ahead.
Ferryman just went out so big on the team fight and collected just about every bit of farm that Smite has to offer on the map. Gold, Fury, towers, neutrals, tier 1, tier 2. The Six Ferrymen have officially opened up the door to the first bird here, the Jade Dragons. I think still confident in their ability to take team fights in neutral territory, but a little bit more difficult now that Phantom Shell's in play. Roar's upgraded his relic, so who's got to burn it? It's PBM. Who's going to make use of the burn? Also PBM. River's Rebuke, really long cooldown, means that I think the Ferrymen should look for first team fight. You don't really want to wait for that second rotation of Shell. I'm waiting for
I mean,
PBM and Dardas to stack their ultimates. Classic
on
playbook.
It's
Just
crazy.
Get your big circles
Not for the power,
essentially
but
on
for
top of
the
each other.
CDR.
Phantom Shell, walk through it, go find Dardas.
So far, while Dardas has been able to return some of that damage, he's actually sitting 4th on the charts with 4 deaths to his name. So finding Dardas has been a success for the Ferryman. Now 27 minutes in, we're gonna have a Fire Giant relatively soon. But and this is where things get really awkward. This sub 3-minute area right before 30, you could burn a Fire Giant down, but it's not gonna give you as much pressure. There's only 2 towers that are still standing on the Dragon side of the map. The
I feel
Ferrymen
like this
have
is
all
a situation
6.
you want to wait for enhanced.
So an enhanced Fire Giant towards the Chaos team could make a huge sweep across the board to not only bring the gold back into the conversation, but also the team back into an even and maybe even beneficial stance.
And even just think about what EFG does into a base defense of the Styx Ferryman. I'm not seeing a standard mage. I'm not seeing great ability to keep minion waves out. This is now a point in the game where if the J-Dragons can confirm EFG for themselves, I think they essentially guarantee themselves at least 1 Phoenix. I don't love how the Ferrymen play in their own bird. Jungle team fights, neutral territory, much better suited to that.
Hall and Basket standing forward, really just creating space for the Pyromancer. 2 runic bombs in pocket, and a 3rd on the ground. Assuming someone picks it up, there it is. Aurora is going to grab it. And when we were talking about objectives earlier, Mifflin, there was a lot of, well, you don't really
2
have
minutes
the
to
secure
enhance. There's
conversation. They've got
no
a lot
way
of
they
secure
burn
in the pockets.
the Fire Giant here.
Bombs, 3,000 true damage if you stack them properly. I don't think you necessarily need to look for it. Even if you have the secure, the team fight has been so good. Paul isolated. Riptide nearly locks him down. J-Dragons are not going to give this one up.
I like the pressure they're putting onto Aurora Basket. Not a lot of health bar movement, but you can see Aurora for just a little bit of damage. How much he's going to take. Fire Giant pit control towards the Ferryman, and 1.5 minutes until this comes enhanced. But you need an opening. I feel like both of these teams, it's not, oh, we'll heat check it, get it to 50%, and we talked about that earlier. You don't want to coin flip a Fire Giant right now. Feels like you have to do exactly this. Seed it up, go ahead, grab your jungle, get some farm, finish either upgrading things, grabbing more wards, potion of power down there for Cyclone. You're gonna come back and you're gonna hit hard.
You know, speaking of openings, I feel like the Styx Ferrymen just have one hard baked into their composition, don't they? Send Cyclone Spin back over towards left. The risk being the J-Dragons might just immediately pull fire, but how large is the risk if Cyclone's got the full global and get involved in that engagement very easily? The only thing I can think of that's maybe dissuading them from that play is it's telegraphed where you're landing, and landing into a lightning storm is maybe they miss the one mistake you could make. So instead, it seems to me Cyclone's been a little bit more willing to utilize that ultimate as essentially just a teleport. I'll get poked out and I'll come back.
Well, damage being done to the Fire Giant. It's the Ferrymen who've taken it down. They put it down at 25%. They're burning it. They've got it just before it would have been enhanced. And you've got
Yeah, I don't know why they did that. I
but the
don't like that
is enough to
call.
get the solo laner away, and the Ferrymen will walk away 5 strong with fire around their belt.
The front line of the Styx Ferrymen just impenetrable there. The J-Dragons couldn't find a way into the Fire Giant pit. I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't like
if they
that
had
call.
No
That
idea
was 2
how
runic
low
bombs
it
burned.
was. Dragons still unwilling to play their base defense, seems to me. Want to take another engagement in the jungle, but this time
get an
without PBMs,
unenhanced
without
Fire
Asma's
Giant.
ultimate. Not sure how much of a good call this is. Only thing I can see that's really bringing him to this decision is the fact that Aurora's still low HP, but the longer it takes to find that fight, Fire Giant's going to resustain him.
Yeah, that low, I want to put it in quotes even, like,
oh, he's so
like
back.
2/3, so he's going to be hanging out just fine. Primal Fury is what they're fighting over, which is, again, another one we don't see teams typically in this position step up to defend. Dragons,
a lot of respect,
really want to cause some disruption for the Ferrymen. And if anything, Mifflin,
The
the
first
biggest thing
thing I ever read
to keep your
Sobek's
eyes on
kit.
is the timer for the Fire Giant
don't know
power
what
play.
patch it was
that
during.
power play is slowly burning
But-
down.
and
No
they
towers
fixed
are
it
falling, no
since.
pressure
First time I
being
ever read
provided at
Sobek's
the
kit,
base.
it
So
was
the
during
Ferrymen,
year 10.
while they might be able to get this beacon, aren't
His
getting as much
abilities
done elsewhere on the map because of the Dragon's
all
position.
referred to him with Shiva,
I would love to see
and then it got fixed.
some of that global
and I
presence.
never
Primal
saw it
Fury
in
is gonna
patch
help
notes,
out a
but I
bit,
also
but
tend to skip the
you're
UI
already
stuff.
approaching true
I
six
might have
slot.
just
The majority of
missed
starter
it.
items already upgraded.
But,
Helps out.
I don't know
about
how
the
that
subsequent
happened.
Fire Giants, but I kind of feel like the Styx Ferrymen can get a little bit more done here. At least heat check the J-Dragons
all
on
of
their
Sobek's
defense.
ability descriptions were normal.
And the defense of the J-Dragons, I
'Cause
think, still
they're
pretty
the same
decent.
descriptions
I
that they
like
were
how
then.
Lightning Storm looked
But
in
his
some of these
ability
fights, but
descriptions,
once Lightning Storm is
all
down,
of
that's
them,
like a broken record for.
referred
just
to
the
him
team fight
as a
doesn't
female,
look great.
and I don't know why.
Nemesis in particular
weird.
feels like one of the most worthless picks out of the jungle. When the
Random,
fight is
unrelated to
centered in a
anything.
bird. You're gonna get picked out. You really want to look for 1v1s as Nemesis, and those don't exist.
My
on
brain
base
thought of
defense
it
when
because
the
there's a
siege is
Sobek
happening.
in play.
Everybody's stacked on top of each other, and you're like, well, I'm kind of an auto attacker. I can shred defense, but I'm gonna get 3 autos before I have to run away. So I'll be watching Lasbra. Maybe he can find Sino, but that 1v1 hasn't gone his way a single time. Isolate Baskin perhaps, but Baskin's always gonna be with his team. Catch Cyclone Spin on split push. Nope, he's not doing that. He's playing with his squad as well. The Six Fairman not giving up any openings.
Now I know you mentioned you want the 1v1, but you did mention your potential to provide shred, right? If you're Lasbra. So is it worth maybe foregoing a 1v1? Although I say that and see him in the jungle heading towards left, and Sino's about to show up on the map, so that might be an opportunity for him. But realistically, it feels like, well, I know that Sino and Paul need to jump in, Baskin and Aurora need to go in. They're all going to be melee ranged, close range abilities, things like that. Is it worth just saying, cool, I'm not going to win the 1v1, but come at my Zeus and we're just going to try to destroy you in the process? They might not get the opportunity. Nika caught out on the tier 2. It looks like he's going to just
bad
damage that Cyclone has just from a few autos. Force Nika to go back to the fountain, reset, and now we're starting to knock on the Phoenixes in left and right.
Tier 2 should fall as well. I think the goal here for the Jade Dragons is wait for Aurora to think he's got a target, pluck anybody, and it's Nemesis ultimate, Zeus ultimate, Yomojo ultimate, let's kill Aurora.
Well, Baskin, he's the one who goes in deep this time, makes it on the Somersault Cloud, forces at least the beats from Dardes first. Phoenix goes down, walls up from Mike, and
There
there's
goes Shell.
Cyclone up into the sky.
There goes Shell, but they all
Comes straight
stand
back down,
inside, so it's just for the
disengages
shield.
the Phoenix, successful, and the Ferrymen, like surgeons, go in, scalpel down, and walk out.
That's ridiculous. The Six Ferrymen, there was no resistance there. The Jade Dragons, they're thinking, wait, did they get our bird? We gotta make something happen afterward. And this chase down, really gonna catch Paul? I don't think so. Instead, maybe you're just bait into a poor position. The Six Ferrymen starting to work their way forward. Moving to the center of the map, re-engage, decent, and Paul chunking.
Yeah, you don't catch Paul. Paul catches you, and that's the goal right now. Re-engage from the Ferryman. Cycle goes in.
Oh,
big
this could be
knockup, great
game.
lightning
If this fight
storm.
goes
Forces
too
the
well for the
Ferryman.
Ferryman, this game is over.
Pretty deep
So
in the
Dragons
back
have to be
and
really
alone.
careful here.
Dragons don't grab him, don't look at him, and instead a small reset Fire Giant. Buff off the waist of the Ferryman. And if it's going to be the next EFG, that could be a determining factor.
This time, though, map state advantage over towards the Styx Ferryman means always going to have those minions pushing down mid. Fortunately, the Jade Dragons can defend mid and Fire Giant at the same time. Unfortunately, that one person defending mid probably has to line up against either Paul or Sino, and not exactly a position I'd like to be put in. I don't know about you, Gorth. It seems like fighting those guys pretty miserable. Been real difficult to knock down Paul himself, who is still undying alongside Baskin. The Jade Dragons just need to figure out where their opening is. I've been racking my brain for 35 minutes, and best answer I came up with is kill Aurora. Focusing a tank, miserable.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. Can you, I mean, I don't know. We've trying to see some burn towards Paul, but he's 3-0-9. Obviously has not worked just yet. Also, 12 of 13 effective kills. That's important for him. It's a 15,000 gold lead right now for the Ferryman. And an enhanced Fire Giant. 35 minutes in, Cyclone started it up. It's already half health, and the Dragons are going to have to respond. But Baskin, he's zoning out all on his own. Nobody stepping up. Ferryman get the EFG, and now they're looking for the fight afterward. Lightning Storm onto 3. Good damage.
Just going to be that
it forces
easy.
Baskin Aurora to fall back. Lasbra, Sino. Small skirmish on the side. Paul is the one who wants to clean it up, but he just can't close the gap. The Dragons, they're walking around as a 5-man death ball, except for the death part. They don't have it.
It's just Baskin staring him down saying, hey man,
Just a
we are
5-man
doing
ball.
Fire Giant. You could try and step up, but I'll kill you all. And the Jade Dragons by the blood. I mean, I just don't understand how Sun Wukong is locking down that many people on his own. Lightning Storm to chase out. Dardes, it felt like a frustration. I want to use this ability. We've been staring down this team fight for so long. I'm not going to go back to base without casting it. 2 ticks onto Baskin. He's like, all right. I mean, I was leaving anyway. We already got Fire Giant.
Destroyed the Pyromancer.
Now they get a Pyromancer. We had talked about the Runic Bombs. Those are all gone for now, so another one in pocket can help around this Phoenix siege. Miff, I'm still floored how easily the mid Phoenix went down. I mean, again, it was just a precision strike.
One good
Ferryman
fight from the Ferryman takes
still
game,
haven't lost
or
to tier 1.
bad fight from
They
the
have
Dragons.
everything up.
It'll
All
probably
of their
be
neutral
both, let's
objectives,
be
all
fair.
of their little safe havens, their coves are on the board. And admittedly, tier 1, 36 minutes in, if the Dragons get any amount of pressure, that's going to fall down almost instantly. But the fact that they haven't even been able to step that far up, I mean, we're talking about a line of scrimmage that is at their base, and if they step out of it, they're in Ferryman territory.
I was wondering, I was waiting for this player damage chart to come up, and looking at it, it's not even as if Vapor's Coast is putting out low numbers. Generally, when a warrior is getting this much value, you look towards your hunter. Hey, man, you're the one with the kin size. Like, someone's got to stop Baskin. Vapor's Coast is doing a decent job. It's just that re-sustain, how tanky he is, how mobile he is with the 72 transformations. They just haven't been able to really connect the critical damage they need. And this is a composition from the Jade Dragons where you think dealing with warriors, dealing with the front line would be good. We've already talked about defense shred, but you don't need to do all their HP. Get them to 30, 40%, and Mika's got the rest. It just has not worked out. Baskin's been playing this knife's edge of I'll stand in front of everybody for just long enough, and then the disengage has been clean every time.
Look at Aurora going into a Phoenix all on his lonesome.
He's gonna solo that.
And forcing a little bit of attention. Mid Phoenix is respawn, trying to maybe pull some pressure of the defense away from the Dragons. Got Baskin on left, 4 now in mid for the Ferryman. An enhanced Fire Giant. All it takes is a couple autos. This one's going to go down.
It is
Simple
getting
if
windy
Cyclone can
again.
get in there. Paul,
Why
Sino.
it's been so windy lately.
They're close range. This Mifflin is where it can get a little dangerous, as well as Dardez's ult, causing some trouble on the other side.
Just got to get through Dardez's ultimate. All
The
of a sudden,
CMG doesn't have a lot left
so
in
much
it,
more
so I mean,
simple.
like-
Aurora pokes in his damage, and once more, the Sticks
Ferryman
Ferryman
are
repeat
going
the
way
trick.
slower
We
than
walked
I
in,
think they
taking the
need
mid
to be,
Phoenix,
but
and Coast is just
I get
losing a
why
1v1
they're doing
to
it.
Baskin.
Because just as
Knock
well
up,
as they could
Jingu
win
Bang
one
does a
fight
lot
and
of
take
damage.
this, I mean,
Coast
they're
is
not
going to make up
gonna
for
lose
it.
if they lose the
But you
fight,
got to be
even if they
careful
get
now.
away.
Cyclone over on right. Once Lasbra, but will opt
Even if
instead
they go
for a
0 for
Phoenix.
5 in the
Opens up the
fight,
base.
Dardez,
Further
they're
Dardez.
still
Looks back the
alive
Aegis.
in the
Buys
game.
so much room and walls from Mike. Make sure everyone's closed out to keep his mid laner alive. But a lot of
On the other
utility
hand,
from the
Dragons have
Dragons.
to do
Ripped
things
from
like
the board.
that
No
to stay
Aegis,
in
no
the
Lightning
game.
Storm, no River's Rebuke, Lasbra, no ultimate. I think that Sticks Ferryman could just keep up their siege. Fire Giant power play, it doesn't really matter how much more time there's on it because really there's not anything on the other side that can slow them down. I'm keeping my eyes on Baskin. That blink has been so important on connecting on priority targets. Uses it just earlier to push out Coast, but now with the rest of his team in his back, I think Baskin just walk in.
Has his ult still. No pressure towards the Wukong. So he's going to feel confident making a loop like this. Walking through mid Phoenix with Sino. So you've got wiggle room for pressure. Left side Phoenix seems to be the only target because walking to the Titan room right now would be too difficult. Cyclone walks in, just a few more autos, one more, and that Phoenix goes down, but you've got to re-engage. Now the Lightning Storm. Paul is low, but still the distance is just too much. The Dragons can't close it, can't get him. But Mifflin, finally, they mount a defense and save the bird.
It's a really
They
good
actually
riptide there from
defend it.
PBM. Paul,
Like
of course,
2
always
autos from
wary of it.
Cyclone and
Perfect
that would've
awareness,
gone down.
realizes his
I
opponent
feel like that
walks
could have
through,
been
and there
worth
has not
committing
been any
to.
threat from the Jade Dragons.
They're not in a position where
First
they
time
insta-lose under
Paul.
any
Have to use his
circumstance.
beads.
That's the big thing.
Initiation has been lacking.
And they could have
Really, the
downed
Jade
all 3
Dragons
Phoenixes,
facilitate
and
their
Dragons
backline
have
and find
even less
consistent
reason to be
damage.
pushing.
Just has not been there. And I think it's because it's all Mike
On the other
right
hand,
now.
I
Mika's
think
really
they're
struggling to
doing
walk
Rupert
through the
with
damage
fire,
that is
those
Cyclone's
pings, I don't know who
Now
they
the
came out
6-slot
of, but-
Spectral Armor should help out a little bit. Cyclone going so deep in that crit tree, going to have a little bit more difficulty applying that damage, but with Elixir of Power, I think maybe that just go ahead and equalizes the Spectral diff. I really got to think, and it comes down to the relic selection. Had Nika gone Blink, you could jump onto Paul, prevent him from diving on his own. You could jump on a Sino, stop him from lining up against Lasbra. Instead, it's this Belt of Frenzy. It feels like to me the Jade Dragons were playing a little bit too far ahead of their own game, thinking about objectives and the like.
If they give us a moment, maybe Baskin will not. He looks for damage. Again, zoning. This is around the EFG. Baskin's alone. Could be very dangerous for a Sun Wukong. We're talking 20,000 gold, more than 20,000 gold. It's separating these teams right now. The Ferrymen are by and large ahead, but you're level 20 all across the board. You're missing some relics for, what, 20 seconds, 50 seconds on the other side. Dragons have to be careful where they step. They can get that lockdown that they've been looking for. That's the crucial key. And again, a lot of pressure on Dardez, but this is what the Ferrymen have been doing with it. Cyclone is the one who just starts up the FG. Nika will spot it, but can he do anything about it? At least stops the Ferryman from doing it for now, but might be collapsing in to his own demise. Surrounded by Ferrymen. no big fights breaking through. Fire Giant started by the sticks.
Fire Giant's going to be reset once more. All the Fairmen have to do are keep the Jade Dragons here. If they're around the Fire Giant pit, these minion waves are going to continue to push, and Vapor's Coast doesn't want the 1v1 with Paul. Try to head back to base.
He's taking a lot of damage there, and you have to be careful. Up into the sky, and he gets out. Now Lasbra comes in, tries to play Protector, and will do just enough. Basket
in the
is
sky.
forced into his ult to fall back, but now the Dragon stretched out and thin. Luckily, it's Coast who goes back. Passive gets him back into the engagement. Should get him back in the fight. Meanwhile, Cyclone Spin's been doing the same thing he's been trying to do the last 3 minutes. DPS check on the Fire Giant. By himself, not a lot, but his team could help. Baskin, everybody else has to fall away as they aren't able to find those openings. Now Phoenix is respawning for the Dragons. Defenses are starting to look good.
It's looking a lot better here. Got to deal with maybe 1 or 2 more enhanced waves on the right-hand side. Otherwise, the Jade Dragons have equalized the map state. 6 Fairmen playing real slow around that Fire
Should
Giant.
be
Again,
just
concerned
one more
about
after
steal
the one
potential
that's
from
currently moved,
Dardes,
yeah,
or even
because that one's
Vapor's
spawning.
Coast throwing out a stray auto attack.
There's those two, and
So
that's it,
weren't
and then
quite
there's the one
able
in mid, and
to
that's
secure the
it.
objective for themselves instead. It's been this slow back and forth bait battle where the 6 Fairmen, even there, chase all the
Now,
way to
if
Phoenix line. It was Paul trying to isolate
They get
Vapor's
EFG
Coast.
here.
Comes up
Ferrymen are going to be
empty-handed. But I'm looking at the
hard
relics,
pressed to
and
lose
nothing's
this one.
expended on either side. It's been
don't like
low
Lotus
to middle
Sickle on
engagements.
Emoji. I don't like
6
Lotus Sickle in
Fairmen,
general.
They're going to hold on to those blinks.
It's got the
Because
move
Blink
speed.
might just
That's
be one of the most
really all I
important
like
things
about it.
on map.
At that point, I'm doing Relic
Could
Dagger out of that
be
tree.
everything you need right here. Nika takes a lot of damage. Basket goes in. Nika's still alive. The shielding. Oh
Even if
my
he-
God,
even if he
the
lives, though,
shielding
he's out of the
does
fight for a
what
little
you
bit.
need, and Nika walks out. He
That
has
is
to go
huge
back
for
to
them that he
base.
lives.
Mifflin, now we're starting to talk about a different conversation. Yes, you've got pressure around the
Right.
Fire Giant. You've knocked out Nika. He can
Ferrymen
teleport
can
in
press
and
their
in and
advantage
get
here
out
while
of the
they
fight.
still have it.
Going around left. Mike
Early
knocked up
beads.
Not for
Dardes
long.
in trouble. Baskin's
They
looking
didn't press
for
it
him,
while
but
they
doesn't
had
have
it.
the damage necessary instead.
Dardes
And
is
Paul,
low, so
who's in
Dardes is
danger.
out of the
Paul
fight now.
finally shut down Lasbra. Trades his life out to make sure the set can't keep going.
Man, the shielding
How
from
big is
BBM has just been perfect.
Like, on paper,
Shell
that's
on top
massive.
of second ability from Yamoja plus healing.
Now we have the
just keeps
Titans running up
everybody
left lane,
right above
which means no
that
more
kill
beacons.
threshold. Dardes had put Baskin on him, and maybe the first time in this game, Baskin didn't have enough damage in the tank to do it all on his own. And so the Jade Dragons went out cleanly there. 45 seconds until Paul's back up. Does trade out Lasbra. I don't think Lasbra's so significant that the Jade Dragons can at least look towards some of these objectives. Vaporish Coast positioning indicates exactly where the mental's at. It's to deal with these Titans. I think maybe you could have at least looked towards that primal, give yourself a little bit of an advantage towards fire.
I'm surprised not to see Coast over here, but to see Nika over here. 70 seconds left on the teleport. I guess maybe showcases neither of these squads looking at this Fire Giant anytime soon. 44 minutes in. The Dragons' tenacity is what is holding on right now more than anything. They've got their Phoenixes back up in mid, back in right. And Mifflin, while it is still not the most favorable map state in the world, you're talking.
Wait, hold on. I've just realized the Ferrymen haven't lost a
times
single
for
tower.
everybody on
Hold on
board.
a second. We're
entering that
44 minutes
conversation
in,
with our
and there's
enhanced
not
Fire
a
Giant
single
on
tower
either side
down.
with a good fight is the game.
Surely Sino would benefit from upgrading his relics at some point. It's, I believe, the second elixir of power we've seen from Sino. Just get the fire blink,
I'm surprised
man.
with
Get
this.
some,
They've
get some
got
true damage.
23,000 more gold. Still a little bit over there.
Yeah, I'm seeing true 6 slot on all the Jade Dragons, all their relics fully upgraded or approaching it. Still waiting on Coast to finish out his, but a little bit more CDR, a little true damage on the blink. All of a sudden that dive gets a little bit better. That's something Sino considering going forward. As Baskin, don't be fooled. He's Sun Wukong. You're not taking him out.
Now Cyclone's in an interesting spot. He goes left. First off, minion wave's going to be there, and he's going to just knock it out, give them a little bit of pressure. And he has his ult, his dash. He's going to be just fine in terms of disengage. Watch Lasbra's path. He really does want to catch this Chernobog out. Blink forward, goes for the ult, tries to knock him down. Half health, force him to fall back, but Coast is the one who's been taking the damage in the meantime. Walls up from Mike, and ult out from Coast. Make
Coast
sure the
gets
Dragons
out.
stay alive and stay safe.
They just keep brushing against each other, these teams. And it's this disengage where Dardes can drop Lightning Storm and separate an entire avenue in the jungle or an entire lane. And the 6 Fairmen say, well, we're not going to walk through that. And the Jade Dragon's allowed to run. Or maybe it's the 6 Fairmen having Baskin do the same. But it's all about positioning and vying and jockeying for the ability to pull that Fire Giant or even the Pyromancer. Even then, even with sending individuals back to base, there's so much damage this late in Smite that 4v5, you could still prevent a fire from going down.
We always joke about this, but we are quite legitimate at the time where you know, even the first 40 minutes, right? Like, does not mean anything. But the last 3 minutes does not make as huge a difference. It's the next fight, the next big thing.
You reach the point
Pyromancer
where everyone's
could be a good
everyone's
addition
got
for the
elixirs,
ferryman.
everyone's full
But
build.
the confidence seems to have waned a little bit.
What
They
that
were
does
stepping up
is
at
it
least
just
to those
means that
neutral
each
objectives,
fight
controlling it, holding
is
on to
now
it,
the next
finding
important
every
thing.
little step they needed to at least find an advantage.
You know, whoever was behind at
Another runic
5,
bomb
10,
could open
15,
up a
20,
siege.
30 minutes,
Right
none
now,
of that
it
matters
feels like their
because everyone's
damage
full
check and their, again, confidence up against the Dragons in terms of just walking up and taking it.
Where it starts to matter
That's
is your
pretty
relic
significant.
cooldowns.
Yeah,
and your
I
ult
think the
cooldowns.
tipping
Basically,
point there is
you
that
want those to
Baskin
be
has
off
to respect
cooldown going
damage
into a fight.
output now. There was a good long while where there was just 3 ultimates dumped on him in every single team fight, and it was, well, I don't even need to use my ultimate. Now, it's okay, well, I gotta get up in the air, I need to resustain, and that's made it a little bit more difficult for the Six Ferryman to control the same level of space. So I think sending Cyclone Spin over towards the left-hand side, just to open up the map a little bit, threaten that global, threaten the Phoenix, is going to be a really good way for the Ferrymen to at least throw the Jade Dragons off pace. The Dragons have just been answering this defense on Fire Giant every single time. Now, if Lazarus has to hover on the left, there's less threat on those tanks, allows Aurora or Baskin to play a little bit more aggressively, or getting rid of Vapor's Coast does the exact same thing. Seems like both tank shredders, the Jade Dragons, are also the dedicated defenders if we see Cyclone Spin split push.
I wonder if when the desk said that they were preparing for late game, they'd expected this late of a game for the Jade Dragons. Gotta be careful. I mean, even Soul
Yeah, I have a
Layers,
feeling this is going to be
little
another one.
bit of poke right then and there, but a mage, more specifically Coast or Cyclone behind you, and suddenly maybe talking about a kill. A little bit of poke up on the front line. Aurora takes a lot. Fire Giant's low, and the Ferrymen get it onto 5. But again, now
Ferrymen
they
get
are
it.
the ones who have to get out. Mike with the walls, locks some down, but they just walk right out of them. Baskin up on the somersault cloud, make sure he is safe. And with the rest of the Ferrymen now moving forward, they're trying to find their surge in mid. Sino looked for the CC. Baskin looking for the poke. But they're really corralling the
here,
Dragons
but
back to their cage, back into
with
the
FG,
base.
all you
But
need
it's
is one
Lasma.
good
Instead, he
fight.
turns around, he blinks forward, he wants the damage. It's a little bit of a toss.
They need
and
one
turn
good
and tug
fight,
of
but it's
war
going to
in
take the
mid.
Dragons too long.
And the Dragons, with that
to
lightning
push.
storm, create a little bit of
The
space. They
Dragons
try
need
to get
more
out
than
mid,
a
but it's
good fight.
Paul again surging
they
forward
lose
for
a
the
fight
Ferrymen, surging
decisively,
forward,
this is
looking
game.
for an objective.
The relic usage there from both sides.
I said it
just
before, and
perfect,
it's still true.
But the Jade Dragons forced so far back,
There
not
goes
able
one bird.
to defend the mid Phoenix.
Here
And the
comes
Six
two.
Ferrymen break the base once more. EFG on 5, 5 stacked on right. So many resources gone. Six Ferrymen continue their siege. Answer seems to be no. Time to head back to base, spend up some of that gold. I'm still watching those relics. Wouldn't exactly help Sino now. His cooldown's still pretty long. Instead, maybe even looking for a second elixir there. Elixir of defense for Baskin, gonna help out a good bit. Even Paul.
Yup,
wants to
everyone's
pick
just
up a little
getting their
more protection
6K.
with an elixir of defense himself,
There
allowing him to
is the
continue
greater
that dive.
blink.
And Paul
Down
has
on
just
it.
been doing it in every single team fight. Teleport forward, skewer. I'm hitting 3. Big poke.
So both
fall
rails are
back,
tier
rinse,
2 now,
repeat,
out of
and it's
Sino.
going through these relics from the Jade Dragons.
I think
Slow.
every other
First
relic
one,
on the board is
slow
tier- nope.
gets the beats off Darda. Second one.
No, it's tier
half
2
the A gets
beats
the recovery
on
stance.
Vapor's, I
And
think.
it just made it so difficult for the Jade Dragons, even when it seems like they're willing to take the engagement, to all in initiate. It's this always this worrying sensation in the back of their mind. Is Paul in the jungle? Is he right around the corner? Is he going to jump on a Dardas in the back? Where is Baskin? The Six Ferrymen, they've been the ones asking the questions this entire time. We haven't seen the proactive Jade Dragon for what feels like 30 minutes now.
And honestly, it might be a genuine 30 minutes. I want to ask. I mean, we've seen this defense a couple of times. Mid Phoenix being down creates a little bit of a thorn in the side for the Dragons as far as base is concerned. I'm going to be honest. I'm floored that we're 50 minutes in, and that left side tier 1 for the Ferryman is still hanging on to its life. They have still not lost a single tower.
Not a tower.
But
They
now
still
Midland,
have a
it's not
bastion
about
in
their
right lane.
Defense, their base. It's about the Dragons and their defense. Dardas with ult.
It's
How
gonna
much can they hold
bother
on to
me
here?
if the Dragons make a push
Dragons
up
will
right
likely
lane
full
and they
commit
don't
on the left
hit
side.
that,
Is what I would say. Had the
that
Phoenix
bastion,
not
because
just
it's
been
one auto
completely
from
removed.
death, probably
Aurora
from
walks up, Coast, no defense. Cyclone Spin peppers in 5 auto attacks. It's gone. Paul's doing the same on right.
He has a little bit of damage. Again, have to play carefully.
In the Titan room?
That's what they're gonna play?
I mean, we've seen it. This has honestly some really big flashbacks to actually a Bolts Dragons game last year.
Yep, Paul's gonna get it. No birds.
They're in the reverse position they were at that moment. Defense, all 3 Phoenixes are gone, so if you're going to mount something, it's got to be before the Titan goes down. And Mifflin, we've seen how quickly this damage is being dealt. With Fire Giant wearing off soon, can the Ferryman still go for it?
I'm not so sure. They don't have a standard mage. It's not easy for them to just walk into the Titan room and say, well, we're going to DPS race you. It takes a little bit of time for Sino to channel his abilities. Paul needs to apply some of those auto attacks. The space control, AoE persistent damage from the 6 Ferryman, essentially non-existent. The Jade Dragons, they've got a really good look at a defense here.
Pluck onto Nika from Aurora, tries to open this fight up, but again, the defense right now, it's under the Titan, and that's where the Dragons
solid engage,
are going to force the Ferryman to play. Not a step further if they can refuse it. Fire minions pouring down left, coming down mid, and coming down right. With Fire Giant just a few seconds from disappearing,
there it goes.
The Ferryman take their steps away. The Dragons have held on to at least the Titan's life. But Mifflin, they're hanging by a thread.
I think the Jade Dragons now realizing that it's going to be incredibly difficult for the Ferryman to walk into the throne room. I might be willing as a Dragon to just let Fire Giant go down to ensure that my Titan takes no damage to minions. If it drops to 90, 80, 70%, it just makes it that much easier for the Ferryman to play that decision, to all in and say, okay, well, now we can actually knock down the Titan.
I mean, at that point, though, you just go 4v5 to defend fire.
If the Jade Dragons win out on a team fight now, go straight through mid, no EFG required. This late in the game, respawn timer is so ridiculously long. I think playing a defense win might just be the best case for the Jade Dragons.
Mid Phoenix, it's back up for the
Dragons.
Dragons.
Get it off one fight.
So one more wave of fire minions is splashing in mid right now is all they're going to have to deal with.
They don't get it off
to
of
keep
one
that
fight
one
without
alive.
EFG.
And maybe a pesky rotation, Paul or Cyclone. You got to keep your eyes on them. Ward coverage is going to be important. I see a deep Ferryman ward right outside the base. Fire Giant, you had called for this. Ferryman, step up, and there is no opposition on the board. They're not going to risk it. 53 minutes. This is just game 1 of a best of 5. But Mifflin, you can tell the weight on the shoulders of these players. Maybe a little lighter on the Ferryman as they get that enhanced Fire Giant. They're going to have it on all 5, step up to the base, try to keep the Dragons locked down.
All you got to do is get Cyclone spin in for 2 auto attacks, it seems like, and that Phoenix will get knocked down. I haven't seen a hard defense from the Jade Dragons on Bird just yet. That Titan seems to be the last bastion of safety that they've got. This positioning from Darda is actually concerning me a bit. So far forward, it seems like Aurora might be able to punish him for it. Cyclone, no auto this time, PBM threatening with that Riptide. The Jade Dragons, all they have to do is continue to buy time.
Right now, time. Well, it's bought, at least for the Titan, right? Not for the Phoenix. Mid goes down one more time. Right side, Fire Minions in danger, and as long as the Titan's alive, the team's still kicking. That's what the Dragons are holding on to. Minions in mid. And normally, Mifflin, I'd ask you, like, are the Minions the opener? That's usually where we see these teams step in. That's where they go into the Titan room, but it feels like the Minions haven't been enough. Instead, now you have Paul off to the side. Maybe looking for an opening to try and find Coast. Maybe looking for an opening to find a kill, but they just don't have the confidence.
There's not enough damage, not enough burst damage. No, if they had a Zeus, if the Zeus was on the side of 6 Ferryman, walk in, chain lightning the Titan, drop lightning storm, and it's GG. But instead it's just Skewer, which has been great in PvP, but also going for the Sundering Axe that doesn't exactly apply to the Titan. So the 6 Ferryman, this might just be a stalemate for the next few minutes. Even then, Aurora walks in for half a second and loses half his HP.
Slowly marching past the 55-minute mark, maybe towards the longest game this year if they keep it up. Dragons holding on to
Sino
that
at half
threat
is kind
with
of a
the
big deal.
strongest grip as they can. Sino's half health, it feels like that limits a little bit of the engage. Lasbra comes out of the base on left. He's looking to loop around the Dragons. Might be finally getting proactive. Sino is the target for Lasbra, but he gets caught out by 3. Sino saved, Baskin alone. We draw a line in the sand one more time. Ferryman on one side, Dragons on the other, and they stare each other down.
Can't even knock down PBM. Maybe you could try and run that one back. If all members of the 6 Ferryman are there, PBM doesn't survive, pluck a death sentence, no CC immunity available to him. Otherwise, we get to see another nice interaction between
there's a
Sino
tiny
and
bit of
Lasbra.
damage being
Lasbra
chipped into the
sees
Titan.
an opening, goes for the all-in engage on a Sino, and he just dashes into him and says, well, we've done this before, buddy. We've got 55, 56 minutes of experience doing exactly this. Can't quite secure that kill. once more. The Jade Dragons repel the Styx Ferryman away from the base. The opening has to be a kill here, I think, for the Ferryman. And I know it's not pretty, but legitimately, I just don't think they can walk in and just kill the Titan. It's not that they're scared. It's not that they're playing nervous. It's that they don't have the damage to do it. Not when the Titan is this healthy. Not when the Jade Dragons are legitimately turtle formationed around it. These guys have made a defensive wall around their Titan. The Styx Ferryman, they can't just walk through them.
Baskin can fly through him, tries to, knock up, gonna be good, they're going in, they want to try and make it happen here, and now the Titan taking its damage, but it's gonna be
Nope,
a
that's gonna
massive
be it, that's
skirmish,
gonna be it.
and Lasra, it's the
No, it's not! Yes, it is! Oh!
But they lose the game 56 minutes in,
So
and the Ferrymen
close.
finally close it out.
It was so close there. Baskin actually transforming through that back line, distracting
Right.
one member of the
Chat,
Jade
I don't know why I'm hungry, but I'm hungry, so
Everyone blinks in, all the
turn you
damage
over
at the
there.
same time. That is a ridiculous call to
turn
make.
this on.
If one more person dies,
I
you
will
don't have
be
the damage
back
to finish it. The Jade
soon.
Dragons run down mid and win the game.
Again, the length the Dragons held on to that game, I think impressive. Given the
Also,
goal
if I'm
lead
not back in
lead
time
early
for
on.
game 2, I'm gonna
But Midland,
rewind and we're gonna watch it at probably 1.5
hair
until we're
difference
caught up.
at the end. I was
so
going to
close.
ask if they needed to go for a 1-for-1, and if that could open things up. They go 3 for what, 2? 3 for 1? And it's just enough to get the Titan down.
That might have been 3 for 0. I didn't see any Jade Dragons die. The only thing that dies is the Titan. And what was that guy in the crowd said yesterday? Kill the Titan, win the game.
Yeah.
It works. Styx Ferryman do exactly that. Control throughout the early really dictates the pace of this one. I feel like if the Jade Dragons were allowed any time to start sieging themselves, we never had a single opportunity to look at a Styx Ferryman defense. Their composition was not built for it. They played around it, never gave the Jade Dragons a single chance to approach a tower. All 6 still standing.
Normally there's a point where we get later in a set and we talk about how exhausting it is to have been playing competitive. Your 56-minute game 1, you still have to, if you're the Ferryman, at least do 2 more. Based on how the Dragons played, I'm going to go ahead and guess probably a little bit more than that. It's going to be a lengthy set and a competitive one at that. We'll have to see how the rest of it shakes out right after this break.
I don't think we did the best, but I think game 2 was really clean. But game 1, we were in a losing position for pretty much the whole game, except for the very end. I kind of chalked that up to just a sort of a warm-up game at Worlds.
We thought it would be easier than that. It was actually a really hard set, but we knew like if every game we would reach late game, we would just win because I think we were just a better team late game than them. And that's what we did, and we just came out on top.
Individually, I don't think I played that well. I lost lane both games. I mean, he did have a good matchup, but yeah, I didn't do that well in lane, and then could have played some team fights better. I think we all I think Paul played pretty much like how he plays, but outside of that, I don't think we all played as well as we could have, which is an encouraging sign because game 2 was pretty dominant and we 2 had the set. So I think once we all start playing like to our potential, we're gonna have some good games.
Kind of like the start of game 1 was expected. I think the draw was like not the best 2v2. I think just a few individual mistakes in game 1 made it get messy. I think especially for me. We had Darius on Mori, so that guy doesn't really lose on Mori when you get late game. He kind of just takes control. So that game was always in control. And in game 2, I called the end, and then I don't know what happened at the end, but I mean, hey, we ended. So I mean, it's a great call, I guess.
We're most likely going to be facing Dragons just because historically, I don't think they've lost to Ravens this whole year. During the beginning of the year, I think the Ravens and the Dragons both beat us once or twice, I think, but I don't think they've won a set versus us in quite a while. So I think we match up pretty well versus both of them.
Against Ferryman, I mean, everyone knows the late game team. Like they don't really play proactive early game, mid game. We can probably abuse them a bit early game because we're a better team than them, at pressuring them. But we need to make sure that we match their comp. late game for sure. Like if they have a secure mage, you know, we need to do that. We just need to like match back on late game and we're gonna be fine.
Generally, both those teams play through their junglers. Laspra, he's a momentum-based player in my opinion, and if he's rolling, then their Dragons have the ability to be one of the most dominant, like stompy teams in the league.
They're kind of similar to the Ravens, but they're just better, like I think there's better players and there's better as a team. So the games will be kind of slow, and like it'll be on us to kind of dictate the pace early, because they're really comfortable and confident when they get this late game, they'll beat anyone. So I think we've got to just try and build a lead and just focus on our late game, because they got a bit messy today. And if we can do that, then I think we can easily beat them.
A couple people were saying that the first set is actually the hardest, and we got through it. Yeah, I think we're pretty optimistic about our future sets.
cool, way less. My cool, the best.
Whenever you lose a Smite game, there's always a few excuses you're allowed to use, right? It's your mouse, your keyboard. The other person just has a better mouse, a better keyboard, better monitor, those sorts of things. Don't worry though. SteelSeries has you covered in the mouse and keyboard department with the new SteelSeries Apex 9 keyboard. No more excuses. You're gonna be beating everyone on Smite. Guaranteed. That's the Dolson guarantee right there. Thanks to SteelSeries for being with us here at Season 10 Smite World Championships live in Arlington. And fair warning to the fans out there, it's almost 2 p.m. Central Time here, fellas. We need to slow down on the Ardio golden honey bears that they're selling at the drink stands, because we might be in, Trelly, for another long day. We are 1 game into our first best of 5 semifinals.
And it's interesting because usually I say something along the lines of when the game goes 40+ minutes, the other game didn't matter, but I mean, the Ferrymen just kind of dominated.
They did, and we'll get a look at exactly how we got there in the SteelSeries moments of glory from game number 1 between the Ferrymen and the Jade Dragons. And Hazer, there are a lot of them in just about an hour-long game.
Yeah, not all that many kills, but a lot of dominant gameplay by the Ferrymen. They did this thing again. They did this with their comp previously. They have their side lanes rotate into the mid fights early on and dominate through that. And then from there, it just felt like they had control, and they were so much more composed than the Jade Dragons. Maybe even too composed. We did go to nearly an hour with them dominating for that long, but they do not want to be rushed. Paul on this set, an absolute monster. I would be really surprised if we get to see him getting that in the bottom 2 picks once again.
Inbound, what do you think takes the Ferrymen so long, unless you have another point you want to go into?
Well, I mean, just piggyback off that a little bit, the Maman also. I think Sino's now proven that you can't really give him this either, and especially with this dive comp the Ferrymen keep crafting. Something's got to change in this bottom 2. Set's a good start. Maybe something with this Chernobog also for the global potential. There's a few things that I think the Ferrymen just do too well that I think need to be taken away by the Dragons.
Charlie, maybe I'll levy that question to you then. It does take just under an hour to finally get it done. Did it feel like the Ferrymen maybe just a bit cautious on the final Titan siege?
I mean, they were definitely cautious, but if you look towards what Dardes was building, he went quite tanky, right? He had that Mantle of Discord, so he went off from the Soul Reaver. If you look around, it just seemed like if they had more damage, maybe they could have fought back, but on the same side, Sino went Mantle of Discord and got that breastplate. So they didn't love their all into the Titan defense either. So while the Jade Dragons had a very solid defense, the Styx Ferrymen, they're all in. They were not confident about it. They came back and forth with that Titan so many different times just to be repelled. And my point is, if you have to do all of that just to survive on the Zeus, maybe another pick was the option. Like, it's just the positioning. You have to stay so far back. You have to lack so much DPS. And wasn't a big fan. All three of us, Hazer, Inbound, and myself, were all talking about Vaporish Coast, who does much more damage than Cyclone Spin, but Cyclone's job really wasn't to get off lots of DPS. It was to solo Enhanced Fire Giant, and he did that a few times.
Hazer?
Exactly. It felt like, I don't know, Coast was doing damage with the oboe, he was doing some damage, but it felt like because he didn't go down that crit path, there was no answer to either the Chernobog going off on his own or the set going off on his own. If you go that crit build, Jingwei has the solo opportunity. She can go for the 1v1, but with that build, he went down the Silver Branch Kim's route. No Executioner as well, by the way, so they've got 2 auto attackers and no Executioner, which makes objectives more difficult. They did 1 FG, they weren't able to close it out from there. I really would like to see a shift up from Coast. If he's playing into double, triple dive, I would like to see him go crit so that he can blow people up if they get in too deep.
And to piggyback off of both of these points, with that no Reaver, with the no crit, there was no way to kill the front line. Nika didn't die. Aurora died twice and was more in the early game. There was no threat really at any point. And the reason that game goes 60 is because the Jade Dragons kept just saying, take it, sure, we don't care, we'll go later. Take fire, take EFG, Phoenixes, we don't care, we'll take 3 Phoenixes down. Do you have those suspenders for him, Dolson?
Is he the guy that caught him last year?
Yeah, you got him last year.
Oh, that's greedy.
Yeah, that is a little greedy. I can't guarantee suspenders to anyone. May the best fan win, I guess.
So you will be throwing them again.
There will be a suspender toss at some point here this weekend. Don't know the time or the place, but we can keep our eyes peeled for that. Game 1, it's an hour-long game. Inbound as a player. Maybe speak to me about the mindset of either side of those teams. You win in an hour-long game, you lose in an hour-long game. What's the mental going into game 2?
I think you're a bit drained kind of no matter what. A 60-minute game is nothing to scoff at, especially when you kind of feel like you're pressured or having to like respond a bunch of times. I think that's like the bright side is there wasn't a ton of questions being asked by the ferryman. It was just a lot of, we're gonna do this. Sure, Dragons say you can kind of give it up, but especially when you lose like a 60-minute, it's a little bit tougher, and these next few minutes before you get into that second game are very crucial. It's up to the coach, the leaders of the team to kind of calm everyone down, decide what you want to do with P's and B's, because what happened in game 1, can't change anything with it. Going into game 2, that's when it can really start. You can change how you want to play, you can change what you want to pick, and that's kind of the crucial part of it.
And Trelly, what is the most important game in a best of 5?
Oh, the one we're looking at right now, Dave.
That's
That'd be game number 2. No matter what the caster on this set, the second one, of course, not Gore, the other one might tell you, game 2, most important.
Well, I mean, it's because the ferrymen either go to set point, grand finals birth point, or the Jade Dragons guarantee us a game 4, depending on the outcome of this one. The Jade Dragons fans have been here.
Is that better?
And they've been supporting their squad all weekend long. They're hoping this one goes 4 at least. That'd be a win here for the Jade Dragons. Fans rolling through quickly. Sorry, Athena fans. Still banned out by the Jade Dragons. Hazer, anything jump out at you here in the first 6?
We're gonna have to see Cyclone Spin. Play something else. Chernobog finally off the table. He's run it in all 3 of the games we've seen him play so far. 3 wins on that Sobek Bog duo lane. And now we've got the Sobek one more time, but this time the Bog is denied, and there it is. Wukong, another god that it's the only one we've seen out of Baskin, gets denied, and Mike goes to the Afro.
And I love that the Dragons are forcing the ferrymen off of these comfort picks in the top 3. You can deal with the set, the Maman later. There's no prio towards it really for the ferrymen. I really like the Wukong being taken away. I've not been too happy with Wukong outside of Baskin, so I want to see it kind of proved a little bit. But with how much space Baskin's been granting, the engage, the time-wasting potential, I think you at least have to start with taking it away, seeing what you can do with it with yourself, and make Baskin play something else.
Styx Ferryman, remember, gave Paul the set later on in the draft. My pants are too tight, so I can't be doing a sock reveal. I don't know about the other folks up here. I'll let you opt into a sock reveal. Hazer, you ready for it?
I could get them.
All right, I mean, we're fresh out of a 60-minute game. We're doing another sock reveal for Hazer here. What is it today?
Oh, we got some Twitch. Any primers? Any primers?
I have not eaten yet.
Oh, that's a long way up.
Goodness.
Because I got
you are
pizza
flexible,
rolls.
Hazer. Props to you. In a suit as well. That's unbelievable. Good on you, giving the fans what they want.
I see that I've gotten
we'll
back
jump
just
back and go
in
to picks and
time.
bans Slight derailments expected, but appreciated here at Worlds.
There it is.
It's not a
Throw
derailment,
out of the
though.
Dragons, okay.
Trey,
Rat
the
Thoth,
Ratatosker
nice.
jumping out at us in Picks and Dance.
Oh, let me be clear. I was there. It isn't the Thoth. The rat, sure.
Yeah, I didn't know until just now, apparently,
The rat was a pick that
purchased
Bobby and me
variety.
were speaking about in backstage, and how a lot of these junglers might have lost some faith in it because of that the performance it had in the group stages. But still, fantastic early. Has good engage. Has great disengage if you need to get out of trouble. But yeah, I was more so looking at that Thoth banned away in game number 1. Now, in this case, available, and of course, you got to take away this Thoth, or at least grab it before that second wave of bans because of the just delete button that he gets once he's level 20, and of course, that range damage that you can have. Taking it into a counter like Dodgy is a bit rough, but it was when it was open, right? When Dodgy is open, it's a little bit risky, but we've seen it first pick a few times.
And I think that the spot that the
Destiny.
Ferrymen were in there, they have to pick the Thoth here, because if they don't, it's just going to be the third pick by the Dragons. Then you're going to have to deal with this Thoth with very little counterplay. I prefer getting the Thoth. Yes, you have to deal with this Dodgy, as you said, very hard matchup. But we've seen Shinto play into this matchup and dominate with it. We've seen other mid laners able to play this matchup. It's not unwinnable for the Thoth. It's just a little bit more important how you're going to position. So a little bit of maybe more defensive style by Paul here.
Unlikely.
Nope, very unlikely.
I didn't see the
Which
J.
is
I thought it said
unlucky
anus.
because I love that character. It feels like the Ferrymen really like this global, semi-global prioritization, whether it's the Chernobog, and I maybe fill a bit of that gap with the Ratatosker. Zeus worthy enough of a ban, though, by the Styx Ferryman Hazer. Therefore, the Jade Dragons mid laner Dardes will have to play something different.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting they choose to get rid of it this time when they have the Thoth and the Rat to kind of get to it, right? They have so much range and so much ability to get to the backline this game, but apparently that the struggles they had ending the last game, they do not want to go up
Dardes
against
did really
that
well
again.
on
Zeus's
Terra
AoE control
when she
around
wasn't
Phoenix's,
a top
around the
pick. Like,
Titan.
she was good, but she
so
wasn't a
much
top
AoE
pick.
damage
Dardes
stops you
was just playing her
filtering into the
constantly.
Titan.
I want the Dragons to lock in this Hachi here. I don't care. Pick the Hachi, pair it with this Aphrodite, dominate lane with Coast. I don't want to see Coast back on this Jing Wei. He played fine on it, but why not go towards your comfort if you're the Dragons? Aphrodite is Mike's calling card. This is the character that he really does do well with, and the character that speaks to me next after that on her is this
Two for
Hachiman.
two. Inbounds on it. Another. That one maybe more of a layup than the Zeus was, but I'm still giving it to you. So the Hachiman maybe gives some comfort
hello,
over in
new
dual
chatter
lane to the
on
Jade
YouTube. Welcome
Dragons
on
here,
the stream.
Trailer. We're
Sorry
still
for the
needing
delay.
an ADC for the Styx Ferryman.
I'm both paying
Shivalonge,
attention
banned
to
away,
the thing we are
Hachiman
watching
picked.
and also streaming with
Any
a
obvious
30-second delay.
choices on her, also gone
So apologies
for Cyclones.
It's been a minute since we've had to see Cyclone play something different, but you know, the Iza is something that he's went to before.
No.
That is not.
That's troll. There's no way.
That is not something that I would have expected to see. And
There
it
you
will
go.
be
Okay.
switched
That's
up.
better. Much better. Much better.
I was going with the early pressure, and there are two gods that jump to mind. Ishtar is another one. That is those cone auto attacks. It's going to make sure you can follow up off the pluck, of course, but you just want to be able to pull those buffs and
I'd have
deal
been down for
with the
Protoss.
Hachiman. Like
She's
Inbound
not that
said,
bad.
Afro Hachi can certainly run a lane if given the opportunity. Sometimes you got to
That's crazy.
There it is, Dardes Maman. That's going to be a Maman mid. The first time we've seen this in a number of months. Dardes was the one who kind of made it look good initially. He was crushing it on this character as soon as she was available in the SPL.
So the assassin mid is just swapped sides.
I love the Maman, don't get me wrong. Dardes has played great on it. But there is a little bit of that risk into a Thoth, the god that has so much range. It's very hard to get onto him, but there is a lot of beads and Aegis pull potential. It's like their comps have kind of flipped. We had a dive comp for the Ferryman last game. This game should be a little bit more dive-oriented for the Dragons. But I think the Ferryman can kind of deal with the dive a little bit easier this game than last game the Dragons could.
I'm a Mon mid hater, and I will,
Wow.
yeah. Leave her in jungle, right? The jungle, she's very good at clearing 3 minions, clearing 6, and you know, that's just, it's not as good. The clear stinks, you don't want to step up, you're gonna be in range of Thoth every single time. It's hard to play early on. Late game, doesn't matter. You just have a Mon late game, and that's fantastic, but you should be getting bullied out. However, her early game, she can come out swinging. When we did see Shinto go towards it, when we did see Dardes go to it, what was that first relic they went? Blink, right? It wasn't to sit back. It is to get aggressive, and Thoth, he doesn't appreciate you closing gap on him.
I feel like it's still worth taking a peek at this Maman mid, but Troy, you're talking about punishing it early. Hazer, the Ferrymen have the ability to punish this Maman mid early in the game.
Well, they've got Rat. very, very strong early game jungler, very capable at diving. The one saving grace, I would say, for the Maman mid is as soon as PBM can get over, I think he's going to rotate out of dual lane early and link up with this Maman and just keep her safe, keep her able to play aggressive even, and feed the hot hand. And speaking of the hot hand, I actually caught Coast backstage just before we came into this game, and he told me he's picking up a solo kill on Cyclone Spin this game. I think that's why he went towards the Hat Chief.
I was going to say, he had no chance right on the Jingwei in game number 1. In inbound, something you keyed in on during picks and bans was that Hachiman pick. You wanted to see it. It was answered by an Ishtar later on. What's the dynamic in your mind of this duo lane now that you get the full picture?
I mean, it should just be a little bit of clear advantage for the Ishtar. It shouldn't be too much here. Maybe some kill potential for Coast and Mike, but outside of that, it's a little bit of a 50-50 unless junglers come over. But I really like the Ishtar for just being able to AFK that lane,
they're
clear
gonna be
away.
able to farm, but
and if you get to that late game, you go to those objectives.
Sobek into Afro kind of just
We've
means
seen a
that,
lot of
like,
Frenzy. We've seen that
Oh, no.
Ishtar with Frenzy.
No.
I saw the second sign and I knew it.
The bait,
It was getting away with it.
The bait and switch, it's too powerful.
Every single time. Shirley, what else are you keyed in on
Oops,
here
I
in this
farted.
matchup? Again, an hour-long game in game number 1. Game 2 always the most important anyway, but for the Jade Dragons here, you lose an hour-long game 1. I mean, as far as mental and momentum, gonna be important. We'll see what happens in game number 2 as we go to our casters to kick off the action.
Thanks so much, everyone up there on the desk. It's Gordon Myth. And of course, in just a few seconds, it's going to be Doug who gives us the view into game 2, Mifflin, and one that has, I think, again, a lot of weight behind it. 56 minutes for game 1 puts you into an already maybe a little tired state as a player. You got to be hyper-focused.
Gonna be an Omen.
But one that I'm
Hopefully
interested in,
not.
I'm going to ask something really challenging of you, which is about an hour ago, Aurora on this Sobek up against Coast on the Jingwei was playing very aggressive to the point where they were just shy of getting a first blood. Is that where you expect to see some pressure? Are you looking at this Maman for Dardes? Where is some of the action going to start?
It's hard to say, right? Because there still is the same level of safety in the dual lane for the Jade Dragons. Well, maybe not the same level. You can't just ignore a pluck, but you do have an Aphrodite who at level 5 will help you ignore a pluck. Otherwise, it's sustain, it's a lot of stuns, a lot of ability to just trade out HP throughout the early game, and then Hachiman, once he hits 5, also very, very safe. If I'm the Styx Ferryman, I think if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Take it late. Play around your just immaculate late game team fight. Maybe play around what the Des was talking about a bit, which is the range advantage that Thoth has over the Maman Brigitte. I could see that being the strategy here for the Ferryman. Otherwise, I mean, global presence out of the jungle means you can get pressure literally everywhere. I know we like to have a lot of fun. You know, where can you go as Thor? Where can you go as Rat? Literally wherever your ultimate takes you.
Yeah, where do you want to be? You got it. I actually do want to ask about this Rat a little bit because it feels like he's in the best position. We always talk about Aphrodite, and I think I'm stealing this from you months ago. Sub-level 5, that's when you want to just absolutely ruin every opportunity that she could have to find success. And it feels like Rat, you know, maybe level 2, but level 3 for sure, is the kind of guy who can go over there and cause some trouble. Maybe his gank isn't as strong as it is once he actually has ult, but it does feel like Sino could be an important factor for exactly shutting down Mike.
I agree. I mean, Sino can shut down literally anyone on map. I would almost prefer to see Sino, though, keep pressure towards mid. The only thing that I could see being maybe a point of contention for the Rat versus Maman matchup is that if you go into the Flurry Strike, if it takes you a little while to channel up some of these abilities, the dash into you and just I'll hang out, it's essentially an Aegis, could make things a little bit more difficult.
Paul, by the way, switching from in-your-face to artillery, like
I just want to see
opposite in
if I refresh
distance
this.
overall.
Get stuck with
It's going to be
refresh again.
Interesting to me.
Do this earlier.
I'm curious for your thoughts on it. This dynamic, especially because we saw the Maman, and while Trelly said that he's a Maman mid hater,
it's stuck loading.
Dardes is the one
whole
that
site
made
too?
it look good. Granted, a lot of those
No,
times
just
it
the
was
news page.
28 minutes into the game that it really started to look good. But it feels like, you know, they've shifted the dynamic. I think Hazer and
Okay.
Inbound had mentioned
Well, we
with
wait for
the
that
double
to load, I
assassin
guess.
style for
This
the
is now
Dragons.
frozen.
Is Paul in a lot of danger? I mean, evade and punish gets you pretty far out of there, but it does feel like Lazarus giving him some special attention.
He
I just
is
wanna
in
know if the patch notes
significantly
are up,
less
damn it.
damage, or excuse me, danger.
Yeah, he's got
as
the damage.
Dardes. He's got plenty of the damage. He's less danger than Dardes was previously, but not having CC Immunity Kit is going to be pretty difficult to deal with the Powwow in particular, as well as Nika, the dive potential there. But I'm seeing a world where Nika wants to blink on Paul, and he gets hit by Hieroglyphic Assault like 4 times. And then all of a sudden, he's at 70%. He's thinking, well, I can't blink anymore. I better back up. Cooldowns are low. Paul does it again. That long-range artillery is just so good at keeping Thoth a self-sufficient backliner. And then all the while, you've got Cyclone Spin, a high CC ADC. And generally when we see these hunters and mid laners group up together, it's like every warrior's like, well, that's exactly where I want to be. Good luck catching up to the two of them if you're walking through stuns, cripples, knockbacks, roots, everything.
Beads just now used by Cyclone Spin. Ult's going to be coming up relatively soon, but could be a small opening to try and take advantage of, especially if you're a Dodgy and you're looking to get aggressive over on the left. That being said, Dardes, or I should say Lasbra, while he has been playing the Dodgy, has not been looking towards left at all. And I want to ask, or I guess I should, this is more of a statement than a question, but it feels like we've had a lot of conversation about gods in venue that just feel good. It's like speaker-wise. I think Thoth has to be added to a pretty high list on that. Every single shot is absolutely booming. And Paul, as I can imagine, playing artillery is going to give each one of those impacts a heavy hit behind it.
Yeah, I'm ready to hear the first ultimate from Paul. Rat, of course, on that list. Baskin with a dazzling offensive, also on that list. We're noting we haven't seen a whole lot of Amaterasu as
yeah,
of
true.
recent. It's got decent pressure. I had thought, though, considering I'm a really good auto attacker, I thought we were going to be looking at Death's Embrace.
Sino blink forward, stun good on the Lasbra. He's got damage, and he might have the chase down. Does he go for the ult? The answer is going to be no. Lasbra sneaks away with his life, but Sino showcasing who's going to be controlling the first few minutes.
Lasbra does have a slight level lead, so probably likely he was going back to base either way there. But I agree that Sino
It would have been hilarious as if it was Mongongo and Dodgy mid.
Looking
That
really
would've
good.
been hilarious. Not as hilarious as
more
people.
damage. You wait out the ult, but it might be enough. Mike tries to run away, but
There it is.
Aurora puts down his podcast mate, his co-host, and takes first blood for the Ferryman.
I love what Cyclone Spin does there. Just holds onto the ultimate for max length. Says, PBM, you're going to have to use Undying Love at some point. Aurora narrowly avoids the Trickster Spirit there. Lazra desperate for that cleanup kill. From there, I mean, it's just clean. Mike's got nothing left. Vapor's Coast isn't going to dash into peel for you. He would just die in exchange. And so, support first blood in the Styx Ferryman. Strike first once more. There's the difference. If it's not Jingwei, I mean, you can knock out Afro.
I know. Cooldown buff goes their way. We, last week, were seeing, and I would even maybe say some of yesterday, seeing a ton of cooldown invades around blue buffs. It felt like pressure on the right side of the map was absolutely important. Right now, it feels like secure, especially
TBM going
between
down
these two
there is
teams.
probably the best thing that could have happened.
I mean, this time,
if for the Dragons, if Ferryman were going to get first blood.
50 full minutes, so maybe
'Cause-
there's something about what they're bringing. Dragon's good to hold on.
Like, your support falling a little bit behind isn't that big of a deal, as long as they stay at least in the general vicinity
My favorite thing about Aurora, and
of
this is something that I think the Ferrymen help embody well, and it
where
goes
their
back to
curve lies.
the way they ended that game. He's really willing to trade his own life and his own safety if it means, hey, I can set Cyclone Spin up for even just a little bit. Has a little bit of a pluck there onto Coast. But with an Aphrodite and also the lack of an Ishtar, it's not going to result in too much. But that Sobek is going to be a huge thorn in the side of the Dragons. Every setup, every fight, Aurora's going to be there.
I was wondering why Aurora was just playing crazy like this. He went Prophetic Cloak in first slot. He doesn't care. He just wants to make contact once and stack up his item. Whereas on the other side, PBM going Gauntlet of Thieves, going to find that value just a little bit earlier on. But at the end of the day, Aurora's going to be tankier. Mike doesn't like to go down that path.
Lasbra, aggression onto Aurora. He's already low health. Dash should get him out of there. Cyclone Spin stays alive. Purple buff. Invade. And it's going to be successfully stolen by the Dragons. A little bit of gold back in their favor. And they force out the Ferryman to play defensive. And that's the kind of pressure this Dodgy is going to start applying.
Yeah, and pressure on Beads as well. Had he been able to find Powwow on the Cyclone Spin after that ultimate would have been massive for the Jade Dragons, make it that much easier to rotate back through. I feel very similarly to Dodgy as I do Hunbots. I want to see that ultimate on cooldown all the time. Burn some beads, make use a little bit later on. If no one's doing it, I mean, you're just holding on to a cooldown.
Oh. No way he lets it fly out. Teases. Meanwhile, maintains L safety right now. Not a lot of pressure. Blink up for Sino. So Lasbra lacking it for 70 seconds. Where do you start to see some of the pressure breakthrough? Because it feels like we see Rat, relatively early on, we saw what Sino's damage capability was. But now holding on for a little bit, Beacon's not going to be for a little while. Gold Fury is a conversation for later. Do either of these teams have the ability to get as aggressive as we saw, and who's going to be the one leading
I've
the
been
charge?
into a pizza roll and it exploded.
Soul laners, for the most part, are going to be doing the majority of the front lining here, especially for the Jade Dragons with an Aphrodite on your side. You're really reliant on your warrior to start off the majority of your fights. So that does backload the aggression for the Jade Dragons. Six Dragon, on the other hand, wherever Sino is, that's where the fight is, right? Ultimate up, land on whoever, and pray that someone's got follow-up. And here's the thing. This is a high artillery damage composition from the Ferryman.
Ooh, they tried to use it. Oh man, Dardes dodges out the ult. They have some damage. Follow up with the shot. They aren't enough.
One
Dardes
shot missed,
barely
and that was
walking away with
enough.
his life.
I think that ultimate nearly clips there from Paul, but dash into Sino, and it's like, oh,
Was that the ult that barely missed?
That's the
Okay.
safety that Maman Regine has.
Yeah,
It's a
just
little bit more
one
difficult
shot.
to actually hit
Could have been
Vader on
anything,
some of
though. I mean,
these
that was
rotations.
auto attack range.
I
That
want to
was.
see that continue, though. Even the poke we just saw.
Wow.
Was that 160 per tick? That's going to make it miserable to exist.
I know that
as
feeling all
Maman
too well of
Regine.
missing a couple
She's
autos.
never
It's
going to
just
be able
like,
to match
damn, I need to get like
the
one of
range that
them.
we see some from, though. She's never going to be able to match the wave clear potential either. What we usually see from Dardes, he's the best Maman Regine mid player in the world, is that he'll clear out maybe the melee minions and then rotate over towards the side camp. I'll try and control mids. I'll play the jungler, pseudo secondary jungler. We see him rotate towards side lanes pretty consistently as well. I think the second we see him take the 12, he's going to try his best and not be near Paul.
Roar might be in a good spot to put some pressure on the coast. Mostly just trying to confirm their own purple buff. They're going to have it, no problem. Looking towards some of the builds, Mifflin, of course, we're going to have a little bit of variance from what we've seen in the jungle, specifically from Rat. But it also you had mentioned not seeing a lot of Amaterasu, a wide variance from what we've seen from the other warriors and her build so far.
Yeah, Vital Amp first slot, just press one, hit way harder. Seems to be the strategy for Basket. It is sacrificing a good deal of defense, but haven't seen Lazar make a rotation over towards the Soul lane. Probably won't anytime soon either, as Nika's not really threatening the dazzling offensive out.
I need to play Amaterasu support. It's a funny
on that
meme.
side of the map, teleport available in about 30 seconds, so you get involved in these team fights. I wonder if it does speak to the strategy we're going to see from the Ferryman develop, because that is a very high damage item. It's one of the best that you can go for if you want to have actual kill pressure. But there's no clear, easy dive target for Basket.
Paul, I thought he was going to let loose, see what Sino was able to do. Blink not up for another 15 seconds on Sino, but Aurora's coming in. Beacon, still 2 minutes out. Could be an early fight, could be some early damage. I don't think they have the full push that they're looking for. Now in the full 3-on-3 around the mid camps. Maybe Sino's going to be looking for something else. Looping around deep in the Gold Fury pit for now. A lot of, I guess, more indecision, right? You can't tell if he wants to go left, can't tell if he wants to go right. Now both of those options have disappeared. Mifflin, we've gone 10 minutes in, 1 kill for the Ferryman. That's the small lead they have, about 500, 600 gold hovering in their favor. Maybe a big fight coming up in a minute around the beacon.
It may be, but even then, generally we get an idea of which team is more willing to take that engagement based on rotation from solo. Baskin holds on to his teleport, so would be able to get involved if he heads back to base soon. And I didn't even realize how far ahead Baskin is. About an entire level. Nika just ticking to 12 already at 13. Was Baskin before he clears out his own wave? I couldn't tell you exactly where all that experience came from. Must just be those neutral camps on the right-hand side. And an idea if there's going to be any aggression here. Won't be. Baskin heads back to Soul Lane, so should fizzle from that.
Just went back, got a phalanx. He's going to be just fine going back. This one is, again, fun to watch. Because when we talk about Amaterasu, and they mentioned it briefly on the desk, and it's a conversation we had a whole lot of last game, but objective shred has to come onto the equation. But this time, while you've got the shred, you've also got the secure. It feels like the Ferrymen have definitely adjusted their draft to try and control the parts of the game the Dragons were looking for last game.
I like what they've done around it. This time, too, the Ferrymen have more opportunity to play around objectives earlier on. Now there is the opportunity to coin toss an objective because it's weighted in favor of you, thanks to Thoth's ultimate. Whereas on the other side, your high damage burst ultimate mage has to get relatively close range, which is a feels like impossible task when there's a Thoth on one side.
Task
Or
among
off the
us.
mark with that pluck. That would have been tough for Dardes.
It's going to spell some trouble for him as well. 4 of the Dragons circling around in Aurora, taking down
not
Dardes.
as funny as Aurora
Puts
tried
his
to make
name
that one
on
work.
the board.
Oh,
Beacon
that
is
hurt.
what they're looking for. Pao Lao immediately thrown out. Chains on to Baskin. He's going to use the dazzling offensive, try to set this up. You've got knockdown coming from Sino, but great ult from Mike. Make sure that Lasber can stay alive, but Baskin, he's going in deep. He's going in for the kill.
The
and
tower
he's finding
dive,
exactly what
wow.
he's fishing for.
Paul still putting out
Insane.
damage here. Stygian Beacon still grouped on as well by the Ferryman, but it's tier 1 tower dives. Baskin got too far.
He's just hanging out. Good stun from Cyclone as they rotate in Nico. Oh my god, the damage that has been thrown his way. Paul, no ult, has range, but not enough to knock down the rest of the Dragons. Brings them low, but it's only Lasber who falls.
You seeing what I'm seeing? I'm seeing a free casting Paul. Why is he allowed to do this? He's been full HP the whole time, putting out immense damage. He's climbing the damage charts. I think like 2,000 from that engagement alone. Nobody from the Jade Dragons even considers looking at him. In a fight that starts off so well, you punish Aurora for missing his dash, and from there I thought, okay, easy. Disengage for the Jade Dragons, fall back. We're gonna celebrate our win, little victory lap. We'll talk about builds for the next 5 minutes while we wait for the next fight. Instead, overstay, and all the while it's just Paul shooting his shot.
Safe, protected. Admittedly, he had to use his beats, right? So a little bit at least thrown his way.
There's the Pal out.
But it's for the Pal out, right? So even that is long range shooting back towards him. Has his ult available again. And between Lasbra, Sino, those ults being able to open up a lot of these conversations. Aurora, of course, his positioning. He might have fallen, but to get Lasbra in trade out, huge deal. Pyromancer started up and pretty simply secured by the Dragons. Mifflin keeping this gold lead as small as possible. Ferrymans have 1 kill on him, but virtually nothing in the bank.
Golden experience dead even. We haven't seen the true value of the Pyromancer until that Runic Bomb goes down. 1,000 true damage helps out a whole lot on Secura. So if the Jade Dragons play around that Gold Fury soon, I don't even think Paul could match up to the damage of the Runic Bomb just yet. And so I wouldn't mind seeing the Dragons try and throw some weight there. Especially considering you can leverage the fact that they forged Kosis nursing a 1-level lead over Cyclone Spin on the left-hand side. He's been getting a pretty good job of pressuring him out, nearly taking out that tier 1 tower. Send Cyclone Spin back to base. All of a sudden that Fury's easy pickings.
The Cyclone's been in danger. Blink from Lasbra, dash from Cyclone, but now you've got the close gap. You've got a little bit of help, but it's going back and forth. Pao Lao use damage. Is there? Cyclone's
Both
been
of them
put to the
ulted,
ground.
but there's just
Lasbra
nothing
with the
there.
claws, making sure
Sino's not going to be able to clean anything up. He's going to get collected if he doesn't back out.
Around in a roar, looping in. Baskin even making a rotation with the teleport. The Dragons have to play cautiously, have to play safe, and have to back away.
Baskin can't all in initiate there, especially spotting out that rotation from Nika, who walked through mid. And so, easy pick for Cyclone Spin, or onto rather. But the Jade Dragons can't quite go towards that objective. Good heads-up play from Baskin essentially puts the final nail in that coffin. You're just not going to do it in the face of this Amaterasu. The Dragons showing they can still find some fight. It's a good pick, and it should net them a tier 1 tower as well. Starting to slowly swing this game back in their favor.
And that is 1 more tier 1 than they got in that entire 56-minute game.
I'd forgotten completely.
They were not able to break the base of the Ferryman. So already, net improvement on the map state. They've tied it up, 500, 500 either way, making sure things stay about as even as they can. Of course, it seems, if I'm hearing things right, that the Dragons have the crowd vote, at least here in the venue. Now they just have to live up with that pressure. Dardes, haven't looked at him in a little bit. Normally we start to talk about Maman, especially around this point, 3rd item. Maybe when she starts to get a little more hands-on. What do you need to see out of Dardes 16 plus minutes in now for him to make this pick work?
Because he's essentially playing just another assassin, but a magical one, I don't need to see anything in the laning phase. All I need from Dardes is a 1-shot onto a priority target at some point post 30 minutes, and I'd argue already justifies his pick. Gold Fury, half HP, Aurora, force into the ultimate. That's just it for that one. The Jade Dragons try and do it through the vision of the Six
Out of the way.
Check. Are you guys nearby? If yes, we'll go ahead and let it go. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, nothing lost there for the Dragons themselves. But late teleport from Nika, I think they might want this fight.
Yeah, Bastion brings the burn. Paul brings secure. You have to be careful.
Well,
It seems like careful is the name of the game. Well, it's
That's
last
base
time as
TP.
well. So they back away, keep things little simple here, Mifflin. Nika, though, like you said,
Nika's on
late
base
teleport, has
TP,
to
and
find
that
something.
bothers
Baskin
me.
as well is just chasing down Dardas in mid. Not a lot of opportunity, but creating some zone for that beacon that's going to spawn in soon. Meanwhile, Lasberg goes in on Cyclone,
that's
has
greater.
more help than
Never mind.
anybody on the Ferryman, and
way
Cyclone
longer
will
cooldown
not
then.
survive to tell the tale or to win this fight. Knockup from Sino. Tries to turn it around, but he can't get the kill. Lasbra stays alive just a little bit longer. Mike doing his
Lasbra
best
actually
to
goes
keep
down
him
there.
going, but just can't quite find the healing. Now,
That's all they're
4
gonna
on
get.
4 carry for jungle. Dragons pull away. On the left side of the
That's
map,
not too
gonna be
bad, though.
left destitute.
Well, the Dragons found their target, Gore, and it's always going to be Cyclone Spin. Doesn't exactly have great ability to peel for himself, but does hold on to both of his relics. That was a calculated loss there on the side of the Ferryman. He's going to hold on to it for the next team fight. And so, with the return kill on a Lazra, I'd argue net gain neutral from either side. Maybe you say, well, at least the Jade Dragons ADC starts to get some level lead. Vaporish Coast now 2 up. It's not a crit build. He's gone for Tank Shred once more, so that objective play is still questionable.
Beacon barely uncapped there by the Ferryman. They get it 95% of the way. They're going to fight for it best they can. 4v4. You're about to have 5 as Lasberg returns to the field. You have to approach this carefully, but it looks like the Ferryman, again, playing to figure out where a pluck is going to come from. Can Aurora start the fight that he needs? Can Paul follow it up? Wait for the ult. Sino, Paul about to have theirs. Might not come up in time. Dragons secure the second beacon. They get to back away, no problem. Looks like Lasberg, Nika starting up the Pyromancer as well, daring the Ferryman to step forward, to get something done. Paul over the wall, charging the ult, just fires a couple of shots. Palau looking good to separate things, and now causing trouble for the front line. Baskin, Aurora, both low in HP, have to fall back, and now the dive from the Dragons coming through. Nika might be low, but you're finding what you're looking for. It's kills on the front line. Aurora
the coast
taken
is
out
low.
by Lasbra.
It's not
Now
gonna matter.
5-3 for the Dragons, and they're gonna keep looking for a little
damn.
more. Lasbra in the 1v1.
No one
falls
could
back.
find
tower
the
causes too much
refrag.
because the Pyromancer is the target,
No
and Mifflin, they're looking
front
at something a little
line.
bigger.
Fire
For
Giant
the
pulled
Ferryman.
now by the Jade Dragons, but they're low HP. Paul still nearby, no ultimate, but he's got enough damage to stop this.
It's enough to ward them away. That's what the Ferryman needed, just enough to get them out of there. We are talking about a huge break for the Dragons.
I'm so surprised the 6 Ferrymen stick around for as long as they do, and I think credit to the Jade Dragons keeping up that pressure. After Beacon realized, well, Baskin's gone back to Soul Lane, Aurora's still half HP. If we could just force the 6 Ferrymen to look at us, we could just make them stick around, that engagement's always gonna go in our favor. How do we do it? Group up on the Pyromancer. Low risk, high reward, take the team fight afterward, and Aurora tries his best to separate from his team, but from half, what are you gonna do? Get knocked down. Otherwise, it's Lazra into the back line. Palau finds major value, I believe burns 2 sets of beads. And from there, it's murder she wrote. Jade Dragons cleaned up.
I was thinking Aurora might be in danger. Baskin, for a moment, in danger. No beads. Ult just came back up. Hasper's fishing for a Palau, trying to pull someone in, reel him in as best he can. Instead, fall back, reset. Power spikes, Mifflin. We're starting to get towards those 5th, 6th items. Level 20 approaching for some of the Ferryman. Baskin and Cyclone Spin. Do they wait for those power spikes? Is that where they start to open this conversation up? Do they look for a fight somewhere else, maybe around a Fury?
I mean, that level 20 spike for Baskin in particular is just so important for burst damage. Right now, he's got really good continuous damage. If he sticks to you for a while, he'll knock you down. But getting Sundering Axe just as that massive initial burst of damage to scare off either Dardes or even Polar Bear Mike, the tanks don't exactly play well into it. I think it's so important. So make sure Baskin hits 20 for the 6 Ferryman before next engagement. Otherwise, Cal's good, but it's not game-changing good in my opinion. So I think if you want to play around your ADCs, it doesn't really matter. Both Coast and Cyclone Spin at a very good spot right now. Difference being though, one of them's got crit. It's not a whole lot, but it's a little bit, and that's gonna help out especially around neutral objectives. The Ferryman can just poke one out, the burn potential and secure both belong to Ferryman.
Could be the opening they need. That being said, yesterday, maybe one of the biggest wins for the Dragons comes from an oboe proc from Coast. Doesn't have the oboe now, but going for this different build has worked pretty well for him in the past. They'll maybe have to hold on, yeah, a little more gold. Gold Fury gonna help cut that lead apart. Now Ferryman, call it an even game. As we step up to the Fire Giant, Dragons in control of the pit. Meanwhile, Baskin I should say Nika actually, on the Wukong left side of the map doing whatever he can. Roar shouldn't be in too much danger. Lasbra might not be able to say the same. Stun good from Sino, half health on the Dragons jungler. Forced to fall back. Get that death ball, the grouping, the 5-man grouping from the Dragons, and their response time is impeccable.
Yeah, but that is teleport from Nika, who was worried there was maybe a bit more fight there than there actually was. So split push completely negated by aggression from the Styx Ferryman, controlling that pace of map. And taking away that teleport means next engagement, if Baskin wants to, can just get a little bit crazy, trade on his HP, come back in. He's got 2 lives to play with, whereas the Sun Wukong just the 1. That said, Styx Ferryman, their positioning kind of tells me that they're not exactly pressed to do anything right now. They're just fine to continue farming up, waiting on maybe some priority starter upgrades. Paul still at level 18, Sino 18 as well. Not exactly in a position where they feel like they need to force a fight. Whereas on the other side, approaching 20 on some of those key targets.
Dangerous territory. I'm keeping my eyes on Dardes. It was these moments, 23 minutes and later, items completed, at least 4 of them on the board, close to level 20, so another power spike. That's where he was making splash 2 months ago when we saw them qualify as one of the top seeds. And of course, when we saw them cause trouble for the Ferryman. Pyromancer stolen! Paul with a great shot. Make sure to take that
That's
one away.
huge.
Strip it from the Dragons. You're going to lose Aurora in the process. And now the fight for the Dragons has to go right if they want anything. CC immunity used on the other side nullifies the Powwow. Benika chases him down. It's an absolutely separated Ferryman. But instead of looking for the fight, they turn back. Fire Giant Pit. Maybe control right here for the Dragons could be what they need.
Baskin spotted out on a ward. All the Dragons know exactly where he is. They're trying to surround him. They found it. Stun connects. Baskin, you out?
Got the CC chain. Dazzling Offensive tries to burn some of that to get out, but the damage is just too good. A second one, and the front line again falls down for the Ferryman. Now Fire Giant wide open, but Paul alive. No ult, but the distance. What's he going to do to step up? Well, right now it's nothing. Nika leads the way towards him, forces Paul to feel uncomfortable. Damage turnaround onto the solo laner. They don't have enough to close it. Sino finally finds what you need and gets the job done, but Fire Giant low. Cyclone unable to get in there. The 4 remaining Dragons
good
have
for the
fun
Ferryman
and have the power play.
Early beads from Dardes. Pluck still there from Aurora. Finds PBM. Is he left alone?
Now trying to get out. Good CC, good lockdown, and a good kill to take another off the board. It's 5-7.
And that's no front line.
Meanwhile, the ult's coming back up. He might be half health, but feeling pretty confident with his team around him. 25 minutes, 3 Fire Giants Dragons with a small lead.
Can the Ferryman keep the Dragons from backing? Pressure on tier 2. Dragons, difficult question. Dardes, low HP, has to be worried about this dive.
Bow Wow comes out, not connecting on anyone it needs to. There's beads used by Cyclone. Lesper goes in, but a great route. Oh
Look at
my
Dardes.
God, the lockdown.
No dash.
The damage, they've got what they need, and they're finding the kills left and right. Dardes at least turns one around. You lose Cyclone as well. The dual lane for the Ferryman disappears, but it's 4 on the Dragons that are in the death
You might have forgotten, Gore. No Fire Giants left. It goes to the Jade Dragons, but the whole team fight, the tier 2 tower, all of it to the Styx Ferryman. And it's Paul once again. He doesn't miss. Steals the Pyromancer, hits every shot over the wall.
And now the
facilitates
Titans are
all
running
these
down lane
kills,
as well on
and he
top of
beats
that.
double
Damn.
Powwow out of Lasbra. First one burns the beads. Second one hits air. Paul's getting too much done. And somehow, some way, we're 25 minutes in, he still has a goose egg in the death column.
They don't
the
have
Jade
Cyclone, but
Dragons
they do have
need
Bastion.
to address the star player on the Ferryman.
Just 1-0-3. But getting a whole lot done for everybody involved. And now Primal Fury started up with Baskin around. Should not be an issue. The Shred's going to be there. Alternate timeline as well online, Myth. So he's going to have to die twice to make sure it sticks. A difficult challenge for the Dragons. About as close a game as you could ask. Although the Ferryman now with that fight.
Is it loaded yet?
Starting to pull ahead in the gold department.
I'm
Of course,
cry.
Experience hitting them all to
I'm
20.
gonna cry.
Just a little bit sooner.
I want to see my year 11 patch notes. Damn it.
Deep wards on the Jade Dragon side of the map. If you want to get aggressive on left, I mean, the Ferryman, they're going to know any path the Jade Dragons take in to try and defend those towers. And the siege potential of the Ferryman is incredibly high. This is the entirety of the goal now for this composition for the Ferryman, is to put the Jade Dragons into a defensive position. It is completely different to game 1. If the Jade Dragons are corralled into a tower together, that's just shooting fish in a barrel for Paul. I mean, take your shot. You're going to hit somebody if they're all inside of tier 2.
You have to play carefully. Titans about to clash in left. You got everyone except for Sino in lane. And it seems like the Ferrymen are going to use that opportunity and fall back a little bit. Nika as well zoning up. You had mentioned the ward coverage. They still know where everybody is on that board. But Sino is looking for something a little bit bigger than the Titan goes for the Phoenix. The bomb gets used, but Lasbra here for the defense. Back and forth between them. Sino's ult gets forced. And the bird stays standing. And a successful defense from the Dragons.
Barely. There from Sino,
But
goes
yes.
down the center of the map, would have met the entirety of the Jade Dragons. Instead, takes the only way out that he could. So finds a bit of safety. We'll be headed back to base. The Jade Dragons absolutely aware of it. So
What a set this is already. And
go ahead,
I
pull
mean,
this
we're
pyro.
Basket. Yeah, no way. You're going to take something
hours into it
twice.
at this
Instead,
point,
Pyromancer over to the Dragons.
hour and a half of gameplay into it.
And Mifflin,
That's
we had talked about
game two.
Ferryman slowly building up a lead.
That's
the Dragons now slowly taking it out every step of the way. And you can sing the praises. I think Nika's done a great job of zoning. We've seen Coast with a lot of really good damage, but 5-1 and 0. This is Maman for Dardas. The later it goes, the more he's able to feel that impact. This has been the player, this has been the god that really is keeping, or I'm keeping my eye on.
Doug, let me see those player damage charts once more. Where is Dardas? 14,000, fourth on the board. Jade Dragon's actually leading the charge.
Hey, at least the supports are bottom
The top 5
of
slots.
the board.
Feels like Paul. Really
That
finds
hasn't been the
priority.
case every time we see these charts
World's
late
Paul, you
game.
Keep your eyes on him, but something about this thought really is starting to concern me. But you're right. Dardas has high potential to start just turning around this game. But the difficulty that Dardas is presented with is the targets he wants to hit are so far away. Cyclone Spin and Paul both are using their maximum range abilities. I mean, Paul from all the way downtown, Ishtar with sniper shots. It seems like if Dardas wants to hit them, he's going to have to work through the front line first, and can't do it on his own. You got to rely on your ADC for that one.
Tower knocked down right-hand side. Sino once again going for a repeat play. Does not have the runic bomb this time, but it's pressure in mid. Lasbra is going to be here for the defense, and the Dragons, I think, making a smart call. Where do they fall back to? They fall back to the Fire Giant. Going to respawn soon, and Mifflin, just a little over 30 seconds, going to be enhanced on top of that. Sino in danger. Dash is good, has the ult, but if you could pull some of that utility right before an FG fight, it would make a huge difference. Paul as well preparing. But it's going to be a dance around this Fire Giant, maybe started by the Ferryman here in a second.
And Sino's doing such a good job just being a nuisance. Pulls the Jade Dragons out of the defensive position. Six Ferryman. Consider a pull there, but I think wishful thinking. There's no way the Jade Dragons aren't prepared for that one. Instead, right back to Cook.
It might just be
Sino
trying to pull attention
on
away
mid.
from
Might
Sino,
just-
because if
man, I
Sino
would
gets a good
love to
push,
get
I
involved
mean,
in
that
the team
Phoenix
fight. I'd
goes
love
down.
to dive Paul, but someone's gonna stop Sino from getting the bird.
And this goes back to what you were saying 25 minutes ago. I mean, Sino, with his ult, he can cross that distance. He can get into the fight from here. Lasbra would have to commit a lot more just to close that same gap. Instead, now they both move towards right. Fire Giant started, but not full commit by the Ferryman as they take control of the pit. Nika, the rest of the Dragons are going to see what's going on, force them to fall back, not find their opening, not find the CC. Something else that's going to be lacking. I mean, you've got single target stun, some slows, Lasbra, but then Mike doesn't have maybe that big opener that you're asking for a support.
No, it's just a single target stun that boosts one guy's damage output. So the Jade Dragons really reliant on Nika or Lasbra to find that Palau pull. Look at the relics on the Six Ferryman, and they're all still available. Those beads not exactly been under threat. I wonder if anyone on the Jade Dragons is confident in the 1v1 up against Sino. Very clearly, Lasbra's been willing to take that fight, but for the most part, under the Phoenix, it might be better to have Dardas act as the 1v1 opponent there. He's got really good odds to deal with Sino in just neutral territory, and then it keeps your massive just beacon of CC, the Palau, involved in the team fight.
Fire Giant started by the Ferryman. Mid-tier 2 knocked down by the Dragons, but they need a response if they want to be able to hold on to this. Palau now up into the sky for Lasbra. Looking for the pull, but it's Dardas. Oh man, the alternate timeline.
Oh, I thought they were going to stay committed to FG, but it doesn't matter.
They're pushing, oh my
But they're in Titan.
They're in the Titan room, and that's what Lasbra wants to do. Keep them pulled back. They have to fall away. They have to play it safe. Too many backs from the Ferryman. The Dragons make a really confident play. They've lost 2, and they need to stay alive if they want to hold on to this one. Paul is low. They might be able to continue pushing forward.
Coast.
Coast
Oh.
they're pushing apart, and their push 4 already gone, and now the Ferrymen get to march march it down mid.
5 strong are the Ferrymen, nearest respawn, 30 seconds. No Fire Giant, so backdoor protection's in play. Paul, low HP. Nika, no blink, so if he wants to get to Paul, has to do it with the 72 transformations. His work's cut out for him. I think the Ferrymen might have odds here.
Fire Minions holding the Ferryman back just a little bit, but you gotta
They're getting a
deal
bird,
with
but
lot
I don't
more
think they can
than
end here.
just that. If your Nika tries to hold on, the Phoenix is doing its best, but they're ignoring the Sun Wukong Paul in a little bit of danger, but still has that alternate timeline. They
Oh,
have
there's
the
no
main
way.
this time.
There's no way. There's no way.
And talk about the awareness from Baskin there. He's in the middle of a team fight, and Fire Giant says, my Titan needs me. Blinks, or teleports rather, to the Phoenix.
He
Gets involved in the
went
fight.
the
Finds Faye Morris,
wrong,
says, you're the DPS.
the wrong way. He's like, I
Stop
see low health target, I go for the
now.
wall. He should have
Clean
gone
play.
for
Sticks Ferryman. You can't trick these guys. They've done it all. That's a roar. He's gonna circle around your
Dude,
base
he should have gone for
16 times.
Cyclone.
Just thinking about it.
Because he goes for Cyclone there. That slows
They've
down the
done
Phoenix
so
take
much.
by stunning or knocking
And
out
right
Cyclone.
now, they are up 2-0 in the semifinals. Of course, if you're a Ferryman fan, you're feeling pretty happy, pretty confident. The Dragons have been playing
There's
well.
one.
You get the row your boat and row it down right now for the Ferryman. But the thing is, Dragons, they've been holding on. They've been pushing these games the distance. They've been giving them trouble. If anything, there's 2 things they need. They need to collect some
I
of
just
those
realized
late
this is
game
the
team fights, what it
Karon
feels
team
like,
versus
and
the
they need
Alkwang team.
cheers
I
in
wanna
the
see
crowd,
Karon
all the
versus
Dragons
Alkwang.
fans who are going to try and keep them going
in this set
to show up for
That'd be
game
awesome.
3.
I mean, it's such a ridiculous call to make to go for the end there as well. I thought it was, we got mid-Phoenix, awesome, let's back up, try and pincer the team fight around the Fire Giant. It felt almost like a nervous call from the Jade Dragons. I
Well,
hesitate to say it, but
and then they hesitated on
hand attempt?
backing out of the fight, which is
2-0. Dragons,
an
their
insane
tournament
decision.
life, their world's run is on the line. The question is how they're going to respond to that pressure. We'll have to find out right after this break.
By the way, chat, if you thought that I was joking about the fact that I was going to be playing, that I'm going to be playing Paladins instead of Smite, let me just allow me to... Allow me to disprove your face. As soon as the game opens. Hold on.
I love Laz.
Any day now,
He's a
Paladins.
great teammate. Probably one of the best teammates I've actually teamed with. He's a really good teammate in game as well. Like he understands like how to kind of get people together and like work with everybody. Sometimes I think he can struggle like in the game if different scenarios happen. But overall, Laz is just a good player, and when he's on, he's like really on, and he's kind of similar to Cyclone, where he's like on a different league than other people, and playing his game where he can kind of dictate everything and control it.
I just think of Laz as unpredictable. Like he doesn't play the same way, I think, in any game. Every single time he loads into a
We
game,
might
I
get
think
a
he
3-0
plays
going
differently.
here, though.
So Lass is known as the cringe gank guy. I don't think he lost that ever. I think now he's just added more parts to his game, which involves if you expect him to cringe gank at level 2 or level 3, let's say, and you're saying to your laners to be careful, or you're matching it, so you're hovering around, maybe he ganks and you can
what
counter
Swift
gank,
Siege is,
and
but
then
it
you're
sounds
speed ganking
right
someone
along
while
the
you're
lines of
hovering
what
around
I should be
duo.
playing right
That's
about
just
now.
another like way he can beat you
Overwatch
now.
is also
Yeah, no, I'm thinking that for
wonked this
sure. I'm like,
weekend.
anybody seen Laz, bro? No? Okay, he's here. I'm so confident he's here. So I just got to sit back, maybe lose a couple last hits. But once it's like, that's the thing is the more that you play against different people, the more you understand how they're going to play, and you just have to, it's another part of the game you have to adapt.
Ray.
The thing about Lazbra, I like him
Oh.
as a person, but I don't like him as a jungler because he ganks a
Ray.
lot.
It's a reseller
He
with a
scrims.
different voice
He
pack.
ganks a lot, and I hate that because it's not
Ray.
really
Ray.
a realistic
Ray.
thing when it comes at least to winning tournaments. No one's getting
Ray.
ganked tournaments.
Still wanna get this skin.
He does. I
Ray.
think it's a talking point for a very
Ray.
long time. If
Ray.
Lazarus doing
Why do
well,
these
team's
two have a
doing
different
well.
voice
If Lazarus not doing well, probably not going to win the
I
game.
wonder.
And I think that's
Oh, one
a
thing we're
little bit
getting
of a
is we're
burden on
actually
him.
going to
I
get.
think it's
Oh, I
hard to
didn't
have
really
that
change that.
mantle, like,
We're
I have to
actually
do
going to
well,
get
I have to do well.
9 slots. We're going to have 3
But
more slots.
when he does well, he
which
looks
I
amazing.
don't
I think
like
he's
that
been
it's
more consistent throughout
only
the
9.
years.
I wish it were
of
more, but
getting
it's
to
more
the
than
point of
6.
doing well.
So we're getting
And I
stuff
think
done. You know.
when he's on characters that he likes to play or
Choose your
characters that are
champion.
that he
Whoever's
thinks that
my
are in
favorite.
meta, I think he is one of the best junglers in the league.
True.
Battlesuit Angel.
Customize your champion.
Furia.
I guess that's it. You know, Ben is my teammate for what, 3 years? He got me into the league, and now I had to take him out in the quarterfinal. I feel kind of bad about that.
Let's hope we get a tank.
I think we'll see about. I think we'll see about that. I think we play him in the quarterfinals. I mean, I'm sure that guy is either dead to me or my dual limit take care of him. Yeah. I don't think I need to gank him. I think Coast got that under control.
Oh, you know what I have to do though? I have to run an ad break. I need to see also, because this person has TTV in their name. And we got dodged. Awesome. Nope. No one exists with that account name on Twitch. Well, damn. I'm not gonna get to play a fucking game.
Fuck off, dude.
How is Nyx my lowest level character? Sandrox is almost at 20. What the fuck? Because they spammed him in trials, which are coming back. I can't wait to stream more high-res games.
Siege. Choose your champion. Rover's my favorite.
Battlesuit Angel.
Customize your champion.
I wonder if they exist on YouTube, even though their name has TTV in it. No.
Me.
Always gotta check. We're literally not gonna be in game by the time this time runs, dude. Holy shit.
Battlesuit Angel. Ready for launch.
Okay, we're barely gonna be in game when it ends.
Orders, command. Command. Guess I'm on my own.
1,000 credits to start with. Hello there. That's wacky. That's wacky. I guess we just go like Chronos 2 at the start.
I'm not the battle is about to begin.
Yeah, and otherwise everything's just normal. Okay. Oh, with 1,000 you can go straight to Nimble 3. Or you could buy 3 items at once instead of 2. Nice. See, this challenge should be good, but
5,
it's
4,
not.
3, 2, 1. And so it begins.
Paladins is not happy with my connection.
Face my
well.
fury. Dodge if you can.
Enemy has drawn first blood.
we had one AFK. Oh. What a cost. Yeah, I probably have to play around that, huh?
And excited to be here. I'm here
Yeah,
with
Strix is not helping, and Sati is AFK.
As Polar Bear Mike's parents. How you guys doing today?
Doing fantastic.
Really good.
I love the support.
It's
For the
overtime.
support, which is always really cool. Which is where I'm
I'm sorry, everyone. Killing spree. Rampage.
Talk to me a little bit about supporting your son through this endeavor.
Well, it was a change when he decided to drop out of college and do this. So, not a parent favorite, right?
One day, I'll unlock the
it's been
suit's full
really
potential.
Awesome. This is such a nice community of people, and the game is a lot
Oh,
of
cool.
fun.
Instead of
and
AFKing, she's
it's so
inting now.
fun.
That's much worse.
Over here.
Not that Nick is doing much better, but at least she's attempting to play the game.
And so I was talking about the whole live a little bit about it. Mike very obviously has strong I recognize from a very early.
Well, that laser comes out a lot slower than it did last time I played
him
Fury.
aside
Holy
and
shit.
saying like, learn whatever you can from these guys, and then someday you're gonna beat up that man. You have this lead. Talk to me about Mike Royal how that man or his background on that.
I think there's a fine line between
Have you met my friend?
and growing up in a household of 3 boys.
I don't even care that Sati's playing now. I don't even care if she gets stopped inting. I'm still reporting her.
You'd have to beat up both the siblings, fight with the consoles or toys or whatever it was. So I think you learn how
I'm also going to avoid healing her.
your way and how to manipulate people.
Oh, it's just one round.
Been
That's terrible.
paved the way for him to kind of do all of this. And I
Wow,
guess the
that
last
is
question
horrendous.
that I kinda wanna
I thought
leave
that it was just
with
going to be like the
is,
payload.
You know,
moves
when you
faster.
look at Mike's
No.
legacy and everything that
Terrible
he's brought
game
and all
mode,
of
holy
these
shit.
people that he inspires, what does that mean to you?
Just the love that other people have for him in this game or whatever, it means the world to me. 'Cause he's a wonderful guy, and he's got a fantastic heart.
I agree with the love. Clearly we want to see a reverse sweep here. Paul's done it to us a couple times. It's time to pay him back, that's for sure. So we got him right where we want him, but even if we lose tomorrow, we're going to be excited if Paul or Aurora wins, or if the Leviathans get there, and Max and Alec finally have a chance.
I'm going to
There's so many
try
great players.
to get an
We
onslaught
support
game
them
in.
for all the year, and it's just a lot of fun.
Hopefully not. King of
Life
Battle.
is about found family, and us here at Smite World
Probably
Championship
going to try and get
Smite
Nick's
everything.
just so that I
that's
have
really what it
everyone
is.
at
Mike
oh, I
is
don't have Roman at 80.
my brother that makes you guys extended
Fucking-
family as
he's
well.
still
So
marked as
thank you
new.
so much for sharing your son with us and allowing him to be a part.
I like the way they do it in
of
Smite,
something
where
wonderful.
it's only if they're the newest.
Whoever's my favorite.
Will they appear at the front like that?
Customize your champion.
That is so much of the beauty of Smite and the Smite World Championships. Not only fans, but friends and family. And so much of that gathering now brings
Not only
energy to the
fans,
Jade
but
Dragons.
fans.
Unfortunately, after that, we have to break down what happens here in Game 2. Love and support from Mike's parents. And they're going to need more of it going into Game 3 because Hazer, this is one.
It's a decent
for the
comp
Jade
if we get a
Dragons. Again,
support.
they are in
This
an
is a
okay
decent
spot.
comp if we get a
Steel
support.
Series
Oh my
moments
God.
of glory will tell us. Let it slip a little bit
Double
later in
tank
the game.
versus double
Yeah,
support.
I think there's
Whack.
going to be one moment that we want to put particular focus onto here. It feels like we
Also,
talked
we
about
had
in
Golden
the
Warlord.
first
Nice.
desk, the composure from the
Oh
Jade
God,
Dragons,
we have
the
someone
comparison
complaining
of the
about two
composure
tanks.
for the Ferryman and the composure for the Dragons, and I feel like we saw it again there. The game goes late, and it feels like the Ferryman.
I just love when
calm
people in
down, take
Overwatch
their time,
in open
and,
queue and
make
people
the
in
right
Paladins
decisions,
are
and
just like,
unfortunately for the Dragons,
oh,
they go
two
for a bit of a
tanks? Why do
panic
we have
call
two
and get
tanks?
punished for it.
Because he is correct.
To highlight what he says, it's the Ferrymen don't do anything that's like that exciting this game. A lot of it is just
It's
waiting for
casual,
the
so
Jade
it
Dragons
is
to kind of
like,
do
I'm
something
not
that puts
gonna
them
bother
in a
if I don't
position
see
to
queen
be able
has
to exploit it.
arrived.
And that's what these really good teams
Feel
do.
free
And it's
to
why it's so hard to
grow.
play against this Ferrymen's team. Because a lot of times they're not making mistakes, and a lot of times if you do make a mistake, they will be punishing you for it.
And that's the thing, they sat back, and the Jade Dragons, this is not the first time they've done something like this, or the risky Fire Giant call or a risky end call. Whether
right?
it's the nerves, whatever it may
That's
be.
nice.
You heard Mike's stat. The reverse sweep is what needs to happen. That is the only way that they can keep their hopes of the World Championship
I just want to get
alive.
Chronos
And
so that we have
you gotta
all of this
get
going
one deep
on.
breath and then play a perfect game of Smite, because the Jade Dragons, they have the ability to do it, but the Styx Ferrymen are not going to overextend. They're not going to make that same level of call.
The length of time that the players on the Jade Dragons have played have put them at the forefront of some iconic reverse sweeps, both on the good and the bad end. Mika and Zardes, and the history of those two players on their teams in the past,
Hello,
and
game.
what's
Let
happened
me
to
up
them
the fucking stairs.
oftentimes
Thank you.
in World semifinals. Now they have got to go 3 straight against the Styx Ferrymen. Very quiet 1-0-5 here. Taser 18,000 damage. It's a bit shorter of a game. Somebody put it on X. Forgot exactly who it was, but their sentiments were short. Correct. Gotta find an answer to Paul.
Yeah, and I feel like
The world
on this side, which is a good answer to the talk.
Wise move, kid. Together we'll rule this land.
He isn't missing, but maybe unit. But I think you have a good point about what happened with the Daji. It felt like Simon was able to take last round completely away from Paul.
Yeah, I mean, Daji wants to find the stop, and his teammates with 5v5 side of the top to split. Keep mid pushed up, make the Daji answer it. Daji got to make a play on this stop. I mean, Paul's going to do his job regardless. But making the job
the last person you want to mess with.
That just goes to show they don't need the cheating Sino can play like that. The set Paul can play like that. The Ferrymen are masters.
I'll show them what happens when you mess with the queen.
Fight, making you feel not as strong. And the Jade Dragons, they've had 2 games to adapt to it. This is the game they have to find an answer for it.
That's fine. That's up to you two. Whenever you're ready.
You can't resist me.
Just a little bit further. I like it. It took me a minute to read the full. I'm always slightly wary when the signs pop up. I was curious about Big Wars Coast and where his picks will start to go. Remember, Hazer, you said he pulled you aside after the points, and I'm going to solo Cyclone Space in game 2. Didn't happen after the landing phase was not in a great spot early on in game number 2. Did more damage.
I want to get rejued, but I feel like I'm not going to do it, so I don't think
The power of a rule.
Something
Wise move, together we'll rule this land.
some point in the set will make some play. I haven't seen it yet this set. Be the type of player in your mind, Taser, you'd like to play a bit more around here.
Okay, I just can't fire my right button. That's awesome.
I'll show them what happens when you
The
mess
sign
with
is
the
enough.
queen.
The sign is enough there. But I agree with you that Coast is he's a superstar player, right? He's an impact player. He can go big. He has these moments, pop-off moments, and I want to see him get those. And one way I want to see him get those is
Another for the treasure.
he's still in
If this is the Hunter pick pairs nice to before we get too far into picks and bans, Bobby, I do want to ask.
That was just like let's show them good time.
Like I'm getting hit markers and like not hitting it.
You want to play rough, huh?
Or are you looking at a more big picture?
I mean, it's got to be one game at a time, and I'd like to change the Jade Dragons to be the third game. I'd like taking that first pick slide. There's been so much value the Ferrymen have been getting. This so much through the roof value for Aurora. And with the opportunity of being here, I think it's just something you have to take away here. Aurora has shown that he wants to play it. He will play it every single game. There's really not a ton of other gods in this spot that have shown that value like
Zobek here.
You can't resist me.
There's no way that the Jade Dragons with the first pick across. They end up in not a great time. We already mentioned Mike won't go to it. He has the ability to, but he has not shown that he likes it.
It'll be neither. It'll be the hot team. Unfortunately, it looks like Doc will have to remain on the side. Noting the Jade Dragons for advance here, taking away their next powerful carries.
Wise move. Together we'll rule this
If the
land.
Dragons are opting to take this first pick side, does Hachiman look at that value pick that they thought it was? This is a bottom 2 pick that we've seen that's not had that top tier value. So shifting to this first side, yes, I like that. I don't like how the rookies have been so far have played out. Yes, so like maybe counted by Ganesh, but Aurora's been showing so much value. Give it to him again here. It's not going to be a great deal.
Your bloodlust has killed my job. Peace. Thank you, Hero. Your spot on my point is
What
cute.
they don't deny is the Sobek, the only god Aurora has played so far this event, and he just gets it every single time.
You can't resist me.
Aurora likes the Sobek. Don't get me wrong, he's been playing phenomenally. But I don't think the reason the Jade Dragon is down 0-2 is because of the Sobek. And I think the Jade Dragon's probably had that conversation. Are we worried about the Croc? Yeah. Are we going to waste a ban on it? No. Mike, do you want to play it? Also, so that's where we're at currently. They knew this was coming. That not necessarily because Milan was going to come through. Of course, they want to take that away from Zardes. It makes a lot of sense.
Wise move here.
It wasn't the biggest
Together we'll rule this land.
but hey, Zardes was able to get some value from it. So just sending that one over
I
to
am
Simon.
the last person you want to mess with.
So we got to see the adaptation here. The Jade Dragons, they could cook up something different. The Emoja was actually really nice for Mike in game number 1, but it still wasn't enough. And we get to see the shock. Wow. There was a sign. I saw shock sign earlier.
No fun to play against. Kind of fun to watch. You know.
The Chop is an interesting pick. It's not a high value pick, but it seems like the Dragons have thrown value out the window. They just want to pick the gods that they think to be valuable for them. And that Chop shows a lot of value in that laning phase. And now set here for the Ferryman. This is their game 1 picks and bans. Just slightly shifted up a little bit more prio towards that Milan and set. And they're feeling great going into the second half.
You want to play rough, huh? Thank you. Your spot on my point.
So I would like to see the Wukong by the Dragons force Aspen to show
Row to authority.
They want to take away this Shiva Lanke from Cycling Spin.
My man was rowing. That was some good row form. Did you guys see that? Row to a 3-out. That's what the fans want. The Jade Dragons are trying to put a stop to it. And we glossed over the Merlin. Definitely a pick that can do just shots later on.
Together we'll rule this land.
Dealt with this composition before, and Milan they love diving these emotes.
I almost want the Dragons.
You can't resist me.
In the second half too. I just want to pick something that goes into that late game and allows them to team fight against the Ferryman. There's a few gods that don't have great laning matches against that Sobek, but I really like the on the set.
The last person you want to mess with.
Really good here for Mike. I don't know if he's willing to play it. It's not going to dominate lane, but if he goes late, it's very strong.
You're absolutely going late so far. I feel like when the pressure's on, it can be time to something like that hard.
Yeah, that true healing is really annoying to deal with.
So you always kind of have that thought in the back of
An
your mind.
extra item or two will help spread my will.
He doesn't do it.
Has he got one? He's got an elephant.
Peace.
Well, I was saying Geb on the thought that he wasn't going to play Ganesh. I like this even more than the Geb.
You prefer
Yes,
Ganesh?
Yes, I like this.
Assuming that Mike wouldn't go to the Ganesh. However, Traily Mike does go to the
Okay,
Ganesh.
he keeps just not charging that. Like,
You want to play rough, huh?
I love that Ganesh. Unfortunately,
You can't resist me.
and I have been very happy to roast the
Your
Succession.
bloodlust.
It's not my favorite. It doesn't. The more
my job is done.
where you go full damage.
There is.
The hybrid doesn't get as much done. But what it can do is lean back on your carries heavily. And you will not change. So later on,
Together we'll rule this land.
the backline, it can start
Grover wasn't. Oh, right, because Grover goes through walls.
And
Yeah.
I love that highlight there because I think that's exactly what he's job. He's going to be playing to kill
Gore.
these two
It's been a while.
divers. And there's going to be a lot of onus on Askin, on Sino, on Paul to to position well enough to get damage off. He's also not positioned too far forward to be put on position. There's a lot of lockdown on the side of the Dragons with Ganesh. Not an easy god to dive into that home.
Oh, is that what's happening? Is she just worm something?
Very disruptive.
Break against my body. Not in the last little while anyway. It feels like the Ferrymen are going through like a flow chart here. There's so many gods. I think most gods can be good players in play. 5 games now.
I want to say that this Tortola may be a bit slept on right now, right? The build that has been sort of popping up has been the Warriors Axe, the Yoke Vigor, and the Glad Shield. Trying to go down on the tankier Warriors. It's a little bit risky on Thor, but if you can play safe and get off,
you can't resist me.
Unfortunate.
Angel of Dawn, as long as you're on point, which it's Baskin, he will be, can be a huge threat. And we were talking about dive, right? That's the idea behind the 6 Ferryman composition. If you see Set, Mammon, and Thor, you click 4. That's the idea. You want to just go after opens.
And with that, I think
tiny bit
we have to talk
faster.
about mid lane at least a little bit, because last time we saw this set, I mean, Paul kind of just ran the game. It got to that mid game.
Oh my god, the Saris had 159,000 healing, and I still died that much
I think Merlin
from
matches
not
up a
being
lot better
healed.
than that Zeus does in the set. And I think it makes
Really
it so
was just
if
jumping
Dardes
into
gets
the
off to a
worm.
good spot, again, he doesn't die in that early game.
Also,
he gets that late game. He can burn the set. He can
I
burn
had
the
top
Mammon,
damage in the
Thor,
lobby.
and with that Circuit peeling, the Ganesh
I know I don't
peeling,
have it up
it's
right
a risky
now,
dive
but
for
I
them.
had top
But I
damage
mean,
in the
we've
lobby.
seen this the set, the Mammon,
Comedy.
so much damage and pry out of them.
I'm not sure anything looks risky when Paul's playing. Have you ever seen Paul play it and you're like, man, that looks risky. It looks like he's putting himself in bad spots there. Perfect relic usage, perfect positioning.
I guess this
don't
weekend
think he's the
has
target you
double-
want to try and put down.
Remember, Paul with
Double
a win
champ
here
XP
in his 5th
in Paladin.
straight
So that's
Worlds
neat.
Finals. If Paul is able to get a win here in game number 3, Jade Dragons, it's time to turn this one around with your casters.
That's right, it is up 2-0 for the Ferrymen, up to the Dragons to prolong this set if they want to keep their tournament alive. The Ferrymen, absolutely dominant so far, although Mifflin, it has not been because of easy games. They are up 2-0, but 56 minutes. A lengthy almost loss in game 2, but they managed to hold on just enough. And you can hear Jade Dragons fans that are out there in the crowd giving them the energy to push forward. And they need it right now more than ever. They go for the chalk. We get 3 assassins on one side. It feels all topsy-turvy aggression. I'm really excited to see how this game starts to shake out.
I'm glad you hit on that chalk because it's a pick I think that has a lot of potential in this matchup. I've been very vocal that I think maybe chalk not the best pick all the time, but some of the time it can certainly work. And what I see here that makes chalk so appealing is his counter dive potential. We always talk about, oh, he's so disruptive in jungle corridor team fights. He can lock down entire jungle lanes with the reins. Massive dive potential, blink into the back, 4-man knockup. But what about when there are 4 people diving your back? What about when Dardes is going to have to deal with Mammon, Brigitte, Thor, Set, even Aurora back there? Massive
Wait, hold on.
Massive
I mean,
knockup,
even
silence to buy some
Cyclone
time.
is going to be
Feels like
part
this
of
could be
the
a game where
diving
Nika takes a little bit
shenanigans.
More so a backseat just to facilitate Dardes, to allow him to put out that damage.
It goes back to the game 1 strat, which is protect the one guy, but now you actually have the protection capabilities compared to what we got to see in game 1. Although I will give them the credit, they pushed it almost an hour then. Now it's going to be...
I cannot believe the first game of the day was an hour long.
It feels like
That's
such an
still
interesting matchup,
insane.
especially because the damage output, it feels like early on, could be pretty massive if the double tap is able to connect. Baskin was just a little off the mark there, but once you have the wall online, once it becomes part of the conversation, Nika is going to have to be worried if Sino shows face on the right-hand side.
Nika will always have some level of sustain, though. Should you be able to keep himself topped off for the most part. And with Chalk's passive, doesn't even really come down to mana output. Maybe you're concerned a bit about defending your blue buff.
Sino already low. Lasber as well. All just can't have the damage, doesn't have the cooldowns. Level 2. Look at the junglers. I mean, both of them, it's just a breath away from death.
It's always the junglers putting in the hard work, isn't it? Just trying to make something happen.
You just had to,
on the center of the map. I mean, both those mid laners, max range, full HP, just hanging out. Those guys in the jungle.
Jungle is just like, yeah, it's time to play solo lane, but they're not tanky, so things actually happen when they try to play solo lane.
Second or third item slot, just going to outpace, but until then, feels like Circat has a lot of potential to just out DPS, out clear in the jungle, and try and outmaneuver rather towards some of these side lanes. This could be a game where Sino is quiet throughout the early. Just let me farm up, play my own game, become a hyper carry towards the late, and then something Trelly had brought up on the desk, we'll get an idea of how Lazar wants to play, whether it be that bruiser build or full damage. Generally, Lazar leans a little bit more so towards the damage.
We'll have to see. At least starting out a little more damage. Might be in trouble because of it. Sino uses the blink to close the gap, but Serket slippery and is able to get away. Now Coast seems to be the one targeted by the Ferryman. They're getting him low. All you need is a couple more shots with the range, just not there. Instead, Mike is the one surrounded. Not too much going for him. Ganesh and Sobek great at locking people
going
down.
back in like this.
And you're feeling the burn if you're Aurora. Dangerous, dangerous territory for the carries.
Yeah, that's Aegis burnt there from Aurora. Interesting Aegis pickup in first slot as well. Concerned about the ability for Lasber to just deal with them, I suppose. If you're not really overly concerned about chase potential, you feel like your gap close is good, you don't really need blink. I don't think there's really anything that he even feels like he has to go towards. Maybe you could have said beads in that slot, but it's damage that you're concerned about. I like this pickup for Aurora. Maybe not necessary to use it there, but he'll get some value later on.
And it's going to come back by the time I think he's feeling truly threatened, right? Or at least he's hoping, right? 1 minute and 30 or 130 seconds. 2 minutes that he's going to have to wait without it. Loses out a little bit of the pressure in 2-0. That means shield buff goes over towards the Dragons. This early game has been very methodical the last two. The Dragons have been kind of pace setters, although in duo lane, Aurora, who has not been forced off of this Sobek, is making Coast feel just uncomfortable.
So the thing is,
right
like,
now,
they were talking in draft about how like
has the
not
beats,
banning the
soon
Sobek
enough
might
is
be
gonna
weird,
have
but also like this, whether or not the Sobek is why they're winning. And I think the
as
Sobek is
just
part of
absolute
why they've
nuisance
been winning,
going to
but
diminish slightly.
I mean,
That's where Lasber comes into the conversation.
I'm more
but I also want to
concerned
look
about
towards
the
mid.
fact
We talked a little bit about the jungle. We've been looking over here in the
setting
duel.
my mom for let through.
Merlin versus the set. Feels like Paul's MO has been to kind of relax on the set for a while, and then by the time you're fighting him, he's dealing half of your health bar with 1 or 2 clones. Lasbra throws Sino back. Sino uses his ult. Just a small trade.
Yeah, nothing really gained there. If the knockup connects from Sino, there's enough damage at play that maybe you could deal with Lazra. He's already used some of his mobility just previously, but good ultimate from Lazra, not only for the CC immunity, but just to fully avoid that damage. Keeps him safe. I agree that Paul has maybe an easier time into this Merlin matchup. You're not really concerned about poke. It's not like when you're playing against something like Raijin or Thoth where they can match some of that aggression that Set has throughout the early. So it's more so, I imagine we see Paul just pressure out those mid waves, rotate through the side camps, try and control those. Dardes, for the most part, is just, I'm here to stack up. Please stay away from me. I'll see you on either siege or siege defense. Maybe we see some rotations from him towards objectives, should the side lanes of the Jade Dragons get something started, but you don't really want to play around your Merlin himself throughout the early portions of the match.
Might be a conversation. I mean, we were talking about defense a whole lot in game number 1. The Dragons would like to not be in that position, but if they are, Merlin more than likely be a very large bullet point in the conversations we could be having around that. For now, though, we're looking at 5 minutes in. No one's been showing that aggression so far. A little bit of skirmishes a couple of times in the jungle where Lasber, Sino spotted the other and caused a little bit of trouble. But mid camp's going either way. Experience, gold pretty much split right down the middle. With a 2-0, the Dragons. I should say an 0-2 for the Dragons. They have to be a little more concerned, especially with this early game. This is where a lot of that caution is going to play into it. But can they afford to play as cautiously as we've seen them play? Do they need to be more aggressive here if they want to put the Ferryman off kilter?
It's hard to say. The Styx Ferrymen are just like the de facto late game team, it feels like. So taking them to 30, 35 minutes, even with compositions notwithstanding, feels like a difficult call to make. But this is a composition from the Jade Dragons, I think, that certainly has potential come late game. But question marks lie with Mika and Lazarus selections. Serket and Chalk, how well do they fare at the absolute latest portions? Feels like a bit of an untested element. So I think it's easier to evaluate whether or not you actually have the potential to dominate the early. And if you do, it's almost entirely coming from Lasbra himself. Then you can play through those neutral objectives thanks to Dardes' DPS. Do the Jade Dragons have to do it though? Maybe. I just really like how the Styx Ferryman draft plays really late on, especially around that Mamad Rashid, the 1v1 with Serket, Baskin's global presence. All right, Gore, I've talked myself into it. Yeah, Jade Dragons should play some early game.
Well, unfortunately for them right now, it's a small level deficit for Lasbra. haven't seen him too much, although aggressive positioning right there and aggressive warding all across the board gives him some views. Now Dharmic Pillars up onto Cyclone Dash is good for the Ishtar, but the damage is there. You need one more shot. No, you just can't find it. Cyclone Spin by the skin of his teeth is able to make it out alive.
CC may do the ultimate to avoid the slow. Vaporwatch Coast chases through, but doesn't quite have the damage. I think he uses one just before that fight, so he doesn't even have the opportunity to look for some of those snipes. Aurora a little bit late on the rotation in, but unnecessary it would seem, as Cyclone Spin survives. And because Aurora's been playing a little bit more so in the jungle, even with Cyclone Spin forced back to base, still around level parity, gold largely equalized as well. There's a slight advantage to Coast, but Cyclone Spin clears out the wave. I think he'll hit over to level 8. No, maybe about a half level there for Coast.
That small lead can amount to a whole lot if you get some pressure to play with. Unfortunately, outside of what we just saw, those Dharmic Pillars, you maybe need Lasber to enforce that. The good news about Dharmic Pillars, Myth, is that it comes up shockingly quick every single time. Now Aurora, I would say in an awkward spot, but Lasber's going towards right, not too much. Cyno looking for a blue buff invade right now, but you've got a 3v2 happening in mid. Roar and Paul fall back, and they're going to be just fine. Distance from Lasber seems to be solid. Darda's going back to base, and it seems like everything's going to come out pretty much neutral.
It's going to be a defensive build, bruiser build for Cyno. I can't believe we were evaluating whether or not Lasber was going to go for it. When Cyno's in the game, of course, breastplate in that second slot, making it that much more difficult for the physical damage dealers, the J-Dragon, Sneaka, Lasber, Vaporwatch Coast, prevent some of these ganks from Cyno. He's not going to be as concerned about maybe Chalk's ultimate as counter dive. Won't be as concerned about Lasber and the 1v1. An additional CDR, some movement speed to match the mobility of Surcat. I actually like how this build has worked out for Cyno so far, but it is backloading some of the damage in his build. Doesn't have that 100 to 0, but again, it feels like it's a moot point to talk about the early game when you're talking about the Ferryman. That's not what they're playing for.
Now, then what are we going to do for the next 20 minutes while we wait for him? Maybe talk about the Dragons or talk about Coast right now. It's taking a little bit of damage. EI Jutsu gets a stun. That's where we need to see it, and you had already mentioned it. You talked yourself into it, at least. Dragons getting aggressive. Maybe the early game for these two teams is mid-game, as we haven't really gotten to see it yet. A couple of ults have been dropped by the Surcat. We also haven't seen where his build path was going to go. You had kind of mentioned that. He leans towards damage. If he goes Bruiser, that definitely changes the field. Should have, at this point, been farming enough that he can go back, try to give us at least a little hint as to what direction he's going to go, but he's still playing catch-up for Cyno.
Yeah, but can you even go for the Bruiser build here? I feel like Bruiser means you have to be a diver. You want to be disrupting that backline, but if that's the case, who are you diving? Cyclone Spin? That's really just it. And Cyclone Spin's largely self-sufficient in the backline. Ishtar is very good at holding her own and playing safe.
Cyno goes in. Oh my God, the delete by Thasra! He's just taken off the board a first blood for the Ferryman, and if you blinked, you missed the whole thing.
It's just again from Cyno, and from there, CC connects, Lasbra, nothing left, no beads just yet, hasn't ticked over to level 12, and eliminated before he's even allowed to go for the CC immunity in his ultimate. I think all of his abilities were up. He just wasn't allowed to use them, couldn't move.
Now look inside. I mean, he's free roaming in the jungle. There's not a lot for him to go to, but he's free roaming. What a first blood, man. Instant delete button. Now we see where Lasber is going, and it looks like he is going to follow what you had mentioned first for Surcat, which is the hybrid. Now blue buff invade successful. And if this is getting scary territory, you've got 3 assassins. One of them now has a kill, and they all have just a smidge of a lead in their direction. It could be disaster for the Dragons, which is why they need that energy, why they need to hold on. And like you had mentioned, they go late. First blood, usually something you can walk off, and that's the only lead they have right now. The first blood bounty sitting over towards the Ferryman.
The Ferryman have got really high potential to play through neutral objectives this draft, so if another fight goes their way like that, have Cyno do the exact same thing, but to a Gold Fury. Play the PvE, just go slam the objective.
Well, yeah, because not only is
no
Cyno on the Ramon,
confirmation
of course you have Cyclone on
point tosses
Ishtar.
are just that in this game.
Those shotgun autos, man.
Crowd's hype about it.
Yeah, and my favorite, I think he was playing a little bit, right? He stopped, he held on to it. I could see him smile up there on stage. He needs that. 4 to 5 for the totem count, Mifflin. He's catching up. in terms of pressure in the solo. Like, we haven't really talked about it much since the beginning, right? Where is this chalk? I mean, you had mentioned late game for Peel, things like that. He's gone for Blink now that he's backed up. Do you like the way it's kind of evolved in the first 12 minutes?
Well, first 12 minutes has just been him getting bullied out a bit by Baskin.
And he's almost tied up the totem count.
He's almost tied it up, but he's also spent a lot of his time in his tower. He's about a level down. I like how the build's starting to develop. I think that Blink, though, does indicate to me that he's not going to play that Peel style I was asking for. Instead, wants to be a part of the dive. So it's between Nika and Lasbra to find Cyclone spin in the back. And it's just going to be a contest of dive in the late game team fight. Whose divers are going to hit pay dirt first? I'd argue it's the team that has more of them.
I think Baskin, wow, actually steals that one away right under the nose of Nika. And instead, it looks like they might swap what they're going for in terms of control. Fort, you got to talk about the presence he can bring. And Mifflin, this is actually where it gets to be super dangerous. Baskin doesn't need to teleport. It's helpful, but that Anvil of Dawn, the distance that it has, if he walks to the FG pit, mid suddenly becomes a target.
And it's not going to have to be a Blink pickup, so an additional beads means that it's really, really difficult to peel Baskin off of anybody. It's going to stick to you very well. Speaking of, Sino doing the exact same thing to Lasbra in the jungle. He's just not being able to get anything rolling.
Oh, the taunt off the mark.
No.
Sino goes inside Lasbra for a moment, then dashes away. Lasbra, though, with the ult, throws him back against the wall. The damage
goes
is there.
down.
The kill is good. The Dragons put themselves on the board, but they're going to lose one in the process. Paul chased out by Nika and PBM, the front line, creating some distance. Just Baskin and Aurora. A lot of damage, but not a lot of kills to be had. One for one, the jungle's off the board.
That's not going to
loses
feel
out
good.
on the beads there, and his life as left-hand side, say Polish Coast, getting a little bit aggressive up against Cyclone spin. Successful invade, strips that one away. I like that play from the Jade Dragons. It's a massive commitment. You've got PBM rotating through, ultimate off of him, as well as Lasbra and Nika, all just to support a kill onto Sino. It's going to become a little bit more difficult to find those kills now that the breastplate's been finished up. Sino doesn't exactly have massive damage, but this next item's where we're really going to start to see it. You caught him while he was weak, but you got to keep him down, and the Jade Dragons didn't find anything on map off of him.
You might not find it then, but now, I mean, you know, you mentioned the breastplate. I see beads, both for Sino and Paul, the Aegis as well. Was not expecting the booze for backing next to the totem instead of taking it. Now it might be Baskin who gets the effortless advantage. He's walking away too. But those openings in the relics,
I need to play Thor solo.
going the way of the Dragons. Very, very sneaky.
I think
for
I
him on
am
the
going to
board.
boot up
They're
Smite
able to pick
again
it up
instead
again,
of Paladins,
pull some of this gold
honestly,
back in their
after
favor.
how those two games
This
went.
grouping from the Ferryman, so many on the left-hand side. Maybe
Mess around with
we'd
like
see a
tank
gold
forward
free
and stuff.
pull. Instead, just continue down that neutral path, which has been the win condition for the Ferryman as of yet in this set. Jade Dragon's doing a great job holding on, though. I really thought the Ferryman were going to clean it up just in macro farm. They've been doing such a good job.
Crowd really likes
keeping
the
pace,
totem.
especially in the jungle. Feels like Lasbra struggling to match what Sino's putting out so far as mid camps concerned. A lot of it comes down to that vision on the left-hand side. Anytime we see Sino move over to that dual lane, the Jade Dragons back themselves up. It's really difficult to maneuver the map as Maman Brigitte. I mean, there's no stealthy way to do it. It's no global. You don't have a leap and a dash. So with all that vision out there, I mean, Vaporage Coast is completely safe.
Keeping my eyes on Sino Beacon. Well, it's already gone towards the wayside. It's hanging around that area. It will be the Oracles. The Ops 4, Vision. A lot of blue wards that are on the board. And Baskin, who's rotated over towards left, seems to indicate the Ferrymen are looking for something. But Mifflin, it's that opener, trying to find that something that has been so difficult for him. Aurora might be the one who either starts it or is finished by it. Mike is nearby, has ult available. Not gonna drop it, not feeling the attack. Speaking of Mike, and specifically Aurora, 2-level lead in the supports for Mike. Has that second relic online, and that's a big opener for right now.
3-level lead out of the dual lane as a whole for the Jade Dragons. And you can see in the builds, maybe the idea of the Jade Dragons trying to play that early game a little bit more so. Sovereignty second slot as opposed to more stacking for Aurora. The 6 Ferrymen, I don't think it's them looking for aggression. It's looking for easy opportunities, sure. An opportunistic team, but for the most part, it's just farm up, play our own game, see you later on. It's the Jade Dragons that have been fishing on map for a few more opportunities themselves. And with Sovereignty getting that defense online that much faster, allows Mike to be a bit tankier, get involved, dive some of these towers, create some space. It's just the Ferrymen are playing so smart around it that the Jade Dragons can't find exactly where to put that aggression.
Seems to be the issue right now, trying to find a beacon. Gonna be respawning soon. And right now, the Dragons all over it. All 5 outside of Nika. It's just 4, if that's how math works. Making sure to dominate that area. Ferryman might be in a spot to respond, but not really looking for the fight. Aurora and Paul are nearby. Again, not going too deep. Instead, Cyclone's been in a little bit of danger from Lasber. Good dash. Creates the distance. Now you've got a teleport coming through over towards left. And again, just that pressure. Sino up. Beacon still not capped. You've got numbers coming in for the Ferryman. 3v3 until Sino gets over that wall. 3/4 of the way favored towards the Dragons for the Beacon. They just need to find an opener. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they want to commit. Maybe it's going to be Sino. Blink available. Could be the opener to get into the back. They're holding on. Pluck is good. It's on to Mike. Damage follow-up needs to be there. It's an explosion in the mid lane.
He
As
goes
far
down
as
first.
no,
It's going to be
Aurora
Aurora.
who's taking the brunt of it. Paul
Oh.
tries to get back, forces a few out, but the Ferrymen are the only one who lose someone until Baskin dunks down. Good damage, but no follow-up to make it work. It's on the double tap. Oh my God, Baskin from max range hits what he needs.
Huge.
And gets
That's
it done, making sure this
wow.
goes 1 for 1.
Basket doesn't need the follow-up of the rest of his team. He is the follow-up. Initiation and damage all in one, making it happen there. Love the play from Lasra to isolate Aurora, but his Basket stuck around too long.
Oh, just there for a little longer than he could
A lot of
be.
utility in the bank to work with. But you get another kill. You tie him up on the board. You keep experience and gold within a few hundred. And Myth, it is 19 minutes
Also,
and
there's
about
currently
as dead even as
420.
you can get. This Pyromancer
We did it,
going to
gamers.
help out very slightly, but admittedly overall making things even. Now Runic Bomb on both sides.
I don't think the Jade Dragons needed to give that one up. Just weren't ready, didn't realize it was pulled. Seemed like they were going to rotate through, look for that defense. 6 Ferryman, just much too fast on neutral objective. Maman Brigitte, by the way, that's just what she does. But the team fight potential
mind
for
me
the Jade
just opening
Dragons starts to
Smite
rear its head a bit
so that
there.
I can actually
Nika,
get into a
massive
game
separation
later.
with his own ultimate. Lasra
might
isolates
hear it
Aurora.
pop
Forced
open.
to run back into the enemy team for fear of spreading that poison. Just completely opens up the engagement for the Jade Dragons until individual hero play Baskin comes through with the double dunk, 1-man army follow-up kill on his own. Does lose his focus a little bit on the lazy back, but I think willing to forgive that considering the performance he puts on just previous.
Now we're talking about experience.
There's
Again,
actually a
as
wind
close as it is.
advisory, so
Favoring some roles. Sino right
it
now
explains a little
in the
bit.
jungle versus Coast for the carries. Mids have kept it even. Aurora's catching up slightly. We haven't gotten to see. Look, he's 1-0-2. There's only 6 kills on the board in 20 minutes we've been watching so far. But haven't gotten that explosion that Paul gave us the last time he was on set, even yesterday when he was on set, which makes me both parts nervous for the Dragons because that means it must just be coming, a tidal wave that is Paul in mid lane, or makes me nervous for the Ferryman knowing that maybe they've figured out, the Dragons that is, how to control Paul and slow him down.
Gore, I can't believe you said they figured out how to control Paul. He's
Yeah, it's
still
just impossible.
goose-egged in the death column, brother. They
but
can't
he's
kill him.
less like everything else, at least.
Wait till he gets the Sundering Axe. Am I a Paul fan? All right, you're right. You know what he's doing? He's doing less. Sundering Axe, though, I think it'll bring
Look,
a lot
I saw
of
the
it.
sign.
I
saw
tabbed
Paul
into Discord
Diff
for
out
2
there.
seconds and I
understand
found
where he's coming
Charybdis
from.
Slander.
He's
God
doing
damn
so
it.
much for his team, and a lot of his damage is going to be backloaded in this build. We've got some luxury items in the first few slots, CDR, penetration still on the way. That passive on Sundering Axe, that's really where you're going to see a lot of that burst. It's that hit-and-run guerrilla warfare style that Paul has really benefited from so far this set. It hasn't been the all-in, going to my set ultimate, pentakill, I'm going to stick in with the auto attacks. It's, hey man, you shouldn't have been in skewer range, and it's just working.
You shouldn't have been
Gold
in
Fury for
skewer
the Ferryman right
range.
now, and no response
What
from
a
the Dragons.
sentence.
That one picked up easy. But still, sub 2,000 gold in their favor. A small pickup, but a pickup nonetheless. Finally, a little bit of a lead, leaning one way more than the other. Fire Giant, last neutral objective left on the board. 21.5 in. Mifflin, big fights, death timers. You know, we get to talk to them. Game 1, they got massively long, but even now, 30 seconds, 40 seconds, if you're off the board, a pick can make such a huge difference. You had mentioned don't be in skewer range. Paul chased down by Nika for a moment.
but not really a whole lot Nika's going to do on his own besides annoy Paul. Maybe pepper in a little bit of damage. A lot of dancing around this Fire Giant, but I don't think either side's going to pull that trigger anytime soon. I think it's more so, where can we put our pressure? We have to stay together. If anyone's isolated, we're going to get picked out, so let's just play together, even if we don't have an exact goal in mind. Find a pick, all of a sudden towers open up, and Fire Giant may be an option. Until then, a whole lot to be done. So it's just about power spikes and which ones are coming up first. And looking over the Styx Ferryman, 19 on both Sino and Paul. Upgraded starters, going to be massive for them. Baskin still needs to buy his upgraded starter. He ticks over to 20 while out on field. Otherwise, on the other side, you're already level 20 on Dardes. Alternate timeline would go a long way.
Baskin forced into the sky, 4-man
Into the
rotation
air.
over towards right.
Down to the ground.
He did. I mean, when you've got Sino nearby, you've got to think about it. But instead, opts to fall back, played safe. It's grouping control right now for the Dragons. Right-hand side of the map again. Pressure that is on. We're approaching 23 minutes. Pyromancer.
Oh yeah, I got
back on the board for the
two
Dragons.
of the 3 drops.
The weight
from
of
today
this
that
game. They lose. Worlds is done.
Have
they go
collected
home.
all
They
3
don't
of.
have the opportunity to lift
Oh no!
the hammer.
I know why I didn't get it, because it's the same
Win
skin
this
that
one.
they
They
did
have
for
to push it
Worlds
the
last
distance.
year,
They have
which
to
is
keep
actually
going after that. Right
really
now, keep going.
Frustrating.
To go for
that
the
I
beat.
just get
To go. Maybe for the throat. Try to control the
for
Ferryman
having
as best
the
they
skin
can.
already. That sucks.
Again, it's left us lacking. Triple goose eggs right now for Cyclone.
It's cool to have a free skin. Just I wish that I got something for already having it.
Nika might be punished because of it. At least a little bit of damage thrown his way shows that the Ferrymen aren't going to let anything lie.
It's so
Ain't
difficult
enough
for
for
J-Dragon
shit.
to
It's
choose
literally
when to
not
all
even enough for a
initiate
voice
because
pack.
of the mobility of
I could
Baskin.
get like
Feels like he's just
4
somewhere in
emotes
the
with that.
sidelines waiting in the ultimate. You look up in the sky, you just expect to see him up there, ready to punish you for your initiations. The J-Dragons haven't exactly been able to really deal with the front line of the Styx
Yeah,
Ferryman. And I
4
feel like that's
emotes.
really where they've struggled
That's
so
about
far.
all I'd ever be
Once
able to get
Aurora
out of that.
feels threatened, that's when the J-Dragons can really start moving up.
There's Aurora locked down. Split fight. Paul takes a lot of his health. Forced to fall back into the tier 1, halfway down already. Same for Aurora. Dharmic Pillars drop down onto Baskin and Cyclone. And it's a good zone right now from the Dragons. Not chasing down, not following up. Picking up the beacon instead. Spawning the Titans 30 seconds from now, right down mid. Gonna give themselves an opportunity
Time
to
for
maybe find
ARAM,
that
gamers.
opening for an all-in.
Power spikes hit. Paul gets his upgraded starter, Sundering Axe. Aurora picks up his banner as well. Does cost him a bit in that engagement. The J-Dragons burn through Paul's beads, so for the next 2 minutes, Paul likely to play a little bit safer in the back line. Opportunity now for the J-Dragons to start playing that poke battle, but the Styx Ferryman, they've got no chill more. It's the Fire Giant, and it's going pretty quick.
Already halfway down, Nika's here, so is PBM, but you need something to secure it if you're the Dragons. Up in the sky goes Baskin, and he's only got 2 to control right now. Dunks off to the right. Fire Giant still getting low. Nika, Lasbra, everyone trying to find Nika. Goes to the back, but he finally falls down. The damage tilts towards the Ferryman. Fire Giant has not been dropped. Slowly whittled away, and the Ferryman pick it up.
no.
3-man stun from Cyclone Spin. 3-man knockup from Sino. The J-Dragons and
That's
Nika
big.
couldn't move. Everyone in the Fire Giant pit just stuck there. And now with Fire Giant on all 5 and Nika off the map for 40, the Styx Ferryman could just work their way forward. Stay ahead of the Titan, keep it healthy, and you've got another man helping you on the siege. I think you might even be able to look for a bird here.
Defense, though, maybe highlighted a little bit a while ago. Nika's going to be back in 20. Are we looking at any chance at a tier 2, or are you just falling back to Phoenix line if you're the Dragons?
I mean, I read the book wrong. I thought we were talking about Phoenix right there. Nika's still 10 seconds out from respawn instead. Splitting the map, the J-Dragons forced to defend against the Titan. Use it to distract with Styx Ferryman. Knock down a tier 2 for free. Head
Yeah,
back
that's not
to
a bad
base,
call.
spend the
Because
gold,
like, there's no
collect more
guarantee
on
you get
map.
the Phoenix,
The
whereas this way
J-Dragons
you
need to do
guarantee you get a tier
something
2.
now. At least collect the Fury before the Styx Ferryman can collect themselves.
That's going to be the goal. Lasbra, Coast, Dardes. They've got the burn and then some. And Myth, it is Dardes. The burn not just on the objective, the burn on front lines. Merlin, we talk about him a lot when it comes to having to hunker down and hold your ground. It feels like he's going to be the one to really make strides for the Dragons over the next few minutes.
And I think this is where you can talk about how similar this composition is to Game 1's composition for the Styx Ferryman, especially in Siege. That's where they struggled. It was really difficult at first to knock down Phoenixes, then to knock down that Titan because of that iron wall the J-Dragons formed up around it. This time the J-Dragons, much more defensive draft, They've got a really good ability to just keep people out of that Phoenix line. That's where Merlin comes into play. It's also just a much safer pick, so if the dive comes towards Dardes, Flicker should be able to keep him safe, that instant teleport third ability. And so, if the Jade Dragons want to, I could see them just hunkering down and extending this game for a good long while. It's on the Styx Ram to figure out where they can open up the map. Advantages in maybe 1v1 if you get Sino line up against Lazarus somewhere else on map. Amon Brigitte seems to be real powerful there. So maybe it's a split push attempt, 4-1, 3-2 perhaps.
Holding on, Paul, Sino, Cyclone, Aurora. Left side, good silence from Mike. Make sure that there's not going to be too much aggression. The tower still almost falls. Darming Pillars create some space. Forces the Ferryman again to play slower. Burn down the buff. Kill the power play as best you can. Unfortunately for the Dragons, tier 2 on left still goes down, but goal right now is to keep these Phoenixes up and alive. Ferryman seem a little unsure as to where they want to go. Aurora was looking forward. Everybody else starting to fall back. Not a lot to do if they do disappear into the jungle.
Don't want to get picked out. Mika, as we play careful around this pluck. Aurora finds it around the wall, drifts it, but the wall from Baskin blocks it out.
Baskin as well, under the tier 1, takes a few shots up into the sky. But his team's fallen back. He has to instantly dunk down with such utility. Ripped away from the Ferryman Dragons. Maybe a small opening. It's going to be a Pyromancer. And the Dragons, Mifflin, they're not just settling for the defense. They're starting to move forward. They recognize they've got the Ferryman on the back foot. Just trying to find, again, the opening to all in, to dive, to get their damage. Lasbra tries to start it off, gets a great taunt and some good damage on the back, but you've got to be wary of what the Ferrymen have in their fight. The wall, the CC, the Assassins, and the dive. All of it combines to make a great pincer to lock down Mike. Now Nika left alone, the rest of his team scattered to the winds, locked down, CC'd, killed off. Frontline for the Dragons are just gone.
Baskin back to base, but has teleport available. The rest of the Styx Ferrymen relatively healthy, and Minion Wave already pushed up on right. It's 30 seconds on nearest respawn. Front line for the Jade Dragons, non-existent. If anyone's gonna be anything tanky, it's gotta be all Lasbra.
You gotta step in, you gotta do something. This Phoenix is not the defense they want to mount. They're gonna go ahead, relinquish it, let it go, let the Ferryman fall back. The power play comes to an end. But now you've got the Ferryman with the base cracked, and Miff, I'm having flashbacks. We're approaching 30 minutes. 6 towers still standing for the Ferryman. Map state all in their favor. Pyromancer goes their way. The Dragons have their work cut out for them.
And the issue the Jade Dragons run into once more is the inability to stop Sino. We're seeing Mika go into the fight, go up into the ultimate, and Sino says, I'll hide in your shadow until you're done, and then I'll kill you immediately afterward. Disrupts the damage output from the Jade Dragons, allows that silence to run its course on the rest of the team, and then the Ferrymen say, okay, well, there was no damage our way, and they just used their initiation. Let's play aggressive, run them down. Great CC lockdown from Baskin. Aurora finds a few key plucks there. Poke from Paul all the while, always in perfect position. And the Jade Dragon just can't figure out how to get towards him. Still 105. I mean, how many times has Paul even died at this event? You could count it on one hand.
And easily, at least even this set, you can count it maybe on one finger, if I'm remembering correctly. A lot of distance between Paul and
Yeah,
death.
I think he only died once.
Maybe shepherding the Dragons.
In game, was it 1 or 2? I'm not
100%
100% sure.
30 minutes. Enhanced Fire Giant, 8,000 gold. All in favor.
Oh,
this year,
add jump scare. Add jump scare. That is the worst time. That is the worst time. My mouse is frozen.
Their own demise here. 6-3, 30 minutes. Enhanced Fire Giant, 8,000 gold. All in favor of the Ferryman right now. Trying to control the pace of the fight. Fire Giant Myth, I want to know, around this bit. Dragons, it's enhanced. You have to step up to this, right?
Do you, though? I mean, the team fight in the neutral territory has just not been ideal for the Jade Dragons. I feel like there is still a world, with the base still maintained for the most part as well, that the Jade Dragons just put up that turtle defense and try and find a win from that position. The siege potential to Styx Ferryman, relatively low. You still don't have a standardized mage. I think this early in the game, maybe you poke your head in towards the EFG, but I don't want to see the Jade Dragons leave it all on the table there. I'd much prefer to see them play in their own base.
And we see how long they can hold on to for a defense. In game 1, right now, it felt like they lost 2 Phoenixes, and we win another 25 minutes. So if they can hold on the way they have in the past, if their defense is as strong as we've seen. Maybe nothing to be worried about. They can't do it if the death timers are there, and they can't do it if they lose everything right here, but they're going to make their bid. They're going to walk towards the Fire Giant. It's already halfway down. Ferryman in control of the pit, but they have to let it leash because Coast finally getting some damage online, finally hitting. It might not be high on the charts, but a lot of that came from those few autos.
Stray crits can go a long way, and if Coast can finish up that Deathbringer in 6th slot, all of a sudden those stray auto attacks that connect with Sino might just knock him down. Jade Dragon still waiting on some significant power spikes. Recipe still 6-slotted for Dardes, as well as Nika. There's a lot of itemization on the board there for the Jade Dragon, so extending the game has got to be the name of the game, which is why I'm surprised to see them show so much presence in the Fire Giant pit itself. I figured push out some waves, let the Ferryman have this one, play around the strongest portion of your draft.
You had mentioned the respect right now given by the Ferryman. It is a zone, they know. Going for this Fire Giant, even with the advantages they have, could cause too much trouble in the long run. Sino and Lasber, this could be dangerous. Lasber doesn't seem aware right now. Sino has the close down. Does he have the damage? Good dash and good distance from Lasber. Make sure that it's just a relic for nothing. Now Nika plucked on the other side. They've got him so down. Great wall coming in from Baskin, but Nika laughs it off, has the sustain, and is able to walk out with his life.
I feel like all that damage that connects with Nika is just Paul's Sundering Axe. Otherwise, not a lot of follow-up there. Be able to go back to base. Shouldn't teleport in, though. Not a lot of threat on the right-hand side. Can just walk themselves up, and by extending the game, just by showing presence, the Jade Dragons just about get their right side Phoenix back up. Map state starting to equalize now a bit.
Deathbringer's online.
I mean, Deathbringer, you're right. 6 Ferryman. I don't know that they can split push, though. I mean, Sino doesn't have the same level of safety as something like a Rat, so if you're concerned about the Jade Dragon just folding back in and punishing you, Lamont Rajit does not have that mobility. Just walk up there. Paul can do it somewhat, but it seems like he's really important to the tank shred of the Styx Ferryman. So who would you send? Maybe Baskin, but he's the initiation.
All right, now Nika takes half his health trying to go for the Pyromancer. Baskin into the sky. Where is he going to dunk? Who's he looking for? And is it going to be Nika already low? And it is. Dunked down in the mid. Shielding, great. Keeps him alive. Lasber has to use that mobility. Disengage is good, but he's running for his life.
Disengage. What about that engage?
And taken right down. Ferryman.
There he goes.
The 6 Ferryman are playing these axe tosses perfectly every single time. Nika's like, I'm just going to go over a wall, and it's going to be just fine. Lands towards Paul, then lands into a roar, and immediately served up. And so, 45 seconds on the Soul Linner's respawn. The 6 Ferryman, they've never been one to do panic anything. Fire Giant, drop a ward, buy a potion. Everything is thought out. Every bit of gold spent completely and concisely placed and planned. And so, with 30 seconds now, it's the 6 Ferryman, 5 stacked around the Fire Giant pit. Baskin acting as wall. The Jade Dragons, there it is. They're going to give this one up.
Earlier, by the way, talked about stifling Paul, or at least trying to. He's 1-0-6. He's got 100% kill participation yet again. And like you said, this Fire Giant is complete control. Ferryman, enhanced Fire Giant, just shy of 35 minutes into this game. They've got an Oni Fury waiting for them. They've got a tier 2 in mid. That seems to be a target in Mifflin.
Now, if game 1's anything to go by, this could still go for a while.
So much time to play with, too. The Jade Dragons'
But
base defense is very strong. There is still hope that they can maintain the base and even go for a complete turnaround win, but you gotta wait another 10 or so minutes until those respawn timers are a length that's feasible. So I would say 2 base defenses of the Jade Dragons.
No, they didn't have
right
no, wait, they did have them on
Dardes and
I think they didn't have them on game 1. No, they did. They had the Ishtar now.
Just
so
lock someone
I don't
down,
think they had the
apply
Ishtar.
that slow, shred
Right?
some defense. Said though, initiation has just been lacking.
Am I getting the teams mixed up?
So
I
far
didn't
this
think
set
Ishtar
for
got
the
played.
Jade Dragons, they haven't been
I don't
able
know.
to punish a roar on this Plugs. They haven't been able
Either
to
way,
punish Baskin for
they have
taking
decent
it.
Titan shred with
walk
Ishtar.
out whenever they want.
Well, they're punishing Baskin right now. Oh my God, barely makes it into the air. Can he make it out? If he goes right, and he does, he's just fine. But the damage was there. But Myth, again, we're having to talk about the amount they use for the defense. Nika, Mike, both ults down, just holding on. Luckily, they've got a Merlin. They've got Coast, whose damage has been stellar since finishing that Deathbringer. 5,000.
I still think it would be fun if you had a limited time game mode in Smite
manages to make it over the wall,
where you could only build starter items, but you weren't limited to 1.
As well as the majority of his HP.
I think the one issue with that is just the fact that there are only
Nika, no ults.
Damage onto Mike. Good so far for the Ferryman. The grouping little bit light. They fall back. Good Aurora, Cyclone, Sino, left side, Paul, right. Baskin kind of hovering in between for now, and it's going to be a reset. Spin up, come back in. Also worth noting, 2 runic bombs in pocket for Cyclone. This siege, it could go massive, but the timer's starting to play against them.
And Cyclone's been has to get real close
There
to
are
those
18
to
starter
apply
items.
Those runic bombs. Would have much preferred to see one of the frontliners of the Styx Ferryman. The guy's pushing back the Jade Dragons, throw the runic bomb behind him instead.
3 of those
Cyclone's been having both in
are
pocket,
exclusive
having
to
wards
Magic,
play with,
2 are exclusive to
potions
Fizz,
either. Just has to hold on
and
the Jade Dragons
1
well around their defense.
is exclusive
exactly
to
what we
tanks
thought
and 1
we'd
to
see.
squishies.
The
So,
Styx Ferryman's struggling to break the
you
base
know.
now, and the Jade Dragons are truly 5 stacked on top of it.
There are 9 items that everyone shares, and then depending on your class,
Nika starting to move in towards a little bit
you'll
more
have
physical defense himself. So Sino in a position to
Bluestone
really
Sigil,
step up as a primary damage
or
dealer on the team.
Shroud,
Still like to
Soulhound,
go for a pseudo
Sands,
utility build, Magi,
and then you'll either have one mask or the other.
Relatively tanky, especially if it takes fights in the jungle, thanks to that protector of the jungle. So how do the Styx Ferrymen create the space required around these Phoenixes? I think it's threatening kills, and the only way to do that is having Aurora line up some of these blocks.
Aurora's waiting. I mean, look at that. That is a hungry crocodile waiting for the pluck, trying to figure out where he's
they have
going
a
to
lot
go.
of
Mike
engage.
would be the easiest target. Nika has definitely been on the forefront of a few of them and burned down, shredded
But getting
through
engaged
several
on
times.
isn't going to be
Basket
great unless they can
going up
just
into the air,
delete whoever
though.
does it.
Where is he going to be looking? What is his target? Does he really feel confident going in? The answer is yes, and it's on the Nika. The wall is good. The burn is there. Takes him down to half, forces him to fall back.
Nika's
Opens
got
up a Phoenix.
Okay.
All you got to do is get Cyclone in there, but the presence from the Dragons right now, holding on to the defense as best they can, doing what they can, but they lose last.
Sino, Baskin, Sino's down.
Sino, it's Coast right now, who is the saving grace for the Dragons. They're chasing down Aurora. The silence holds him still. Body blocks, trying to make sure he cannot escape. A Coast just can't catch up, and it looks like Aurora, slow and steady, gonna run away. Dragons lose 1 Phoenix, 1 player, but they take out Baskin and Sino.
Take out the most valuable Phoenix, and the right side Phoenix being weakened earlier means the Styx Ferrymen still have a way in. It's a decent siege from the Styx Ferrymen. That is very difficult to do. The Jade Dragon space control, just perfect. Ultimates from PBM have been great this game. These Dharmic Pillars finding more value than I think anyone could really realistically ask of him. They Porsche Coast as well. All those auto attacks in the right spot, and even leading the charge at points. The ultimate to chase down, EI Jutsu just to close gap. Vaporage Coast not playing with any concern for his own life. Finds the damage to both Baskin and Sino. But the death of 1,000 cuts seems to be the strategy of the Styx Ferrymen regardless. 40 minutes in, haven't broken the base twice now. And with Fire Giant spawning, I'm not sure the Jade Dragons can step up to this EFG. You said Nika
I
over
don't
towards
know
left,
if
your
buying a
initiation
passive
comes
list
out.
tier
He's the only
2
one
is
that
worth selling
realistically
your
said,
recipe.
because he's the only one that can get over towards the Fire Giant fast enough. But I'd much prefer to see him at
'Cause
Fire
it
Giant
was
pit so we can
like a
initiate the
second
fight,
away.
get dropped low,
Got
and
it.
teleport back in. If he's
You know, in a couple weeks you'll be able to do that in the jungle.
He's only got 1 life to play
So
with.
that's funny.
The Dragons, based on positioning, don't seem they want to hedge their bets on a defense at the base. Instead, want to step up and bring the fight to the Ferrymen. They take out Baskin in the blink of an eye, and they surge forward with energy, trying to chase down Sino and Aurora, zoning them out. Maybe opening up an opportunity. Dharmic Pillar is going to slow at least 1. They force the Ferrymen away, and now that Fire Giant wide open for the Dragons.
But if the Styx Ferrymen can just slow down the Jade Dragons, minions already moving in towards the base. EFG pulled, burning slowly, 60%.
Gotta watch Dardet's damage Coast as well, because they can control this FG in terms of the burn. And Aurora taken down so low. 1 hit, all the kills over towards the Dragons.
That's
for
really
now.
big.
Fire Giant picked up again, and the Ferrymen, Mifflin, they have to let it go. They might still have 6 towers standing, but finally, the Dragons find the surge forward, find some life. But you gotta watch the minimap, you gotta watch the Fire Minions. Dragons grab the steering wheel 40 minutes into this game.
For the first time, we're gonna get a good look at the Jade Dragons and their ability to siege. Tier 1 tower, foregone conclusion. Tier 2, absolutely free. The Styx Ferrymen still on respawn. Remember, it starts with Baskin getting picked out in the jungle around that Fire Giant. He's just now on the mend. Still 30 seconds out from Aurora.
Phoenix, he got some minions to work with. Coast, all he needs is a few shots. In a little bit of time, like you said, Roar not here. You've got the 4v5, but you need the engage, and you need to be worried about the fire minions on left. You can't afford to stay here too long without getting something done on the board. Nika goes in, forces Paul to go to the side. Cyclone dashed away. Darming Pillars creates the space, and that's going to be the bird. And now chasing for a little bit more damage, thrown towards Cyclone, thrown towards Baskin, but it's a bird and a retreat. You have to defend your own base to keep going.
I mean, it makes
Base
sense.
Defense, not the strong point of this Styx Ferryman draft. Easy for the Jade Dragons to walk in. It just seems like Nika walks up with the ultimate. Styx Ferryman have to back up. Dardes throws out his ability wherever Nika isn't. They can't stand there either. All of a sudden, Vaporish Coast, free line of fire on that mid bird. But all the while, Titan takes a lot of damage. And if I know anything about Aurora teams, backdoors, always in the books.
Ward coverage maybe has to follow that immediately. If you are looking at the Dragons, you need to keep your base safe. Luckily, left side Phoenix about to respawn, give you the defense necessary, and more importantly, heal up that Titan to get you back into the equation. Titan, second time spawning. First time was mid, this time it's right. 4 towers still up for the Ferryman to work through. 2 minutes left on the power play for the Dragons. Mifflin, a lot of gold on the board, a lot to be done, but a good fight back so far, and the Dragons' presence on left shows that they're not done sieging yet.
Still 2 runic bombs in play on both sides. Cyclone Spin still holding on to 2 we were talking about earlier. Nika and Lasbra holding on to theirs. No significant grouping on the left-hand side from the Styx Ferryman. Means towers were never really the goal for defense, but the Phoenixes, I think, can at least put up some sort of soft defense. To say though, Paul on a non-standard mage, we'll see what he can do on this set.
So far, the defense was soft. Now, maybe solidifying more for the Ferrymen as they hold on. Left side Phoenix, they push back. Lasbra has a good through line if he needs to use it. It's just getting that presence, just making sure he's there. Titans, meanwhile, marching over towards left. Lasbra taking a little bit of poke and has to be careful. No relics burn. But it's going to be the engage. Darming Pillars dropped in the back. Aurora seems to be the target. You need to burn him a little quicker. Knockups are good, but the Aegis buys him so much time. Phoenix goes down. Aurora stays alive. Ferryman don't defend the base yet. Basking up.
Oh, we're going to game 4. We're going to game 4. There's nothing they can do. It's game 4. It's game 4. Oh, wait, it might not be game because of the beacon. The Ferryman capping that beacon may have just kept them in it.
With his minion just waiting in the base. What do we got? 40 seconds on nearest respawn. There's just no world.
There's no way. Damn.
This one's not for them.
Game 4 on the horizon.
We have a set, gamers. We have a set.
And Mifflin, they are not getting knocked out yet.
That's one of the weaknesses that set out of the mid lane. You just can't defend the base. It is a narrow, nice edge the Ferrymen have to navigate. If you play from behind with that draft, you just can't do it. The Jade Dragons bring the defense.
Man, holding on. I mean, literally just steel grip, iron claws.
White knuckles.
The Dragons. It happens in game 1.
Wow.
But they aren't able to hold on because they have to make that defense around the Titan. This time around, they get to step up a little more. That pick on right, I mean, just opening it up, getting that fire giant was the most important play for the Dragons.
It is a completely different game if Baskin's not picked out there. So long as he's just playing safe, he doesn't need to make a play. He doesn't need to get aggressive. He doesn't need to step up for vision. Just needs to survive. And because the Jade Dragons find that opening, finally able to find a team fight in the neutral territory, from there, they never let go of the gas. There was no point where the Styx Ferrymen were just 5-on-5. It was pick onto Baskin, grab Fire Giant, I believe pick onto Aurora immediately afterward. And from there, it's just, how do we defend our base? We can't, because we don't have a mage.
And being able to keep that space, and
we're gonna play tank
having
Thor.
that staggered kill.
I feel like it just keeps being like I see a thing and then I want to do, when the fuck did I get this skin? When did I get this skin? Oh, it must be from one of the chests. Oh, I didn't open my chest as well. I'll have to do that after the game.
From that win for the Dragons, massive. They still need to do one more, right? It's not going to be over for them. But that has to be a surge in their sails to keep them going.
You got to see one go in, and I think it was something that Aurora had said, one step at a time, one game at a time. Mike has always been a big proponent, big student of
Warrior
that
Thor,
philosophy
more
as
like
well.
Thorier.
First step goes to the Jade Dragons, but they still have a lot of catching up to do.
Well, you know they can feel pretty good about it. Seeing
Shupi,
smiles as
by
they
the
walk
way,
down the
is
stage.
his name.
Cherio came
We have
storming
Shupi
in
and Tech
immediately
Contractor.
when he saw that fight go well, and they push us to at least a 4th game. We'll find out how the Dragons are going to keep going if the Ferrymen
It's
have an
literally
answer
going
right
to be
after
a
this.
fucking another 12-hour stream. Which reminds me. We're in game. Nah, we going X. Going bow. I'm happy that Runeforged is good though. Like, this is just a cool item and I like it. And seeing it be useful is pretty heckin' gamer. You know, we're gonna go mech cloak actually. So we have one that's DC'd and one that's AFK. Awesome! Green also has this one. It's plus 25 MP5, but it's not? I don't remember the leveling order on Thor. I'm gonna level the 2 first for CDR. Ow. Dude, I just want to play the fucking game. I'm very tempted to sell my items in here. The problem is we can't surrender until they've already been here for a while. Nope. Nope. Alright, I actually probably level the 2 last, honestly. We gotta get Flame Forged. Okay. Let's get Flame Forged, and then we will build up to Glash. Also, Cthulhu came back to Chonga DC, so that's awesome.
Herman Miller gaming chairs, designed so you can play to your strengths. PostureFit technology supports your lumbar region to promote an active posture so you can play with less fatigue. Each seat is forward pitched to support your spine as you lean into the action. Our chairs flex with your body's micro movements, so you can play with agility and rapid-fire response. Our decades of research get you closer to the game. Because
Okay,
at
but
Herman
have you
Miller,
tried
your focus is our focus.
eating a walnut with your salad inside of a chicken nugget?
We now go into a game number
I bet you
4
have.
after lengthy games 1, 2,
And you know, until you've considered that, I don't think I can purchase your
Thanks
product.
to Herman Miller, they've provided all the chairs for our gamers up on stage here this weekend, and important in a set like this. And remember, it's Steel Series and Alienware for your gear, and Herman Miller for your rear. And that's all from Dolson. As someone with a lumbar, I need a nice Herman Miller chair. Thank you, everyone, for the
I got you with that.
Jokes aside, analyst desk, we got a banger of a game 3.
Okay, I did not think I was going to hard steal the kill.
A guaranteed game 4 here in the Steel Series Moments of Glory.
Nice.
From game number 3 will walk us through a bit
Oh,
more of
God.
that story. Inbound, the Dragons are on the board. What'd you see from them?
Ganesh is the best possible pick you can have in a Sobek. Mike's
Mike
not picking
Diff.
it. Mike Diff for sure. Mike's
Yep.
not playing it game 1, game 2, but he waits till game 3, makes sure the lines, you know, it looks like maybe the Ferryman will win, and then he locks in that Ganesh, and on top of it being a
There's
good
a pretty big
matchup,
difference
Mike
between
played
a
it phenomenally. Those
3v5 and a
ultimates were
4v5, huh?
He was able to split a lot of fights. He was able to get a lot of damage with the actual ultimate, and
I
not
have
just
to
kind
get
of like
CDR
this
here.
ult right here
This
was
one on
the
the mid
biggest
Phoenix.
ult I've ever seen by Mike.
Yeah, Mike went crazy. It was a Ganesh diff for sure. It wasn't just the Ganesh. I will say I had some words for the Circuit. I didn't think it was going to be that impactful, and notably, the damage wasn't, but it was that CC. That is exactly what it was.
Deadly.
Lasbra realized pretty
We're
early
going
on.
Thebes, chat.
Baskin's on Thor, bro.
We're going
Doesn't
Thebes.
matter how tanky you think you are. If I lock you down and send you into my carries, this Thor will die. And once I figured that out, Baskin was actually one of the targets in the engagements. And I got to give props to Dardas. He played like a man possessed late game. I'm pretty sure, yeah, right here, he flickers in.
1400?
Yeah, flickers in, and the coast finally built crit. We were talking about that as well. Look at those numbers. You can't auto that much unless you build crit.
You're telling me this guy thinks the other build is better? He's hitting someone for 1408. The crit build finally comes through, and it
Ouchie.
pays off. 407. We're talking about the rest
I got
of
an
them, but Coast,
awesome kill.
what a
It was
performance
worth
by
it,
him.
man.
Gets the Deathbringer, gets the Demon Blade, and pumps out the damage. Again, sitting well above Cyclone Spin. They seem to fill different roles, but this time it felt like Dragons, as well as being able to kill people, they could do objectives. They had the Executioner. They had the crit. They were able to take down Fire Giant.
And besides that, I didn't even shout out Nika for just playing the one-man zone duty. I mean, he held that game. He was juking around. That corrupted Bluestone ended up slowing down a lot of the DPS of the 6 Ferryman as well. The slows that Chalk provided. I mean, him just surviving in some of these team fights, despite the massive damage numbers he did, really did help out the squad as well. The entirety of the J Dragons, man, this looks like a revitalized team.
And this is like the exciting part, because now we're going to that 4th game, and beautiful game by the Dragons, because not just winning it, this resets P's and B's. Now we have to sit back. If you're the Ferryman after a game like that, you don't have to sit back, and now where are we valuing Sobek? Where are we valuing this Ganesh? Where are we valuing Hachiman, Chernobog? There's so many gods you have to now run down this list, and it's now on the Ferryman to kind of make these plays, because the Dragons did what they needed to do.
Right.
5 gods that now are going to be at the back of the Ferryman's mind, and all of them just had great games on those gods.
Getting there. See if the Dragons' reverse sweep is still on. There's a certain energy that starts to build after each individual game in situations like this. You get a 2-0. All right, now it's a 2-1, and the tension
I should have
starts
thrown
to
the
build
wall
up
at Wheelix.
just a little bit. If you're a
thought
fan of
about
either
it.
team, you know, you want your team to win, but if you're just a fan of Smite, you're begging for this to go to game 5 because it just starts to build up. in the tenseness and the energy of a Game 5, near unbelievable. But fellas, we're going to get some of that in a Game 4 here as well.
Yeah, Dave, I predicted the 3-1 earlier on with my little cue card, and even I won a Game 5, right? That's
I want to be wrong.
I want to be wrong so bad, because the energy in this building, you guys are going to be able to hear it on stream as well. It's going to be electric, especially the Game 5, but just the revitalization of the Jade Dragons.
Well, we're up to
said, hey, we're not gonna
5v5,
get swept through,
and
we're not
we
gonna get
also
pushed
were
over.
winning while we were
And I
down
saw the
players,
confidence
so
just booming off. The mic grabbed
say
the
we
whole,
have
the whole
decent
squad
odds at
the
this
second that
stage.
game was over. And you know, I don't know exactly what he said, but it was something along the lines of, you know, probably some swear words. But
It was good. That's what we know.
Let's go, boys. Something like that. We got this.
And something you pointed out to me in the middle of that game, the composure of the Dragons was phenomenal. They were like laughing, having a good time, smiles on their face, and that's what you need in these long sets. This isn't 3 games like the quarterfinals day. We have 5 that you need to, or best of 5, you need to get to 3. And now this is the 4th one. 2 more, and the Dragons are going to finals.
Absolutely, and for the Dragons, for Nika, for Dardes, for Cherio, is it finally their turn to be on the good end of the reverse sweep? Can they do it? I'm excited to find out.
We're gonna have 20% CDR. That's
as we've said
not
all weekend
great.
long, but here as well. Picks and bans for game number 4. Again, every game a must-win now for the Jade Dragons. Ferryman playing with a bit more leeway. Talked a bit about how things are reset potentially now after a Jade Dragons win. We're worried maybe about a Mike Ganesh that we haven't seen a little bit in the past. Bobby, what comes to mind?
When you look at this game,
shield was not
P's
enough.
and B's,
I had enough health
you
to
kinda talked
engage,
about this a little
but
bit with
it was
Athena.
not-
The
I didn't have
Dragons are
enough
now in that
bots to
position where they have to ban these powerful gods that we've seen a lot of.
It's okay.
I wouldn't expect to see an Athena, period. Athena's was one that the Jade Dragons have to get rid of. On top of that, the Vulcan is something they keep going back to as a throwaway ban, and they're still going to it. And then Chernobog. There's like 3 gods the Dragons feel like they have to ban, but that opens up now. Where's the Ganesh going to be prioed? Is there going to be a Ganesh ban? Sobek is another thing. The Jade Dragons sticking with those same 2 bans. Ferryman actually going for that Morgan ban. Same 3, nothing too exciting there, but now we're going to see where these gods are going to be prioed.
And to be clear, the Vulcan's not a throwaway ban, right?
No,
we
it's
saw,
absolutely
we
not.
saw what Paul did on the Vulcan. This is not like, oh, well, we're just tossing the Vulcan out. They said we don't want that damage. And the Ganesha not going to go back into Mike's hands. Aurora taking this one for himself. Bobby, you seem pretty hyped about that.
Yeah, and make sure you thank your support main today.
Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you, Bobby.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
We appreciate you.
We do.
For being up here on the desk with us. The other support.
Not for any of his support stuff, though.
The Ganesh from game 3. Bring the Aphrodite. And Hazer, it's an Afro Hachiman duo lane for the Dragons.
Yeah, I want to see them continue. That was the first game, I feel like, where we've seen them have actual pressure in the duo lane, and they set up a lead for Coast through it. He was able to solo invade a purple. I want to see that more from the Dragons. This Afro into Ganesh matchup, though, is something I'm curious about, Bobby. How do you feel about that? Do you think the Afro ult is sufficient to get out of those Dharmic pillars?
Yeah, I like Aphrodite on the side of this Ganesh. It is a little bit more Ganesh playing for like the 5v5 team fights, very strong, and Afro can really just protect one. But that just means you have to draft just that one character that you can kind of peel for, and that's the part that I'm excited for, this Thoth. You talked about it a lot, Trelly.
Okay, I just
Thoth
couldn't
is this dominant mid lane
I got the
character,
wall out, but I
mirroring
couldn't move.
a bunch of different things, and now we have
Ouchie.
Paul on it in game 4.
It's disgusting. I mean, the damage numbers are ridiculous, but I'm more interested in into what Dardes goes to, because again, the Ferrymen have had his number. They've not let him go to the Morgan, and he's gonna run back the Merlin. And usually, you know, up against the Rat with the Ganesh, it takes so long for Merlin to get
Nice.
online. I'm pretty confident in it now that I just saw what Dardes was able to do. He positioned perfectly, he was staying back, he was playing to his power spikes, but once he got online, my man was able to just flicker in and just decimate team fights.
Grabbing that Merlin, though, it's obviously important to prioritize Dardes, but it does mean that the traditional counter pick into the top, the Daji, likely going to be taken away by the Ferryman. A good pick into Ganesh as well. No CC immunity on the
Mantle
ults for
probably
either of
just
those
saved me.
characters, so do have to pick up the beads, and once those beads are burned, you can pull them back in with the Paolo and take them down. I'm really expecting the Ferryman not to allow Laspro to get that pick at the bottom too.
You know, it'd be kind of sleeper here, and this is a pick that we haven't seen in quite some time. It's one that I've seen one that Laspro has gone to, but the Fenrir, man. I haven't seen Fenrir jungle in a minute. Runs down Thoth easily, can match the early pressure of Rat, and sure, doesn't have the best matchup in a Ganesh. You can just pick up the Ganesh, man. Like you could just Ragnarok the Ganesh as well. Haven't seen it in quite some time. It'd be out of left field, but I'd like it.
Good work. Now roll in to the second wave of bans. Styx Ferryman
okay,
still
though.
needing their ADC. Presumably their solo laner.
Got to 20.
Jade
And I got
Dragons
Sundering
needing
axe.
jungle in solo lane. What comes to mind?
And this is kind of the difficulty of picking a jungler into this Ganesh, because there's a boatload of gods that can dive Thoth. There is plenty of, I guess that was bad because of Ferryman, boatload of gods. Okay, sorry guys. But there is plenty of gods that can dive this Thoth. It's not a problem with diving the Thoth.
Oh, that's
it's diving
great.
the Thoth and worrying about the Ganesh. And your idea I actually like, where it's,
I love the
don't
fact
worry
that he
about
just
the Thoth too
immediately
much. Worry about
realized
this
he was just,
Ganesh.
I
Make him
don't
the
need
god
Mom.
you want to kill and
That's
deal with
just the
him first,
immediate
and then go for the
reaction.
Thoth after. And I think maybe not with Fenrir, but I mean the recent buff, there is a possibility there. There is a few gods that you can kind of do it with. Maybe Thor, walk up, wall the Ganesh, poke him down, something like that.
Yeah, and one thing I want to note is Ganesh, you say that he counters gods. Aurora actually calls him the counter. He says that he gets told he's counter-picking people, whatever he's against. Ganesh, the silence counters everything. It feels like it's really hard to get a good matchup into that pick. There's certain gods that struggle more, maybe your Thors, like getting that Berserker's Mirage. Silence, now difficult to get out of there. We saw it last game from Baskin, but it will be the Kamazots, a god who I think does have a pretty decent matchup. Immunity on the 3, immunity on the ult, 2 ways
I
of
hope I
getting
didn't
out
kill
the
anyone
Dark
of
Pillars.
my own
Pretty
with
nice.
that wall, but you know,
Bad.
we
You want
tried.
to hear some foreshadowing? I think the very first interview that J-Mac ever did with Aurora, he just went to Ganesh and he said, "Why'd you go to Ganesh?" And Aurora said, "It's going to be the year of Ganesh." And this is going to be possibly the pick that sends them to the World Finals. Or, I mean, if Mike got his hands on it, right, it put a stop to their 3-0, so it could be something. But we got an interesting hover here. Not the Ama. That's normal.
That's standard.
It's the other one.
I can't see the other one.
Shot.
Rolls over the crowd.
Much better.
This is
much
like
better.
when he suffered Charybdis, man. He's so troll.
Yeah, some boos rolling out, but inbound, probably the correct decision.
Yeah, Ishtar makes a lot of sense with what the Ferryman want to do. Again, really good objective damage for this Ferryman. Good burn, good secure. And going over to the final pick
willing
for
to
the
go back in.
Dragons. This solo laner is their last pick.
But
There
not
is
very far.
a difficulty with what he needs to do, but the one thing I want this solo laner to do is to be the engage god. I want somebody that can start these fights off, because that's what the Dragons need.
Just to build on that, look at the Jade Dragons comp.
Still have 3 minutes left as long as I survive
How are you
on this
forcing
potion?
out beads with this comp? Afro single
And we
target
need
kiss,
2
not all
kills
that
to
reliable.
win.
Kamazots only has the slow in the kit. They really do not have a lot of CC to lock people down. I would really like to see Mika pick up something that can CC people. Maybe that Chuck again, a lot of area control. What do you think, Trelly?
I don't want to throw my wall out until Hammer
Throwbacks
is
again,
off.
I caught out the Fenrir. What if, remember, Nika used to pop
I can see
the
it. I
assassins
missed.
in the solo lane. What if he just took the Kama? Like, that's a possibility as well. Hasn't been the MO. It's been a lot of these tankier warriors. And, you know, the Chalk, for example, we just saw. Not going to be the call. The Bologna going for an auto attack.
Auto attack
trying to have a
no,
decent
she's just
matchup in
ignoring my
Amaterasu,
props.
But a lot of
Pain.
sustain, a lot of healing
It's okay,
on
we
the
got
side
it.
of the Jade Dragons. You've got Afro, you've got Kama, you've got
6
the
and 8,
Decibel
not bad.
Bologna. Anti-heal might be a topic of conversation here for the Ferryman.
I kind of like the Bologna last pick. Yes, I agree. It lacks a little bit of that engage CC, can't really force beats, stuff like that. I guess doesn't really lack engage because you can ult in, but who's going to deal with the Ishtar, the Bologna? Who's going to deal with the Thoth, the Kamazots? Ganesh is then forced to kind of pick this peel of which one he's going to choose
Bologna
to
can
peel
hurt
for.
Thoth as well
And if he gets
because
to that late game
outside of
portion,
Divine
that's
Punishment,
2 losing matchups
Thoth's
for the
entire
backline
kit
for the Ferryman.
revolves
So
around
that
autos.
positioning is going to be very important. Where they're going to be taking these fights is going to be important. But I'm focused on anything more than anything.
So if Bologna can
Sino's
just
Rat.
keep Thoth
'Cause
locked
the
down,
potential to split and the potential to just
then
force somebody over
it's
to
pretty
him.
alright.
We saw the Dodgy matchup into that Thoth. If there's no Kama there to dive this Thoth because he's matching the Rat, we're just going to see a free casting Paul. And in a game 4 like this,
Nightmare.
Free casting Paul is not what I want to play against.
No, not at all. I mean, if Paul gets the free cast, the game is just over. And that's most mid laners at this point. Darda is the same way. Sure,
Exactly, yeah.
Early on, Merlin not so much. But late game, absolute threat. Mages have to be dealt with. And I think the Jade Dragons picked a comp that can deal with these mages. Or the mage, in this case, Paul, on the Thoth. But at least you have Undying Love, right? That's a good idea to say, hey, Final Judgment's coming, whether we like it or not. I don't want you burning your Aegis. I've got you. But when Undying Love's down, that's when Sino can dive the backline, and you have to worry about even more. So it's going to be a chess game trying to hold on to these relics and ultimates.
Yeah, speaking of the chess game, I have a slight worry about just how good Wingblade looks into this Jade Dragons combo. We see a Wingblade picked up by the Ganesh here. You're countering out so much of the lockdown from the Dragons, so much of the slows that are going to be coming through, stopping their engage. Oh, we got a Mexican wave going on.
Here we go.
Going back the way.
Surely Smite fans are coordinated enough to get the wave going here. You're getting the
Oh.
shout out on the desk
Oh.
too. There we go.
It's
The problem
happening.
is it's not a circular arena. I don't know when we reset and start to head back the other way. Those fans and others, it feels, my fellow, well, I'm not an analyst, my analyst desk, that there are Styx Ferryman fans that are rooting for the Ferryman.
Right.
everyone else rooting for the Jade
been live
Dragons
for
here
6
in
hours
Game
already,
4.
by the way.
Smite fans, the neutral fans, gotta be leaning towards the Dragons with their hopes and dreams
What
in the
I
Game
should
5.
have done
Because the way that
was
these
just
games have started to lay
late.
out the length,
I should
the
have just started
throws,
like
the
an hour
moments, it's all building
I was
towards
like, even though it's
something.
best of 5,
Does
it
it
won't
end
be
here?
like,
Does the party
I mean, we had
continue? We'll
an
find
hour
out with
game,
your
a
casters in
45-minute
Game
game, now we
4.
go to Game
Thanks so
4.
much, everyone up there on the desk. Score it, Smith. We've got game number 4, do or die still for the Dragons. Pressure is on to make sure they can try to not only go to Game 5, but to continue a run, to make it towards the finals. Ferryman, however, still on set point. Myth, there's some things that stood out to me, and specifically it was one thing. Paul Thoth looked really good a couple games ago. It could be dangerous this time around.
Yeah, I agree, man. It feels like Paul on this pick is just so elevated. The damage output, the pacing throughout the early game, the poke potential up against this Merlin. I imagine we see Paul have a relatively easy time getting over towards level 10 or so. 3-item power spike for Camazotz, all of a sudden then Paul's under some threat. Even level 5, the ability for you to just use Bat Out of Hell to walk into a tier 1 tower makes Lazarus a pretty significant threat on map, but I think Hazer hits a very, very significant point on the desk, and it's the lack of CC from the Jade Dragons. Single target stun, 3 of them just about for the Jade Dragons, and that's really it. Otherwise, lots of slows, and Wingblade is not a bad item. It's just a really good pickup. It used to be no defense, just HP and a little bit of movement speed. Nowadays, magic defense on it. You still have the HP, still have the movement speed, the slow immunity, and slow actually makes you just faster. Means that if Aurora picks it up, he can really stick to the backline himself. This Ganesh has been a dominant pick in this set. I think it's one I'm going to keep my eyes on.
Yeah, and if you're looking for someone who's going to find a lot of peel potential, it's Ganesh through and through.
If you're looking for someone with a lot of peel, have you considered
Banana?
Banana?
Engage potential as well. Deep Dharmic Pillars can change the course of an escape. It can zone a team out. Gives you a lot of options. So we're going to have to wait a little while to see. This is also the first time we've gotten to see Aurora not on the Sobek. So maybe the lane phase, one that's going to be a different dynamic. It's not just going to be full of plucks every 3 seconds. Or maybe it still is. He's got the dash. You've got some damage. It's on the mic, though, and he's going to be just far enough away. Nothing too crazy for the Ferryman is going to break out, but as it shows, you still have to worry about the Elephant's aggression.
And there's meditation on play here for PBM, so any bit of poke already going to have a hard time sticking, even harder now. The multitude of healing available to him. A lot of healing across the board here for the Jade Dragons. Anti-heal, maybe first slot for Styx Ferryman if they're worried about it. Good route. Dardas should just be fine, but this low on mana this early on means he's likely headed for base.
So far, again, back and forth, both in mid and in duo. The Ferryman. Mifflin in the late game. I mean, that's what we've been talking about, right? When you go back, game 1, 56 minutes. Last game, 45 minutes. Game 2 in the middle is just a little bit lower. And it feels like some of that late game aggression is where it's important. Aurora, though, stunned out, doesn't have a lot of places to go, but you don't have a ton of damage coming your way either. And despite a great play and great setup from the Dragons, Aurora gets to walk back to the tower line, but forced to reset to make sure that everything's going to be okay.
That was some scary stuff there for Aurora, but does at least grab the small camps on the left-hand side. Sino lines up with Jade Dragons for a cooldown buff, but that doesn't exactly go his way there. Jade Dragons' early game aggression really is pretty decent. I'd love to see them play through the dual lane. Lazarus in particular, make some rotations over towards it. Cyclone Spin's not exactly super safe on this Ishtar. Camazotz has a lot of really good targets on map here.
Where do you want to see? So, you know, you mentioned the Ishtar. Is that something you want to see? Lazarus, not only have we gotten used to seeing him farm a little bit longer than normal, it does feel like Camazotz as well really benefits. Once he has Bat Out of Hell, he can kind of get away with murder in a lot of instances.
I mean, the ideal world is you shut down Paul and you catch him early, but that's Paul, and it seems like that's just not a realistic thing to look for. So otherwise, I think Cyclone Spin a much better target.
Sino no mana. How much he's going to face there. It seems like Baskin, while he thought about going in for the defense, not going to be there in order to try and fight things up. Purple buff, invade, successful from the Dragons. If you're looking at just neutrals right now, they are in control of the first few minutes.
Invades across the map there. Great play from the Jade Dragons playing through the early. It's that aggression we were just talking about. Baskin doesn't exactly have a great matchup in Leblona throughout the early game. Won't be able to utilize Destol to its full efficiency thanks to that Scourge disarm. Lazarus should have just more damage straight up than Rat throughout the early, so don't exactly want to take that fight there.
I like how they just
Dual
keep
lane
losing it
having so
over
much
Totem.
sustain means anytime
I
you're
hope
trading
this
HP,
carries. I
Cyclone's
hope this
gonna roar,
carries into
Mike
the
and
last
Toast
two sets.
Gonna feel just fine about it. It's the Styx Famine's job to weather the storm. They want to make it to the late game. I feel like you can run that back just about any given game this set or this year for the Styx Famine, but doubly so true here. The only thing I could see the Jade Dragons really wanting to avoid action.
I had
the only thing
intended
they
to grab
don't want
water
to play through right
between
now
games.
is
I might have to grab it
Dardes
mid-game.
hang out on his own, collect some farm, and just hang out until that mid to late.
Rotation. Mike, Coast on the ult, looking for damage. Has some. Dharmic Pillars dropped to Peel.
All right.
And it should be just enough. Locks Coast away.
You know what?
No
I
junglers
am
coming
going
over.
to.
So it's just
I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna set the speed. Nope, the speed to 1 1/4. And we'll get caught up when I get back because I really need water. I'm thirsty. So I will return in a moment.
ult for ult trades.
I like how even
in
though
the duo
it
lane.
like has been
Maybe Aurora
paused
coming out
and
on top.
therefore
His
should
not
have been
only not
loading, it
used
still
for
had
his
the
own
buff.
life and safety, but also much shorter cooldown to keep him going.
Thanks, YouTube.
Nice.
Very cool of you.
Here. Feels like now that he's ticked over to level 5, 6, has high potential to start getting hyper aggressive in these towers, but I mean, you called it earlier, Lazarus has been playing just a little bit more passive throughout that early game. Might be holding on to his resources to try and follow up on Sino's global pressure. You really don't want Sino getting to jump in a lot of these rotations, but because the side lanes are so strong for the Jade Dragons, I don't really imagine we see Sino getting too much done on either side. Maybe if Nika's ultimate goes down, you can try and play there, but Phalang's already finished up, means there's so much defense up against both Baskin and Sino. Do you want to go over towards dual lane? Hachimon's one of the safest hunters in the game, and you got an Aphrodite linked up to him. I do not envy Sino throughout this early game. It feels like this Rad's going to be really just following Lasbro around.
Silent 1,000 so far. Sino maybe doing something about a little bit of that. Saves the blue buff for Basket. The gold lead has been marching towards the Dragons. These invades paying off and then some. And now Lasbra over towards Baskin. Do they have the damage and the lockdown? Not able to body block the dash, but the leap in, the ult, it has what you need. You just need some damage. Bat out of hell. One more swoop of the juice.
Oh!
Keep him alive, Lasbra. First blood in game 4.
First blood is big for Dragons. Is the momentum going to be a turnaround?
The crowd at their back. Lasbra getting involved real early on, and that's before even finishing up the first item. Gets an unfortunate back, which generally slows these junglers down, but rotates through nonetheless. The only thing Baskin could have done to have secured his life there is if he goes into the dash and then immediately channels his own ultimate to immune the stun there from Nika. Once Eagles rally connects, I mean, that's all.
Now, small reset from these teams, but that first blood, Mifflin, needs a lot more than just the first blood, because they already had actually pretty hefty lead for the Dragon. Now we're talking 2,000, 6.5 minutes in, and it's just from farming. And if they can keep that pace up, you can see some of the levels changing specifically in the jungle where it's going to make a big impact. But this kind of rate, right, this farming, this aggression from the Dragons, it's not only a different pace than we've seen in the first 3 games, but much more proactive, and it feels better, like it matches their draft, maybe even like it matches their plans right now. Lasbra stopping the back of Sino inside the jungle, has him at least locked away. Ghost, Mike push out Cyclone and Aurora, and they clear out this part of the jungle. Unfortunately, too late to get the shield buff.
This is one of the largest early game leads we've seen all set. I mean, the Jade Dragons are just dominating. Totem pressure, 5-1, favoring them as Dardes slammed.
Good shot from Paul. And it does save mid-camps of all things and forces Dardes to fall back.
Wait, why is the timer...
Aegis as well, instead of a beads early on.
Wait. The match timer was counting up in increments of... Wait.
What are you beating? There's no CC.
It's still breaking.
Oh,
no.
Damage. So Aegis in that first slot should prevent Lasbra from going for some of those cheeky, I'm in your tower style plays. So I like that for him. Blink exchange. Nothing really gained there.
Keeping my eyes on Nika. Blue buff coming in. Ult over the wall. Stun does not connect. Forces Sino to dash away. The dart used, though. Maybe gives an opening. No Baskin yet. Blue buff secured. And teleport down for the solo laner on the Ferryman. Nika is controlling this lane exactly the way you'd want.
Yeah, great stuff from Nika. They would change up this matchup around this next item slot. So Basket just needs to play safe for a little bit. Lasbra just ever present on this right-hand side. It seems to me Baskin, I mean, they're just not letting them breathe. They're on top of the blue buff timers, the Jade Dragons, that is. They were on top of these totems, to be sure, 6-1 now, favoring the Jade Dragons. But nobody's stopping Paul. Doesn't that feel a little bit concerning?
So far, and you know what, in the last few games, yes, just straight up, if he's not getting pressured, and admittedly, thought early on, do you think they have enough to dive him right now? I mean, that evade and punish, we talked about how good it is for getting that distance. Can they pressure him out the way that we wanted?
I think you have to pressure him once and be willing to accept failure for your second rotation of pressure to hit pay dirt. You gotta get through the Aegis, and the only way to do it is to scare him, and the only way to scare him is to attack him. Leave him alone. He's just going to hold on to that relic forever, and you play this circular game of, well, I can't dive him because he has Aegis. No one's using Aegis because no one's diving him, right? So I would like to see some rotations from the Jade Dragons over towards Paul, because he's the looming threat. He's always been the threat on the Styx Ferryman. The side lane pressure will get you pretty far to put the team in a really good position on the side of the Jade Dragons, but you have to solidify that lead somewhere.
Well, they're going to find maybe some of that lead. It's been solidified, at least for the Dragons, in right. Nika knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing.
They're
and
just
he's
losing
controlling
it
that
for the
lane,
totem.
Mifflin, as of right now. Now backing around the cooldown buff. Sees Baskin, forces it to fall back, stops the back as well. Doesn't have the jungle this time, putting maybe some of that pressure in mid, as you would want it to see. Paul is a dangerous gamble to play against, though. Because as much as it is, hey, you could challenge him, you could try to make him feel uncomfortable. At any given time, if he's given just a few seconds to charge it up, he will just take you down to half.
He will. I'd much rather fight him now when it's half instead of 100-0, though.
Yeah,
right?
good point.
6-slotted, though. Just a little bit more difficult to deal with. What are the Jade Dragons considering now? Maybe some rotations towards the Gold Fury itself. They've got a really decent composition for it. Heavenly Banner from Beporch Coast, boosting attack speed for the entire team, burn potential from Bardes. I mean, there's just a lot of fight in the tank, a lot of burn in the tank for the Dragons. The only thing that concerns me maybe is if you stack up on a Gold Fury, that's where Ishtar ultimate lines up a little bit more easily, or Rat can close that gap a little bit more easily. Maybe threaten some of that objective secure from the Thoth as well. The Jade Dragon's doing a great job keeping the pressure up, but it's been a little while since we've seen an invade. That 3,000's been cut to 2.
All right, now Gold Fury started up trying to lift that 3,000 further, but will not there for the Dragons. Try to catch the Ferryman sleeping, just unable to. Gold Fury dropped, hands rinsed. And the question for me is going to be where these supports end up going. We see Mike right now hanging onto the left side of the map. The Army Pillars, very important to create a lot of aggression, stop a lot of aggression. And might be necessary to stop this from happening here. The Merlin burn finally being utilized. Gold Fury, 11 and a half in, goes the way of the Dragons.
That's
and
like
they
the
extend their
first
lead.
early objective we've seen, I think, the whole event so far.
There's nothing they can do on
Wacky.
to catch themselves back up. It's about controlling your own buffs now. You got to be ready for these rotations from the Dragons, but it's tough because you can be ready, but you can't close up gold lead with just wards. You have to be able to fight them once you're there. Keep my eyes on Sino. Maybe rotations from Paul can help out a bit with that, but Paul's already starting to fall behind a bit. They saw that global gold rolling through from the Jade Dragons. So if he rotates to a fight and things don't go well, all of a sudden he's even further behind. The Jade Dragons, it's this infinite pressure they're putting out that's really put them in a good position. Which is crazy to think. It's the play style they were trying to stray away from. Why do it? This is when they look their best.
Beacon seems to be the fight coast, alone right now, able to dodge out. Good dash, has a teleport coming in from Nika. Presence on the left-hand side. Massive
Here's
for
the
the
Beacon
Dragons.
fight.
Beacon is the fight already halfway charged for the Ferryman. It's going to be slowly pulled back by the Dragons. Dardes has Mike backing him up. Has a lot of damage, wide abilities. Nika rotating in, basking from the other side.
This is the freest beacon ever for, oh, maybe not.
Eats a lot of damage up front, but Lazarus
Yeah,
is the
okay,
one
this is the
who's in
freest
trouble, out of hell, forced him to
bacon.
fall
I
back.
unironically
Now
called it a
Beacon
bacon.
back in the
Damn.
limelight for the Dragons.
Damn.
Holding on to whatever they can. Paul looking for a shot, not pulling the trigger just yet. Trying to get Dardes low, and he has him right where he wants him. All you need is one more shot, but with Mike right there, Mike with ult. The threat not going to be as present as you'd like. Beacon slowly charged towards the Dragon, with Paul falling back, maybe relinquishing some space. Looks like the Dragons are going to control this one at least a little longer. Paul again, the guiding light for them. But the fight will never break through. He won't fire the ult. Oh my God, the 1v1. Sino does what he needs and gets the win.
Man, that is tough for Lazarus.
With one health, by the way.
In mid. Doesn't have it for the fight on right. Sino chases him down, and it's not even the ultimate that finds him, I believe. Just walks him down on the right-hand side, catches him trying to clear out that neutral camp. And so, Six Ferryman might strike back, but it's what we talked about earlier. Nothing on map for them to do to catch themselves back up. Pyromancer finally in play. Paul, no ultimate, no secure. They're just trying to force a fight, but the war's too low.
Sino in the air, goes to the back, finds Mike with a knock-up, and now the dive in, but Nika counters it, stuns out, focuses out Paul, and finds the kill. He needs one for one. The mid laner finally taken down. A roar to follow. The Dragons.
Wow.
And Mifflin, they take the steps right up to the Six Ferryman, and they're going to step right to the Pyromancer.
Dardes still here, has the burn. Pyromancer will go quick. Keep your eyes on Baskin. Still healthy enough, maybe can threaten it. Nearly able to take that one away, but the Jade Dragons secure the objective and continue their onslaught. It's like a switch has been flipped, Gore. This is a completely different look at this team. We were watching slow games where the Jade Dragons were content to just trade mid-camps, trade objectives across the board. Now it's invade after invade, totem control, objectives getting slammed. Jade Dragons have picked up the pace.
Again, that wind puts wind in their sails, the Dragons. 5,000, they're at least approaching gold in their favor. Just 15
That's
minutes.
insane.
I mean, massive control. Left side, Primal Fury coming up. It seems we're in that zone where that has to be the next objective, or at least it feels like it should be the next objective if the Dragons want to continue furthering things. And maybe a place for the Ferryman, again, to draw a line in the sand and dare them to cross it. But what do you want to see? I mean, what's been going wrong for the Ferryman? Obviously now the gold lead, but how do they fight back against it?
The Ferryman just lost out on a few rotations of their buffs, and by the time the fight started up, truly, in the 3v3s or 4v4s, they were playing at such a deficit. The Jade Dragons able to run over them. And all that sustain at play. It feels like PBM's keeping everybody just outside of Paul's ultimate threshold. There's a lot of damage that Paul's got. You can see it there, but people are freely diving them.
And right now they're diving, like you said, for free.
That's it.
That kill. He's
Damn.
Paul, nothing to say. Sino goes in, knock up on the Lazarus. He's still got that out of hell. He might want this fight even, as he's got the rest of his team backing him up. Healing from Mike should be there. Primal Fury, with Paul gone for 20 more seconds. Eyes on the Dragons as they move towards left. They want to extend this lead.
And they just go ahead and pull the objective. Aurora nearby, the Six Ferryman, Oracle Vision. They'll have a slight advantage in the pit itself. So instead, it's the Jade Dragons roaming Death Ball, just looking for anybody they could find on the map. And that's another thing that's been going so well for the Dragons. The Six Ferryman have been slow on the uptake on grouping. It feels like every single team fight we've seen, it's the Jade Dragons with 1 or 2 man advantage every single time.
Merlin burned back in the equation. Dharmic Pillars from Aurora up. Is he going to drop him in time? Does, but forces the Primal Fury instead of trying to steal it. Damage there. Dragons secure that one, push their lead a little bit further. 6,000 gold, 4,000 experience, Mifflin, 17 minutes in.
Absolutely real good position, and their team fight continues to get better for a while.
At this rate, we go to game 5, which is
going to be a turning point.
Wow.
Baskin and Sino can actually stand in front of Dardes. Vapor's Coast hasn't exactly been involved in the team fight too much, but he has been involved in keeping the pressure up on that left-hand side. Strips away that tower just a little bit earlier. So once Baskin and Sino are allowed to prevent Lasbra diving Paul or prevent Nika going for Paul, then you can fight back in.
Nika jumps in. Baskin, second totem of the game, by the way. Nika has been dominant in this lane and showing why. Actually using that ult early could cause maybe a little bit of disruption. Nothing too big to fight over, but this Bologna, you know, we've touched on it every now and then. Shogun's sorry, the execution, like the build feels good, the play feels good, and the ults have felt great.
Man, Nika's got the crowd behind him. That has got to be such a mental boom to the Styx frame and so difficult to play. An arena that's clearly playing favorites for the Jade Dragons. Everybody wants to see this go all the way to 5, and the Dragons making a great argument for it already.
The only reason I don't want this to go to 5 is because if they both go to 5,
or even just catch up. Cyclone's been Nika. This isn't even your side of the map.
Oh, but he's controlled. Look at the body blows. He's just trying to slow Sino down. Doesn't have the ult to lock him up, and actually forces not only Baskin to come over, the full teleport from Baskin to make sure that pressure's there. And if there's nothing on this side of the map, it was just Nika looking for a kill, just playing around. Now the beacon might be the target. Ferryman step up. Sino and Nika meet in the jungle. It's just a little bit of trade of damage. Beacon goes towards the Dragons, and they continue to control not just left, not just right, everywhere. If they step up to it, it's theirs.
Did you see that net worth chart? I mean, Mike's worth maybe 100, 200 gold less than the most valuable member of the Ferryman. That's an awful position to be in. Basket drops so low.
And there's the kill for Coast. Exactly what he needs. The chase down.
Oh, Dragons have really strong shotting.
Trying to chase him down, but Nika has the favor, not just of the crowd,
No,
but in this fight,
dude.
looking for what they
No,
can.
dude.
Shoot down by Cyclone Spin, but the hammer.
Not for long.
Fire Giant on one side of the map. Lasbra on retreat here. Sino's got to trade his life. It's worthwhile just to get Fire Giant off of one. He has an Aurora though. He's getting in there.
Lasbra, death from behind, gets the kill. What he needs, Fire Giant. Aurora is the target. Look at Coast. Look at his damage and look at the chase down. All you need is the stun, just one, and you've got what you need. The opening, the kill, the damage. Paul lets his ult fly through, but it's too late for anything. Fire Giant, Pyromancer, everything coming up. Jade Dragons.
Jade Dragons keep Fire Giant on the battery. Their team, Vaporage Coast, still healthy, can knock down these towers with a squad. 15 seconds on Sino, 15 on Aurora. Plenty of time for the Jade Dragons to perhaps threaten a tier 2 here. Paul's got great base defense on this though, but he doesn't want to do it on his own.
Tier 2, knockdown, easy for the Dragons. Gold extended 11,000. Mifflin, the Goose Eggs are on the other side. Nika, Dardes, and Coast untouchable so far. The Dragons lead 8-3. Pressure on the left-hand side. Cyclone needs to be careful here. Nika has shown that he is more than happy to chase you down. Luckily for him, it's a tier 2 fallback. Oni Fury on the horizon. And again, the Dragons, so much room to play with.
It's just that immense side lane pressure. That's where it all starts for the Jade Dragons. It was an invade on blue and purple simultaneously, and since then, it has been pressure all the way through the entirety of this match. 21 minutes, the Jade Dragons posing difficult questions. Are you willing to defend here? What if I'm in your tower? What if Nika's in the dual lane? Are you ready to get onto the Fire Giant? And every single time, the Styx Ferrymen have not been able to come up with a suitable solution. And so the Jade Dragons now, with Fire Giant still on 4 and plenty of time to play with, can knock down at least one more tier 2. You don't necessarily need to knock out a Phoenix, not in this first Fire Giant power play. Instead, just put yourself in a great position for the next one. And 12,021, that's the best position we've seen this entire set.
The difference for all of them is it's the Dragons with this lead, not just the Dragons with this lead, the Ferrymen who are on the defense. And maybe we'll pocket a conversation around the Phoenixes for a little bit later. You gotta be cautious. Nika fishing on the left-hand side. Lasbra looking in mid for any sort of targets. Right now it's Sino though, who is not only deep, maybe in a good spot until Mike joins Dardes. And try and find him, and they know where the rat is. They know what they're looking for. If they can just force the ult, they can call it a win. Dardes looks to start with a little bit of poke. Won't quite find it. Just forces Sino to run back. He's distanced himself, so now you can see it. Pressure, and left pressure in mid, and Coast absolutely running up right.
Sino's just there to be annoying. He's not going to get much done on his own. Proxy a wave, sure, prevent that mid push for a little bit, but all the while, the right side tier 2, the real goal, being addressed now by the Jade Dragons. Aurora, Cyclone's been grouped together, but not strong enough to maintain the base.
Sure,
the last remaining tower removed. The Jade Dragons.
They're just talking slowly.
Pushing forward. They still have a little bit of time on this Fire Giant, but I'm not so certain they need to stick around. A lot of gold in pocket right now.
Okay, now I do. Yeah, they were just talking slowly, I guess.
Power play Only has about 45 seconds left to get something done, but pressure in left, mid, and right. They're going full force on all three Phoenixes. And it's just a distraction. Dharmic Pillars used defensively here from the Ferryman over on right. A little bit of poke towards this Phoenix, and Coast, who's leading the way. At least making sure that some of the damage is out there. Halfway down on the Bird. Now a two-man group in mid from the Dragons, trying to find their opening. Mifflin, they're holding out. They've only got 15 seconds left before the Fire Giant disappears. Nika, Lasper jump in on theirs.
Cyclone's
that
low.
line's not working out too well for them. Instead, they rotate in towards the right. You already mentioned it. Cyclone low. Paul with a great shot hits Coast. And now Lasper has to jump in. Oh my God!
That Bird could go down.
In an instant, and now, like wind in their sails.
Yup, there goes Bird.
They're looking for two.
Is that game?
Keep going. This is it. This Jade Dragon starting to move in towards the base.
No.
I think they might have enough damage here had Nika just been able to survive. Instead, it's a reset, but they accomplished so much more than I think anyone could have expected there, and maybe even look for more. Baskin needs to be safe.
Now you're playing in a good territory. Sino, I mean, he's got disengage, but he doesn't have the ult. He doesn't have the blink. He's going to run off towards the left. Maybe he gets that beacon. Maybe pulling the Titans out of the base is their safest call right now, Mifflin, to make sure that the Dragons can't run it down. But it's going to be the Pyromancer. And in about 15, 20 seconds, we're going to start looking down the barrel of another Fire Giant. Control all over towards the Dragons. 10-4. 25
Insane.
minutes in. And with their set on the line, they are pushing as hard as they can. 12,000, 13,000 experience, almost 14,000 gold right now. And the power spikes, the golden pocket, finally being spent.
It's this version of the Jade Dragons that's garnered them so many fan scores. It's this hyper-aggressive, difficult to play against. Just meet me at minute 0. I'll end it at 25 style of play. But it's just so entertaining to watch. And the Styx Ferryman struggling to figure out a solution. And as it stands, there is no solution that's going to come from them. We're waiting for mistakes from the Jade Dragons. And it's going to take a few before the Ferryman can put themselves in a position to ask questions themselves. Silver lining where it lies. Titan's not in the base, so it can't die. That's one. As well as the fact that they've got Paul
we're not
on this
caught up
stove.
yet. I wasn't
We
gone
saw
for
there
that long.
The attempt from Paul with his ultimate just to remove Vapor's Coast from the fight. Just please stop hitting my bird. I can't kill you. It's not going to 100 to you, but drop you to 10%. Maybe all of a sudden we can keep our base alive. Get Paul one more item. Let him upgrade his starter, and that 90% is 100.
That's all he needs. Sino has to play careful here. Has ult. No blink, no beads. And that is going to be an ult for ult Trey Nika. Again, driving him to the sky. No backup either on this side of the map. And that Titan's not going to last long where it is holding out. So Miff now is forced to fall back. Now we're looking
Bird.
alternate timeline for Paul. How much of an opening is that? Is that going to be enough for the defense?
It's a little bit more power, and it makes Paul a bit more survivable, but I don't know if it's the difference maker here. I think the issue is Styx Ferryman haven't been able to kill any of the Jade Dragons. I mean, it's
There it
either
is.
a 1-for-1 trade, and the team with Fire Giant wins out.
Now
there
we're
because
caught
they're
up
already on
after
your base,
20 minutes.
knocking on the door. I think the Ferryman, it's initiation. You need Baskin stopping Dardes from dealing all this damage. Someone's got to stop Coast, but Coast does too much. Who wants to line up in front of him? Literally nobody.
Lasper takes a lot of damage in mid, though. Bat out of hell force, so he can fall back. Left side, Phoenix opened up. The Titan helps out, and they get the bird. Base cracked open for the Ferryman on both sides here. They fall back. Power play for another 2 minutes, 10 seconds. They can get a Fury, fall back, spend even more gold. I mean, we're talking 6th item, final power spikes for a lot of them. Chin size as well, late game for Nika. So Mifflin feels like, again, the Dragons controlling this. Can they, in the game in this Fire Giant, do they have 2 minutes to work with, or is it going to maybe be a slow roll, kind of test the Ferryman?
One pick is the end of the game here for the Styx Ferryman. There's so much damage from the Jade Dragons. They could just get into the Titan room. That might just be it. But I think more likely we see them wait for this right side Phoenix to respawn, knock that one out, slow play it from there. The Ferryman, so long as they don't trade lives, should be able to keep the Titan alive. And that's their entire goal, is to extend this game. That 27 needs to turn into a 37, and then maybe a 40 before the Ferryman are going to be comfortable even leaving the base.
Mid Phoenix. That goes down. It's going to make this base a lot smaller for them to hide under, and the damage is already there. You need a couple more autos. It'll be done. Watch Lasper. Left side. Spotted out by Sino. Nika. Right side. Forcing the fire minions forward. One's going to meet the other. Jungle v jungle. Solo v solo. Controlling those, but it leaves mid wide open, and the Dragons crack down a third bird. Now to the weakened one on right. Take it down, and the base wide open on the Ferryman.
Well, this is going to be an awkward
Ferryman
defense for the
gonna try and do
Ferryman.
exactly what the Jade Dragons had attempted in game 1.
Quality of
The
gold
Titan
build.
room. Wait for a mistake.
Right, take it down, and the base wide open on the Ferryman.
Ferryman gonna try and do exactly what the Jade Dragons had attempted in game 1. Hold the Titan room. wait for mistakes. Lasbra begging the Jade Dragons to step forward there with him. Maybe begging the Ferryman to do the exact same. It's a flank.
Gets the bat out of hell. They're looping around.
Oh,
Lasbra
no.
and Sino both in the sky. One comes crashing down before the other. Knock up onto Coast. You have to play it safe. The Aegis, everything keeps you going. The alternate timeline from Paul. Oh, and they're holding on as best they can right now. Mifflin, right now. This is incredibly
Also,
important.
I like how it
Low
looked
health
kind of
bars
like
all
Dardas
around.
and Paul
Alternate
just
timeline
looked over
product.
at each other there.
It is
Can we just talk about that for a second?
incredibly.
I don't know where the two of them are specifically positioned in relation to one another. Yeah, they totally are looking at each other.
Doesn't look like 50-50. This might be game-losing moment here for the Styx
I
Ferryman.
think this is game for the Dragons.
So maybe some sort of CC can get Nika off of him, but it's a full HP.
I think we're going to game
Fire
5 right
Giant
now.
playing with a
As soon as this
massive
pause
lead,
ends.
Who has kin size? I'm not sure if a bait and punish is up. If it is, you tank out 2 auto attacks. Maybe Paul lives, but I'm not a doctor. That's looking like a cadaver.
Get your eyes up there on Lasbra, standing up, getting the crowd. We know where their energy is, and it is on the Jade Dragons. A lot right now has been going right for them. Early game, their way. Objective, their way. Every single thing they have wanted this game has been going their way, and we are going to be jumping right back into it. This Mifflin.
You can hear very uncoordinated chanting, but I can't tell what the fuck it actually is.
Again, respawning from the timeline. Oh, and how it's all going to shake out. The game on the line, a game 5 potentially on the horizon, and the Jade Dragons, the one leading it now. Like you said, Nika tries to lead the way. There's the dash, but immediately you've got the turnaround, and not only that, Coast is out, and Coast is alive. You get a kill.
Baskin's down.
And you're chasing down Paul. The Dragons force the Ferryman back into their base.
Paul barely survives. Is evade and punish still available? Lasbra, with just a screech, would have confirmed the kill. It's a 1-for-0 trade. Jade Dragons have minions in the base of the Ferryman. Titan down to half. Everybody relatively healthy. You just need someone to tank it up. If Nika can get in there and just have a Porsche Coast hit it, that's it.
Open the door for Dardas.
Oh, it's over. That fast. That suddenly. Oh, wow.
Not allowed to play even a moment of that match.
Oh, wow.
The crowd says it. Maybe better than anything.
Game 5 we go.
City. We're going the distance in Mifflin. Game 1, game 2, game 3. Slow and methodical. 20 minutes before we start to see the true action break through. Game 4.
What the fuck is special event free flip?
Stampede over at the fair.
Enter the event
Dragons on the stage
and receive one free flip. What the fuck does that mean?
Momentum.
Enter what event?
That is ridiculous.
Is there an event game
I
mode?
was calling end of set after game 2. I thought the Styx Ferryman had crushed the Jade Dragons' chances. No, simply not the case. This is a team that absolutely plays with the wind in their sails. When they have confidence like this score, this is a very scary Jade Dragon.
And that's the thing. We mentioned their energy. We mentioned what this team could do with the crowd, and we said it's double-sided. Sometimes they'll maybe go a little too far. That time, it was just right. They win game 4. We're going to game 5, but all of that.
We're playing
will be
support
right
raw,
after this.
chat. We're playing support raw. It is time, gamers. It's gonna be awkward if the Chang'e also wants to build support, because, oh dear. That'll make things a little bit awkward. Because then we have potentially 3 tanks that are all trying to be... If we're just all Aura sticks at that point, like, who cares? Speaking of sticks, we're gonna have to grab... So this build's gonna be awkward, because I'm going for at least 1 healer stick, possibly 2, and then I also need Chronos things. But with the cooldown buff to my 3, right, I have a lot more to work with on the support front. Like the song was on earlier. These songs are really hit or miss, but I need to like find them. I know they're getting claimed, so I probably don't want to put them in my playlist, but like
into the deep abyss I'll go. Stay off my radar cause I never miss. Yeah, everybody knows. So I put my hands up in the sky, reveling the storm clouds as they pass me.
holy shit, it's not letting me do anything. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we're gonna go with this. We're gonna get Cloak. Yeah, okay. So he's got Shell first, and then I'll go Cloak first. He's simply Quasium. That's right, we're playing support raw, baby. Yeah, see, he's on the axe anyway, so we're fine. Alright, well, that's gonna suck. This gets cooldown down on this, right? No. Oh well. I don't get slow on that, so I might as well level the heal first. Ack. I've been body blocked by my own team. Ouchie. Okay. Okay, we got one off of that. Shit. Oh, and Thana missed an execute. That's tragic. Everyone talks about execute. No one talks about exa ugly. Also known as exa. Nice. Being able to shmove as raw, this passive actually kind of like matters in Arena in a way that it really doesn't in not Arena. Alright, heal bolstering. See, the thing is, oh my god. I don't actually know if I can consistently get Reju up to any relevant numbers. Low health on me. Maybe they're just all going at him. It doesn't fucking matter because the tiniest amount of healing and he's just unkillable again. I think we level the 1 next probably. Just because, you know, punch. There you go. Okay, so we're gonna go Thebes, then Pendant, I think. No, we're gonna go Pendant and then Thebes. No, I don't know if I can stack it. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. We're gonna max out the heal. Heal per tick is actually 60? How often does it tick? Every second. For 6 seconds. Damn. Hi, Bacchus. Skloof. Oh. Help. Everyone just watch that happen. I choose to believe that I made someone rage quit there.
Hello, what's good, and welcome back to the Smite World Championship, baby. It is day 2. Things are still wild. We have half the people in here have been buying out the merch booth, and the other half look like they need to. What the heck? All right, they at least have body painter. What the hell is going on here?
They said take your shirt off, so we just listen to commands over here.
You just don't have a voice anymore.
Not anymore.
All right, let's swap real quick. He sounds like me, season 3. All right, so you, man, now you can actually tell us what's going on over here.
Bro, Nika popped off, so, you know, it's out for Nika. Let's go. Let's go, baby.
This is Smite World.
Unfortunate. Is he on tablet? Yeah. That is tragic.
Gonna be... you three sweating that one gentleman down there might the analyzing he did. Nika diff and then everything after that was some of the best analysis I've heard this weekend. But maybe not far off the truth, an unbelievable Game 4 between the Styx Ferrymen and the Jade Dragons. Welcome back to the analyst desk. Still Trelly, Inbound, Hazer, and Dolson bringing you the breakdown. Inbound crowd diff might come up. Nika diff may come up here. Only one thing I'm certain of, and it's that the Dragons and their fans are feeling energized after a big Game 4.
I mean, you can't blame them. I mean, we go down 2-0 to the Ferrymen, and you're in a position where even in Game 3, it's not firmly in your control.
Nice.
And you're able to take that one away.
Got
You're able to wrestle that one away. You're able
Gotta
to
get
go to
Thebes,
this
gotta
Game
get Thebes
4
quick.
and kind of reset this entire series. This is now just a best of one. The next game decides the entire winner of this, and we've kind of gotten treated to a really fantastic set so far. Really good smite from both sides, and now Bologna, 10th pick, and Nika does what he does on that 10th pick Bologna. Mind blown. Where are we going to value this Bologna now?
The Steel Series moments of glory from game number 4, I imagine will feature a decent bit of Bologna.
I think so.
Because I'm thinking back, rewind with me if you will, to Nika. Nika's had to qualify to the SPL with different rosters, and conversation always kind of leans back. He is so talented. When is that Nika moment going to arrive? And Trelly, I think it arrived here in Game 4.
Yeah, and I think a big difference.
They're playing like on the full squishy because they just see raw and they're like, ooh, mage, free kill, and then it doesn't work. The problem is I can't punish them for it
He says,
myself.
I don't need to stay in my lane anymore. He rotates across the map. Solo Cyclone's got a massive kill onto Paul where it was just the alternate timeline, but it forced him back so far. And yeah, this Bologna was an absolute menace, but I think it all stems from Lasbra ganking that lane early on, putting some presence onto Nika and catching Baskin out. That has not happened much, and Baskin does not die to ganks often.
Yeah, another
Yeah, healing the whale.
Because build here,
78 per tick.
Executioner and Kins in the build. The damage that he was pumping out was absolutely crazy, helping out Coast and destroying the front line and the back line. He was just absolutely crushing it, and a big part of the reason why the Jade Dragons are taking this 1-5.
On the flip side, does that speak to some confidence that Nika has in Mike's ability to do the rest of the tanking, in your mind? Whichever one of you two wants to take.
Yeah, I mean, even in Aphrodite, like, grouped together by herself, not the best solo tank. but there's enough space bot. Yes, not a full tank Bologna. Yes, building a lot of defense, but still able to get out a lot of damage, a lot of kind of more land gained than actual frontlining. And that's like a semblance of frontlining. It's giving positional advantage, giving land to your backliners to be able to cast. So yes, maybe not full tank Bologna, but she did what she needed to do to give space to her team.
And to be clear, that build has
To be
a
fair,
follow-up
full tank
point, right?
Bologna's more of a
Bologna can't
recent
run
thing,
the
I
game
think.
with
Well, I
3
know.
different damage items the whole time, right? There is a fall-off, but it never got there. If it did, Cyclone may have been able to build some crit and actually shred through this Bologna, but the J-Dragon said, we're not sitting back. We're not letting this game go late. We are trying to end this early on.
And he skipped the crit build. He went Kin's 5th item. What is going on? We've seen the crit build win every game so far this set. Both times that the Hunters have gone away from it, we've seen them struggle. We've seen them have less impact. We've seen struggles with objectives, struggles with finishing kills. It just feels like the crit build is the way to go, and I want to see both of them go towards it in this game 5.
Well, Hazer, can Kins proc for 1400? I saw a crit for 1400.
You'd have to have a lot of help. You'd have to have a lot of help.
So I'm just saying, like, maybe you're right. Maybe you're onto something. That crit build could go crazy.
Someone smarter than me can do the
trap.
1400.
I think Flare Boots here somewhere, right? We'll find them.
Yeah, crunch those numbers really quick. The intangibles now, as you know, the big picture play-by-play guy, is the energy and the momentum that these two teams now have. It's all Styx Ferryman in game 1 and 2. Now it's all J-Dragons. Their fans are cheering for totems. Their fans are cheering for buff kills, for individual kills. And it just, there's this
I'd love to
big
upgrade my starter, but chrono
that's just
spending
ready
is
to
way
burst.
more right now.
And the Styx Ferrymen are alongside with it, but inbound, I feel like that's a lot of what the Ferrymen are now fighting against, not only on map, but energy in arena. Now their fans are here and they're loud. They'll be behind them as well in game 5. But it's the mental reset, one more game that both teams have.
Hi, Artemis.
Yeah, and it's like the reset now is on the Ferryman. It's no longer on the Dragon side. The Dragon side had their reset and successfully have now flipped it to now be them on the offensive. Now it's up to the Ferryman to kind of respond.
I trust
and
Whale.
going into game 5, there's an opportunity here for the Ferryman with which side they're going on. We've seen them kind of go back and forth. The Dragons preferred that second pick in the early portion, couldn't find a win there, and they take that first side. And we see these auto-ban characters, the Athena, probably not coming through. The Cuckoo is another god that we've seen a lot of bans of. Ferryman taking that first pick side, that is them choosing it. Now they get to dictate the P's and B's at the beginning. They get to ban away the gods they do not want the Dragons to play against. And with that, I don't expect to see another Ganesh Prio. That is a god that has counters if it is first pick. It is very good into Sobek, but if Sobek's not there, Sobek doesn't need to get locked in, and Ganesh may struggle a little bit.
One thing I think
I'm being bullied out of my
Ferryman
stacks
on
here.
the first pick side, though, is a Ganesh ban. They could take that Ganesh away as the counter to the Sobek and look to lock that in
I don't have a
first.
mana to ult, so I don't get the kill, but
Denying the
I want him to
counter pick
think that I can
PBM,
kill.
That has been the pick that he's really enjoyed going to, but they stick to their
unfortunate.
plan. They've been banning this Kukulkan.
Whoa,
every
whoa, whoa,
single
whoa,
game.
how do I
They've
have
been
it? Whoa,
banning this
whoa, whoa, whoa,
counter
whoa.
Most of the games as
How do
well.
I have a
They're taking
physical
those
stack?
comfort picks away. But it seems like
What?
the Dragons, they
I
just
hit
seem to
Bacchus and
have
got a
deeper
fizz
god
stack?
pools. I'm looking at the gods. Nika has played 5. Laspra has played 5. Dardes 4. PBM 4.
Fucking
Post
kidding
only
me?
2. Merlin is the ban away. And
Love
on
it.
the other side, Ferryman, 3 gods each. They have not gone deeper than that. And
Okay, I
Cyclops
need
Smith
to get this
and Aurora
magic
only
stack.
went to 2.
And I love
And
the
then I'm
switch
suddenly
up
a
with
lot
this,
more
with this
online.
first ban slot. That Morgan, yes, Dardes is phenomenal on this character, but that's 2 wins in a row on this Merlin. It's shown way too much strength. It's time to get rid of it and make Dardes play either that Morgan or play a different mid laner, and let's get this show back again.
Now, J-Dragons riding with that momentum, and maybe what has been working, it's another Bologna pick for the J-Dragons and a Maman to follow that up. I may have caught a slight smirk from Nika there, Dixon fans. Why not ride the hot hand here?
He's just thinking about how hard he can
Nice.
wail on that totem with the Bologna. He's going to knock
There we
it
go.
down. He's been getting it every single time.
That is fast turnaround on that sign. That was,
That was one game,
that
one
was at
game
some
in his
point
back.
in the last game. These fans, goodness gracious, this is really just what it's all about. Now remember earlier, we were a bit worried about Paul and the thought and what was the answer, because there was no answer. The J-Dragons seemingly have figured something out. However, maybe not worried about that inbound if this
Ow.
are going to lock this in from here.
I like the thought here, but I want to take away this Hachiman. This is the god I want right here with, I mean, you could pair it with the Thoth. I'm not against the Thoth by any means.
So when
but I
I'm
care
near
more about
Whale, I
locking in
actually
Hachi.
should
If
have
they want
all
that
of my
rat,
mitts.
they're not going to be able to go rat Hachi, or if they go rat Thoth, they won't be able to get that Hachi also. And I think, from what I saw last game, Coast is doing way too much on this Hachiman. We need to get it out of his hands, put it
We're gonna go
into
Rejuve.
Cyclone Spin's hands, and let him go to town with it.
And that's the thing, the Hachiman is also so much safer than the Ishtar, right?
For sure.
You can't body block that dash. He doesn't have that escape tool with the mounted archery. I think Hachi is just a night and day difference, and it would really change up how the Ferrymen want to play, but they're going to put Cyclone's pick on the back burner and go back to this set.
That's risky.
What are they going to pair this with? Where is their magical damage going to be coming from? Presumably, this set going into the mid lane, they've got a Sobek for magical damage. Are they going to go a magical hunter here? Are they
Mage
gonna
solo.
Go mage solo?
No, stop that, stop
no.
that.
We just got out of that.
Stop
we just got
that,
out
Dave.
of that.
Do it.
Wait, hold up.
Do it.
I'm remembering a bit of deja vu here. I don't remember if it was Masters, but I remember there was a time when Freya was super slept on, no one was looking toward it, and
That's
Cyclone
true.
pulled it out.
That's true.
And said, I've always had this in the back pocket. Freya's nuts, no one knows. This could be an opportunity depending on if the Jade Dragons catch it out.
And really, there's been no nerfs towards the Freya outside of that Telkine's nerf. And there's potential where she doesn't really need that item, so it's not really a massive nerf for her. She's in a fine spot, and I think Freya kind of fits perfectly with what the Ferrymen want to do. I actually like the idea of Freya. Gives them a little bit of that magical damage that they may be lacking. And the other opportunities really aren't there. The other opportunities are mage solo, which Hades is a possibility. Have we seen too much Hades from Baskin recently? Kind of.
I'm going to leave the predictions up to my analysts. However, when talking about Cyclone Spin and some interesting picks, he has played set ADC in the past. I will remind everyone that has been a thing. I'm not smart enough to
You
tell
still
you.
remember, you're a good analyst.
You want to swap seats?
I sure don't. I am comfortable where I am right now. I'm letting you fellas think, and I'm just riding the wave. The Jade Dragons here, Hazer, with one more pick in their top 3. What would you like to see?
I feel like it has to be. I know the Hachiman priority pick. I feel like it has to be the Ganesh. I feel like you've got to get that counter into the Sobek. It's the thing that's looks best.
Risky.
But no,
I just
they're
keep healing
willing
us up.
to let the Ganesh
Like,
drop.
they can't
Hachiman is the third
let
pick,
me
get
do
most
this,
comfortable. They obviously feel like
or else
PDM
me and
has
the Whale
somebody
are
else
just
in
going to
the
be
back
full
pocket.
health.
And they took a lot of time for that. They were probably going
But if
back
they
and
don't
forth between
engage,
that Ganesh and that Hachiman.
they can't.
I do still like the Hachiman because Koz
Stop
has
this!
stuck out with this Hachi. But again, we've seen them in this spot before. Sobek available. They have the opportunity for Ganesh. They don't
get
go
the
for
up-watch.
it.
Nice!
They still have to ban it. A high possibility they do because that's the first game they lost. But what is Mike going to go to after this? The emoji is something we've seen a little bit. I still don't mind the idea of a get because of the game's
Nice.
going late. But a lot of these just get really, really messed up by the Sobek.
Yeah, the Afro was an obvious ban. They don't want Mike going back to that. You
I'm
don't want
mashing my
Amon or a
B key
Hachiman
so hard.
equipped with that Aphrodite kiss.
Doesn't
I can
help,
see
but
why that was a takeaway. But focusing out Baskin is going to be the play. The
But I
Odin,
want it to.
the Sun Wukong. And, you know, if we're looking at picks of past, of course, a completely different meta. But remember, there was a time when Baskin was absolutely owning with things like the Hercules, right? Just dominating. Those pulls were consistent. Haven't seen Herc in quite some time, but hey, it's game number 5. Your World's Finals chances are on the line, and that could definitely be an opportunity. It's not as if the Thor was a poor play. It just, they found an answer to it. The Jade Dragons were able to shut that pick down.
It could be the advanced GG. But is anyone else's heart just pumping a little bit extra?
A little bit.
This is great.
I wanna feel,
Nice.
I want to feel
My
like
heart?
I'm not alone in this right now because the weight of that.
That's what's at stake.
Oh,
no.
Wait.
What?
Boo. Wait, oh, it's doing the SpongeBob thing. There you go, J-Mac.
Did it happen?
Nobody let him
What was
do
it?
man
Did it
anyway
happen?
with that broom.
He was
Did they
backwards,
pick
so
a
that's
mage?
the reverse sweep. Capri, I missed it on the way
He's
through
with the
here for
crab.
PBM. Sino takes a deep breath. Hazer.
Oh, there it is.
He called it.
Oh, there's
I
the
was hoping we
Freya.
could just set ADC, but Trelly a lot
Capri
smarter than me. Hazer, take your
gaming.
pick. Capri, Freya, ADC, where do you want to start?
It's interesting. Capri, I love it with the Maman. Maman wants to get in there, blow her whole kit, and get straight into the backline. You use the dash for damage, and you go deep. But the Maman will be mid, the Erlang in the jungle as well. Both great targets for the Capri res. On the other side, Freya, fantastic matchup into Capri. She has huge AoE autos. He struggles to get away. Once those slows connect onto him, the Freya just wails on him and absolutely crushes him.
And to double down on your Freya Khepri matchup, Sobek into Khepri is nasty for this Khepri. The positioning is going to have to be perfect. Probably a beads coming out from Mike, maybe a Magi if he really doesn't want to afford for those beads early game. But a lot of this is on Mike because Khepri's the one that's got to keep his team alive. That's his one job. And when your entire team is doing this sort of dive style comp, Mike is the one that's going to still have to be frontlining a little bit. He's the one that's going to have to put himself maybe out of position a little bit. And into this Sobek, into this kind of blow it up style comp where who's ever getting plucked, that's who they want to focus. It's going to be difficult for Mike to actually live in a lot of these fights. So his positioning is going to be huge for them.
All right, I know that I called out the Freya pick and I said that it was something Cycler could go to. I know, but let's not forget that Freya takes a bit to get on
healing.
Right? She is not going to come out of the gate swinging. She's not going to have that late game level 20 Freya damage right away. It takes time to build. They have tools. The Styx Ferrymen have tools to bridge that gap. The Sobek is always great early on. Good beads burn. The Rat can sort of match that as well. And of course, Paul and Set usually is going to have that good positioning. But it's going to take a bit to ramp up. And with an Amaterasu, you'd think objective focus, right? Their objective shred is going to take a bit to get online. They can't just go to the first Gold Fury they see. I think they're going to have to play this early game a bit slow.
And on top of that, this Freya is going to struggle when it gets to that late game. Who's going to be peeling for her? Yep. Sobek's going to be diving. Set's going to be diving. Rat's going to be diving. Maybe the Ama's going to be sitting back a little bit and playing to peel, but then that's not really following through with the comp. So, as you said, Freya, she gets to that late game, she'll be doing damage. Right. But can she live long enough to get that damage off?
Yeah, I'm not sure that Freya can deal with a Bellona any better than a physical hunter can. I feel like Nika's going to be right on top of her, running her down and causing her problems on stock. The other concern I have about this Ferryman comp is, where do they have pressure? Bellona versus Emma. I've got the Bellona mid lane. I've got the Man and the Erlang. Duo lane is huge pressure for Khepri and Hachi, man. They're going to absolutely run this lane. I want to see Purple Buff invades, leaving Nika to run the solo side of the map.
Use your
I want to see
abilities
Jade Dragons run this down.
One more thought here, fellas. Hazer, Dragons, Ferryman.
And a few of them have escape options.
Inbound.
Whether that's just reverse sweep,
Dragons.
Strelly?
They're both so good. Let's go Dragons.
A wise paper salesman once said, I wish I knew I was in the good old days when I was in them. Let me tell everyone, let me key you in. This moment is the good old days. We are in a clash of Titans of last year against the Dragons of this year. There are forces of history at work. Players who have been reverse swept in semifinals and players who have been to 4 grand finals in a row. This is our first of 2 semifinals here today. And last year I talked before the show a lot about the pillars of worlds. What makes these events and these moments so special? It's the fans, the energy, the playmakers, and moments exactly like this. So let me implore you, if you are here in the stadium, if you are at home watching, take a deep breath and soak in moments like this. It is Game 5, it is Dragons,
was that a deep enough breath for you?
And it's your caster to take us home.
Thanks so much, Dave. And again, it's great to be here for this one.
That was terrible, and I apologize to
I
you.
ask
Your
you,
voice, but also,
of course, I want to ask the crowd that's here. I think I know the answer, but I am curious. We're in Game 5. Who is rooting for the Styx
Game
Ferrymen?
5. I'm rooting for good Smite, and I'd say we've had quite a bit of it already today. There's still another set after this. If it goes to Game 5, I will once again have to cut the stream short.
Is that allowed?
I will, whether or not I have to do that, I will get, you know, whatever VOD highlights I have to do. They'll be up tonight.
And Mifflin, it comes down to this. Now, it was interesting, and I want you to dissect this. Hazer, who went over how he liked almost everything the Dragons had, much more than the Ferrymen, still then voted for the Ferrymen. So break that down for me.
I gotta break down Hazer's thought process? I don't know, man. I mean, it really is just, the Styx Ferrymen were the favorite coming into this event, a very clear favorite. I mean, I had them against the field.
I think I know who the favorite is right now.
I mean, there's a fan favorite and then the analyst favorite, the bookie favorite. Styx Ferrymen, of course, holding that title. Super team. And playing some of their signature picks. Paul, back to the set. Cyclone spin, busting out the Freya. All of it culminating here in a Game 5. But the Jade Dragons, I mean, how difficult do you think it is for the Ferrymen
The
to play
freaking
to a crowd
totems.
like this
Oh my god.
when they're on reverse sweep point with worlds on the line? I mean, the Jade Dragons just have so much momentum. I think Hazer's just wrong to vote.
Right now, that momentum needed. It's been doing well. And there's, man, Myth, there's just so much to look at. There's so much. I'm like a kid in a candy store with everything that's out there because the thing that catches my eye right now, it's a roar. Who's getting low? You need something to close him. But Coast too low to go in. They force him to play calm. Pull back the reins just enough to keep him there. But that showcases, again, another point from the desk. You've got the Sobek, yes, but the Freya doesn't give you the pressure. That's all Mike and Coast in control.
And I'm not sure if the desk fully broke down just what this Erlong Shen mid's gonna look like in a set. It's been a while since we've seen this matchup. Dardes is gonna have a lot of
Wait, I didn't process until just now that this is Erlong mid. Hold on. The fuck?
It's pretty difficult.
Dardes, what are you doing? So there are just 4 solo laners. So there are just 4 solo laners in this game.
Through the jungle. I mean, Nika is playing the crowd. The Jade Dragon's got a lot going on here.
Well, we'll see.
There are just 4
gonna be
solo
backing up
laners.
just a little bit here.
The fuck?
I'm anxious to watch this. The special replay for the crowd.
The replay of the totem kill. Hey, at least it's not a replay while the game is ending.
Dude, he is doing his job. And right now, that job is to control Basket. He did it all the last game. And now it's working well. Banished from Cyclone, level 3 for the Freya. But a successful purple buff invade. Now Slows coming out from the shots with not a lot of follow-up. So the Ferrymen have to leave that one behind. But you had mentioned it. We know who the fan favorite is. We can talk about this Bologna. What it provided last game, what it's going to provide this game.
I mean, it has a better matchup in the ADC this time around than last time. It's not often your opponent Hunter lets you know when they're allowed a ranged auto attack. I'll disarm then. That's what I'm going to aim for it. So Nika, clear target and Cyclone spin. Going to be hunting him down in that back line. Just hunting Baskin now.
Goes in for the ult, gets Baskins in response, ult for ult trade. But it does mean the totem over towards the Dragons. And control of this lane remains over there. Now Coast on left, goes in, does not get the stun, but is looking for the autos to knock up. Might be it from Aurora.
Incoming? Here it is, under the tower, but the Scarab's blessing.
Chasing her down, but no mana to work with. And the Dragons
Insane.
Man, Mike perfectly timed there. Sino not even able to close that gap. The Jade Dragons. This is where the bleed began last game as well for these early invades, these hyper-aggressive early plays. Already, it's starting to stack up. I didn't even realize Goose Eggs, but it's the Jade Dragons in control.
It feels like there's so much already. And but Myth, like you said, and very much like last game, 1,200, 1,300 gold, Lasbra. Again, a little presence on left. The Maman, I'll admit, I was wondering if it was going to be Maman jungle, Maman mid, but now Maman for Lasbra, something that we've seen from this team most of the time go towards Dardes. What does he need to do, especially since we've seen Sinos looking for some aggression, looking to get involved somewhere? Where can Lasbra find his pressure?
I mean, Lasbra is waiting for the 2-item power spike. Could be right here. Sino should just be fine. No way Dardes can catch him. Blink forced defensively all the while. Farm continues to go to the Jade Dragons. Make that 4
Fucking
totems
crowd
in a
with the
row.
totem.
The Styx Ferryman.
Oh my god.
Find their footing.
This is
Where
great.
does Lasbra need to go? I mean, wherever the farm is.
It's fucking
It's not
stupid
his
and
job
ridiculous.
To establish
I love
pace
it.
right now. That's completely in Sino's wheelhouse. Lasbra's scaling.
I thought that sentence was going a very different way when you started farm. But it is still pretty much exactly the same sentiment. So they fall back. And where's the farm? Right now it's on their side of the map. But they could be going for invades. Purple buff was targeted by the Dragons last time. Seems like they're going to be willing to let this go. Seems like blue buff as well going to land on its home for both sides. As a small reset from the Jade Dragons. Myth,
Ward coverage
6 minutes in, despite the aggression. Yeah, wards, no kills on the board because of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to go for these invades. Seems to me the Styx Ferryman realized exactly where that loss started to begin in the previous match, and it was that first rotation of blue and purple simultaneous invades matched up immediately again afterward. Man, Nika is actually dominating this lane right now. That's 5 totems in a row. Ridiculous. That's a lot of gold starting to stack up. 1, not a big deal. 2, not that crazy. 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, all of a sudden, that's where the gold lead is establishing. in favor of the Jade Dragons.
Yeah,
He's doing
I mean,
it
it's
all
a
from solo
2K
lane.
gold
Almost
lead,
2,000
mostly
in their
from
favor.
totems.
Cyclone
No
forced
one
to use
has
the ban,
gotten a
shots
kill
going,
yet.
trading back and forth. Doesn't seem like the Dragons want to continue their pursuit. So they'll let Cyclone live for this one. Bees just now come up for the Freya. They haven't been able to put him under too much pressure. Root, though, and maybe some follow. Oh my god, the damage from Cozy
Cyclone
might
is
like
very
this. The dash back.
lucky, maybe not so lucky. No, he'll be able to get away. Okay, not lucky because he had ult.
Extra
But
damage on the Cyclone, but not quite.
oh, that could have
kill.
gone so
Aurora
badly.
Does his best zoning. Make
That
sure
could have
that
gone
it stays
so badly.
0-0 as we approach 7.
Talk about PBM's trigger discipline there. He's watching his ADC ride a horse into a tower and says, I know he's just fine.
Oh, Sino knocked up damage. Good.
Oh, first blood.
For a second, Paul has to run away.
And you don't want that in this match, in jungle in general, but especially not in this kind of a matchup as an early game against a snowballer.
Because his initiator is already there. Dardes has the taunt every single time. Sino just caught out. Damage output from Lazra comes too quickly. And Nika notches his 6. It's like Lazra's taking a play from Sino's book in the build.
Falls back. He's doing exactly what he needs. Control across the board right now in favor of the Dragons. Experience though, Mifflin, not getting too far out of control. 9-8 for Lazra. 10-9 for Dardes. Yeah, the gold is getting a little out of hand. 2,000 experience, but 2,700 gold in the pockets for the Jade Dragons.
I mean, that is starting to balloon.
2,000 XP is not a big deal because across the board that has you 2 levels behind, 3 levels behind, but support's not as relevant
is
in that.
ridiculous. You've got an auto attacker mid. Vaporage Coast Heavenly Banner
Right, you're 3 levels behind in total, but levels are not as important as items anyway.
An assassin mid. I think the Jade Dragons, should they find an opportunity, group up, force a fight?
Usually.
You know your dive
Obviously,
is
5 is a
relatively
huge
safe,
power
so long as
spike.
Mike is nearby, and he's always
15
gonna be
for
there if
supports
you're
and
fighting
20
on the Ultra side of
for
the map.
non-supports. You know,
Jade Dragons need to
big
buy
power spikes.
2 more minutes, continue to extend the lead the exact same way, and I think we're looking at an early goal.
Mike right now, as well as the rest of Duo, could be something. Solo. Actually, despite how much control has gone
crowd
over
goes
towards
crazy
Nika,
for
he's
Totem.
the second to hit level 10. Sebastian finding farm wherever he can scrounge for it right now. Just pick it up, but look at Dardes rotating in Aurora, stunned out, good damage, pin, forces out the ult. They've got the shred, oh man! Do they have the shred? The dash creates the distance. How long till pin? How long till backup? Sino blinks in. The Dragons abruptly pull back, play safe, but Mifflin, they show the amount of pressure, the amount of shred that they have available to them.
Great peel from Sino there. Surprised though to see them back up, considering Scare's Blessing still available. Paul should just be fine. Very mobile on this set. No way Lazarus can chase that one out. So a disengage as the Jade Dragons get to count their winnings throughout the early game. 6 Ferrymen, they gotta be thinking to themselves, this is exactly how it went last time around. We gotta find somewhere to stem that bleeding. We need to find someone we can rally around, play that aggression through. But as of now, they don't have any winning lanes. It's not as if Paul can just box Dardes.
Waits for the totem to make the crowd go fucking crazy.
The OG Freya build that we're used to seeing. It's Griffin Wing first slot, now starting to move in towards some of those rings. It's going to be a little while until she deals sizable damage or has the life.
Griffling is interesting on Freya. I know that there was a version of the build for a while where you would skip your starter and go Griffin Wing. Obviously, this isn't that version of the build because A, he didn't skip starter, and B, that build was done on physical hunters, not Freya.
Breaks, not go for the invade yet. Ward coverage, you had already mentioned it. Blue, just straight line across the map, a little bit towards the Dragons.
But hear me out. Ward coverage is great. Generally, it's the team ahead that has more wards on map. That's a lot of gold spent that the 6 Ferrymen don't have. They're already down.
Yep.
And the Jade Dragons, I mean, they're not really concerned with their warding. It's mostly hyper deep wards in the enemy jungle.
That's because the Dragons know where their enemies are. It's right in front of them whenever they need it. It's in their sights when they want them. At least for now. But we have to look at the other side. 6 Ferrymen again, where their pressure is. Right now it's around green buff. Nick's playing with the crowd's hearts. And keeping them for himself, but it's going to be aggression around the oracles where maybe things are making a big difference. Paul playing it safe. They've secured their own green buff, keeping things alive. But again, Mifflin The Dragons, and you had kind of alluded to this, we're in Game 5. This is a high-pressure scenario. Winner, you go straight to the finals, you feel great. Loser, you're done, and everything, the season, comes to an end for you. So you have to make these calls. Careful. Do you invade on green buffs? Do you invade around these blues? And right now, the Dragons, despite an almost 3,000 gold lead, are still playing control. 1 kill up, just shy of 12 minutes into the game.
1 kill up to none. That's not really the same as just being, oh,
They're 1 kill, like, no, it's 1 kill to none. It's different.
This next back, that could be what's influencing this lack of gold free play, or maybe it's the beacon spawning up, distracting them. Nobody exactly in position.
Alone on the beacon? No, Paul's there. Okay.
Totem, of course, but also perhaps the beacon.
Looking for a little more. Maybe in left as an entirety. You've got a rotation from Baskin. This could be the numbers advantage you need, but a teleport in from Nika just a little bit late, but it's here in time. Taunt is looking good so far from Dart as brings the Ferryman into some trouble and gets the damage out there. Beacon swings the other way. Chaos team in control.
They're giving up the Beacon.
And the Ferryman know better than to play into this lead. Beacon the way of the Dragons, and again a little bit further on the lead.
Man, Dardez's ultimate there was just ideal. Creates the space, Lazarus comes through, just does so much damage. No one there would pepper any damage in towards him. Then Lazarus is going to become a pretty massive threat shortly. It's a different style from the Jade Dragons, whereas previously it's, let's make sure Dardez gets to the late game. Let's make sure Dardez has the farm. This time around, a lot of that weight does reside with Lazarus and Vaporish Coast, and you can see it even reflected in the build. Dardez isn't itemizing so he can look for 1v1s later on. He's really just going a pretty standard utility build here, and then maybe a bit of damage towards the tail end. That Toxic Blade, real interesting. Gonna have a lot of anti-heal there. Stop Baskin in his tracks, kept Cyclone spin on his life steal. A lot of boxing potential gonna be denied so long as Dardez is nearby.
The control for the Dragons. Across the board, this game, you had already mentioned it, the 6th Dragon on stage. I guess the 7th.
The crowd hates the totem.
To help you out. It's that momentum that is building for them. And Mifflin, it's one thing to carry it from one game to the next, but just carrying it in game right now is impressive. Pyromancer started up. The Dragons are looking at it as best they can. You have to play carefully. Paul, again, can do a lot of damage. We've seen this set, what its success can be. He's 2 levels down. Pyro getting low. They're looking for it.
There goes a roar.
In the process, 1 for objective trade. The bomb still on the ground, not picked up, and the Dragons can't step up to the Ferryman as they retreat under their tier 1.
The Jade Dragons, that's perhaps worth. Aurora's still off the map. You can just rotate towards the Gold Fury. You know Cyclone's nowhere to be seen.
Cyno has ult. The rest of the team looping around, looking for what they can skewer. Maybe a little bit early. Dragons get themselves the Gold Fury.
Wow.
They don't want any more than that. When they draw the line, start to fall back. Might be able to catch Cyno out. Tier 1's going to go down.
Heads up.
You've got Paul. You've got Baskin still playing aggressive. They know better. And instead, 4,000 gold towards the Dragons. The Pyromancer helps a little bit, but it is a drop in the ocean.
It really is. Experience hasn't exactly moved, but gold continues its trajectory towards the Jade Dragons, and this early in the game, so significant. You're hitting massive power spikes now. I've been keeping my eyes on Lazarus' build. Finally, finish up the Divine Ruin. So some anti-heal at play there as Cyno plays spoiler to the soul lane matchup, but no one takes a totem from Nika as he slots his 12th of the game. I mean, he's 50% of the Jade Dragons lead on his own.
He's been controlling. He's been dominating. He did it in game 1. Or I should say game 4. Game 1 is Bologna. Now again in game 5. A lot of pressure. Coast even over on right. And there's no one for them to fight. Instead, most of the Ferrymen are hanging out left side jungle just outside of mid lane, trying to find where their opportunity is going to be. It's tier 1 tower knocked down. And again, a favorable map state here for the Dragons.
The only thing I could see the Styx Ferrymen really leaning on here as far as advantages are concerned is that tier 1 mid tower. They've taken away from the Jade Dragons. That's generally where we see teams start to retreat when neutral objectives start to go sour.
Cyclone got shield, but it's not going to matter.
Back in the duo lane.
Oh.
Smarch away, but maybe just waiting for Lazarus to catch up. Cyclone's going to play it real safe, but look at Cyclone's build. He's not got a whole lot of items, an entire item disparity between him and Coast as it stands. And where does he go in this next slot? Do you want penetration? Do you have to pick up the demonic if that's the case? Do you get lifesteal instead so you can bounce out a little bit? I'd be very curious to see it. It's not often we see that Griffin wing picked up.
I think this Freya is worth talking about, Mifflin. Because, I mean, you've already talked about the matchup into Bologna. Maybe we'll have to hold on to that for a moment. Sino ult forced as Dardes drops his own. Just to get that trade out. But when we go back, rewind in time to June this year, this last year, I guess, 2023. Game 5, what do they need to pull out? The Ferrymen pull out the Freya. That's where it finds a lot of success. Granted, it is a different scope, it's a different game, it's different itemization, but that was something they relied on heavily the last time they won a big championship.
Is this a lane swap? We've got the duo in mid, Dardes is on right, Nika's been on left, and Baskin left wondering what's going on. I think this is the Jade Dragons trying to exploit the Nika versus Cyclone Spin matchup just a little bit earlier on, especially considering Vapourish Coast has already taken out that tier 1 tower. He can't safely farm that lane anymore. So smart decision from the Jade Dragons because Cyclone Spin poses very little threat to Nika.
Yeah, you can silence, or right now, just not stress about it. Cyclone has to fall back. Like you said,
it's a really awkward matchup as Freya.
For everybody on the Dragons with a loop.
Like anyone auto attack based, right, is going to have a little bit more trouble into Bologna, but not to the degree. Like Freya doesn't have abilities.
At least not immediately. Beacon almost fully capped.
You literally don't have abilities for that matchup.
In the back, you don't have Nika to shut him down. Mike takes a ton of damage up front, but now they're turning some of that around. Mike falls back, forced out. On the side is Paul. Beacon halfway capped already in favor of the Dragons. And I don't think the Ferrymen step up any more than they have already. In fact, Nika is going to set them up for some success on the right side of the map. Pyromancer started right after the Beacon gets capped. Dardes leads the way. Woo brings him into the sky, and again, damage is good, but the beads get him out of there. Pyromancer to the Dragons, and the retreat is solid.
Are you seeing how much damage Cyclone Spin's doing in these fights? He's hitting excessively hard right now. Even PBM, what was that, 4 auto attacks, half of his HP. Dardes through the shield, loses half of his own. The Dragons. It's a cheeky play. There's a ward in the pit. There's no way the Ferrymen don't know.
Well, they have to. They're dancing on top of it. The vision's there. Paul teleport in from Baskin Aurora. They're all
here.
Bad. It's
Looks
already
like
half. They're jumping in. It's gonna be up in the
reset.
air. Who can pick it up? Ferrymen take away this fire giant, but they're gonna lose Paul in the process. Revive. They're ready for Dardes, just waiting it out, chasing him down.
Vapourish down.
Traded out one.
Everyone's low.
Fire giant on 4 for the Ferrymen.
They might be able to get this. This is a huge fight for them.
One to fall down, and Dardes with nowhere to run, trying to stay alive the best he can. And oh my God, this 1v1!
He got him!
Oh my God, Dardes!
Dardes is a monster in the
wow.
Has to strip Fire Giant off of one more, but don't let it get lost. The Styx Ferrymen take fire from the Jade Dragons when they had nothing left to take team fights. It was what, 3,000-4,000 down, swinging back to the Styx Ferrymen. Fire Giant on the duo lane, your ADC's got it. That is a massive fumble from the Dragons.
Now you have to play careful. What can the Ferrymen do? The good news, Mifflin, while you've got Fire Giant, and like you said, it's on your carry, Freya's not necessarily known for her tower pushing capabilities. Still better than nothing. You've got it on Sino. That might be a big threat.
Yeah,
but can they find that opening? Can they really keep that rolling into something?
I don't know that they can continue to push. As you said, it's that structure damage that's going to struggle having a magical hunter, but I think PvP damage tends to follow wherever Cyclone Spin's been. His damage output in these last few team fights has just been ridiculous, and now starting to pick up.
Also, the Mage Hunters are perfectly capable of tower shredding. I have no idea why they always say this on Smite casts. It drives me crazy every time.
Cyclone Spin's the one hitting him. And this Fire Giant has effectively delayed the game. The Styx Ferrymen, they were never exactly trying to end this quickly. They wanted the game to go long. The Jade Dragons, they were on a really good pace themselves, but now they spin their wheels while Fire Giant wears off.
You've got time. I mean, if you're the Dragons, this is exactly what you want. You just want the buff to disappear, and you want to maintain as much of a gold lead as you can in the process. Unfortunately, some of that's going to get stripped away even further. Fury started. It should be a pretty simple pickup right now for Cyclone Spin and Baskin. Yeah, Mike, as well as Dardes, fall back. So the Ferrymen not only picking up the Fury, they get a tier 1 on left.
They're
and
back.
Mifflin, they are right back in this game.
I mean, that is perhaps the most catastrophic fall in the charts there. The Jade Dragons had so much control, and then all of a sudden, one fell swoop, one overextension to the Fire Giant. Didn't realize there was a standard ward in the pit. The Six Frame and punish him massively. I don't think they can get too much more done
like
from
that
here.
sometimes.
You can maybe hang out for the Pyromancer respawn.
This
but
is
you're not
still
moving into
anyone's
his
set.
structures. Put a runic bomb in pocket.
It'll be in this
Sino's
game.
Pocket, and he can leverage that global presence for safety. Start split pushing himself, distract the Jade Dragons. It's not as if there's really any one of the Dragons that can just stop Sino in his tracks. I like that play from the Ferryman. Keep your eyes on Cyclone Spin. That's generally where the Ferryman like to play now. If he starts to move over towards right, that's where the aggression's going to be. If he goes left, it's right back to farming. It seems to me, Ferryman happy with the pace, content with bringing it back to even.
I know earlier you had said that it seemed like a pretty standard utility build from Dardes, but right now, I mean, the Shred, when he is in front of insert tank here, it is going to just absolutely melt through them, and it feels like he has been a huge point that has kept the Dragons in this lead and in a controlling position so far in this game.
Massive kin size diff there for our boy Dardes, just dominates basically in that fight, but he doesn't have burst damage. It looks really good when he's fighting another tank. Wait till a damage dealer gets near him. That's where he's going to start to struggle a little bit. Wait till Cyclone Spin's looking at him, or even to a certain extent Paul at this point, as he's starting to hit some pretty significant power spikes himself. Heartseeker finished up.
Yeah,
a little bit more
a set with
penetration,
Heartseeker
one level
Crusher.
off
That's
of having that Sundering Axe.
it's a pretty big
gonna
power
be really
spike.
difficult as this game goes on for Dardes to apply auto attacks. Generally, Erlong Shen devolves into I'm going to initiate, then I'm going to get out.
All right, now he's going to initiate, and he's going to get out. Does exactly what you call for. It's Nika's ult that gets used with Cyclone Spin in trade. Now Pyromancer pulled by the Dragons, already half. You have to be careful around these objectives. It's going to be 50-50. They drop it. The Ferrymen are more than happy to just pick that one up. Finally, completely dropped off. I'm going to slowly pick up Dragons, secure themselves. The Pyromancer for Lasper. Oh my god, Lasper on the side. His health
Where's he
bar
going?
low, has to play safe, has the res from Mike, but someone's got a proc it, and he walks right into a roar and gets the pull he needs to stay alive. But Dardes, by himself, surrounded by 5 sharks in the water. They smell blood, but he's got the distance. The mink form gets him pretty far out of there. Now he just has to keep on running. And if anything, he's pulling him out of here. I can't believe it, he's still alive, and he's turning some of the fight. Needs something.
Oh my god.
Turtle keeps him going. He's fighting 4. He gets a lot of damage out there for a guy who is low.
A roar doesn't need to fall here. It would have been massive for the Six Ferrymen. Just a desync to death.
That
They
is
do exactly
insane.
that. Dardes buys a lot of time, Gore. It looks really cool, but he buys time for the Fire Giant to respawn before he dies. This now puts the Six Ferrymen in a much better position if they want to move into the Fire Giant pit, establish defensive positioning, or even pull it, because there's still 30 seconds on his respawn. Had Dardes just died much sooner, he might have been alive for the respawn.
Now you're in dangerous territory. So 30 seconds. Little shy. Titans, right side of the map. And now 15 seconds, and Dardes will be back on the board. Cyclone Spin showing what his damage can do, and can it burn a Fire Giant? Slow rolling for the Ferryman right now.
I mean,
Nika
can it burn a
leading the
Fire
way.
Giant?
Room
Yes.
at
Is it
least
going to
controls a
here?
little bit. But you've got to be cautious. They can jump in. Sino up to the sky. They want the fight, and they're looking for Coast. They've got him.
I was going to say
already
strong
low.
maybe, and
Mike
then they
needs to do something.
disengaged
He
it.
doesn't have the ult. He doesn't have the save, and that's the carry for the Dragons. Already gone solo, being chased out. Nika, nothing to work with here. The burn is good. Forced to ult away, and the Dragons have to turn tail and run.
Lazarus beads burnt as well. These desynced deaths for the Jade Dragon's gonna make it impossible to defend the Fire Giant. Paul, half HP, Baskin, low but has sustained. Do the Styx Ferryman pull the objective? No. Instead, it's a reset to neutral. Fortunately for the Jade Dragons, a Porsche Coast already fast on the respawn, 20 seconds out. Should be able to get back in towards that pit. Styx Ferryman, they're finding a lot of success in these team fights, but I think it's that ultimate from Mike that's really preventing him from winning out cleanly. They need maybe 2 picks now if they want to look towards that Fire Giant. DPS is good if Irradiate's up. If Cyclone Spin's got his passives fully charged, if his abilities are up, but when they go down, we saw it, the Fire Giant DPS completely stops in its tracks, and that just gives windows to the Jade Dragons to poke their head around the corner and say, all right, well, it's still at around 70%. We don't need to walk in. It's going to be really difficult for the Ferryman to actually knock down the Fire Giant as a whole.
Right now, the biggest concern has been secure. I mean, neither of these squads are controlling it. Sino
got it.
Maybe he had something he wanted to do. Maybe he was just looking, but he doesn't get very far. And that's an ultimate down. Maybe a small window again for the Dragons to try and work with. They got a couple boards in inventory. They got a runic bomb. That might be the best bet right now on securing, at least a little more confidently, a fire giant. But it doesn't seem like that's going to be the way they're going. Instead, separation. Titan on right. Pyromancer's going to spawn in about a minute 30. Fury's over on left. You don't want to vacate the premises, give any advantage to the Ferryman.
Jade Dragon still nursing a small gold lead. That'll give him advantage in vision around the fire giant pit, and maybe upgrading a few of those relics. Otherwise, for the most part, largely even in power levels as far as PvP is concerned. Really keep my eyes on Paul. We haven't had that absolute breakout team fight from him just yet. Instead, it's been consistent consistent prodding from him. It's really kept the Jade Dragons at bay. Initiation seems to be lacking a bit. Nika's been doing a lot with that Eagles rally. Dardes has been doing a lot with his own ultimate, but hasn't been enough damage behind him from the hit pay dirt on some of these kills. Styx Ferryman, aren't they just biding their time? They seem so unconcerned with the fire giant pit, whereas the Jade Dragons, they're always hovering it. All the while, Cyclone spent Primal Fury, next fire giant, a little bit easier.
It's gonna take him a little while to burn it down. But he's gonna get it done nonetheless for his team. Might have to have the full reset. Well, maybe not after he gets the kill. Now, the pressure's going to be on. Pyromancer started by the Dragons. They know they have a numbers advantage, but they only have it for a little bit. Dragons get themselves the Pyro, scoop up the runic bomb, force a roar into his ult. Sino into the back, onto Coast immediately, and forced into the sky by some great autos. Dardes, oh man, Dardes is low. Dardes fighting back as best he can, waiting for his heal. It comes through.
Not the first one, go. Oh man, no. You can't lose it like that.
From that team fight and still on the retreat. Paul, Aurora, the only one standing. Jade Dragons forego the fire giant instead. Tier 1 tower in mid, tier 2 as well. Can you knock down a Phoenix? 30 seconds on nearest respawn. Paul can slow him down. I think it's tier 2 to fire.
Pushing forward. Like you said, there's a defense.
Well, they
Watch
want
the Dragons positioning. They move forward. Skewer actually gets a lot done. Watch Paul carefully and what he's going to do, because he might be the person to play spoiler if they can find it. Phoenix needs to be the target. Low health bars. For some of the Dragons, no way are they marching forward. Yes, they fall back. If they pump the brakes. 5 seconds for Cyclone, 7 for Baskin, 10 for Sino. Fire Giant seems to be on the horizon, but they might not get to it in time because they're health bars.
Jade Dragons learned from their mistakes just earlier on. Don't approach the Titan itself, but still, it's a long stay, and Baskin, he's got ultimate.
Now finds the stun on the Mike. Oh my god, the damage into him. He's plucked back immediately into the waiting arms of Paul, but they don't have the lockdown. They don't have
I didn't
the
get
kill.
Mike. Dude, that's insane.
Don't gain what they need.
Ferrymen are just falling apart.
Fire giant pit itself, excuse me, Ferrymen. Jade Dragons have to work their way back in. Lasbra, low HP. He's got to be real careful.
Got to be careful. Nika coming around the side, whooped at the perfect time, but is it the perfect time? No, it is not. The Dragons take the fire giant. And
Wow.
Hiding away, does get taken down, but Cyclone Aurora, they're incredibly low. Baskin is gonna get killed off. Just one.
Wow.
And the Dragons have that 9-5, 2 off the board, and the fire giant on 4.
40 seconds on respawn. Fire
Fucking
giant
hell.
looks good. Mid Phoenix already removed. Styx Ferryman.
Was that EFG? I don't think it was.
And now they're one step away from getting knocked out of the tournament. Watch Sino. He's got the flank. You gotta stop Coast.
Gotta do a lot here, and the pressure is on for the Ferryman's jungler. No ult to his name, and the Dragons slowly marching towards the Titan room, slowly dealing the damage they need to.
Oh no.
Losing this fight. Coast revived right now. Mike
50%.
going massive. They need a little bit more, and they just do not have it. Nika.
They don't have what they need. Oh, Nika, wait.
And he gets the kill, and the Revitalize, the winds in their sails. They have to fall back. But Mifflin.
Wow.
And they're gonna get heat checked.
Wow.
He's still
With
alive.
fire. Oh my god! They turned that around on the Sino. They're gonna kill all.
That's gonna be it. That's gonna be it.
Right here. And Mifflin. Oh my god, the Jade Dragons. The Jade Dragons.
They can't stop this.
They've done everything they needed, and they're
They can't stop this.
Nika, how have you done it? You
No way! Aurora going for the ego kill on the enemy support, by the way.
The crowd, woo, they're telling you what they wanted.
Crazy.
Look at them on their feet. And energy, a reverse sweep for the Jade Dragons.
That guy is a monster. You've heard his name chanted this entire set, and he has earned every bit of it. Mika,
Wow.
it's the solo lane. He should be able to do it all on his own, but that's exactly what he brings.
Man, what a hell of a run from the Ferrymen this year. They have not lost a set since October, but here, January 13th, mark it down. It's the day the Dragons got their reverse sweep and move forward to the finals. Myth. I mean, a hell of a run. And those first two games, I mean, we had a 56-minute game one where they lose. You think mental boom after that. I mean, it's hard to have tenacity. After an incredibly successful year, we say goodbye to the Ferrymen, but I am looking forward to what this Dragons team has to offer.
And if you even watch that last team fight back on paper, it's all good for the Ferrymen. Mika shouldn't be able to do what he does with 5% HP. He lives forever. Scourge heals. It doesn't heal like that.
I think J-Max got your broom.
That's insane.
Sweep it up. The reverse sweep, man. Insane, insane energy. There it is. Whew. That one's a little sturdier than the last one, huh?
Yeah, keep hitting you off this one.
He's gonna reverse sweep. Well, that's gonna do it for myself and Miv. That closes out this set. We'll go over to the stage where Kelly's got Nika standing by.
Thank you so much, guys. Give it
All right,
up for
chat.
Nika, everyone!
Overlay back up. Throw this in the corner. I will be right back. Gonna go refill my water.
To be down 2 games and then to reverse sweep
And then we'll
the
play a
first
game or two
seeded
of Arena.
team. How are
or
you
3.
feeling
Actually,
right
no, we
now?
probably have time for a Conquest
It's
game,
emotional
to be fair.
because that's a team that's like reverse swept us like a few times and just what can't describe it, honestly.
I don't know. We'll figure out what we're gonna do when I come back. Right now, I'm gonna go get water.
They got us back into it, and we just knew that we messed up like game 1 and 2, and we had it, and we just calmed down, so just have fun, go out there and just close the games out. And I'm so proud of all of us, like. And the crowd, like, that is crazy. Keep it up, and we're winning the whole thing.
Guys. Nika, you deserve all the love in the world right now. And I feel like you and I are going to get a little too emotional if we keep this going. So real quick, any final words that you have for the fans right here?
Just thank you. Like, it's the biggest privilege ever, like, playing in front of you guys. And also respect to the Ferrymen. Like, they're the best team. We view them as, like, the best team and a team we respect a lot. And it's just very special for us to, like, finally overcome, like, beating them. Like, the whole year they've had our number, and it feels good to, like, the last opportunity to just get the win, especially a reverse sweep. Like, what the fuck?
Nika, thank you so much for joining me here. Good luck tomorrow in the grand finals. And everyone, one more time for Jade Dragons and Nika. Let's head back to the desk.
If there's ever a time for a one F-bomb of the broadcast, fellas, that might be it right there. Whew. I'm glad we got out of there.
Not a dry eye in the building.
I was going to say, I've cried on broadcast once already this year. It was about to be a second time if we came to us in the middle of that.
Yep.
How can you not love the emotion of esports? That is unbelievable. Where does that happen? A game 5 like this, and you can see how much it means to Nika and overcoming the reverse sweep curse that they have faced in the past. And now we'll move on to the grand finals. Job's not done, they got one more. It was a long road to get there, but in a game 5 victory for the Jade Dragons, there were plenty of Steel Series moments of glory for us to look back upon. Hazer, I'm gonna start with you. How do we get here for the Jade Dragons?
Oh, Nika doing what he did the whole game. Totems of glory. Goes up, goes down, and you heard the crowd going wild every single time. And Nika took that energy and he continued to dominate. He dominated the lane, he dominated the totem, and he dominated Baskin in the final 3 games of this set.
Welcome to Walmart.
And I do think a little bit
Population
actually
14
comes
packs
from
of
the totem.
Skittles,
Like,
a dolphin,
that is momentum, and that is
Western
just energy that you
ostrich.
build off of as a player. And you can tell that they took the crowd's
Let's
energy
give
and they
Solo
used it for
ADC.
themselves.
Let's do
Yes,
some
they were the ones
wacky
playing,
shit.
but really the crowd did
play
help
for-
them and keep them in this game and in this set.
Figure out what we're gonna do. I could just play
Can't
the
be
whale. I
understated
could just play
how
whale.
important
Not as
that
ADC,
is.
I guess. I could just play the whale.
Every single time it cuts to these moments of glory since Nika, it's like, how is he doing this? This entire 30 seconds that's going to happen, how is he not dying? How is he
Alright, we got
killing?
Solo.
How is he doing all this?
He had 2,500 people
Now,
chant
how
his
hard
name.
do I
That's
want
how
to
he did it.
win?
What are you talking
That's the
about?
question.
I know
He literally
exactly how he did
Phoenix
it.
here.
I know exactly how he did it.
Nika deserves every ounce of credit we're heaping upon him.
Oh, of course.
However, this man also stays alive thanks to his front line, thanks to his play on field. Trelly, I think Vaporish Coast steps up in a big way at the end of Game 5.
No doubt. I mean, this was a set that we started off kind of criticizing Coast about these builds, about these plays. You know, the first 2 games were Ferryman-centric, and they needed a bounce back. They needed a mindset change. They needed to stay positive. There was a lot that the Jade Dragons needed just to win one. Let's not gloss over the reverse sweep for a second, just to win one. And then once that one kill happened, once that one game win happened, all the momentum was just sucked out of this arena and funneled into the Jade Dragons.
And when we hit this Game 5, we didn't even have a second to talk about where these gods were going to be going. Dart is on this Erlang.
Yeah, Erlang mid.
Erlang mid at
40K.
Worlds, Game 5, something we have not seen since like October or something. And this is a god that he specifically likes into set. No other reason does he play this Erlang. He only likes it into set. And it was a sick pick.
Yeah, I think what it came down to in the end, we talk about best of 5s, we talk about how deep they go, how deep your god pool has to be.
We'll play
and
Nike.
it was depth of strategy. They
Play
flex
Nike.
them a man into the jungle, put the Erlang in mid, and it looks
Look at that.
incredible. And
Wow.
there they are. I bet they're so glad to see that. Jade Dragons
Nike and
awaiting
Kuzenbo
their
mirrors, huh?
opponent in the final
This'll
of the
be a
Smite World
game.
Championship.
And you know what? I do have to give credit to Frog. On the pre-desk, not the original desk, the pre-desk segment, he did predict the 3-2 and the Jade Dragons in the finals. He was the only one. Shout out to Frog.
A lot of happy Jade Dragons fans to see that graphic. One more game. The Oni Warriors in the Leviathans will play later on today. It is 5:45 Central Time, and we have another best of 5 semifinal to go.
I had to lose the jacket in that game.
We're gonna have cosplay. I mean, we got stuff sandwiching the 2 semifinals here today. The Smite World Championship.
Nope, stuff
is
sandwiched
absolutely
by the
loaded
semifinals.
with awesome stuff. Heart breaks a bit for the Ferrymen. That is a talented team of players. That is a team.
Yeah, that was just
that
really
rides with
unfortunate.
their emotion, and I want to give them their love as
But
well. Hell of a
after the
season for them.
cosplay stuff, we
But
get
the
to
Jade
see
Dragons,
Meme
the
Lord,
ones that
Supreme Lord
stand
play.
strong.
Hopefully, doing fun
Congratulations
shit.
to everyone who just watched that. You've watched one of the best Smite sets of all time, and don't you forget
That was incredible.
The Jade Dragons in 5 go to the grand finals, our second semifinal of the day. Remember, that's Oni Warriors and Leviathans. That's happening a little bit later. Between the two, coming up next, we're going to have some cosplay. You don't want to miss it. Stick around.
I could go the funny build. Right, we can go Infused Sigil with like all of the damaging items. Alright, I asked in the Smite Discord, should I play attack speed Nike for the memes? Someone said yes. We're gonna go full tank attack speed though. That's the thing. We're gonna go into Phalanx, I guess. And if we're going attack speed, I guess we could go berries. Alright. It's gamer time. My shit's like the best, right? Yes. But for the 2, which is instant, no matter what you do. screwing the startup a little bit, but in a way that still works. Hello. I don't like that he screwed the startup that way, but he sure did. And no, we're not on quick. I thought I saw it on quickcast. The fuck? So the problem with deciding to do this is that I'm doing this in the mirror, which means that I'm going to get disarmed a lot. Wow, okay. Yeah, and she just took way less damage than me. That's unfortunate. I actually an ass load of farm to this. Yep. Got it. Alright, I'm gonna have to back early. She still has fucking potions left. Are you serious? Like, I'm hitting her as much as she's hitting me. Does that give more fucking procs than mine does? 20 versus 10, yep. This sucks. This is, as we gamers say, poopy doo-doo fart. That's fine. And it's not. That's fine. I'm gonna wonder where the fuck she is. She probably backed you. Understandable. Have a nice day. Fuck it. I got a big shield. What do you got? Big shield. Damn it. That's tragic. Do I go triple shield on this build? Wait a minute. Actually, hold on. Does this build want to go triple shield? Because that would be hilarious if I did that.
Welcome back, everyone, into the venue as we get to one of my favorite times of the year. We jump in towards the cosplay, and of course, every time that we get into this, the cosplay show in general is just one of my favorite moments and something that I am incredibly excited
Why
for.
is she doing that much more than me, though? Why does she do that much more damage?
Cosplayer, right? Because we rocked it last year, and it looked fantastic. And now, I guess I can ask this pseudo red carpet style. Who are you wearing?
I'm wearing.
Who are you wearing?
That was announced yesterday.
Announced yesterday. If you
glorious
haven't seen that,
sentence.
then you're definitely going to want to check that out. It has been, again, a beautiful skin. And I have to say, the work in the armor, so maybe a peek behind the scenes, my wife recently started working on her first foam armor cosplay. And now having seen what has to go into that, this becomes way, 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 way more impressive when it was already really impressive.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of foam work, and then I got to do some 3D
My shit's
modeling
about to
and
get jacked.
printing with resin for the first time to get some of these details.
never mind,
and the
we're good.
spikes and the teeth and everything. So it's just applying all those different skill sets to make something that you really like.
And I'm just geeking out. I'm sorry, but I'm kind of a little
okay,
curious.
the last one's
which is,
1.5 times.
How was it
Got
like working with like the fur and everything to kind of get that involved as well?
I'm using faux fur, so I found this really great realistic looking faux fur though. I've had several people ask me about that, but the fur gets everywhere when you cut it, when you sew it, it's everywhere. So a lot of lint rolling, a lot of tape, and a lot of sneezing.
Well, I can tell a lot of sneezing. Well, I will say it looks fantastic, and again, you get to rock a new skin, which is something that a lot of people out there aren't going to be able to do. The thing they will be able to do, though, is look fantastic. I've seen some of them around the venue, and it is, I mean, seriously, like jaw-dropping. Every single year, it just feels like it gets better and better. And as you know, I'm sure, and of course people at home know, it's a lot of hard work to get to this point.
It is, and a lot of passion. Like just seeing them out on the red carpet, you can see that they put their love and time and passion for Smite into their costume, and that's what we're all here for, is to love and enjoy Smite together, and see these games. So having people in costume just
I like that
extra
Alquan came
excitement
over,
level to
fired
it.
one
I'm
ability,
really
and then
excited
just
for the crowd
immediately
to
yeeted
see
as far
what
away
we
from
got
my
to see
lane as possible.
earlier. There's some really great
That
costumes.
was awesome.
And that's, I think, the thing. Not only here in venue do we have a lot of fantastic costumes, but there were also a lot of online submissions from people either who couldn't make it here or who, depending on how it is, I know how cosplay can get, maybe some last-minute scratching to get the costumes together. And so those are things, again, that I'm really
I
excited
can't
to
contest
see.
that totem.
But behind the scenes,
She doesn't have a wait for right now.
One that really stood out to you and was like the most.
So I can get Phalanx and upgraded TP,
There were a couple, but really they're
and
all
we're
so
fine.
good. They're all so good. We'll just let the crowd cheer for them.
Yeah, and that's going to be the fantastic thing. In a few minutes on the stage, we're going to have some of those cosplayers walking out. But for right now, what we're going to do is actually take a peek at some of those online submissions. We've got a video highlighting every single one.
Shit. Well,
Now I'll admit,
thought he was going to go
was
somewhere different.
Trying to take in
and then he
every
did.
single one of those. Fantastic work from
Unfortunate.
everybody. And thank you, of course, to anyone and everyone who had submitted. But there was so much in there. And I have to say one, at least, pulls on my heartstrings. And that, of course, is Fernando, just because Paladin's having that as root and thrown in with all the other Smites. It's nice to see some love still thrown towards Paladin.
Yeah, absolutely. There was great color, great use of materials in there. I really loved that King Arthur.
It
There's
stood
just
out.
so much detail in it. They were all great.
It's so all of them, again, all fantastic and all hard work, and it's lovely to look at. I know Bologna's armor, there were some skill details on the very first. The Susano, I love the weapon.
Yeah.
But King Arthur, that full set, like, it looked like the character literally ripped out of the game.
It really did.
Maybe out of, like, say, like a UE5 version of Smite or something like that.
I wish
Maybe,
they made that.
Yeah, I wish there was something
I
like that.
wish there
ever
was
on the
something like
horizon.
that. That'd be
Maybe
crazy.
we can just keep dreaming. It looked fantastic. But that was just the online portion. We have even more. In fact, we have cosplayers who are going to be here in venue over there on the big stage.
Okay, I'm going to miss a wave backing here, but that's okay.
And goddesses, welcome to the Smite stage.
Sweet Justice Nemesis.
Now immediately, what stands out to me, fantastic, like the weapon. That so many cubes has to be difficult.
It's so good up close too. It looks like real rock candy.
HRX.
She got here first. She's gonna take it. Yeah.
Now this one, for those of you in the crowd, also doubles as one of the rarest skins in the game.
It's also the rarest skin of this con.
Atlantis, Leviathan, Susano, and Senpai Daji.
Okay, if I could at least finish stacking
the father-daughter team
my
back
recipe.
again this year.
That's okay.
So good.
But also I could use it.
Slaughterhouse Chomp.
You are now live at my meetup. Hello? Oh God!
As everyone was watching, the Jade Dragons
I am
rocked this skin
streaming with a
earlier as
like
well.
30-second delay, waiting for gameplay to start for a watch party. We've expanded the watch party. I'm scared. Also, sorry for the slow reply. It's
Right out of the game. So
yeah,
beautiful.
busy game and 30-second delay.
Baron Samedi.
I've heard this guy's a huge hit at parties.
I have to get Shoguns. Enjoy the cosplay shenanigans in the bottom left.
Yule Cheer, Aphrodite,
We're
and
watching
Susano.
Smite Worlds. It's day 2 right now, semifinals. First match went to game 5. It was pretty cool. It was really good, actually. Now we're just waiting for the other game to start.
Izanami.
Can I TP over there? No. Maybe.
The weapons for Izanami, always difficult.
It's too real. It's too real.
Such chill Bacchus.
Did she just TP over?
Obviously a crowd favorite.
Hi, Merlin.
And also a hit at parties for entirely different reasons.
I always forget that Merlin's the one with the Aang skin.
Cute
Sorry, wait, hold on. Should we be accurate to live action? The Aang skin. Excuse you.
That's a fantastic combination.
Shoe brand. Get over here. Nope. Nope. Stop it. Stop that.
Spirit Guide.
Stop that.
Artio.
Nope. Nope. No. No. I did not ask for this. I've been mauled by a turtle.
Weapons always stand out. The prop.
I am sad.
Swashbuckler Susano and Privateer Tier.
Really great swords. They looked awesome in person.
Everyone make sure you still have your wallets. They're
I'm
pirates.
upset that I didn't get an assist on either of those kills. But at least they happened. Could be worse.
Another one that seems ripped straight out of the game.
Let's go CDR right now. CCR. Yeah, pen's fine, I guess.
A favorite skin all around.
Valkyrie Bride Thor.
Another favorite skin all around.
I love that skin. It's so dumb. It's one of those, oh my god, this skin is horrible, I love it skins, you know?
Gnome Child, Vamana, and Wise Old Man Merlin.
I have to say this was my favorite.
We always talk about the heavy, heavy details when you have to etch into the armor. Paper crowns.
Oh dear.
That's a lot of work.
This is perfect.
I mean, fantastic. Every single one of them, again, look amazing.
I got hit by all three. Didn't I?
You
I
get to
didn't.
see
I
the
didn't.
full
I
spread
didn't.
And such a love for every skin across the board, as well as being able to have love for the crossovers in there. It does really, again, just brings everybody.
Yo,
together.
the
Seeing
turtle's
some
a
of these
gamer.
cosplays return from last year, as well as seeing some of the new faces and all the hard
All right,
work
we're
that
outta
went
here.
into making all of that. It's just such a great shining light during the weekend.
Right,
It's
I have
so nice.
TP.
It is. It just, like I was saying, enhances that
You know
excitement.
what I can do
that's
actually
here.
is I could
So it's
clear
great
my
to
blue
see. I
first.
think we easily had double or even triple the amount of people that we had last year in person. So
Sorry,
hopefully even more next year.
Got to keep them coming. If you're watching now and you're thinking, you know, like maybe next year.
I
The
totally
future
dragged
sounds
this in
really
the wrong
good.
direction.
I have learned this through, I guess, vicariously through others. But the best time to start working at it, I know you want to procrastinate. Probably just start now while you have the opportunity. It'll save you a lot of stress in the future. And speaking of the future, well, this has been fantastic, and we've already had one, I think, really amazing set, followed by really amazing cosplays. We have more really amazing things that are still on the line, because as of now, there's still 2 teams that have to be whittled down to 1 to
go for
join our
beads,
finalists
honestly.
there for the SWC.
Just being able to
where the
un-CC
Jade Dragons
myself,
are going to
even
be.
on a tank, just feels like it should
know
be
we
decent
had,
in this
some
case,
Atlantis
because I'm going to be
Leviathan
right up there
skin
trying to
cosplayed up
auto,
there.
and that's
I
going
have
to
a feeling I know
suck.
who they're rooting for.
Probably.
Do you, depending on how you're feeling, I know you're Bologna, so maybe you're now a Nika fan because he's been playing a whole ton of it. How are you feeling about maybe the next set?
I'm not even gonna try to make a call. We saw what just happened,
Yeah,
so
good
there's
point.
no telling.
Yeah, we've had 3 people who were paid to know it get it wrong today, so there's
Man,
a good chance that it could fall around and again change things up. So I'm excited to see what that set is going to look like. I'm excited
Fuck it,
to
I
see
can get
again
this
how
kill.
the
No, I can't, no, I can't, no, I can't. Regurt.
I think first and foremost, and mostly, thank you for joining me. And again, amazing work on the
I should have
cosplay.
been able to
And
get it.
to open the
But
floor
then
to
I
anything you
forgot
wanna say
that
to
she has a
cosplayers
4th
both
button.
Here, past, present, and future.
Shield is massive.
Thank you for being a part of the Smite community, and please continue contributing to it.
Yeah, it's going to be, again, fantastic for all of the skins that they have.
God, it's
and
windy
of
out.
course, all of the things that we have going on in the future. So, semifinal number 2, which is going to be coming up soon, and one that I cannot wait to crack into.
Not impressed. I could do that too.
I'm going to take a, let's call it maybe a calculated risk, and say that
Oh, I think I got the
after,
disarm.
I guess, a quick
Doesn't
break,
really
especially
matter
after
because
watching
she's
all my
also going to have
cosplays,
gotten the
seeing what everybody's
disarm.
going to be there, then I can go ahead and say now as a non-calculated risk that we're going to kick it to that break and then be right back with set number 2.
Oh, god damn it. That was way quicker than I expected because they gave it a half-hour time slot. It's gonna get awkward trying to pay attention to the game if it starts. How long is the break screen? It's only 5 minutes. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, well we get Shoguns here. What all can I get to get attack speed and health? Just Toxic Blade. Which they don't really have anything that warrants anti-heal, so that's kind of problematic. I can shove Nike off just by existing.
Don't fuck it up, cover my tracks. Cover my tracks. Don't fuck it up, cover my tracks. Cover my tracks. Don't fuck it up, cover my tracks.
I'm about to bully the shit out of this Merlin. Challenge this. Oh, Merlin, where have you go? Oh. Okay, forget about bullying the Merlin. I'm about to bully the whole ass enemy team. Ah, shit. I am becoming her. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Okay. I hit my beads key 4 times. It did not cleanse the first 3 times. And I still couldn't move for the 4th one. I love this game. It's so well programmed. I'm going home. I'm going home. It's fine. We just get Executioner here. I start doing more damage on this stupid meme of a build. Fuck. You know what I should do?
Don't fuck it up, cover my tracks.
There we go. Okay, we're like 20 minutes, and I have left my lane twice. I need to not do that. Shit.
Don't fuck it up, cover my tracks.
Did they kill oracles? They did. Might as well get a timer on it.
Cover my tracks.
That works. This is why I need Executioner, though, so that I can actually fight the Nike. Shit. I am being chased by an angry turtle. Damn. What? Oh, God. Oh. Pain. I'm going home. I'm leaving. I'm exiting. I'm exiting the building. Me and the turtle died at the same fucking time. Or respawned at the same time. Well, that is unfortunate. I don't do enough damage to go for that. Unfortunate.
Gods and goddesses, it is time for your second semi-final of the day.
Ow.
Please make some noise for
We could've taken
Oni Warriors.
I'm annoyed. Like, the minions just get cleared so fast at, like, literally all game that Phalanx just doesn't do anything.
And
I sell
their
out. I definitely
opponents
sell out.
make
It's
some
not doing anything.
noise for the Atlantis Leviathans.
Or, like, Stone of Binding or something for procs, probably. Wow!
After a wild first half of our day,
Turtle's
it's now
mad at me.
time to take a deep breath and reset and maybe do it all over again. We move into our second semifinal of the day, also a best of 5. This time, Oni Warriors and Atlantis Leviathans going toe-to-toe. My name is Dolson Mifflin, and Inbound here with me to break this one down. Miff, take a deep breath.
That's the stupidest
You're fresh
comeback.
off the
That's
cast
the
of
stupidest comeback.
Dragons and Styx Ferryman. We felt the energy from up here, of course, on the desk. You can exhale now.
That is the comeback of a
Describe
7-year-old
the
right
energy
there.
for me of our first semifinal from from the caster perspective.
Like, I'm just trying to do my job,
As
and
a
I
caster,
can't.
you have to be unbiased, but this crowd is anything but, man. It is so wild. I mean, cheering for totems, it's electric here, man. And clearly the Jade Dragons deserve
great.
every bit of it because that
It's
is
amazing.
a wild
This is
set.
exactly what we
Fans will be
watch Smite
thrilled
Worlds
to know
for.
that they get to do it all over
What are we
again
pinging me
tomorrow.
for?
They
What are we
guaranteed
pinging
at
me
least
for
3
here?
games in our grand finals. maybe without going down.
Don't
2-0
visit
first this
any
time.
islands.
They'll keep things interesting.
that
Our other semifinal.
Is that some kind of like hyper-specific vague threat that I don't understand?
And the Oni Warriors go toe-to-toe. So inbound, we look at these two teams and the way that they played yesterday. The Leviathans needed a moment to get going. The Oni Warriors shot out of a cannon, it feels like. Now face off in a best-of-5 in the semifinals.
And I think that Levi set actually spells a little bit of goodness for them, because that first set,
Owie.
you get that first loss out of the way, you get how that feels. Second game, go into it, it's a competitive game that you have to compete for. And then the third one, you put it all together and you dominate, start to finish. And that's bringing you into this set against this Warriors team, which, for my money, I mean, for everyone's money at the beginning of the year, was dominating the entire league, able to take on anyone.
I don't understand. Don't visit any islands. That's an interesting one.
Statements with their gameplay over the course of the year here in Season 10. Talk about shot out of a cannon. It's the beginning of the year for the Oni Warriors.
I'm trying. Oh, I'm trying. Oh, I'm trying.
And Myth, does it feel more refined now from the Oni Warriors? Maybe a similar mentality, but a bit cleaner in the way that they get it done.
They still certainly have the ability to play that early game dominant style that the Oni Warriors became so closely associated with throughout the early portion of the year, but the refinement comes in shot calling. And I know Genetics has a lot of
Oh no, am I muted in
detractors
OBS?
after his
No, I'm not muted in
from the
OBS.
Camelot
Wait,
Kings,
why
but
are you
cannot
at me
take
on
away
Twitch?
From his absolute ability to see
I already
the map
responded
from the
to
bird's
you.
eye view. It's
Ping.
ridiculous.
Why
the
are you
calls that he's
pinging
willing
me?
to make around Gold Furies, Fire Giants, this macro level of play of, well, one guy just took a back on the right-hand side, so that allows me to move 3 meters to the left, and that's going to secure the
I'm sorry. I'm being a dick because he's being a dick.
Objective-minded, we don't need to run it down style. That is completely new to the Oni Warriors with their pickup.
Curious how some of the
Oh my
nerves
God.
might be
I
getting
do
to
this
Oni
to people.
Warriors team, because remember, a lot of these players in a similar position last year on the world stage. Genetics able to win it. SOT falling a bit short. Some of that has to start to build up here. Hazer, what is your read on this Oni Warriors team? What do they do so well? And
Nope,
what are you hoping to see
you
them
get
do
off
more
of my team, lady. Oh, I'm trying to get out.
Objective focus. They were looking to wall off.
We get the Titan.
Furies and Pyromancers and play from there. That's what I want to see them continue to do.
And away I go.
It'll take a lot for them to slow down the Leviathans in the early game.
Ouch.
Leviathans Dragons finals would be a lot of fun, but so would Dragons and Oni Warriors. We talk about all the different ways that things.
There's never be a bad
shake out
outcome
here.
to this, honestly.
Inbound, you got to look at the opposite side of things here as well.
God, I love her.
Plenty about the Oni
Stupid fucking-
Warriors. The Leviathans, they're a team. Of course, have made some roster changes throughout the year this year, and those seem to be paying off. Despite, again, maybe a slower start to the weekend, still in a very good spot.
Have to
Yeah, and
fucking
the
go
Levi's
back
are the most,
again.
I think, exciting team
Uh-huh.
from what they're
Life is
able to do
painful.
at all points. They are not a team that is
Okay.
looking to go late. They're happy
Once
to
I
go late
hit
if it
20,
does,
I get
but
axe
they will try to win this
upgraded. We
game
get
early. We saw that
big
against the
boost
Mambo in that game 3, where
to
they start
damage
dominating early game.
and
They snowball a little bit to a nice mid game, and then their late game is also flawless. My only worry is there going to be some, you know, fight back from the Warriors where they can kind of match them in any spot that the Levi's go through? Because if it goes late, Genetics is like that late game guardian
I didn't even know
mastermind,
Neith was split
you know,
pushing.
sets up the
Damn.
map really well.
That's pretty
Are the
gamer.
Levi's going to be able to 5v5 late game against this Warriors comp?
I'm glad you bring that up, because for me, what makes the Leviathans so strong, and I know it's a bit of a cop-out answer, but it's their drafting phase. They've got a multitude of playstyles they can go through, and they've got a multitude of compositions to match each one of those playstyles. It seems to me all of their drafts, barring maybe some of these picks where we see Panda Cat goes towards, like, ooh,
And I'm
things
okay with
along
them
those
getting
lines,
Fury, because if
just
someone else was
simply
coming, I could
dominate
just
on the field. It's so clear, and it's maybe an exclusive to
Okay.
Leviathans where you can look at the draft and say, this is what they're aiming for, this is how they want to play, and they always execute on it.
One thing that had the crowd really excited in our first semifinal of the day, of course, was the Totem of Ku and the battles over that over in the solo lane. Now it's SOT
Nice.
and Fino K's opportunity to fight over that. Hazer, if you're a player on map right now, are you going a little extra
Nice.
hard for the Totem over in solo?
I think it could be a little bit of a trap, but yeah, I think so. I think you got to go hard for it. You got to
Nope.
try and feed off the crowd's energy. I think the
Just gonna
Leviathans
shut
in
that
particular
TP
are
down.
would do really, really well based off the crowd's energy. They like to play aggro. They like to get early kills, early objectives, and snowball the game. And I think the crowd being hyped.
Nah, he's going down. Nah, he's going down. He's schmelting. He's schmelting. He's schmelting. He's fucking schmelting.
After what was a very exciting first semifinal. How about playstyle-wise, Inbound? What do you see between SOT and Fino?
I mean, Osiris, not Osiris, that's the god I think he's going to play. Solo or Troll on this Osiris
There you go.
is the god that I kind of think of. Yeah, I kind of gave you guys that answer. But yeah, Osiris for Solo or Troll, it's a god that he kind of made his name on when I used to team with him.
Nice.
He dominated the map with this character. He ran the early game, ran the mid game, maybe a little frisky in the late game, but when he gets this character, he will
Just
play for those
a
totems.
little bit
He
of
will
structure
1v2,
damage.
and he will make it look good. And on the opposite side, Finaki will just play whatever he thinks is strong. We saw Odin,
I'm dead
we
here,
saw
but that's okay.
Nike.
It's perfectly fine. We get Phoenix. That's one for birds, not bad.
But he team fights, bar none, like one of the best solos in the league.
Players over in the solo lane, a lot to fight for. A spot in the finals, of course, the most important, a bit more important than that totem. Fino K and SOT currently standing by with Kelly for the pregame interview.
Everyone, please welcome to the stage
I think I'm gonna go
Solo
Kin
or
size.
Troll and Fino K.
I think that'll be my last item.
SOT, we saw your team yesterday take down the reigning champs. Clearly vibes were high right now, but once you left the stage, what was your preparation knowing that you were going to be going up against this team?
I can't give any strats, but we definitely, Leviathans have definitely been a good team. I think they beat us twice this year so far. I think the last 2 times we played them, they beat us. So we just want to make sure we're giving our all and not be complacent at all and just give our best pretty much.
Now, Fino K, obviously yesterday we saw one of the only 2-1 games in our quarterfinals, losing the first game to Hex Mamba, but clearly you guys were able to make a comeback in game 3, not even dropping a single kill from the other side. What do you think you learned from that matchup that you're going to be using to go up against this game?
I mean, Hex Mangmo is a really strong team, and whenever you come into a LAN, there's always a scrim meta and then the LAN meta, and I feel like we learned a lot about the actual LAN meta versus the scrim meta against them, and props to them. We felt like game 1 probably should have been what game 3 was, but yeah, we're gonna try and keep that up today.
SOT, we heard from the analysts that one of the strong suits from the Leviathans is their drafting phase. Do you agree, and how do you think you're going to counter that?
Yeah, they're pretty good drafters. We can't really give away any strats, but I think we have some good drafts in store for them, honestly. So I'm excited.
Fine, okay. Any concerns going up against the Oni
why we
Warriors?
No, I mean, we've beaten them twice this year. We think we maybe have their number. I mean, they're obviously a strong team, and I played against SOT in the semifinals, or maybe not semifinals, but last year we played against them in the semifinals, and my team lost 2-3, so. So try and get some revenge on SOT. He's obviously a really good player, so yeah.
Well, is that revenge going to happen? We'll find out real soon. But real quick, guys, before I let you go back to your team, is there any final words you have?
I just want to say Fino K is a great friend and an even better competitor. And like last year and the year before that, I will beat him. So I'm excited.
Fine, okay?
I'm going to invade your blue, bro.
I'm going to invade your blue, bro.
The first blue, be ready.
All right, let's see what happens, everyone. Guys, get back to your desks, and we're heading back to our analysts.
A difference in mindset.
I just got knocked out of my jump.
I'm going to invade your first blue buff. Just
That is not a thing that's supposed to happen. And it actually just cost me a kill. And possibly a death. That one's on the fence.
He's not going to do it.
You can't call your shot and then not follow it up.
It's the mental game. The game's already starting. This is the mental portion. Solo's going to be thinking about it, like Dosen said.
But also that cost me a
quite nicely for that solo lane matchup. These are two players that have played against one another in very important matchups for a few years in a row now. And so it's just a great story continuation that they now face one another in the semifinals. Once again,
I actually have the money
without
to get all
further
of it.
ado,
Until
picks
then,
and
the
bans
recipe
for
is just going
game
to keep me
1
farming.
between the Leviathans and the Oni Warriors. Hazer, what are some things you key
Not that
in
the farming
on
is going to matter at this
as
rate.
these first bans and first picks unfold?
I'm interested to see what the Oni Warriors have in store in terms of the jungle. There was no Wheelix picked up, I think, every single game by adapting and the Leviathans last time out, so we'll see what they have there. Can the cat play Blink Artemis? Maybe, do they have a counter to that? I'm not sure if the Blink Arc is going to be the answer to the duo link here for the Leviathans.
Okay, well, We just have enough power to heat into them.
Hopefully we don't see a blink
Fair enough.
artifice, and if we do, maybe.
Well, I have enough for
way
Kins
later.
when we back.
But starting
So
with these bans,
kind of just
I wanna
depends on
see
when we
a
back.
focus more on the jungle. I think that is something that I'm really thinking about between these two teams. Panatom, been one of the best junglers for a while now. The Maman, the Awilix. Awilix already gone. A few gods that are really sticking out. Camazot's already, there is two bans into the jungle, and Maman is the only like kind of power pick left available. And is there going to be prio on the Maman compared to the other games? We'll see.
It's hard to say, but even with all these jungle bans
got
already,
stunned.
it's hard to say that Panatom's God Pool is even being challenged. I'm going to things like Rat and Thor as some of his favorite go-tos, so still certainly a lot of picks still.
Hey,
for
who's
both
not running away
junglers.
now?
I mean, even adapting on the other side has a few flavor picks available.
Yeah, I tried.
I
I
do
tried to
imagine
pull when I
Maman
saw
Brigitte
things weren't working.
At least
and I
peeks
just
her
got
head
stunned.
into P's and B's. I think the performance we've seen from that god just this weekend alone has justified seeing her on the world stage.
Earlier.
But it's
crazy.
Wow, this high up in the draft.
Yeah, super high prio Odin once again.
But they
from
can't
Solar Troll. He seems
convert
to
this
really
to a
like
win.
this pick.
They
Afro
do
to
not
pair
have the
alongside
power
it.
to do
Last
that.
time we saw Odin, we saw it paired with a Yemoja. They had the cage and the walls, two different ways to force the Phantom Shell. This time the Odin likely going to have to do it himself, so a Phantom
Okay,
Shell
draft
will
so far
really counter him up in this game.
is
And it's
Moja,
interesting to see
Capri
that
on her,
Sobek and Ash
Athena.
kind of dictated the last best of 5. And going into this best of 5, there is no prio on it. We get an Afro support and
That
most
Baron
likely
solo or support?
a
Probably
Baron
support, right?
which is an interesting matchup.
You've
because
got to assume.
Baron, for the most
I'll
part,
kill the overlay
can
speeds
pull
in
an
the
Afro
bottom
at most points. She has to get almost 4 points into that ult to really be able to live it. Otherwise, she's going to have to go something like Beads.
And that way you're still locking them down for easy Thoth setup, or even to a certain extent the Hachiman. I like exactly what the Leviathans have got. It seems to me it's going to be a first target we see, pull them in, absolutely eviscerate them style draft.
Yeah, super interesting. We saw this Baron as a counter to more the Yemoja, but it's the same idea with the Odin. When the Odin cage goes up and he tries to disengage, you pull him back through his own cage with the Baron Samdio. Didn't really work out last time for the the Kings rather in the same matchup against the Warriors. We'll see if the Leviathans can execute better.
All right, if Raijin's just
And with
walking
a little
away, I'm
bit
going
of
to take
that,
the red.
the potential there is still with the Odin. The emoji gave a lot of peel to this Odin, so now in a matchup that doesn't have a ton of peel with this Odin,
They see
you
my
expect
ward?
the Afro to be linked
They
to more of
don't?
those hyper carries that Tiamat, the Hunter, whatever Panatom ends up playing. So Solar Troll is going to have to be a little bit more careful than we saw the last Odin versus Baron.
You know, with the last few bans available, I wonder if we see a few more jungle prio bans. I'm thinking of things like the Thor again. Susano comes to mind as well. Oni Warriors will take away that Thor. I thought it'd be onus on the Leviathans to do it themselves instead. I suppose the Warriors been watching a lot of OG Smite and know that adapting on Thor is just a little bit different on the world stage.
Jungle matchup, one for the ages. Adapting the Panatom to the most talented to ever do it. You won't get your Osiris solo inbound.
There we go.
We
Got it
won't
done
be getting
in time.
For adapting, Gilgamesh also taken away. We begin again with the calls for Totem, this time more directed towards Fine OK. Hazer with what's still needed and what's left open. What are some things you'd like to see here in the Final Four?
For the Oni Warriors, I think I'd be looking at my Hunter pick. Netrioid does tend to go towards the same picks most of the time in this spot. For most teams, we've seen like the Ishtar, maybe the Shibalanke could come out for the Warriors one more time. I think that's what I'd be looking at if I were them. It's great for those team fights.
Now that we're done,
I almost want to see Netlock in that
professional
Izanami.
level
We saw it
gameplay.
banned yesterday.
All
That
right.
tainted Izanami is
Let's,
pretty strong when she is getting backline because those extra protections, the survivability from Aphrodite. This is the
Let me see my stats.
Oni Warriors
Probably
comp,
did like
the
4
Oni
damage.
Warriors duel in that they always opt for.
I would
Aphrodite
demonstrate
Izanami,
ADC.
guaranteed laning phase
Inner
pressure,
mid laner,
guaranteed
on
strong
attack
late
speed
game,
Nike.
and just very strong at all
I'm
points.
happy with that.
Creating
It's
that
way
side
better
lane
than I
pressure can
expected on the
alleviate some
damage
of the pressure
stat,
we're
and
likely
I
to see up
also
against this Odin.
did plenty
Great
of
in the team
mitigation.
fight is
I
the
also
Odin.
out-tanked their
Phenomenal at
Nike.
locking down
I will take
individual
that.
targets or
I will
stopping
take that. That is
Hachiman in
way
his
better than I
tracks, but
expected to do.
Not exactly a lane bully, so anything that can drag attention over towards duo, I think favors the Warriors.
And I love this Susano.
Also,
pick.
Afro
it is so
Susano,
good
wonderful.
into what the Levi's have.
This is either
Immense
going to
chase
be
potential
painful
into the Thoth,
or
the
very fun to
Hachiman,
watch
and
in
can
late
pretty
game.
freely avoid a lot of a Baron's abilities with those 2 dashes. So I absolutely love this pick by Panatom.
Yeah, I really like the jet stream here. We'll be able to follow Thoth through the dash. We'll be able to follow the Hachiman ult as well. We've seen a couple of great Susano performances this event so far, particularly out of April. But now, a Cerberus hover. Have we finally got a Guardian in the
Cerberus.
solo lane? Or is this a mage solo? Could the Baron be flexed?
Yeah, what do you think, Bobby? I know you've played a good bit of Cerberus in your time. What is it about this pick that really attracts them to it?
I mean, first off, Tainted is super strong right now. If Guardians or if Warriors weren't as strong as they were, I think we would maybe see a potential Guardians there. I expect Cerb in solo. I think this is just a death match for Baron. If he goes to that solo lane, he's just going to get caged, ganked, and killed. But Cerb is able to live this a little bit. And the late game potential into the Aphrodite, into this Tiamat, there's really easy just play for this Levi's, play for beads, get those beads out, and then punish them.
Love ease of play, and I think the Leviathans absolutely got it. I mean, talk about threat on beads. Cerberus, Stygian Torment, just going to grab every bit of beads. Fear No Evil going to do the exact same thing. If anybody's got
Ishtar's
any
not a
sort of
surprising
safety left
last pick
over,
there,
if they
yeah.
hadn't already died
That
to
makes
that
sense.
onslaught of CC, Baron Somdi as a scalpel can drag him in and make it easy for that Thoth.
The amount of Ishtar game slowly starting to build up here.
It is
40%
really hard
rate,
to answer
however,
Ishtar
across
Afro
the
in
5
the early
games
game.
we've seen.
And this Ishtar should kind of do what that Izanami was meant to do. It's going to dominate lane, will play well into the late game. I think you go for this Ishtar because, as you said, so many beads pulls potential on this Levi's. Just getting that extra CC immunity in that Ishtar ultimate, a little bit extra safety. Don't have to have the Aphrodite always on top of you, always kiss you. You can have her with someone else. So I like the little switch up there. Potential for Izanami, but I like the safety more than I like that little extra pressure.
And Ishtar also has
Okay,
a
hold
decent
on, chat. I
interaction
will
in
be
the
right back,
Cerberus, and that you
hopefully
can
before
utilize
anything
that dash
crazy
to
happens,
avoid
but we'll
the
see.
ultimate, so long as you're willing to go in a bit more aggressive. So another answer to a lot of that CC, great pressure, good scaling into the late game, and it's going to help you out around those objectives, which is generally one of the weaknesses of Tiamat, is the ability to either DPS or secure an objective. DPS from Ishtar, maybe not so much to secure.
Yeah, this Leviathan's comp I'm looking at, the CC is unbelievable. Hunbat's ult, Baron ult, Cerb ult, Toth 2 pretty powerful. Hachiman has the slow on his ult, has the stun on his 3. Feels like they have an embarrassment of riches here in terms of CC, and it's going to be real difficult for the Warriors to stay safe. The beads, when the beads are down, the Afro has to be linked to the right target, and SOT might have to pick up a pair of beads of his own.
Yeah, and I think that worries me on the Oni Warriors side. You don't match that beats pull potential. You don't have that same, I mean, I hate keep bragging out that ease of play that the Levi's have. It's difficult to play a comp like this Warriors. Odin Cage, not really pulling relics, maybe a Phantom Shell. Susano's really just pulling Aegis. And outside of that, Aphrodite is a single target, just kiss, and that's about it. So a little worried when we get to these late game fights. What's going to be the go button for the Warriors? Are they just running it down, trying to win the fight like that? If you're running into this Atlantis Levi's comp, that's not going to be good.
I mean, the go button's got to be just put the ring around the Thoth and pray that you've got the damage behind it, right? I mean, it's hard to say easy because Phantom Shell's going to be there, and Odin Ring now has some interactability. You can auto-attack it to get rid of it, but as far as I'm concerned, giant circles on giant circles, have an Ishtar to follow up. I think the team fight of the Oni Warriors can stand up in the late game.
I actually kind of feel like the Odin ult, is it good for trapping people in and killing them here? I feel like it might be used more as a zoning tool in this situation.
Well, not only
We've
has
seen the
nothing
Oni
interesting
Warriors do it in
happened, the
previous
game
one
hasn't
where they
even
use the
started
Road to
yet,
Walls
so
in
that there we
particular
go.
to
Perfect.
deny access to objectives.
Perfect.
Pyromancer, Gold Fury, they wall them off and they do them quickly. I think that's the way they're going to use this cage, because if they drop the cage on top of the Thoths rather, what is their follow-up? Have you got a Tiamat jumping in there, putting herself in danger? I don't think so. Is the Susano able to follow up? I think a well-timed
Go tank
Aegis
Tiamat.
counters that out completely. So I think this Odin
Flash
cage
shield
would be
predator.
better served in this
Jump
game
in and ult.
as a deterrent for coming into fights rather than
Jump
a
in and
trap
ground stance
on
ult.
the enemy characters.
You
And
shitload
before we
of
get to
damage.
that late game, looking at the laning phase, the Warriors have that. They have it. They're having a lot of pressure in solo, a lot of pressure in duo. Jungle, maybe a little 50-50. Hunbots doesn't want to get too involved till 5. Susano maybe some semblance of pressure, but still wants to wait for that 5. And I think if the Warriors can get off to a nice little run, kind of get a potential of the Susano Afro just tracking through the jungle, trying to find a pick, that's not going to be easy shut down. Aphrodite pairs very well, and she survives very well through the CC, and she has good damage paired with a lot of the carry characters with the Warriors, so be interesting if they can get that lead. Will they be able to snowball it?
I agree with your point, Hazer, that Odin Cage can really be used to zone out around these Fire Giants, Gold Furies, but what are you creating space for? It's not as if there's an entire composition built with the express purpose of dealing with those objectives quickly. And that opportunity arises maybe at the absolute latest portions of the game if we're looking at a Demon Blade, Deathbringer, Ishtar, but until then, you've got relatively low DPS mid. Susano's okay on objectives, but more so for the secure of his ultimate. He's not exactly a burner. I can see the Oni Warriors finding opportunities to look at gold or finding a pick early on, and then in a 5v4 saying, well, we just didn't have enough damage fast enough to grab it.
Yeah, Ishtar's DPS going to be everything they rely on, really. It does have good damage on objectives, but it is just her. Tiamat's damage, pretty disappointing. The zone control of that Tiamat ult, really her powerful option around objectives. One other thing I'd like to touch on here is Leviathans have switched gear.
Have we
from
gotten
what we saw from the previous?
the patch
Previously it
notes?
was early pressure. They wanted to control the map, and this comp, it
Have
feels like
we
it's gone the
gotten the
opposite
patch
way.
notes?
Thoth, Baron, Curb, Hunbats, all very, very late game oriented gods in my mind. And I'm wondering if we're
Probably
seeing
not,
like a
but it's
different
worth
playstyle.
checking.
We're seeing Leviathan show, look, you saw we could do the early game stuff. Now watch us go late.
And it's curious that they opt to do it into the Warriors, a team that we expect to kind of play that more early game, run it down type of style. But if they can mitigate an Oni Warriors early game and play towards that late game, I mean that shows that they can play this early game style and that late game style, which bodes really well in a best of 5 because it gives you that opportunity to show which one do you think we're going to play. Are we going to play for early or are we going to play for late?
You opened your mouth. Thought you had some thoughts here, Myth. I'm curious now because we picked apart these compositions pretty heavily here, fellas. When you look at players on either team that you're hoping to really get off to a good start, who comes to mind for you, Mifflin? Someone that you want to have start to build momentum for themselves and for their team in game number 1. Tend to default towards the jungle, and that's okay if that's your answer.
It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart that I can't say it, Bobby, because it feels like dual lane pressure or side lane pressure rather
Dude,
has been
it's
just
not-
the absolute dominant factor in the meta.
It's still
right
not
now.
up yet.
And then otherwise, it's late game transition mages. I've been
Oh
loving
my
what I've
God.
seen from the standard mages out of mid. So facilitating
Wow.
mid laners on both sides, high priority in my mind.
Yeah, and I guess with those side lanes, you also get that mid lane kind of late game because you get to farm up more mana, you get to be used. And when you have that side lane pressure, shield buffs, totems, cooldown camps, this is a way to snowball. We've seen actually solo laners get like 2-level leads and then they rotate and just wreak havoc at these gold periods. So I agree, maybe not junglers in this game are the most important. It might be those side lanes.
Yeah, I think solo lane in particular could come into this. We've seen early teleport upgrades, particularly in the last set, and teams rotating over towards the duo side of the map, rotating that solo laner over early and opening up opportunities for picks, opportunities for gold furies, and I think that could be a really important factor here, especially if that Odin can rotate over before the Phantom Shell is available. There will doubtless be one in this game, but it won't come online until
I would
maybe
be
level 10, level 12. We shall
absolutely
see. I think the Odin
shocked
can find some impact before that if he picks up a teleport upgrade early.
if
Appreciate everyone hanging with us. We'll be getting into game 1 here.
the Phantom
just
Shell does
around
not
the corner between
like,
the Oni Warriors and the
Odin
Atlantis
alone
Leviathans.
warrants
All
it.
right, it's that time.
Odin
Game
is
number
just
1 between
insane.
the Oni Warriors and the Atlantis Leviathans starts right now.
You can get away with not going Phantom Shell into Emo just sometimes, but
Charlie here to bring the start of our second semifinal
Unless
here
it's
at
weekend.
the
Then you can
SWC
probably get
between the
away without going
Leviathans
Phantom
and the Oni Warriors, and should be an exciting matchup, Charlie. You look back at the
He'll
history of this
miss every
team,
jump and
all
then
phase
cage
1, it's a
nothing.
dominant Oni Warriors. They're getting win after win against every team they come to. But then we get into phase number 2. A change comes to the Oni Warriors team, which is bringing Genetics here in place of Jake. Some changes on the Leviathan side as well, bringing Panda Cat onto the roster. And all of a sudden, the story flips a bit. Now we have the Leviathans winning out in their matchups against the Oni Warriors.
I mean, it's going to be an intense one, J-Mac. You could tell the crowd is excited for it, and these semifinals have already delivered so much.
Yeah, they've delivered a little too much, honestly. If this goes over 12 hours again, I'm going to be upset.
When we get back, we'll have you game number 1 of our semi.
Excuse me? Well, if I'd known that was happening, I would have just done this. Now, granted, this is probably going to be like a 5-minute break, and I'm going to miss some of the game.
Pandacat.
Oh,
I
well.
love Maxime. I think Pandacat is... I've played so many scrims against
Are
him,
you
so
fucking
many
kidding
competitive
me?
games against him. He is just
Are you fucking kidding
super
me?
consistent ADC.
Why
He
is
will
there another
take
break?
any fight you
Oh, I
give
have
him,
chests
and
to open
most of
as
the time
well.
he'll win them. And I think
Oh
having
boy, a
somebody
voice
so
pack. Oh, that's
confident
actually a cool one to
and
have.
so
Oh boy, an
mechanically,
emote.
gifted, I think that's a
Mana
really nice
clap.
thing to have on your team. Somebody you can
Oh,
always
it's
count
over.
on to just.
I mean, I
pump
could
out the
keep
damage.
opening now.
Panda to me is like the epitome of confident player. Like, I think you can tell playing against Panda that he doesn't back
The
down from
hell
the
is
fight.
that skin?
He's never scared of another team. He's never.
Oh,
too
dude,
low
my
or too
favorite-
high on his
my
teammates. I think
favorite,
he's just always a very
Australian.
confident, steady, consistent performer. I think that he's been a presence that team really needed to kind of get them out of the slump. And Yeah, I mean, there's not too much bad to say about
I don't
Panda.
really
He's
care
one
for
of the
any
best
of
ADCs
these,
to ever touch
but
the
like
game.
the gems, it's like
After
50
playing with them for
gems and they don't
years,
tell you that.
I'll always consider him
I guess
a
I'll
top
get this one,
3,
sure, for the sake
but
of
even
completion.
like sometimes he'll just be the best ADC in the league
Alright,
all
what's
the time.
something stupid I could
until
play? What's something
he stops
stupid I
playing
could play?
Yeah, no, I like Panda Cat a lot in real life. I knew him since he was a kid.
I'm just gonna play
He
full
was
power
like 15,
car on.
16. I
Yeah,
knew
just
him. I
fuck
met
it.
him in real life at that age, and I think he's grown a lot as a person. He's a lot more mature now. He's a lot more level-headed. Like has a good head about him, and so yeah, I really have nothing but love for him in real life. In game, he's my son as well. You know, we always. That's the thing about us ADCs. We all call each other, you know, our sons or just talking smack. But yeah, I always want to play a little bit better when I play against him for sure. I want to see him suffer in the battlegrounds.
I actually kind of like this
Yeah,
one.
I think he's a
Okay,
great
the
player.
legendary
He came
probably
back.
looks
My
better.
first game back, I
It
think I
usually
went
does,
0-8
even when the golden looks good. But
on Valorant.
that's
I was
fine.
like, dang. Like, okay.
That's fine.
But yeah, no, his first game back, I think he played like Rama and he popped off, and I was just like, you know, damn. Like, okay, maybe I was the problem, right?
He just wears his emotions on his sleeve. You know, you can tell exactly what that guy is thinking about the way he's playing, the way his team is playing, the way the meta is. Like, you can listen to him on a stream or read a tweet from him, and you know exactly what that guy is thinking.
He's been like my best friend as far as like anyone in SPL is concerned. In fact, probably just like my best friend in general, because I don't really have friends. If I win Worlds, like he's somebody, like probably the only one person that I'd want to win it with, you know?
Oh, cool. They hovered the whale and then swapped
like,
last
you gotta
second.
win with this guy.
I hate when people do
Then
that
yeah, I'd
shit.
probably choose Max.
We're winning. What a W video, so cute.
Yeah, no, I like Panda Cat a lot in real life. I knew him since he was a kid. He was like 15, 16.
Let me hit pause real quick. Let me run it back.
All the time until he stops playing Smite.
Since I was a what?
Panda Cat a lot in real life. I knew him since he was a kid. He was like 15, 16.
Dude.
I knew him. I met him in real life.
Yeah.
I think he's grown a lot as a person.
How do you react to the accusations that Zatman raised you?
How was I the first one out of... Okay, well, I'm going to be sad.
Where are these accusations coming from exactly? From the Zapman video?
Wow.
Let's just say as you get old, you know, you start to misremember things, a little bit of delusion kicks in, Alzheimer's, things like that. So
gaming achieved.
We'll let it play out. Sure, Steven raised me, but as all good things come to an end, the sensei has, or no wait, the Padawan has overtaken the sensei.
You always gotta love the energy that our players
Okay.
provide here in the SPL. We're back now in semi up to
Well,
number
then,
2 of
I
the
think the
SWC.
two
Back in
first.
game number 1, just about ready to kick off here between the Leviathans and the Oni Warriors. Now I'm imagining
Touch the
sparks
butt.
flying in this match, Trelly.
Yep, and that's exactly what we want to see, right? We want to see action-packed Smite and Leviathans taking on the Oni Warriors.
See, I knew that it wasn't going to be long enough, but I got annoyed.
At the top end of the standings throughout the entirety of this season.
It would have
and
been
now,
long enough if I
no
had
better
known.
place for them to see each other in the semifinals.
I mean, even pulling from that pregame interview, you hear what SOT said. This is 2 years now that we've met at Worlds, and I've knocked you down trying to go for 3 in a row. We'll see if Sot and the Oni Warriors can do that. Game number 1 between the Leviathans and the Oni Warriors here.
Touch
and the semifinals of SWC ready to
But-
kick off. We'll see who puts their best foot forward here in game
Worth
number
it.
1 of our best of 5. Of course, this guy goes right back to the hot dog oven. Why wouldn't he? It's essentially patented for this man at this point.
Yeah, one thing I want to zoom in on is
I don't
Final
have a
Game
good
on
way
the
to
server.
actually
It's
watch
something I
this
alluded to
unless
for quite some
I
time when the Afro came
put it
back,
on
you
my
know,
phone,
the
which is
healing
exactly what I'm
server
going to do,
should
which means
have
that I will
a
not
decent
be able to
matchup in
see
the
chat
competitions like
without
this, but
tapping
no
out.
one was taking the bait, J-Mac. No one thought that Cerberus could hang in lane, and I tend to agree, right? The CC that interrupts that ghastly breath can make for quite an annoying early game, and then you lose blue buffs, and then you fall behind. But fine, okay, seems to think this is the matchup to bring it out, and I gotta echo what Hazer said. A disgusting amount of CC here for the Levi's.
I mean, you look at all the AoE more than anything, you know, a bunch of single target CC, that's one thing, but big circle followed by a big circle followed by a giant
Touch
cone.
the
There's
butt.
just so much Leviathans have pressure-wise against the purification beads that I gotta imagine almost every Oni warrior is gonna
get
want to pick
tablet.
up. But then there's also that potential threat around the Odin cage. Talk about when Odin comes into the battleground, when Yamojis are out there, how important is getting Phantom Shell? How early do you rush an item like that? For Wrong You, he's going to go towards that shell immediately.
Yeah, I mean,
Ouchie.
it does seem to be something you have to watch out for when the majority of your team is going to have trouble with that cage, right? Ronnie, Panda Cat, and Shinto all have to watch out for the positioning of SOT. They have to watch out for how quickly he upgrades that teleport and makes his fight known. But something to note, the blink Odin cage is usually the call, right? That is the engage. If you see an Odin jumping towards you, you dash away. The blink needs to come through. But when you have to deal with Hunbat's ult, Stingy and Tormund from Fino K, Wrong You with Life of the Party, beads might be something on SOT's mind. You can't hope that Genetics saves you from every single one, right? He's going to be with Panatom, he's going to be with Pegwan, he's going to be with Net. I don't think Sok can count on those after ults.
I mean, that would be hilarious, though.
You know, with SOT maybe having to rely on those beads a little bit more because of that threat of CC, what does that do for the Oni Warriors in team fights? Does that now kind of maybe force the Susanoo to be a bit more the engager, or does that still fall to SOT even having to go something like beads?
I mean, you do want the Odin cage as your first engage unless Panatom's just sitting around a corner and finds a beautiful pull. But the Odin cage starts off as, hey, we're killing with the cage, right? We are going with this big ring of spears and we're going to follow up for it. Later on in the game, it just becomes, I'm going to force dashes, I'm going to force relics, and then Panatom needs to get to the back line. And we can't gloss over the performance that Pagon had in his quarterfinals match on this Tiamat. He was able to do so much damage, and a meta where really not too many are looking towards this Tiamat. If he gets online, he can just absolutely destroy a team fight.
Wrong You bailing out Panda Cat, some good damage from Nitroid and a Genetics.
Read like a book.
And this combo, the Aphrodite, and it felt like for a while Aphrodite, the god to go to for the longest time. Then kind of fell off for a little bit, and now starting to see that rise back up with these supports. Maybe not quite the level of priority. The fans know exactly what they want, Battle of Totem. I'll go 1-1 at least for now. But going back to this Aphrodite pick more than anything, I think we always talk about having that hyper carry to tag along with at the end of the game. Once you hit those level 20s, feels like Panatom on a Susanoo is the perfect pick.
Yeah, that is the exact pick you want, right? You want a jungler who can hard carry Panatom on a pick that can do the exact same thing. With Susanoo, you know, the excuse is, hey, he's got so much ease of CC, right? You do not want to get Susanoo locked down. Adapting can do it, Fino K can do it, Wrong You can do it. That Link is going to prepare all of that, right? Undying Love is going to make sure that Panatom can go as deep as he wants. He can go forward, he can do all of that
purple.
DPS, and that's why the Sony Warriors comp can work
Comedy.
in the right hands. But Leviathans, they didn't know if they wanted to go for a blue buff invade or not. Adapting already taking a lot of damage.
Bomb starting to chunk at the Hunt Bass, but Fino K makes the wise play, recognizes
Okay.
my jungler's taking a bit too much damage.
Like, I'm just trying to stack.
All the way back.
I was not expecting to just have 4 people walk at me and my entire team stand behind me.
Oh man, that deep in
I'm gonna cry.
to try and take that blue buff away.
God, I hate playing
Fino
Arena.
K secures the totem while clearing out some of the minion wave as well, and we'll be keeping our eyes on this Cerberus a lot because this is not a very common god. I think this is actually our first Guardian coming over into the Soul Lane this entire event.
Yeah, it's going to take a while before Fino K has some damage online. I wouldn't doubt a Stone of Mind.
Need to stack.
Some more DPS coming through later on in the build, but for now, you just want to survive. And Saj
I don't trust
should
the
be
team to
stunning
let
out
me,
that
so I
Ghastly
kinda have
Breath.
to-
That's why Fino K likely just maxes the spit. It's going to do more damage anyways. You don't want to deal with that too. It's not going to work, so I can see why he's putting some more presence into that first ability, but those stuns can absolutely chunk later on. When this Cerberus rotates out,
Oh my
you got to
fucking
watch
God.
Pagon, you got to watch Genetics, and especially
They're not
Panatom.
gonna let
You
me
get a nice
stack.
stun onto a Susanoo that can change the way a fight even goes.
But now that we have
I'm just
level
gonna keep
5
doing it every time I
on
get a
both
fucking
these
wave
junglers,
taken from me.
Is there a lane that maybe seems more favorable for one side to go to the other? Does Adapting want to try and get
Seriously?
the focus towards Soul Lane? Does he want to go over to the dual lane and try and get Wrong You Panda Cat ahead?
Ishtar's
And
not
on the flip
stacking,
side, where's
Wukong's
Panatom
not
with his priority in this jungle spot?
I mean, Adapting has the blink, man. The duo lane doesn't look terrible, but it's just not as if you're going to have the free engage. There's still so many beads available, and it's not going to be able to be the free Fear No Evil into a kill. But I think solo lane, this is where a lot of these junglers like to go. And already you can see Adapting hovering. Wants to see if a jump
undo.
happens.
I
It did.
actually
Right there.
go-
Good chain into a pull underneath the tower, but looks like this was spotted out immediately.
So T gets just
No,
close
actually,
enough
we
to
wanna
tier
go
1
coin,
tower to
but
guarantee
what
his
I need to
safety.
do-
Phantom rotating over
I need to go
this
shell.
cooldown buff, 2 versus 2 for the buff, could spell a battle brewing at the very least. Panatom pulls back Adapting. Okay, gonna get a stun over the wall. Fear No
Nice.
Evil's there.
Stingy
And a
Torment.
quick bead to try and pull it back right through the Odin cage. Adapting TP's back in.
No
but he
way.
wants 2 under the tower.
He's not
SOT
gonna get him.
gets 1. Panatom.
Oh!
It's first blood in the pop up from Panatom.
First blood, that's like 7th blood all at once.
Okay, absolutely popped off, but
What the hell?
Tower Panatom makes the pull, and what was that, 6 HP. We
Yeah,
shot Doug. Shout
unfortunate.
out to the zoom in because that was ridiculous. You cannot dive the tower like that, especially with the Odin Cage, especially with the Typhoon. I thought the early beads might have been what cost it, but no. Panatom lives to see another day.
I had someone with me when that started.
For Final Kane adapting a perfect spacing of the beads from those AoE CCs, but they didn't account for the pull being back offline, or back off of cooldown, I should say. For Panatom makes a great double pull under that tower, turns the tides entirely, and looking at least at the lead that developed from there, it was nearly dead. Even going into this, now it's over 1,000 gold up for the Warriors.
And not only that, it's going to start a chain effect, right? You know that Panatom's going to come back to that blue buff. He's going to come back to solo, and he said, hey, you're behind now, we are ahead. This was not one kill. Both Panatom and SOT got a kill, so now they're both ahead.
Fuck.
Now Final Case have to play back, and that's unfortunate because it was a beautiful start.
Dude, and they're all just back there focusing on I don't even know what, but they're not. They're not killing anything.
At the very least,
God, I
do know
hate-
that there is a set of beats
Ugh.
out of Panatom, so an
Re.
opportunity at the very least for adapting to go back to maybe team up with Shinto, try and get some big
I just want to
damage,
get out
maybe
of
a
this
big
game and
burst
watch
follow
Worlds right
from
now,
this stall in
man.
the mid lane.
Yeah, and that's something to consider as well. Shinto's sitting back. I mean, both of these mid laners.
Nope, no
they
one-
got
no one wants to
chill.
help? Okay.
The Tiamat does not come out swinging. I think Thoth has some kill potential.
Man,
once you
that's
get level
unfortunate,
5, but
especially
Tiamat's like,
considering the fact that I pressed to fire my 2 3 times.
You're gonna dial it back. You're gonna chill until late game, until you can get that Book of Thoth stack.
I
until you
did
get
not get that
some
kill.
more itemization. I think that's the call anyways. These mid laners just like to prioritize farm and say, dude, don't fight. Like, do not ask for my rotation. I don't want to leave mid lane.
Okay, I just want to stack. That's what I want.
I didn't even read it, man. I'm locked in.
You're locked into this game. I was looking at the screen and I saw a weird sign. I'm like, you know what? More power to you. But now for the Leviathans, what's kind of their
Okay.
reset point? Is this sit back?
Getting some
Is this
stacks
kind of
going.
Wait until adapting gets that
I'm
ultimate
assuming she
back
dropped
up?
it.
Who needs to kind of make that impact to try and pull this team back in from this deficit?
I mean, I do not want to see adapting not throw ultimates out anymore. I don't want to see Final K.
What
not
are
looking for
you
those
focusing?
Again, that was a great
What is
play
this
for them.
team
It just
doing?
was so thin margin.
I don't
60.
understand.
It could have gone
The
either
fuck?
way. So if they're able to reset and still look for Panatom, remember his beads are
What are they focused? Is the Chonga full tank? No. Then how are they not
give
killing him?
up, but one more death, and so lane's done
Holy
for.
shit.
Adapting goes to the other side of the map. It says, fine, okay, you chill. Like, I'm going to leave you and help out Duo and look elsewhere.
That's unfortunate.
Because you really do not want to give Panatom another kill, right? Once that Susano gets ahead, it gets real rough.
You don't want to let the Susano get too far ahead. Already 1-0-1 for both Panatom and for Solo or Troll here on the side of the Oni Warriors. Apologies for the delay. We're going to try and get back to the game as quick as we can here between the Leviathans and the Oni Warriors.
Buff the totem.
I'm
Buff the
100%
totem.
ready for this. Do we have a dev in the building that can just do that like right now?
I'm sure that they can hear you, man. There's plenty of devs in the building.
I mean, no, I'm talking like to buff it like
Oh,
right
like
now.
in the middle of the game.
Like do it now.
I don't think that's possible.
Maybe
It
in between
is
games?
possible, just requires some finagling.
I know the crowd's all about
Some
the totem thing.
shenanigizing.
But Leviathans, the Warriors, game number 1 here in this best of 5. And again, this is a matchup. At least
I
as
have
far as
maxed
phase
my
2
tablet
onward is
stacks.
concerned. This has not been a match that's been really clean
Comedy
by
achieved.
either team. Sure, the Leviathans have won in both these, but it's been
Problem is my
a 4-game
tablet
set,
stacks
a
don't
5-game
matter
set that's gone between these ones,
until
the
I get
most
book
recent of those
stacked.
being in that playoffs to get the Leviathans to be able to fight against the Styx Berrymen whenever it was that grand finals matchup there. So a lot of history between these two teams and a lot of the players on here. We are going to cut it to a quick break. When we come back, we will return the action in game 1.
Oh my god. Okay, no, I guess it's a good thing I queued for the arena game. Yeah, I mean, First Blood was in the corner, but I saw it, so, you know, whatever. Alright, need 11 more stacks. Meanwhile, I can actually sort of bully the whale. Not a lot, though, is the problem. I mean, enough that this is just... oof. Spicy. Especially because I'm going to get boost to all damage dealt, which is kind of nutty. Do I just go Spear of Deso? No, I need pen. I need percent pen. We need to just chunk it. We're going to go Titans. Oh! We bullied the whale, chat. Damn. Ow. I need 2 more stacks. God damn it. Game's fucking over, and I'm still stacking because they're I swear they're going out of their way. Fuck it. I'm not even level 20 yet, dude. Man, I just want to upgrade my starter item. I'm not gonna get to do that. Freaking arena. Nope. Yeah, I probably should have gone Veso. I can't defend this, is the issue. Yeah. Yeah, that's game. They're just grouping better. It's just ignoring me. It's just walking past me. I'm literally autoing it and it's ignoring me. Why is fucking Siege Minion so bugged? It's so stupid. We weren't winning that, but that is a really frustrating way to lose. Dude, I wasn't checking stats, but if I have top damage, I'm gonna be very sad. If I have top damage with Charon, I'm going to be very disappointed. Like, I don't want to miss the game, but I also don't want to be doing nothing. I did have top damage, dude. Fuck off. He's the only one in the lobby that outdamaged me by more than 39. I outdamaged 8 people. Comedy. Alright, well, I'm gonna hope for the best here. Worst case scenario, we miss some early game. Probably nothing too crazy will happen, you know? Hopefully. Unfortunately, there's a decent chance that the YouTube stream's gonna get cut early. Which is very unfortunate. You know, Twitch, I feel like I haven't done an ad break in several hours, so that was hilarious. My viewer count just dropped by exactly 1 as soon as I put the ads on. Oof. Oh shit, we got into the game. Alright, it's whale time. Fuck. It's whale time, gamers. And the game's gonna start, and it's just immediately gonna be like, yep, well, welcome to McDonald's, we're back. And then I'm gonna be sad. Also, after game 1, I'm gonna have to go get food again. For I hunger. I possess a hunger, the likes of which has not been seen in millennia. Dude, it's a red whale versus a purple whale. Crazy. It's 3 hunters versus 3 assassins also, by the way. So that's funny. Kinda wish the Anubis and Kukulkan were lined up. So that it would literally line up as whale versus whale. And then 3 hunter versus assassin matchups. I don't care. I didn't ask for your salad to be put inside the Skittles dish. I am very good at words. God, I knew
Good
it.
back, Smite
I
fans.
knew it.
Apologies for the delay. We'll
I
give a small
knew
update
it.
as to what's been going on. You know, everybody gets a little passionate in these venues sometimes. You know, the fans, the players, the folks
someone-
at home, everybody's so energized.
Either someone got hurt or
Sometimes we
someone
get a
broke
little
something.
Too excited, a little too passionate. Unfortunate, the headsets that the J Dragons had used is what was causing a little bit of the issues, but we should be good to go right back in now to game number 1 between the Leviathans and the Warriors. We tune right back in to Shinto already having to fight for his life at a green buff invade
God.
from Genetics and Panatom. Now put Shinto near death's door, and that might just be the opening call for the Warriors to continue their trend on the left side and invade towards purple buff. Panda Cat able to dash away in time, but a buff stolen away by the Warriors.
So let's dial back in time in case you missed a little bit of that before the break. Beads went down. Panatom close to death. 6
Thanks.
HP. Those are still down.
Beads
for
went
100
down. Yeah,
seconds.
good, great. Awesome,
I said
outstanding,
Adapting is a
amazing.
pretty good target, but Fear No Evil not quite off cooldown just yet. The right
I was
side
not
of the map
intending
looking
for this to
real
happen.
clean
I was
for
just
the
like,
Oni
I
Warriors.
really
You
don't
get a
want to be
kill on
doing
the side,
nothing.
You get a kill on
Now we're gonna miss a few minutes.
And that's the best way you could start this game,
Okay,
right? Panatom
please
is a
don't
jungler
take
who
the
can
blue.
control
I'm gonna
the map
need
and
it.
given just a small lead, but it's adapting on the world stage. He's got to get a little bit of a buff, right? Sure, a little overextension, but it was such thin margins, and now the right side of the map is where all the action is. Adapting and Panatom both circling around where the fire giant will eventually spawn in. I still think
I'm
Solo
gonna be
is
very
smart.
confused.
I don't think they realized that the two of them were there, you know, walking right by
So the
each
whale
other
just saved me.
within the
We are now
jungle. But
whale
with this
friendos.
lead, with these 2 kills that the Oni Warriors got
He's a
earlier
friendly
on,
whale.
and
He's a
that's
friend-shaped
about
creature.
1,500 gold lead that's going the way
He
of
is
the Oni
not.
Warriors. And with that
And
kill
he's
is
gonna
also
die for
given a
his
bit of that
non-friend
XP
shape.
over to SOTs.
No,
They'll be
what?
able to take 4 of the 6 totems that have spawned up so far, and that extra little bit of gold, that experience always starts to really stack up.
No, it has nothing to do with that. It's the crowd is on your side. The more totems you get, the more they will cheer. And at the moment, the Oni Warriors have double. So Final K is going to have to step it up on the right side of the map. But this is what I was talking about. This is what happens when you get first blooded, or at the very least, Adapting and Final K were both in that conversation. You lose that presence, you can't step up. But look at this, we got a little bit of a pullback here, trying to grab the ultimate.
Trying to pull 2, does manage to get the stun. Panatom and a Fear No Evil against the wall. It's Adapting to strike back for the Leviathans. Genetic and Netroid teaming up. That's the double ult from Net, but not going to get anything more beyond there. Ultimate forced away from Genetics during all of that, and with those beads still down, an easy pick against Panatom.
I mean, what a beautiful chain CC, and this is what I was talking about. Look, 5 seconds before Panatom's beads were back up. It did eventually come back. Final K can rest easy. That paralyzing spin that he hit over 2 minutes ago ended up paying off. It was just not for the first blood they were looking for.
Team?
So with the Leviathans
Team?
able to find their strike
Team?
back, with Sade able to grab
No?
another totem now. Leads back
Okay.
over to the dual lane. Wrong U gets the heal, gets the extra boost of speed to be able to escape the clutches of Netroid and Genetics. But remember, no ultimate for either supports. Panatom gets his up in just a couple of seconds.
got lucky.
Jetstream in, he pulls back Wrong U. The shell gets forced away, but it's Adapting on the backside. Still no Fear No Evil available to him, but just showing presence to keep the Oni Warriors away.
Yeah, that kiss will be enough to stop the engagement for now, but that just goes to show.
It's
look
a
at these
really good
inmates,
stun.
man. Purple buff is not
I mean,
safe. Blue
stuns
buff
are good,
not
but-
safe. They are willing to fight just about anywhere. The Oni Warriors still do have a small lead.
thought
but
you were
Adapting
friend-shaped
showing
whale
once
man.
those relics are down, he has no problem being able to find a return kill, and not to mention Wrong U just chaining that CC together.
Go.
Wrap it up into life of the party is going to outlast
Flop.
that Undying
He
Love that
just
Genetics
flops.
has.
He
There's
just
plenty of
thrusts at
ways
the
you can
floor.
outplay it as well. You can sort of juke around in the coffin and not let him get that stun, and then you can still find the CC. We talked about it on the desk, and we're going to keep hammering it home. The CC is what the Leviathans are looking for. You've got to hold on to those beats.
Anytime you can pull those beads away for Leviathans, that's a win. It's a much longer cooldown than any CC that's available on the side of the Leviathans. SOT
Ouch.
still garnering about that 1 level lead over
An attempt
Final
was
K
made.
on the soul lane, but in response, even with the kill that Panatom got, that answer back from Adapting on the left side has now put the jungle slightly ahead, and more so, goose eggs for the mid laners, but it's Shinto who's benefiting from it. Hits that level 12 before Pagon on the Thaw.
I mean, yeah, if you use Evade and Punish to farm, which is something that can be risky if you don't know where Panatom is, if you don't know where the enemies are hiding, you can farm extremely fast. And that's the thing. Pagon cannot step forward. He does not have the range to step up to Shinto. That's going to just be easy to poke him out. Tiamat is never really going to be able to close that gap until much, much later on in the game. Final K trying to force out something with a cooldown buff, but not going to happen. Stingy and Torment, though, losing that could be a great tool for Panatom to get aggressive. I wouldn't be surprised if he spent a little bit more time on the right side of the map.
Unfortunate for Final K, Sop bounces off the side
That's
wall,
infuriating.
so it doesn't even get as far back as Final K may have wanted. But with that ultimate down, it does give the opportunity to Panatom, maybe a rotation from the Oni Warriors to try and get some more pressure for SOT. Keep trying to push that lead where they've got it. Because outside of the solo lane, it's more so in favor of the Leviathans as far as experience is concerned. We already talked about adapting, how Shinto's a bit ahead of Pagon right now. The gold still favoring the Oni Warriors, but then XP starting to push the Leviathans.
And look at this. This is something that Wrong You did very early on, right? He upgraded that Phantom Shell. I thought a bit premature, right? Sot's not going to rotate out at level 7. You wouldn't be able to do that. But SOT upgraded that Persistent Teleport just about as early as you can, right? As early as you can put some gold into your relics, he has done so. So the Leviathans know at any given moment, an Odin Cage could just be behind them. If they don't have their ward
I am
coverage,
what
if
they
don't
call
have
a
the
pro
sentries
gamer,
down,
chat.
it could be trouble. So keep your eyes on Sot. No matter where he is on the map, he could just show up over in duo lane.
I think Adapting Man stole that entire camp away from Panatom as well. Brief pause in the action here between the Leviathans and the Warriors. Still in game number 1 for these guys. 2-1 leads the kills for the Oni Warriors. The gold still in their favor. Experience, though, dipping the way of the Leviathans. And with Beans back up and online for everybody now, it's not going to be as easy to try and go for one of these kills. You got to try and force that relic out early. Would love to see Adapting be able to get a little bit more active. Already seen a bit of action from him. Once in the solo, once over at the Gold Fury Pit. But now it's time, now he's got that Jotun's Wrath online, really start hammering those ultimates.
As a jungler, you don't want to be the one forcing the relics, right? You want to be the one who's benefiting from the relics that are already forced. Fear no evil just to get beads doesn't feel quite as good as, hey, his beads are down, I'm getting a kill because of Fear no evil. But Adapting, always a team player, and doesn't mind just sending those out, and maybe Fine OK can benefit it, or more specifically, Wrong You. That's the combo we saw that got their first kill in the action. That Baron Samedi ult can also open up some
10%
doors
increased
there.
damage.
So just pay attention. The beads, as you said, all up at the moment.
For
so
the
no real
comedy.
action, but one mistake, one misclick, or
My shield
just
is
one
fist
hard
damage, right?
CC, and that just opens up the door for the Leviathans.
It was actually a misspeak on my part. It's not even the Jotun's Wrath early for Adapting. He's gone for anti-heal. Brawler's Beat Stick in pocket. So lacking the CDR, but trying to focus on the healing aspect of this team. Try and keep this Aphrodite shut down and not let those 6 HP targets maybe walk away as the game goes a little bit later.
Yeah, I mean, the healing's going to add up. We talked about that earlier on the desk, even highlighted that the Aphrodite, that's a stage.
Man, I
it has to
tried.
be dealt with. You can't just let someone
Should
spam
live long enough for
and
one more.
get the whole team back healed up. But
Almost lived long enough for a kill.
It feels so bad on Hunbats, man. You want that 20% CDR. You want, once you get
That wasn't even a ping for someone to come over. That was just like, hey, someone is here.
in the jungle, and you can just get it up as quickly as possible. But foregoing
But
it means
I appreciate
those ults,
that
you can't just throw
he
them
tried
out
to
freely.
help
They have to count.
get a kill.
Well,
That would have been cool
we'll
if it
have
worked.
to see what can
did
pans
not.
out more than anything here. Small technical issue this
Okay.
time with a bit of communication between some of the players out here, so we're trying to get that one fixed up as quick as we can in game 1 here between the Leviathans and the Oni Warriors. Apologies for the delays that have been going through in this one. We want to get to the action just as quick as you do, but sometimes other issues arise and put a little bit of delay on things.
You can tell the crowd was, they were kind of waving their hands back and forth at this point. They just want to see the action as well, so we understand where you guys are at. But hey, I think no one more so than the players themselves, right? They love playing in front of this crowd, and the electricity in this building is just outrageous once those fights pick up.
I mean, there's nothing like the Smite World
One
Championship.
shot.
The first one I attended was all the way back in Season 2 when Adapting gets that first title for himself. And ever since that moment, I'm like, I've got to be here. If there's a World Championships, whether I'm working it, whether I'm just attending it as a fan, you got to be here because there's no energy like the crowd here at the World Championships.
I was at that World
We won't get life steal off of Glad Shield. That's okay, though.
Did you say hi to me or not?
We may have just passed by each other, didn't
Might
recognize
go
each other right away.
Pridman,
You know how
honestly.
Why would we recognize each other?
Did we even know each other?
That's what I'm saying. We
Thinking about it, I don't even think we knew each other back then.
But look at us now, huh?
Now we're working together, and now
Who would've thought?
Now we're kicking butt on the cast. That's
Bloink.
what we're doing.
We're trying to. We're certainly trying to. And at this point, I just want to see the Leviathans and the Oni Warriors kick some butt.
I really do. It's supposed to be a very exciting matchup with these two teams.
So they say.
The number 2, the number 3 seed coming into this one. Hard fought battle for both these two teams throughout the regular season of play, throughout the playoffs as well to get them to this point. I mean, when we were talking about the top of the SPL teams, it was a clear-cut top 3 that we all said, these are the top guys.
Let's
These are the
go.
ones you have to look out for in any matchup. And now
That's a
one
good
of those
trade.
was
We
eliminated
take
in
those.
just the
We take
previous game
those.
with the Styx Ferryman. So now it's that battle of second, of third. Who's going to come out on top? We are going to take it to another quick break, and when we come back, we hope to get you back into game 1.
Okay, so see, it was the right call to queue up for another game. I will not be doing that again, though. But I did make the right call. Nice. Oh, goodbye, frame rate. I'm at 20 stacks. That's not bad. That's not bad. Respawn might have Typhons. Yeah. So I can just wait a few seconds. I mean, hell, do I even need to wait, or is it just gonna be here by the time I get out? No, I have to wait like a second. 2 seconds. It's not bad. Hello, whale friendo. Sir, please, you are friend shaped and I just want to be your friend. Okay, bye. Ooh. Nope, nope, nope. Backing up. Cause yeah, this will cap my CDR, I think, if I go for him. Nice. That didn't give me a fizz stack, that gave me a magic stack. Oh, I cried. Was egoing the whale, that's entirely my fault. Yes! Worth it! I got the kill that I was chasing. That's all we need, baby. Ow. I just had the literal entire enemy team running. Ouch. Critter's magic damage, right? So, I should get lifesteal off of the Critterlin explosions. I think. Unless lifesteal is specifically abilities, which is bullshit. Damn it. You need to get close enough to him. To either of the hunters. As much as Soul is literally a hunter, I can't stack Fizz on her. Ouch. How many stacks is that? Cool. Nice! More than I expected, less than I wanted. That's alright, though. Funny number. Nope. Take it away. Also, that is enough for Red Bridman. Thank you very much. We are going to take it. Alright, we have Blood-Soaked Shroud. Nothing crazy, but it'll help out, especially with Typhons on the table. Hi, Anubis. Here we go. Got one. I need one more. I was a mile away from that. Yes! Yeah, my autos do way too much. Fucking hell. Let's go get Shroud. We're full build. Gotta get relics and shit. Pots. Whatnot.
Oh, I didn't even get to use my Pridwen. Boo. What's my ult cooldown? 54 seconds. Oh, damn. Great timing.
Game number 1 with the Leviathans, the Oni Warriors here in the semifinal of the Smite World Championships. We started out with some great action, and we're ready to jump into just a little bit more as game number 1 resumes with the Leviathans and the Oni Warriors. Already a couple of big kills that have hit on the side of both teams, and we can jump ourselves right back into the game.
This is what I'm talking about, J-Mac. Finally getting some action underway. 1-2 so far. The Leviathans were able to answer back after a little bit of a rough start over in solo lane, but Beacon spawns
I
in
want to
here
see
at
my
12.
stats.
Gold Fury already available, and both of these teams have shown they are not shy of going in for a cheeky pull. And look at this already. Gold Fury being looked at. Look at this. Final Judgment not available. Shinto, but no one's even close yet from the Warriors.
Warriors don't recognize this yet. Genetics and Netrunner,
Nice.
they're heading over to the lane,
Funny
but I think
stats.
they just now spotted and maybe not even heard it until this very moment. The Leviathans
All right.
earned themselves a gold
Here we
Fury
go.
right out from under the noses of the Oni Warriors.
They're going to be able to back up just fine. That was a risky call without Final Judgment, but I think the play was, hey, we'll see if you guys are onto us. We'll see if you have some ward coverage. Clearly the Oni Warriors didn't. They had to let that one go, and that's absolutely free there for the Leviathans. But I'm going to continue that conversation we had before. The beads burn, right? That is exactly what the Leviathans are looking for. Adapting in Final K, want to be able to follow up off of each other and chain that CC together. But it can't come forward without the team fight. So far, it's just been, hey, are we in position to go for the objective? No. Beacon goes the way of the Oni Warriors uncontested. Gold Fury goes the way of the Leviathans uncontested. But Pyromancer spawning here shortly, J-Mac. That might be the first time we see a fight.
Ultimate out of Netrunner response, but Coffin from Wrong You tries to pull him back. Beads available and ultimate burned out from Netroid. So now both lines of safety removed from the Hunter of the Oni Warriors. The Leviathans now with adapting, having that intel, that's a perfect target to go to.
And that was almost a pull through the beads. It was very close to being able to net a kill there onto Netroid, but that's going to be it. Look at this, adapting like a shark. Looks for the beads being down, says, hey, wait a second. I've got Fear No Evils. Maybe I could stick around here. That blink is finally available as well. So the left lane could be what they're looking for, but Genetics is here with Undying Love.
Genetics available to try and bail out Netroid. Meanwhile, we jump back to the action. Fear No Evil does get the ultimate from Genetics in response. So now that's ultimate away from the support. Bead still down from the Hunter. Adapting doesn't quite have that level of cooldown to just go back to this lane and do it once more, though.
Yeah, the only play they could go for is maybe Final K goes back, upgrades the teleport, but Pyromancer is going to go down for absolute free. Shinto not in range, and the Oni Warriors pick up that Pyromancer. Again, that's 3 uncontested objectives. 1 for the Levi's, 2 for the Warriors. They're going to take that every day of the week. Send a Runic Bomb over to Pagon's pocket, and if you get him alone with a tower now, he can just drop that Runic Bomb and get plenty of gold for his team.
And we've seen just how aggressive that Pagon loves to play, no matter the god that he's going towards, even if it is this late game scaling style of team up. We've been seeing him jump in aggressively. 2-man, 3-man jumps out of the mid laner from the Oni Warriors. Just no fear coming from him. Do you see the spawn of the purple buff? Genetics and Netroid gonna group the camps together, but Wrong You and Adapting waiting. That Coffin is back up for Wrong You. There is an ultimate to respond for Netroid if need be, but the Leviathans just take the buff right away from the Oni Warriors.
That's the only action we get, right? The Oni Warriors said, hey, we don't have beads. There's no reason for us to step forward without just Undying Love. And they just decide to back up. And we've been talking about this totem control. Sot has it locked down. 9, 10 for the Oni Warriors. He's just been
Oh my god, they're just screwing with the crowd now. This is great.
That's all right, right? The Cerberus is going to be a little bit tankier naturally, right? The Guardians are okay with just being sort of CC bots. It's just the farm aspect that is going to start to hurt. Itemization is going to start to hurt as well. And look at that damage. Pagon, he's in trouble.
Well, Shinto's not going to take that one lying down. He's going to try and go for a kill, but he's got to use every resource.
Okay.
Bails him out. It's the junglers who pick up a kill each. The mid laners both
Damn.
gone. Pagon nets from getting the tier 1 tower at the exact same time. So at the end of the day, it's a net positive for the Warriors.
And that is ridiculous, because that's a play that didn't need to happen. Panda Cat forced into the mounted archery because of the aggression, and Netroid trying to grab the beads. Not going to get him. Panda Cat knows underneath the tower, he's all right, but here comes Adapting and Wrong You. They want to chase down here.
Genetics has ultimate. Netroid falling low. The Lovebirds are there. Undying Love now used, but Wrong You
He's gone.
is waiting, and Netroid gets the flip. The style kill on Adapting. It's a 4th on the board for the Oni Warriors. Wrong You just too late.
Well, okay then.
Yep, you cannot try and fight into the Undying Love. There wasn't enough DPS, and Adapting did not bring enough, but I want to dial it back. The Runic Bomb. Pagon goes in for that tier 1 tower. A huge play for his team. but then greeds the Aegis, thinks he can jump over the final judgment, and Shinto smacks him with it and says, absolutely not. I want that solo kill. Doesn't end up getting it, of course. Adapting had to help him out, but still, Shinto playing aggressive on this mid lane.
The Warriors now can start pulling ahead a bit in gold, 2,500 nearly for the Chaos side team over the Leviathans. And you remember, the Leviathans are the one who took maybe the most valuable objective this early in the game in that Gold Fury. It's just been all the kills and the follow-up after for the Oni Warriors, and maybe a bit of totem dip as well. 11-2 on the scoreboard for SOT.
And that's what the benefit is, right? You get that MP5, you can stick around a little bit longer, you can get some extra farm. And the net worth
MP5,
of this
HP5.
Oni, top of the charts for a reason.
As well,
It's plenty, but Oni Fury is up, and already the Oni Warriors are here, but the Leviathan's not too far behind.
Now Baskin Shinto gets the objective. Doesn't matter, wrong you Panda Cat show themselves on a ward. And immediately the Oni Warriors will back away from the objective. Though they got it low, down to almost a quarter HP. If they had even just an extra second or two, maybe they could have burned that one before the Leviathans got in range, but as long as Shinto is on the map and then you don't know where he's at, could be a dangerous flank for him.
Yeah, that's the difference maker, right? And something I've noticed, Shinto has had this speed buff for a big portion of the game, right? He has not been too interested in grabbing red. He wants to be a bit faster, wants to be able to juke a bit more, and just be able to avoid damage. I wonder if he's going to continue to do so until late game, but either way, hard to lock down a Thoth already with that evade and punish, can just control so much ground. Throw a speed buff in the mix and it gets even harder.
It's just a fast little bird running through the mid lane. Leaves the red buff on the ground. May go by, pick that one up a little bit later, but now the Warriors have vision on the Fury. You can already see Wrong You, Panda Cat grouping around the objective, wondering if the Oni Warriors go for the pull. They've got 4 on this side of the map, and SOT is already on the way. His teleport's down, and the Oni Warriors will pull the Fury to start this one out. But there are still a few members of Leviathans nearby. A pick is going to be necessary to try and take this one away.
Fine, okay, teleported in, the Cerberus has arrived, and because of that, the Oni Warriors call out the pull once again. I mean, Shinto was spotted out in mid lane. They knew Final Judgment was not going to be a contester, but you still don't have that great of burst on the side of the Oni Warriors. They already have the lead. They don't have to go for risky calls like this. I can understand the retreat, but Pyromancer's back up, and that's something that the Oni Warriors would love to grab. Not going to happen. Leviathans are the first ones over here.
Sot finds 4 of the Leviathans roaming through the jungle right to the Pyromancer. Pagon on the way. Steal opportunity, throws the tornado in the wall, but only find Fine okay. But with 4 of the Leviathans on the right side of the map, the Oni Warriors go for the pull onto the Gold Fury instead. There's 3 there to take the objectives, and this won't even be an even trade unless the Leviathans can get this one and confirm it for themselves. Pagon around the corner has opportunity to steal it away.
Leviathans.
Not secure there for the Leviathans, who will trade out objectives.
Yeah, you got to go in for the trade there. When you know the Oni Fury is going down uncontested, I think using the Final Judgment just to make sure that a steal doesn't come through is the right call, and that's what they do. Now, Wrong You gets to pick up that Runic Bomb. Pay attention to the tier 1s. That's exactly where they need to be used to try and get some gold back in your pocket and sort of climb back in to this game gold-wise. But still, the Leviathans didn't pick this composition to win the early game. They didn't pick this composition to just dominate every single lane. They picked it for grouping up around Fire Giant fights and trying to, chain those CCs together. That is still yet to be seen, right? We haven't seen any of the FG pulls. The Oni Warriors still don't hate jungle fights either. I think that this Odin is going to be a big threat because we talked about possible beads. Now, Sot said, I'm not fearful of that CC. I've got the blink, so pay attention to Shinto, Wrong You, and Panda Cat. Getting trapped in the cage could be bad.
Panda Cat tries to take shield buff, nearly with the help of the minions, takes down tier 1 tower, but comes up empty-handed on both fronts there. Look at the lead that's starting to develop between the duo lane, at least in the support role. 16 is the level for Genetics. Meanwhile, Wrong You, 2 levels down to the opposition, even for the front line on the opposite side of the map here. The solo laner, Sot, still holding on to that 2-level lead over Fine OK. It's just been continuing to develop over the course of this game.
And that's what I'm talking about. The Odin will be the tankiest guy in the map for quite some time, but eventually there will be a fall-off point, right? The Odin cannot just exist and be this absolute menace and 1v1 carries forever. Odin doesn't have the greatest late game. If the Oni Warriors want to make the best use out of Sot being this fed, they need to group up now. They need to look towards Shinto, who ticks over to level 20. They need to look towards Panda Cat, who's very far behind as far as levels go to the other tanks, right? 19 to 17, not going to be the biggest deal, especially when you look at his build. He did this already the other day, but this Odibo in the 3rd slot doesn't mean tanks are going to be shredded. It's just going to be a lot of AoE damage.
We've been seeing kind of this battle between the 2 Hunter builds. You go the crit route, you go the shred route. It's kind of becoming a 50-50 for both of them. Not really one with a clear advantage over the other, but we'll see how it works out for Panda Cat. We'll see how it works for Netroid. At least for now, Panda Cat can know that he's got the first tier 1 tower on his side of the map, taking that one away from Netro and removing some of that safety, but it's been rather quiet from adapting the last few minutes, Charlie. I'm starting to get a little worried for Leviathans and maybe even for the Oni Warriors because they haven't really run into this Hunbats in quite some time.
They haven't. Sacred Monkey Toss goes in, so adapting could try and TP, but doesn't feel like it's necessary. And at this point, again, he doesn't want to be the first one in. That's the case. Once Final K rotates in, they have so much better engage, but he's been stuck in lane. The Leviathans haven't felt the need to pressure. This lead is not so astronomical that they have to force something to stem the bleeding. I don't think I'm too worried about the Leviathans for that late game team fight. That is still what they're looking towards, but the Oni Warriors likely be the ones to try and force a little bit more. They still have Runic Bomb to deal with from Wrong U, so it's not as if they can leave a tower unguarded, but they have that engage, man. I want to see this Odin get active pretty soon. It's 21 minutes into the game, and Fire Giant hasn't even been a topic of conversation.
Not willing to trust his tankiness and his ability to survive over anything else, foregoing the idea of the Purification Beats. Does pick up that Blink as a second relic, so look towards Sot to be the primary initiator now for the Oni Warriors, that much easier way of getting straight to that backline, holding on to some safety for an escape. Pyromancer and Fury both about to respawn. The Oni Warriors are grouped up around the Fire Giant instead. They're going to pull the objective, and now with the ring up, the Leviathans should know that this Fire Giant's starting to fall down. It's half HP, but instead the Warriors are going to commit over towards Final K instead, who's in the back line. Fino trying to jump away from the team, gets back in the pit. Sot never gave up the leash on the objective, but finally the Oni Warriors will walk away from this one. But now it's Final K holding on to it. Might need to walk out of the pit to reset this one.
Yeah, even with Final Judgment, a risky call to not drop that Fire Giant there. The Leviathans are just happy they had a soft defense and they can back up. But the Oni Warriors, maybe the tier 1 is on their eye now. They want to push in and grab some extra gold in their pocket. Seems to be uncontested, but Sancho was in. He wants to try and catch out Final K.
Final K's already jumped away, so he's got nowhere left to go. Uses the ultimate to try and bail himself out. Nearly going down.
Fino goes down.
To grab him, and he's gonna go for a
But Pagon is too low.
To snake away from the team fight.
It's away, but it's rough. They can't push too far here.
Go for another kill, but with that tornado closing in, the Leviathans have got to give up their chase.
If that evade and punish connects, maybe Shinto finds a kill there, but not gonna happen. The Leviathans are just happy that they only lose one. There were some low health bars. Even so, I love that.
A lot of people got real low there. I don't like how low Pagon got. Both of them needed to just really back the fuck off, and they did, which is good. That would have been really disappointing.
A Pyromancer pull, J-Mac. That was a Fire Giant call. The Oni Warriors in the regular season were known for plays like this, 19-minute Fire Giant pulls. With smaller leads than this, they don't care. As long as they are together, grouped up, they feel confident, and they're going for it again.
Now they've got Runic Bomb, so they've got some chance to try and contest on the secure. Adapting has spotted this one out. Fear No Evil is not there. Shinto will be the only one with an ultimate available by that time, but he's been spotted out by Sot, zoned away, and so is Wrong U. The cage is down, and the Baron has nowhere to go. It's Pagon who gets the double kill in the fight. Shinto
finds one, but that might not matter.
Giving up chase just yet. The Warriors take a 2-for-1 trade.
Adaptic's nearby, wants to try and follow Sot over the wall, but he holds that jump, and that's a smart play. Genetics links just to make sure Sot's gonna get out of trouble. Shinto definitely saved that fight, man. That ultimate was massive. If the Final Judgment doesn't connect, you're in a 2-for-0, and the Oni Warriors are looking for Fire Giant. But without Detroit, you've lost your DPS. They can't go in for the Fire Giant pull, so it's gonna be a reset. 24 minutes in, I would not be shocked if we stalled out towards EFG at this point, because the Shinto, this damage is peppering. It is a threat to walk forward. But the Oni Warriors, they have no fear. They are going to continue to walk up and pull the objective as many times as it takes. Even if it's just a bait for a fight, eventually a 5v4 is all they'll need.
Final beacon of the first rotation capped off by the Oni Warriors, and they will send the Titans down the right side of the map in that solo lane. Right over next to the Fire Giant, where the Oni Warriors have really loved playing these last couple of team fights. Start up Fire, bait a couple of Leviathans forward, try and go for a kill. Lather, rinse, repeat seems to be the call for the Warriors. This time, though, the Leviathans on the scene first towards Fire, recognizing the Warriors might have tried to go for a third potential pull. This time, Leviathan's not going to get caught with their pants down.
I mean, Netroid's on the other side of the map, so it was not going to happen at this point, right? You have plenty of damage if you're the Levi's. Like, they could have stepped forward, but Panda Cat not going towards that crit build. Odibo into the kids. It would be a slow burn if they even attempted to go for a pull like that. I think the Leviathans are doing exactly what they should be. Playing safe, sort of always sitting around this FG, never letting it unguarded, but also not stepping up too far, because Wrong U got caught out last time. That cage, once that Phantom Shell is down, is going to be a big target for specifically Wrong You. I mean, Shinto is not getting anywhere near. He is staying as far back as possible. So Sot has one main target at the moment. And of course, the back line, you would love to connect with them, but you can also connect with the Baron.
Titans have been unleashed and on their way, passing tier 1 tower line. It's everybody but Pagon on the Oni Warriors over here. Meanwhile, Leviathan's missing out on their Hunter. Panicat's going to go back to base. So this Titan should go down relatively freely for the Oni Warriors. It means they'll be able to try and push up with their own Titan into Leviathan's, or they could just let this one lead, head over towards an objective and start one of those up. Seems that is the call for the Warriors, or maybe they're just going for a flank. Sot charging up that spear for a target, but throws it right into the wall, doesn't get anybody.
Man, those corners, they'll get you. You can't find the stun. That's what I was talking about, though. Panatom can always sit a corner and just yoink someone back, find the pull. The ring of spears is up. You can see the Fire Giant started, but if you trickle that damage, you can tell the Oni Warriors are baiting here. They're not committing just yet.
Shinto is raring and ready to fire off that ultimate. You keep seeing him charge it up, cancel it, charge it, cancel. Just he's waiting for that one person to step out of line, that one non-tank to step forward and get clipped by that ultimate. The Fire Giant's been pulled once more by the Warriors. This time, it's at half HP. Wrong You steps up, but he's not going to be able to go too far.
For it, but they can't. Leviathans can't get it. Warriors step off of it. No, they don't. They're still on it.
For Pagon, and he's going to keep
now
going
they're
forward.
off
His timeline is Brock. Then he gets the second chance of life, but the results are all the same.
Warriors,
no.
no.
Goes down. It's Panicat with the kill. You cannot start the
up?
fight with the final judgment just chunking the carry, man. Netroid was forced to leave. He's back in base right now because of that ultimate. Had the relics available, used them both immediately, and now it's the Leviathans going for the aggressive
wow.
Panatom. Netroid on the way, but Final K's on zone duty.
There's still a Runic Bomb in pocket for the Leviathan. Same for Sot on the side of the Oni Warriors, but their health bars are great. Take a look at Shinto as an example. Sot's pulling him out, but Final K's got to use his beads to get away from Panatom. That pull on the Susano, pulling him back to the full HP Hunter. Not ideal for the front line of the Leviathans.
Oni Warriors grabbing the Pyro, man, so they let the Runic Bomb go down, but Sot's got no space for it. He's got a Runic Bomb and the ward. Drops the ward, so now he's got 2 bombs. The Odin. As far as I'm concerned, that's your Fire Giant confirmed, right? You have 2 Runic Bombs. That's going to do more damage than Pagon ever could. So I don't like that idea of the Leviathans trying to contest with a Final Judgment is going to have a rough time. But Shinto hasn't used it for confirmation. He hasn't been using it for a steal tool. He used it just a half health or 90% someone's HP. Last time, Netroid, at this point, Pagon and Net need to be hovering A's at all times. Speaking of, not available for 90 seconds.
Both of these carries.
Yep.
So at this point, now you got to hope that one of you is linked to Genetics, and you better hope that the ultimate's going his way in that now. Genetics is fast on the trigger with that ultimate. With these 80 seconds, 70 or so down for the Warriors carries, might not want to try and go for another Fire Giant pull. Probably unideal to really start up one of these fights. So it's the Leviathans now in the driver's seat around the objective, but still about 6,000 gold down to the Warriors. That's not enough though to slow down the Leviathans. This late into the game, 6K is only about 1,000 or so between each of the players.
Yeah, it's not gonna be the biggest deal. The Leviathans can definitely still fight, but it's all about the engage, right? The Oni Warriors, I've been looking at Sot. He goes in for the stuns, he goes in for the cages. Wrong You was the target, and it looked clean if Shinto wasn't dealt with. I don't think you can put all of your ultimates into the Baron if Shinto is being free casted on, right? You need Panatom to get to the backline. If Sot's going on Wrong You, Panatom needs to find the backline. And he's connected to Genetics more often than not. So, hey, either Genetics and Panatom go in for a wraparound play, or Sot needs to find this backline.
Fire Giant's so confused right now. Is anybody going to stay in the pit? Is anybody going to fight to the death inside of this pit alongside me? Haven't seen it just yet. Couple kills, couple trade outs around the objective from both of these two teams. It's the Oni Warriors with a small health advantage. In fact, a man advantage for themselves, adapting over on the left side. No chance the Oni Warriors know that he's over there, so for now, they're just wondering, trying to keep a head count. Who can we see? Who's popped up in a lane recently? So far, nobody's popped up out of sight, at least for the side of the Warriors.
Well, J-Mac, it's been about 8 or 9 minutes since I said we could be looking at EFG territory, and it turns out that is correct. Fire Giant will tick over to Enhanced, and we're still doing the dance around this objective. The Oni Warriors got bored. They said, we're not dancing anymore. We are pushing forward. Maybe looking at a tier 2 or just seeing what we can find. The Leviathans, though, they're not going to let this tier 2 go down for free. They step forward.
Sot stun, picked up an Ascension Torment and thrown into a fear.
There it is.
Shinto with the final damage to take him down.
He
And now
in.
Pagon in danger. Has to use everything to try and get out.
Wrong You adapting her low.
Under the tier 2 tower. Panicat nearly takes him. Final K jumps over him, but Panicat has got the sweep him in. A dive by the Oni Warriors trapped at the blue buff. Pagon dives in, but that might be
Keep
the last
going.
thing that he gets to do. Aegis ultimate, it's just enough to trade out. Shinto gets one before Pagon falls down. Now it's 3 versus 2 at the blue buff.
The stun doesn't connect. Netroid just pumping auto attacks out, and Shinto uses the evade and punish. He has to Aegis because of the damage coming his way, but there's low
Genetics
health
doesn't have
bars on
ult
the side
up,
of
so this is
Levi.
gonna
They
be-
don't want to step forward. They do not want to
Ooh.
keep up this engagement. But look at the teleport in. Final case full HP.
He slowed him down, jumped on top, and now Wrong Yu and Shinto can walk back forward. Final K should be getting his cooldown shortly, but Ultimate is down for just a little while longer. Shinto's coming back off a cooldown soon. If Final K can get them low enough, Shinto can go for a big shot on the ultimate, but it's still not on cooldown yet. And now it's SOT. He's back from the grave, and he wants blood. He wants Shinto to go down. He's gonna try and take the 1v2 inside the cage. Timeline gets the timeline proc. Jump is just on time, and he's able to dash away. Shinto lives through all of it. Final K
Life is
with
pain.
the great body blocks to keep him alive.
He's not done though. Sends out the final judgment. Genetics just out of range. Will charge up that back, but SOT getting the timeline down is not nothing, right? I mean, how many times have we seen Shinto get that low? Not much. 3-1 this game. So now, if you can connect, if you can get to the back line, that alternate timeline has been procced. Oni Warriors going for the Pyromancer. What a back and forth brawl, by the way. That was a stun off of Final K into the biggest CC chain you can see in the pro scene. And now EFG is looked at once again. The Oni Warriors have 3 runic bombs in their pocket, and they're going to start the dance up all over again.
Is that enough confidence for the Warriors to 50-50 this objective, though? Fire Giant down to half. Is this a bait or is this a commit? It seems that it was just a bait to get the Leviathans to step forward. The Leviathans are fine. They can sit back knowing they've got a ton of range and a ton of damage just from their mid laner alone. But with timeline down for 5 more minutes on Shinto, Pagon's coming up in 20 seconds. There's an advantage for the Oni Warriors on a second wind.
And remember, Sod can get blown up very easily. Final K has that paralyzing spit. All it would take is stun into Stygian Torment, and Adapting will be there waiting. And now it's the Leviathans that go in for their pull, and Shinto's frontlining, just doing so much damage.
Trying to get any damage he can. Panatom is on the way. It's 5 versus 4 in the pit. The objective down to half again. And Shinto cancels that final judgment once more. The objective reset again, but this time it's at the hands of the Leviathans who remove it. SOT walks up, has to jump away. Too many Leviathans standing by.
I thought Panatom was going to take that path through the jungle and get to the back line, but he thought better of it. Final K being a mobile ward for his team. Let Shinto know you're not safe here, buddy. Time to retreat. Final K isn't going to be able to survive too long in a 1v5, so he's going to keep his distance from the Oni Warriors. But why not grab the beacon? You've got some time to yourself. No one is on EFG, so the Oni Warriors are going to pick that one up and slow down the pace of this game just a little bit.
Take a dance from one side of the map to the other to grab this beacon for the Oni Warriors, and now splitting themselves up a little bit. Both the junglers not over on this right side of the map just yet. Both of them trying to get some of these camps, get that extra farm to try and finish out some of their builds, get some of these potions online, because we're starting to approach 6-slot territory for a lot of these players. Both mid laners fully statted out. Adapting just now gets to go back and finish up his last item in the Bloodforge. The only people who aren't sitting at a full build right now essentially are just the supports.
Yeah, but they've got the Bountiful Bow online as well, so you still have your recipe. You're getting a bit more value there if you are Wrong Yu. We are in the same situation we've been in since about 22 minutes, J-Mac. Back and forth, one misplay, one overextension, one bit of hard CC could split this game wide open. So much on the line. World's Finals, that's the target. That's what both of these teams are fighting for, but you got to get through game 1. The momentum, this crowd, everything is going to be in your favor if you can just take game number 1. And so far, the Oni Warriors have been stepping forward. Now, Final K takes some auto attacks from Net, forced to retreat, but look at this Leviathans. Look like they're going for a little bit of an ambush here.
They're setting up for anything that they can. Sod gonna get rooted in place, lose about 30% of his health.
There
That
it is.
same final judgment. The
He does
Pagon
it.
Shinto goes in, and
Hey,
Pagon
Don.
jumps out. The Oni Warriors take a
Okay.
bit too much damage to their mid laner, and that's gonna take a long time to heal back up. The Leviathans might not give him a chance.
Oh,
Just
God.
go back so freely. They're still pushing forward and spotted out Panatom. Rooted out, Beads gone, coffin up, and the ultimate used by
Pagon
Genetics is
got
gonna be
back.
Neutral, nearly pulled back in the coffin.
Back to the fight
The
in
final phase
time.
health bar falling low. He's got to go back to base.
Yeah, that would look like a possible Fire Giant call there for the Leviathans, but they thought better of it. Panatom got caught out trying to go for a wraparound, and now the teleport from Sot was coming through. Got canceled once, not going to get canceled again. The Oni Warriors want to chase this down. They know Final K needs to go back to base, and he has no teleport for 20 seconds. This could be the opening the Warriors want.
Fire Giant started up by the Warriors. It's going to be a 4v5, and it might not even get that. Sot uses the cage.
Runic
the
bombs.
Fire Giant's low. Every Runic Bomb drops on the
Leviathans
Leviathans.
get it!
They steal it away through 3. Runic Bombs. It's not enough damage to take it away from the team. The Leviathans clutch out with the objective.
A basic attack from Panda Cat, 264 damage. That is ridiculous. Wasn't even the hieroglyphic assault from Shinto. That wasn't even max range. And now the Atlantis Leviathans, after overextending a bit, bait the Oni Warriors. You said it best, J-Mac. 3 Runic Bombs. That is ridiculous odds. And Leviathans come out ahead. Now they get a Runic Bomb for themselves, and they get to push with Enhanced Fire Giant 36 minutes into this game.
3 Runic Bombs, and it wasn't even a crit auto that took it. It's just a plain old basic chain auto attack that Panda Cat throws out there to weave in and steal it away. The Oni Warriors now with no buff around their waist. It's all 5 for the Leviathans, and now the team that has been behind this entire game can try and put themselves in the driver's seat. Primal Fury down, Leviathans head to the left side of the map.
They're gonna group up. The Oni Warriors, not a team to get kicked over lightly though. I wouldn't be surprised if they set up an ambush in the jungle, tried to find a relic, trying to find something. But as for now, they know the Levi's are going back to base. They know they've got some time to figure out how they want to go in for the siege. And if you thought Shinto was doing a lot of damage before, take a look at those consumables. Picks up the Elixir of Power. His timeline up in 23 seconds. This thought is going to be a problem. And I haven't seen many answers for it yet. Of course, there's been plenty of damage, but when you get red buff, when you get a 3K pot and Enhanced Fire Giant, those ults that were doing 1300 are going to be one-shot.
The amount of times I've seen Shinto dash at the enemy team as a thought by himself is criminal. He's been punished 1 time for it. Out of what? Almost every 2 hands I can count that he's done that. Pagon and Genetics might try and go for a flank though at the tier 2 tower.
This is
They're
risky.
wrapping around the back. Charging up the ultimate is Shinto. He'll let it fly, but it's an ultimate from Genetics.
Oh, no.
Okay, wrong you. Trying to bail away. They got the tier 2 tower. Now Leviathan's got to play careful.
Final judgment down, so Shinto wants to back up. The one-shot potential has left us. This is what I'm talking about. The Oni Warriors could have just sat under Bird, right? They could have sat underneath the Phoenix and just played it safe. That's not their style. They hide inside of a red buff just to see if the Tiamat Aphrodite gank could have brought something new to the table. In this case, though, it can be risky trying to defend against an EFG.
So chat, just to reiterate, after game
Get
1,
rid of that Phoenix, no problem.
Constant poke by Shinto. How do you outrange
I'm going to go get food, and then after game 2 for YouTube, I'm gonna have to cut the stream early. I really don't want to have to do that, but I do have to, because this is going to go over 12 hours. There's no world where it doesn't. This
on the
is
ward right next to the team, and now
not
Leviathans
ending
can
before
reset
11.
themselves. Panda Cat able to walk in, doing most of the damage.
The
to
best
the
case
Phoenix.
scenario is
Look at
that
Netro's health getting poked
this
out.
game
Panatom
ends here,
tries to take
it's a
1v1
3-0,
against
and then
adapting,
it's
and that's
all
a
about
losing
40
battle
minutes, but that's
for
not gonna happen.
Panatom. Now no beats available to the jungler.
Here's the old Shinto's been waiting for the final judgment.
I really thought this was going to be a shorter stream, but I think it's going to be longer than yesterday's.
You locked in the cage. Final K with 3 of the ultimate. The coffin's not enough to save Wrong You, but it can help out the rest of the team. Genex and Sonolova. Panatom has found his way to the back, and he's
But
gonna get
YouTube has the 12-hour time limit, or else it'll nuke the VOD, and I don't want to lose it, so I'll have a highlight up for the rest of the stream. Good team wipe, though. Good team wipe from the Warriors.
Now they've got plenty of time, J-Mac. Look at those respawn timers. They're going to run it down mid. They don't have a minion wave. They're going to walk right over that beacon. How much can they get without the minions? Look at those respawn timers. They have so much time.
40 seconds. The Leviathans are back up. A tier 2
They have an
tower
assload of
standing
time,
in both
but they
lanes,
don't
and a
have
tier 1 is going to make this Titan very tanky. They're going to need the
damage
help
to do
of a
this.
minion wave to get there, but they don't have one. They're just going to brute force their way through the bird to the Titan. 25 seconds.
Do they have the damage to kill this?
Killing the Phoenix, but the only
No way! Oh my god, the Warriors take game 1. Insane.
Your life and take game number 1.
What a ridiculous play. That all starts from Panatom losing the 1v1, right? He steps up
That
to it.
should not have worked.
Don't like that, have to retreat, but that Panaton gets the re-engage. He finds his way to the back line. Finally, Shinto does not get to free cast the fight away.
Okay.
And the Leviathans come crumbling down in one swift team fight, one swift defense
All right,
from the
chat.
Oni Warriors.
I'm gonna bring up the overlay for now, just because I like having it up when we're not in game. I am hungry. Gonna go grab food.
Aegis is already pulled away from Netroid. If you can get the beats from him as well from adapting, could have been such a big turnaround fight for Leviathans, but they use so many resources in the pre-battle, they don't have anything for the actual fight.
And that's the thing, they were not so far behind that they couldn't step forward. Remember, they looked for invades in the jungle, they looked for a wraparound play. They stopped at the Phoenix and said, we're not giving this up just because you stole EFG. We still feel confident in this engage, and that's exactly what happened. They stood their ground and said, if you don't one-shot us with Final Judgment, which Netroid Aegis, we can win this fight.
Well, with that, the Oni Warriors able to take game number 1 here in our second semi-final. They need 2 more to make it to the grand finals. Can they do so? We'll find out in game number 2.
Clip from Genetics' POV, I believe. Yeah, build it back up. I love the taunt. Oh no, and then he claps at him. What? This isn't, that's not real. That is not real.
I like Genetics a lot because he's just like, what you see is what you get, you know what I mean? He's not really putting on a show when he's like being mean or talking smack on Twitter, right? And I respect people like that.
I think any support player would tell you he's a very, very talented player. Obviously a very confident player. You can tell that just from listening to him speak for 10 seconds about the way he sees the game or how sure of his opinions he is.
A shot caller like him is always going to win you games because you want people to be proactive on the map, and I feel like he gets people to be proactive. He doesn't want lazy people. He doesn't want lazy players that just farm, that just do this like a book.
Genetics comms and shot calls can be a double-edged sword. You can see the best and worst of it, I think, in this full split. There were even games that were closer than they needed to be, because sometimes you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Sometimes you're 3K ahead, and you can just play 3K ahead.
He has his style that he likes to play, and I feel like when he's on a team, they're gonna play the way he wants to play for sure. I think we've seen that with the Warriors, and I think it's worked well for the Warriors too. Like maybe they haven't had the same win-loss as last phase or whatever, but they've still really good team, top of their division.
He's probably one of the best players on the team, but he has these 2 or 3 picks that if you ban out, you have a much better chance. And it's not because the drop-off isn't necessarily that bad, but since he's like the focal point of the team, like if he's not controlling the game on like a Kepri or something and walking around objectives, it just feels like he's not nearly as useful.
He is kind of predictable in the way he plays, you know. If the Warriors are behind and Gold Fury's coming up, he's not going to be there. He's going to be trying to do fire. You know, he's very predictable, but predictable in that sense, and in terms of his gods as well. Like he does have 2 or 3 gods that he plays to like the best like possible standard, like the gold standard of support, and then after that, it's not the same as like the other 3 gods that he's best at.
We don't care about the regular season like that we have this phase, because I feel like we weren't aiming for that, right? We were just aiming for improving as a team, getting the personalities and everything the way we want to play, being on the same page pretty much.
They just got to be careful. It's not always the most calculated decisions from Genetics. It just depends what shows up on game day.
Yeah, I think people are pretty accurate with their assessment. Obviously, they're absolutely terrified of my main 2 characters year in, year out. It's why I'm the most banned player in the league. But yeah, I guess it's not too far out there. Yeah.
It's like a good amount. 50%? Yeah, 50%. Right? Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, seems like a little bit of glaze, but like.
There was a lack of Yomoja gameplays. I kind of thought like I was kind of someone saying like that guy's the GOAT Yomoja. It's not even close, but no one said that. So. Yeah, I'm gonna go back on that one and say the only games Kings won this year were the games where I did exceptional shot calling in the first half of the year. You can watch back. There was like a game where we backdoor their tie-in when we were losing to Dragons. I don't know. Also worked well last year at Worlds, so I guess copium for that one, but it's fine. It's a fine opinion, I suppose.
Seen the light in the dark, but it's been a while.
Just remember, it's the heat from a heart beating next to mine. But I surrender, 'cause everything I touch seems to crumble, and everyone I love leaves me broken down. Everybody runs when they see me now. So I put my hands up in the sky, reveling the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living. Still all the energy when we get connected. Your good is done when you have my full attention. I'll take you away into a dark dimension, and you can't get out. I never thought I'd be like this. Further down into the deep abyss I'll go. Stay off my radar 'cause I never miss you. Everybody knows. So I put my hands up in the sky, reveling the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. So I put my hands up in the sky, reveling the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. I see the end of the road. I'm still following to find out where it goes. I think you want me to hold the knife and push it through, but you won't let it show. Before I fall, I need to know, are you still holding on? Have you lost hope? 'Cause it's not fair to keep me close with broken promises. I need you to let me go. I'm still with you, but I feel alone. Standing in this house, it's not a home. Going through the motions, killing time. Waiting for a reason or a sign. Before I fall, I need to know, are you
doing a lot of smiting here this weekend, and wouldn't be possible without our back-end tech partners Rally here, who are powering the back end of Smite. We've been playing a lot of Smite. You at home been playing a lot of Smite. We will play a lot of Smite in the future. So it's an awesome partnership to have, and thanks to Rally here for helping us out along the way. Game 1 in the books, I think, right? We're through game 1 of this best of 5. We've got...
Nailed it.
I still got it, Miff. I still got it. Steel Series Moments of Glory will walk us through what happened here in game 1. It's the Oni Warriors taking things over the Atlantis Leviathans. Hazer, what do you see here in game 1?
There was a lot of back and forth Smite there. I feel like the Oni Warriors played just slightly better than Leviathans, got a little bit unlucky on that FG earlier on, getting it stolen away. I think it was by a 256 damage auto from Panda Cat, something like that. No crit again from the Hatchy man. SOT on this Odin looked absolutely immense the whole game. And look at him crush that totem.
And, you know, I'm giving props to the crowd. They've kept up their totem energy. We've been here a long time today, and we're still cheering for it. Miff, what'd you like from the Oni Warriors in game 1?
You know, I was actually really impressed by their control around the objectives. Something Hazer was bringing up around the original desk. I know it's awkward to say after a Fire Giant steal, but I thought the Odin cages from SOT just to create that space were really well placed. I felt like target selection was very, very high, but when it's the Oni Warriors, so often it comes down to just small mechanical outplays, which is hard to say. You know, it's not like genius stuff. It's more so these guys hit their buttons incredibly well.
Yeah, and it was these guys playing together as this 5-man team. And we talked about it on the desk where this is not an easy comp to play. There's going to be a lot of having to be on the same page. There's not a ton of CC, not a ton of stuff to go off of. But Solo Patrol and Panatom were diving together incredibly well. Pagon was opening up massive opportunities for them by also jumping in. So together they were just diving really well together. And then this Aphrodite and the Aegis by Netroid, the Aegis by Pagon, they were all ready for this Thoth. I could not imagine the Shinto not doing as much damage or not executing off the map. He still got 1 or 2. But there was huge Aegises, huge Afro ults that were stopping that damage.
Yeah, I feel like the Thoth struggled a little bit with the dive as well. I feel like I've never seen a Tiamat jump in as many times as I saw Pagon jump in that game and get away with it, dropping 32k damage, highest damage on his team, just a little lower than Shinto, but the poke from the Thoth probably making up that difference. Pagon was getting in there deep, and sometimes with the Afro link, we even saw them go for a flank at one point, Afro and Tiamat linked. I didn't love that play, but it showed the confidence.
Could you believe how tanky the Tiamat looked when linked up with that Aphrodite as well? The quadrupedal stance passive alongside Aphrodite's passive. Felt like Pagon was just unkillable in so many of those engagements. It was almost a bait. Like, you want to jump on my mid laner, right? His escape's down. Probably not, right? Leave him alone next time.
I'm curious what we will see from the Leviathans to change things up in picks and bans for game number 2. In we go to find out the answer to that question. Bobby, tell me what you want to see from the Leviathans. Give me a break, Miff. I'm still knocking off the rust halfway through game 2. Bobby, what are you looking for from the Leviathans?
Yeah, Miff, leave him alone. That's good enough.
Miff,
all right.
Done anything, guys?
Miff, I am your best friend.
Oh, man.
Miff looking out of the crowd for support. There's none out there, Miff.
You got no help out there,
Talk
Miff.
about P's and B's.
And going into P's and B's, picks and bans starting kind of the same way. Athena gone, Willix gone, a couple of the supports gone. And Genetics talks about this before even getting into game. He tweeted it out. He said he was going to retweet his tweet after Kepri and Yamoja got banned, and instantly this game and last game, and to add to that, Aphrodite now also banned 3 bans towards Genetics. I mean, he pilots these characters very well. And to first pick Maman after showing no prio, absolutely no prio to her last game, seems like the Levi's are just trying to switch everything up.
And we know that the Levi's are capable of playing this Milan Brigitte in multiple roles.
For sure.
I do prefer to see it in jungle. I feel like it does very much so fit adapting style, but that flexibility can have some ripple effects on the rest in P's and B's. Personally, I might even prefer to see the Leviathans kind of hide that pick by maybe looking towards dual lane in the top 3.
I'm interested to see what the Warriors go for here. Do they run that Odin back? We have seen it be very, very powerful so far, but no, it's a switch up. Genetics gets 3 bans against him and decides to go for another pick, Ganesh. Not a character that we've seen Genetics play all that much over the year. Maybe one that he's picked up similar to PBM over practice in the last few months. There's been a lot of practice time for these teams to figure out some new picks going into this tournament.
And something that's interesting about Genetics and how he likes to play the meta, he will play his top 3-4 characters and he'll try to lock them in as much as he can. after that, he doesn't put as much time towards those next gods. He likes perfecting those gods that he mains, and I think Ganesh is kind of like that next pick that he's going to, so he's trying to lock that in early, and on top of that, there's not a lot of good picks left into this Ganesh. I mean, the Aphrodite is a good pick, gone. I think Yemoja has a solid matchup into it, also gone. So now what is the Levi's gonna answer this with?
I wonder if they could go back towards the K-Ron. We could maybe see that death ball style they've looked to play previously. They did get the only win, but yeah, I love that guy. I love that guy.
Hazer, has it really turned around that much since World started?
Hey, we finally get it on her. On her banned out 80% of the time here this weekend. We've seen one on her game, one win from the on her, and Panda Cat gets a storied pick.
And that's exactly it.
You're
if
welcome.
this isn't, good read. If this is not Panda Cat, we're not seeing the on her locked in. It's been banned, but it's because these top 4 teams, there's a player on one of the sides that really does like this pick. Coast last game, now Panda Cat here. And now I just want to see them dive even more into that duo lane.
Nice. Yes, Mifflin does not hit totem.
I'm a caster, guys. What do you, of course not.
But when you're in game, are you prioritizing totem?
I'm a jungler.
He only ganks. He doesn't even get totem after the gank. He leaves to go farm more.
Well, that's
anyway,
the soul laner's job.
the on her, I really do like it. I just want them to draft more pressure into this duo lane and keep playing through that lane.
Interesting that Pegon went towards the Merlin this time. The Tiamat that he did so much work on last game was available, switching up, going towards the Merlin. And on the other side, Thor locked in, which I think, I don't know, Final K, I don't think he's much of a Thor solo guy. So does that mean that the man will be heading to the mid lane?
It's hard to say. I think, again, flexibility at play here. We've seen a lot of Thor solo from a few teams so far this weekend, and it does have its place in the meta. But if there's going to be a Thor player on the side of the Leviathans, I don't think anyone's got as much history on this pick as adapting himself. King Kenneth earned the title on that Thor. I'd like to see it in the jungle, but I'd also like to see Maman in the jungle. It's an awkward spot. I think knowing that it's Merlin on the other side, Maman actually has a much better matchup into that than something like a Thoth that can just outrange you all the time.
And I think I agree. I want this Maman going mid. I'm a little 50-50 on which one I like seeing her more in, but in a game like this, put the Thor in jungle, give it to King Kenneth, give him that Thor, and then in solo lane, I want to see adapting, leave that Serb in game 1. I thought it was a fine pick, possibility of burning beads, the opportunity for the team to punish those beads being down, but I didn't like how it left the solo lane to be, and in those team fights, he wasn't able to get a lot done. I want to see him on something active, something like Solo Troll and that Odin, willing to teleport in, willing to make that rotation, make fights happen. Nike is gone, and that's one that I wanted to maybe see potentially, but we still have the Osiris, we still have the Bologna. Will they be prioed here? Will they kind of play for that counter pick here? Bologna locked in. That's one of them.
Bologna been on the rise here this weekend. What will FineOK play out of solo if it's not going to be the Thor? FineOK has made a heck of a career out of playing aggressively and opening up a lot of space for his teams. Set knocks both banned away. Bologna locked in here. Miff. Kuzenbo hover.
That's interesting.
And the Cucullin cover. That is a storied player god combo if I've ever seen one for the Leviathan solo.
I mean, it's a relatively low range composition here for the Adventus Leviathans, but it's a lot of dive potential. It would be miserable to exist as Merlin between Kuzenbo and Cucullin alone. I mean, good luck to Merlin, and that's not taking into account Maman and Thor on top of it. But when I see a composition that has 4 dedicated divers, it makes me concerned for the backline. Can On Her subsist on his own? Can he survive out there? I'm not so sure.
He's going to be diving with everyone, right? Everyone jumps in all at once.
Maybe. Jump party, dunk party.
That's how I play the game, and that's why I'm bad. Hazer looking at all 5 of the Leviathans now. Answer Miff's question, maybe. Are you worried about this On Her in the backline?
That's exactly the point I was going to bring up, Miff. I'm very, very concerned about this On Her. How is the On Her going to live against this Bologna dive? We just saw what Nika did on the Bologna, running down characters who are much, much safer than this On Her, and now the second time we've seen it this weekend, Panatom goes back to the Gilga jungle.
And my other worry with this, On Her going to be backlining by himself, getting dove by this Gilga Bologna. You're diving into a Ganesh. You're diving into the Merlin. The Merlin wants you to fight on top of him. The Ganesh wants you to fight on top of him. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. And this is just going to be a really risky time by the Levi's because they have to play these fights really clean, really well. They're going to have good engages, good beads pulling potential. And it's going to be a lot on this Maman, this Thor to clean stuff up because they don't really have a ton of damage on this dive.
Sorry, Miffin. Genetics had some very poignant points there. We were listing.
He looked like he went
tweaking,
1,
bro.
2, 3. He was tweaking for sure.
2. Exactly what the Oni Warriors need. Some direction here. Well, maybe not. They won game number 1. Maybe that's what the Leviathans need. Hazer, what do you want to see from this Leviathans composition to even the score in game 2?
I want to see them go back to that playstyle we saw in their first set in the quarterfinal where they are aggressive. I want to see them running the map. I want to see the Oni Warriors cowering under towers. I want to see a 5-6K gold lead by 15 minutes. That's what I want to see from the Leviathans. I want them to play the aggressive style. They tried to run it back to a bit more of a waited out, go to fire style last time out. I want them to control this game and to make the Oni Warriors scared of their early game.
And I agree wholeheartedly. I think that they need to win this game and dominate that early portion. And I want them to do it through duo. Let Final K kind of exist in solo lane by himself, try to get the totems. It's not going to really happen into the Bologna, but play through duo, get these shield camps, even play for purples. We've really not seen too many purple invades, but what does Onher do better than most other hunters? He really does invade those purple buffs well, and he can kind of snowball the lane very easily.
And even leaning into that, I'm looking at the Oni Warriors draft, and it doesn't exactly scream to me hyper late game, but when I look at the Leviathans, I think, how does this look in the late game? I don't exactly see a clear win condition just by ease of securing kill. I think that's where it really is. If Maman Brigitte isn't alive, it's actually a relatively low damage output composition. So for the Oni Warriors at the absolute latest portions of the match, it's deal with Maman, ignore everyone else. Kuzumbo is going to chase you down. He'll try and disrupt. He's not killing you on his own. Kakullin's got that big initiation, not killing you on his own. Onher can do it somewhat, but not exactly a late game hypercarry hunter there either.
Well, fellas, we're either going to a game 4 or it's going to take another reverse sweep. We'll find out which. After game number 2, we'll go down to your casters to start it off.
Thank you so much. Over on the desk, game number 2 with the Leviathans and the Oni Warriors ready to kick off here in just a moment. The Oni Warriors commanding almost the entirety of game number 1. The Leviathans able to sneak a Fire Giant away from them, steal it right from out under them with a single basic attack from Panda Cat. But then we get to that siege of the late game, and that is where the Oni Warriors fight best, when their back's against the wall, when they've got to go on those defenses, and now they get to run it back here in game number 2, Trelly.
They certainly do. Not only that, adapting on the Thor on the world stage. That's got to be a sight for sore eyes. These Anvil of Dawns are going to be connecting pretty late on in the game and just absolutely deleting people, because this is one of his namesakes, man. This is how most people were introduced to adapting this exact pick. I'm excited to see it in action, but the Oni Warriors, they want to stop that in its tracks. Panatom on the Gilgamesh. Goes Blink, not fearful of the CC, but something I brought up on the desk last set. When you see Maman in mid, and Shinto in particular, he's going to start that Blink. He wants to get aggressive. He wants to close gap onto Pagon. So pay attention to those mages. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a fight at even level 2.
Yeah, that level 2 is so crucial in those mid 2v2 matchups. So we'll keep eyes on Shinto and adapting. Again, going back to adapting on the Thor. Yeah, I mean, if you've been watching Smite for as long as I have, and that's been a very long